Transmigrating into a fallen noble scion of the interstellar era, Zhao Chen finds himself burdened with a desolate territory, scarce resources, and a dilapidated starship. A veritable mess thrust upon him. An stargate in the territory? We shall construct one ourselves. No starships, whether it be interstellar destroyers, cruisers, or frigates, we will fabricate whatever our hearts desire. Leading a swarm of drones akin to a hive of bees descending upon the battlefield, Zhao Chen asserts dominance over the realm of warfare. The essence of truth lies within the range of the colossal cannons of the interstellar battleship. The Empire has developed T-5 technology starships. Apologies, but I am already in command of a fleet of T-5 starships. In Zhao Chen's lexicon, there exists no dilemma that cannot be resolved through the might of a starship. If there is such a predicament, then let us dispatch 2 more fleets. Bystander A exclaims, I wish to enlist. I desire to join Commander Zhao Chen's fleet. Zhao Chen replies, I am sorry, but I only recruit female soldiers. Chapter 1. The system is up to something. It is well known that in this era, stargate technology is paramount for interstellar navigation. However, stargates can only be constructed within star systems that possess 2 suns. Thus, to date, 1/3 of the star systems remain incapable of constructing stargates. As Zhao Chen groggily opens his eyes, he is beset by a sensation of dizziness. If memory serves him correctly, he had stayed up late gaming the previous night, and upon arriving in class today, fatigue overtakes him. However, it is peculiar that the usually stern instructor has not roused him. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's expression becomes one of bewilderment as he perceives the entire classroom is amiss. The desks are no longer wooden, but rather fashioned from a unique pure white material, and each student is presented with a holographic projection screen before them. Their uniforms resemble those from science fiction space warfare film. Zhao Chen reaches out to touch the seemingly transparent display screen, and to his astonishment, he feels as though he has made contact with a tangible object. With a firm push, his hand inexplicably passes through it. Holy smokes! Zhao Chen's eyes widen, and he surveys his surroundings. He observes a massive floor-to-ceiling window where the wall once stood, revealing a breathtaking vista of a dazzling starry galaxy, something he had only ever witnessed on educational programs. Adorning the walls of this unusual classroom are several electronic scrolls, depicting various aircraft and spaceships, not naval vessels, but rather the starships from video games. His gaze shifts to the instructor standing at the podium. Zhao Chen nearly topples over in shock. The figure is humanoid, clad in garments, yet devoid of hair. Instead, their head is adorned with vine-like patterns, and butterfly-like ears protrude from the sides. This is certainly not a human visage. As Zhao Chen marvels at the surreal nature of his surroundings, a flood of memories begins to cascade into his mind. The interstellar era, the Xingyao Empire. Galactic year 3030. Beijing Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chen, Captain Major, 3rd-year student. Zhao Chen grimaces in pain. Clutching his head, Old Zhao, are you all right? Feeling unwell? A voice of concern emanates from beside him. Zhao Chen turns to see a male classmate. Instantly, the individual's information materializes in Zhao Chen's mind. Li Wei, his good friend and classmate. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued from last night. Zhao Chen gestures, indicating that he is well. That he attempts to maintain composure as class continues. Yet his mind races to comprehend his current situation and predicament. He is transmigrated. He has arrived in an interstellar age. This is a military academy of the Xingyao Empire, where he is a student studying to become a captain, with aspirations of commanding an interstellar battleship. Zhao Chen feels a small vial in his pocket. If memory serves, the previous owner of this body, disheartened by unrequited love, opted for self-termination, inadvertently allowing Zhao Chen to assume control of this body. Bearing the same name, Ding. Super Interstellar Fleet System, binding in progress. Binding complete. Host, Zhao Chen. At that moment, a mechanical female voice resonates in his mind. Newbie package activated. Congratulations on acquiring 100 system points. Congratulations on obtaining the top-tier Starship Engineer profession. Congratulations on receiving a technical blueprint for the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Congratulations on securing a chance for a random special attribute selection. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Chen realizes this is his golden opportunity as a transmigrator. With a thought, a virtual page materializes before Zhao Chen's eyes. Host, Zhao Chen profession, top-tier Starship Engineer special attribute. None points, 100 starship count, 0 mission, quarterly mission, unclaimed, warehouse, T3 Blizzard class. Light interstellar battlecruiser, technical blueprint. Zhao Chen scans the information, noting the 2 rewards he has just received. A top-tier Starship engineer? He raises his hand to query the holographic computer on the desk, discovering that upon reading this knowledge, he comprehends it instantaneously, even able to extrapolate from it. Does this mean I can construct starships myself? Zhao Chen muses with excitement. Further examination reveals the points system. Points. System points are generated daily based on the number of starships owned by the host. Must be starships constructed from system blueprints, and can also be acquired through completing system missions. Points can be exchanged for goods in the system mall. Zhao Chen glances at the so-called system mall, which contains starship technical blueprints and an array of various items, all classified as T1 technology. In this world, technological products are categorized as T1, T2, T3, and so forth. The higher the level, the greater the combat capability and technological advancement. Thus, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser blueprint that Zhao Chen acquired is a remarkably valuable asset. It is known that a T3 level starship blueprint holds a worth of tens to hundreds of billions of star coins within the Xingyao Empire. Presently, the number of T3 starship varieties in active service within the Xingyao Empire does not exceed 10. This underscores the rarity of T3 starships. If others were to discover that Zhao Chen possesses such a T3 starship blueprint, the entire empire would surely be in an uproar. Yet, Zhao Chen understands the adage that a common man is not guilty, but may suffer for possessing a jewel. Thus, he must keep this secret until he has sufficient strength. Regrettably, Zhao Chen currently lacks the capability to construct a T3 starship. From his memories, he knows that the cost to build a T3 starship requires at least 10 million star coins in raw materials and related construction expenses. To obtain this starship, Zhao Chen has a long journey ahead of him. As for the quarterly mission displayed on the system interface, it is an automatically generated task every 3 months, with rewards upon completion. Zhao Chen prepares to accept his first quarterly mission. Quarterly mission: possess 1 starship, system produced. This presents quite a challenge. In addition, there exists a unique aspect, the special attribute. Zhao Chen clicks to select the attributes option, and a box appears. The host will randomly select 1 attribute and execution condition from the options below option 1. The host fleet can only recruit male soldiers, gaining battle power. Bonuses and inspiring morale option 2. The host fleet can only recruit female soldiers, gaining luck bonuses and insight option 3. The host fleet can only recruit non-humanoid soldiers, gaining loyalty bonuses and universal language. Zhao Chen's expression darkens. Is the system playing tricks on him? Chapter 2. An interstellar fleet that only recruits female soldiers? Random selection begins. Before Zhao Chen could ponder further, a cursor began to move rapidly among the 3 options, resembling a spinning roulette. Ultimately, the cursor came to a halt on option 2. Congratulations, host. You have received a fleet luck value bonus, and I have insight. Please adhere unconditionally to the rule that the fleet may only recruit female soldiers. Any violation will result in the revocation of the aforementioned rewards and an undisclosed punishment. Zhao Chen covered his face. Only recruiting female soldiers, this rule seems a bit excessive. However, for some inexplicable reason, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Zhao Chen. Let us return to the main topic. Since this fact cannot be altered, one must go with the flow. First, let's examine the 2 rewards received. The fleet luck value bonus, as the name suggests, allows Zhao Chen and any entity under his fleet to receive a certain degree of luck enhancement. The specific effects are unknown, as luck is a rather enigmatic concept. Next is the Eye of Insight, which can be used on any species aboard Zhao Chen's own starship, enabling him to discern whether they harbor hostility or murderous intent towards him. In other words, as long as he is on his starship, Zhao Chen is assured absolute safety. Classmates, today's lesson concludes here. As this semester draws to a close, we will commence practical learning next semester. Since you all are cadets in the captain's program, each of you will need to possess your own starship. This starship can either be purchased or exchanged using academy credits. The crew aboard the starship can be fellow students from other disciplines within the academy or hired personnel, provided they comply with the relevant regulations. After announcing this, the teacher exited the classroom. The announcement pertained to the upcoming semester's curriculum, wherein each student must prepare their own starship. Those with financial means may purchase one outright. Others can utilize the academy credits accumulated over the past 3 years to exchange for a starship from the academy's list. This prompted a lively discussion among the students regarding their prospective starships. Let me tell you, my father has already prepared a T2-class interstellar destroyer for me, the latest model this year, which has been the best-selling starship for nearly a decade. Let me tell you, what is a man's romance? It is grand ships and mighty cannons. If we are to sail, it must be on an interstellar battleship. Now, that is a man's toy. You all come from affluent backgrounds, but I am not so fortunate. As long as I can manage to get an interstellar corvette to complete my studies, that will suffice. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhao Chen couldn't help but fantasize about his own starship. As a boy who has not harbored dreams of gallivanting through the cosmos. Old Zhao, have you decided which starship to exchange for? You need to prepare quickly, for although there are numerous starships available on the Academy's exchange list, waiting too long may leave you with no good options. Moreover, you still need to assemble a crew, Li Wei said as he leaned closer to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen casually inquired, "How are you preparing?" Li Wei grinned, raising his hand, which bore a device resembling a watch but was as light as a feather. A holographic projection emerged, displaying a three-dimensional model of a starship. Its design was rather traditional, reminiscent of ancient vessels, featuring several main cannons and missile launch systems. The T2 class Hyena medium interstellar destroyer is currently priced at 4 million star coins. It has been reserved by my father, and even the crew has been arranged, all retired veterans with over 10 years of service. After saying this, Li Wei seemed to recall something and looked at Zhao Chen with concern, saying, "Old Zhao, if you truly cannot find a suitable starship in the Academy's warehouse, I can ask my father to help you. It's fine, I already have a plan regarding the starship. After we eat, we'll go and collect mine," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Li Wei's family background was quite respectable, being involved in interstellar trade, and was reputedly among the top 10 in the northern star sector of the Xingyao Empire. Therefore, it was hardly surprising for him to present a T2 class Hyena medium interstellar destroyer valued at 4 million star coins. After their idle chatter, Zhao Chen and Li Wei headed to the Academy cafeteria together. On the way, Li Wei noticed Zhao Chen's distracted demeanor and assumed he was still preoccupied with thoughts of his starship. In reality, Zhao Chen's status was not inferior to Li Wei's. Having lost his father at a young age, he inherited a baronial title and possessed a star system territory. Unfortunately, the resources of the star system he owned were exceedingly scant. Additionally, it was a single star system, which meant that constructing a stargate was impossible. A star system without a stargate and lacking in specialty resources could easily be deemed worthless. Zhao Chen's baronial title was conferred upon him by his great-grandfather, a commander of a fleet in the Xingyao Empire who was awarded a count title for his military achievements, and granted a fief. However, during the generations of Zhao Chen's grandfather and father, neither had accomplished feats sufficient to elevate or secure their title, resulting in a gradual decline, until it became a barren title by Zhao Chen's time. Should he fail to achieve merit during his tenure, his descendants would be unable to inherit the title, and the territory would be reclaimed by the empire. Given Zhao Chen's current circumstances, it seemed a bleak prospect. It was said that within Zhao Chen's star system, there was not even a single T2 class starship. Only a few antiquated T1 class vessels were responsible for maintaining order in the system. Fortunately, due to the resource scarcity, they were not targeted by interstellar pirates. Li Wei often wished to assist Zhao Chen in the past, but Zhao Chen's strong-willed nature prevented him from accepting help from others. Old Zhao, let's sit over there." Suddenly, Li Wei placed a hand on Zhao Chen's shoulder, attempting to steer him toward a different path, as if intentionally avoiding something. However, the very person Li Wei wished to shield Zhao Chen from was already within his sight. Jiang Shasha, Zhao Chen's fiancée, theoretically. However, at that moment, Jiang Shasha was accompanied by a male student. Those familiar with her knew that the young man was pursuing her. Li Wei covered his face, cursing his luck, wondering how they encountered this woman everywhere. He was aware that Zhao Chen and Jiang Shasha had grown up together, as they hailed from the same star system, with Jiang Shasha's family being nobles of Zhao Chen's territory, leading to their childhood engagement. However, ever since Jiang Shasha entered the academy with Zhao Chen, everything had changed. Within the academy, there were boys of even more distinguished status and greater wealth. By comparison, Zhao Chen was merely a fallen noble from the countryside. Initially, Zhao Chen had held affection for Jiang Shasha, but her repeated actions had wounded him deeply. Although he tried to salvage their relationship, he was met with her cold and cruel demeanor. Li Wei knew Zhao Chen was heartbroken, having gone several days without appetite. Unknown to Li Wei, just today, Zhao Chen, overwhelmed by emotional turmoil, had contemplated self-harm through medication, leading to his current state. The spot by the window over there. Let's sit there. Zhao Chen rejected Li Wei's suggestion and walked straight ahead to onlookers. It appeared that Zhao Chen was heading directly towards Jiang Shasha. Chapter 3. The fiancé of the useless Baron Jiang Shasha. At that moment, also noticed Zhao Chen approaching her directly. She felt an intense aversion, surprised by his obstinacy. Last night, she had clearly told him that they belonged to different worlds, yet he continued to speak of their childhood. Bond, hope and win her back. What a joke. Leaving that impoverished star system was when she truly understood what a brilliant life entailed. How could she ever settle to return to that desolate star system to become a mere baroness? With her children lacking any prospects of inheriting a title, she would not allow herself to live such a life. Not even in her thoughts. The young man beside her was a promising prospect, hailing from a respectable family. His father was currently a viscount and was rumored to be on the verge of ascending to the title of earl in the coming years, which would enable his son to inherit the title as well. Forget it. I'll find an excuse to reject him later. I've already spared his dignity. If he fails to appreciate it, he cannot blame me for publicly humiliating him. Jiang Shasha mused internally. She even began to display a frosty expression, having prepared her rejection speech in advance. The young man next to Jiang Shasha wore a mocking grin. He pursued her with determination and had naturally investigated her background, becoming aware of Zhao Chen's status as a fallen noble. He relished the thought of witnessing the indignation of someone whose cherished possession he had taken away. As both were anticipating the unfolding drama, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhao Chen did not even spare Jiang Shasha a glance as he walked past them. This action left Jiang Shasha and the young man dumbfounded, and even Li Wei was momentarily stunned. He had expected Zhao Chen to confront him upon seeing his fiancée with another man. But instead, Zhao Chen simply walked by without a word. Look, this spot offers the best view. We can see the starships docked over there. Zhao Chen remarked as he seated himself at a table beside a large transparent window, pointing toward a distant starport where numerous starships were anchored. Li Wei was astonished. Brother, did you really come here just to enjoy the scenery? Indeed, Zhao Chen was there to observe the starships. Perhaps it was an innate fascination embedded in the male psyche, for he found himself deeply intrigued by the vessels. Drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired, Zhao Chen began to identify the starships docked at the port. The majority were T2 starships, with a few T1s. T1 starships were considered outdated in this era, primarily used for civilian purposes or patrols across various star systems. To engage in actual combat, one would require at least a T2 starship. T2 starships were significantly larger than their T1 counterparts, with a diverse array consisting mainly of interstellar destroyers and frigates, which together occupied two-thirds of the fleet. The remainder comprised interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers. Zhao Chen even spotted a T1 interstellar battleship, but it was clearly an antiquated relic. He did not, however, see any carrier starships. Both interstellar battleships and carrier starships were among the most expensive vessels, with the former being the sovereign of aerial combat, and the latter representing the pinnacle of colossal ships and artillery. Before long, Zhao Chen recognized a starship identical to the one Li Wei had purchased, the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. This model was currently the most popular T2 interstellar destroyer within the Xingyao Empire, favored by many. The vessel measured 230 meters in length, akin to a large sports stadium. The docked Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was adorned in its original steel color, with the emblem representing its status painted on the right side. It bore three distinct emblems. The foremost was the emblem of the Galactic Alliance. The Xingyao Empire was a member of this alliance, and all starships within it were required to display this emblem. Following that was the seven-star emblem of the Xingyao Empire, symbolizing the seven families that founded the empire. Finally, there was the emblem representing the ship's owner, along with the ship's identification number, which was the largest and most conspicuous of the three. These three emblems served as the ship's identification. What shall we eat today? My treat, Li Wei said generously. Really? Zhao Chen teased, glancing at Li Wei. He then pressed a button on the table, and a holographic menu appeared before him, from which he scrolled to the end. Li Wei immediately chuckled. Brother, although my father bought me a starship, as you know, my allowance is not substantial. Zhao Chen ceased to jest with him. Though you are a wealthy heir and I'm merely a fallen noble, I have not yet stooped to the level of depending on your generosity. Invite me again when you truly prosper. Having said that, Zhao Chen ordered the cheapest meal option. Li Wei followed suit with a similar order. Before long, the robotic waiter delivered their meals. Here are your nutritional A and nutritional C sets. Enjoy your meal. Zhao Chen began to consume the visually appealing, yet lackluster food, which felt reminiscent of plastic. It seems food prices have risen again. Eating these artificial nutritional meals daily is dulling my taste buds. I long for some organically cultivated food. Li Wei lamented. Ask your father for a bit more pocket money, Zhao Chen suggested, not lifting his gaze at why father is such a miser. Aside from the one time he splurged on the Starship, it's impossible to get him to part with more money. And do you know how expensive organically grown ingredients are? Even my father can only afford the most basic meals, having meat just once a week. The lavish lifestyle of feasting is reserved for the upper echelons of society. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Chen surveyed the food on his plate. In this era, everything was advanced and commendable, save for the food. Due to the overpopulation and overexploitation of planetary resources, the cost of naturally grown crops was prohibitively high, resulting in the majority of ordinary people subsisting on bland, inexpensive artificial nutritional meals. Only the affluent could indulge in organically grown food. Even the most basic rice, steamed buns, and vegetables from Zhao Chen's previous life were considered luxury items here. The common lower-tier nobility could only partake on rare occasions. Isn't that barren, Zhao Chen? How does a distinguished baron resort to consuming such food? A derisive voice interjected from nearby. Li Wei frowned and glanced over, realizing that Jiang Shasha and the young man, whom Zhao Chen had previously ignored, were seated right next to them. The young man, Zhang Haoran, was not of ordinary status. His father was a viscount. Zhao Chen remained unfazed, continuing to eat his meal without acknowledging them. I forgot to inform Baron Zhao Chen that Shasha has agreed to be my girlfriend. As for your engagement with her, you would do well to annul it. Do you truly believe you are worthy of her? Perhaps you should consider your own worth, Zhang Haoran scoffed, disdainfully regarding Zhao Chen. He relished the sensation of humiliating others. Chapter 4. The Starship Duel. Zhao Chen's earlier disregard for them had irked Zhang Haoran, prompting him to seize the opportunity to provoke Zhao Chen by mentioning his relationship with Jiang Shasha. Jiang Shasha frowned slightly. She had merely consented to spend time with Zhang Haoran, yet he had the audacity to claim they were dating, which displeased her. At that moment, Zhao Chen finally lifted his head, casting a casual glance at Zhang Haoran before uttering a single syllable. Oh. Zhang Haoran's lips twitched. What was this? Previously, it was rumored that Zhao Chen had a deep infatuation with Jiang Shasha. Yet now, when confronted with provocation, he seemed utterly unfazed. Jiang Shasha also looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, sensing that he appeared different from before. Indeed, a worthless baron, a complete failure, Zhang Haoran taunted once more. Li Wei could no longer contain himself, pointing directly at Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran, do not overstep your bounds. What are you? If I am a worthless baron, then you are less than even that. If memory serves, you failed to pass your exams for 3 consecutive years. Without your father's connections, you would have been expelled long ago, Zhao Chen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoran, delivering his words with a calmness that was strikingly lethal. Are you? Zhang Haoran seethed with indignation. This was his Achilles heel, a topic he detested being mentioned in his presence. So what if I have connections? My father has even arranged for me a T2 starship for the next semester. I suspect you will only be able to present a T1 starship by then. That I recall there will be practical combat exercises, and your T1 starship will likely become a target. Ha ha ha. Zhang Haoran burst into laughter. Triggered random task. Challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him in the duel. Would you like to accept? Zhao Chen's expression shifted. He had not anticipated triggering a random task at this moment, defeating Zhang Haoran. That posed a certain degree of difficulty. However, it was significantly simpler compared to the previous quarterly task. The most crucial aspect was that upon completing the task, in addition to uncertain rewards, he would earn a task point. Although Zhao Chen currently possessed system points, the items in the system store could not be exchanged casually. Each item required a corresponding task point for redemption. For instance, an item from the T1 category necessitated 1 task point along with the corresponding system points to T present. Task points were precisely what Zhao Chen desperately needed. Don't blame me for being blunt. Facts are facts that I advise you to stop wasting time here and humiliating yourself. It would be better to return to your remote interstellar territory sooner rather than later. Zhang Haoran noticed that Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned by his words, believing he had struck a nerve. Meanwhile, Jiang Shasha observed everything indifferently. Although Zhang Haoran may have been excessive, if this could help Zhao Chen recognize the disparity between them and retreat, then that would be acceptable. At this moment, Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. Who is humiliating themselves remains to be seen. Zhao Chen raised his head, locking eyes with Zhang Haoran for the first time, his gaze imbued with provocation and mockery. Simultaneously, Zhao Chen's mind focused. Confirm task acceptance. Random task accepted. Task content. Challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him in the duel. Task difficulty, degrade. Task reward, 1 task point and 300 points. Failure penalty, deduction of 300 points. So there was a penalty for failure, resulting in an immediate deduction of 300 points. It is worth noting that Zhao Chen currently only had 100 points in his account. Should he fail the task, it would result in a negative balance. You, a person who does not even have a starship, what qualification do you have to speak here? If I were you, I would have rolled up my bedding and left. You don't even deserve to stay at Beiji Xing. Zhang Haoran pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Chen, visibly irritated. A fallen noble should accept humiliation quietly. How could this person repeatedly defy expectations? Since you were so confident, why not engage in Starship Duel? Zhao Chen retrieved a card from the collar of his student uniform. IT was the Academy's student identity card, which permitted him to study, live, and participate in various activities within the Academy, including Starship Duels. A Starship Duel? You against me? Zhang Haoran was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, standing up and walking directly to Zhao Chen's table. You, a person without a starship, what can you possibly use to compete against me? Do you think you are worthy? Of course, the time is not now. There is still a month until this semester concludes. Let's set it for before the end of June. I will inform you of the duel time then. If I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw from the Academy next semester. If you lose, Zhao Chen's gaze bore into Zhang Haoran's. I'll withdraw. Zhang Haoran interjected swiftly. At this moment, the situation had exceeded the expectations of Jiang Shasha and Li Wei. Li Wei stood up, pushing Zhang Haoran aside and positioning himself in front of Zhao Chen. Zhang Haoran, why not challenge me to a starship duel instead? Zhang Haoran glanced at Li Wei, spreading his hands as he chuckled. Everyone has seen it. It was Zhao Chen who proposed the starship duel. With Li Wei's father's influence, Zhang Haoran was reluctant to invite unnecessary trouble. Li Wei, let me handle this myself. Zhao Chen placed his hand on Li Wei's shoulder. But, if you still consider me a friend, trust me. Zhao Chen spoke earnestly. Li Wei clenched his teeth, reluctantly shooting a glare at Zhang Haoran. I could see that moment. A holographic projection appeared between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran. Third-year student Zhao Chen has challenged third-year student Zhang Haoran to a starship duel, tentatively scheduled within a month. You confirm. The commotion had already attracted considerable attention. It is known that starship duels are a rare occurrence, as they belong to the realm of practical combat, and starship duels inevitably lead to vessel damage and even casualties. Hence, at Beiji Xing Military Academy, there are typically only 4 or 5 such duels a month. Though I'm unsure where your confidence stems from, I will ensure you regret your decision today. Zhang Haoran disdainfully produced his identity card, accepting Zhao Chen's challenge. Thus, the duel information was logged into the Academy's database, awaiting final confirmation of the time. Li Wei, have you finished eating? If so, let's leave. Zhao Chen wiped his mouth, his demeanor as calm as if nothing had happened. Huh, oh, I finished eating. Li Wei, now devoid of any appetite, followed Zhao Chen out of the cafeteria. Zhang Haoran watched Zhao Chen's retreating figure, a cold smile creeping across his face. A person without a starship daring to challenge him? The embarrassment would ultimately fall upon Zhao Chen. Shasha, rest assured, once I defeat him and expel him from the Academy, he will no longer have the chance to entangle you. Zhang Haoran turned to Jiang Shasha, already assuming the posture of a victor. Jiang Shasha continued to gaze at Zhao Chen's departing figure, feeling inexplicably that he had changed significantly. Most importantly, she now realized that Zhao Chen had not once looked her in the eye throughout this entire encounter. Had he truly forgotten her, or was he merely pretending? For reasons unknown, Jiang Shasha felt a pang of unwillingness. Chapter 5. Exchange for 3 rubbish starships? This fellow must be insane. Zhao Chen, you were far too impulsive just now. I understand your animosity toward Zhang Haoran. He took Jiang Shasha away from you. But you cannot propose a starship duel. The application for the duel has already been submitted and cannot be cancelled. If it comes to that, I can lend you my T2 hyena. Li Wei walked alongside Zhao Chen, his anxious demeanor suggesting that he was the one participating in the duel rather than Zhao Chen. No need. I have a starship. Zhao Chen felt a warmth in his heart at the sight of Li Wei's genuine concern for him. Li Wei truly regarded him as a brother. Ever since their first day at the academy, Zhao Chen had assisted this privileged second generation from a trading family with his studies and projects. Without Zhao Chen's help, Li Wei would never have passed his exams over the past 3 years. From that moment on, their bond had deepened. You have Starship? How come I didn't know? Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Zhao Chen spent every hour of the day with him, except when sleeping or using the restroom. How could he possibly keep a Starship secret? Well, we can go exchange it right now. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. What? Exchange it now? Li Wei was taken aback, then covered his head in disbelief. My dear Baron, this is no joking matter. Are you suggesting you want to use one of the Academy's starships to duel Zhang Haoren? Half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Li Wei arrived at the Academy Starship warehouse. This place differed from the starport, where starships were docked and ready to depart at any moment. The Starship warehouse was meant for storing starships, some of which might be described as gathering dust, having been parked there for countless years. Hello, teacher. I'm here to exchange for a starship. Zhao Chen approached the counter of the warehouse administrator. The warehouse manager cast a glance at Zhao Chen. Perhaps due to the impending end of the term, he was aware that the third-year students had commenced preparations for the starships required for the next semester and had grown accustomed to students coming here to exchange for starships. Take a look for yourself. Here is the list that IT contains data on each type of starship, along with the required student credits, the warehouse manager said as he opened the inquiry panel, allowing Zhao Chen to explore. The display was filled with starships, nearly 300 in total. However, the vast majority were of T1 class and primarily second-hand vessels. After all, who would dock new starships here? Zhao Chen, your academic performance has been commendable. After 3 semesters, you should have accumulated around 30,000 credits. You can exchange for this T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, which is 20 years old and has minor hull damage. Although its design may seem somewhat outdated, its core technology remains quite comprehensive, Li Wei remarked, knowing that the decision regarding the Starship duel was already made, and they could only find ways to cope. Zhao Chen shook his head and continued to browse. Li Wei proceeded to introduce several T2 starships, all of which offered excellent value. Yet Zhao Chen remained noncommittal. Young master, how long do you intend to deliberate? While there are over 300 starships here, the most suitable options are limited to just a few, Li Wei observed, noting Zhao Chen's indecisiveness. I have made my selection, Zhao Chen declared. You have? Which one? Li Wei inquired, his curiosity piqued. Zhao Chen turned to the administrator. Teacher, as long as I have sufficient credits, can I exchange for multiple starships? Indeed, there are no limitations on the number of exchanges, the administrator confirmed with a nod. Zhao Chen proceeded to select several starships. Then I will take these 3. 3? Both Li Wei and the administrator were taken aback. They simultaneously examined the details of the 3 chosen starships, T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. In service for 59 years, the hull had previously sustained significant damage, and 3 main cannons were severely impaired, but have since been repaired. Requires 9,000 credits, T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. In service for 65 years. Requires 7,000 credits. T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship. In service for 80 years. Requires 11,000 credits. Upon reviewing the specifications of these 3 starships, both Li Wei and the administrator were left dumbfounded. These vessels were undoubtedly relics among the fleet housed in the warehouse. Are you certain you wish to exchange for these 3 starships? Have you considered this thoroughly? While they were decent vessels in their time, the Starship modules have severely deteriorated over the years, the administrator urged it. Li Wei quickly added, Zhao Chen, this is no laughing matter. Starship duels are one-on-one. Even if you select 3, it won't make a difference. I'm certain. I want these 3. Please proceed with the exchange. Zhao Chen insisted firmly. After the administrator confirmed the request multiple times, he finally facilitated the exchange for the 3 starships. Li Wei stood nearby, covering his face. He felt as if he were dreaming, utterly unable to comprehend Zhao Chen's decisions today. These 3 starships are now registered under your name, and you may retrieve them at any time. If you wish to continue storing them in the warehouse, it will be free for 1 month, after which a storage fee will apply, the administrator said, gazing at Zhao Chen with an expression of disbelief. Teacher, I can also use my credits to exchange for some starship components, correct? Furthermore, each student has the right to utilize the starship modification and maintenance dock free of charge for 30 days, and I have not used mine this semester. Zhao Chen. added. Indeed, the administrator nodded. Then I will draft a list of starship components, and I kindly ask you to arrange a starship dock to send all 3 starships along with the components, Zhao Chen requested. The administrator glanced at the list of components, noting their ordinary nature. Coincidentally, Zhao Chen's credits were just sufficient to cover these exchanges. Will you require the services of a starship engineer or technician? They can perform repairs and modifications according to your specifications, the administrator inquired. No, that won't be necessary, Zhao Chen replied, shaking his head. The administrator chose not to press further. I will have everything ready for you within half an hour, and you will receive the starship dock number. You may proceed directly there. Thank you, teacher, Zhao Chen responded. After completing the necessary arrangements, Zhao Chen and Li Wei departed the warehouse. What a peculiar student, the administrator muttered to himself. Once outside the starship warehouse, Li Wei could no longer contain himself. He grasped Zhao Chen's shoulder. Zhao Chen, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? What use are those 3 dilapidated starships? You are playing with your future. Zhao Chen remained calm and composed as he replied, Li Wei, trust me. I will manage this matter. You, forget it. I can't be bothered with you, Li Wei said, a hint of irritation in his tone as he waved Zhao Chen off. Zhao Chen felt helpless. Even if he explained his intentions to Li Wei now, he would not believe him. Rather than waste time, it would be more prudent to prove everything with results. Ding. Third-year student Zhao Chen has obtained usage rights for the small to medium-sized starship dock number 017. During the period of use, access is granted with the student identity card. Upon receiving this notification, Zhao Chen bid farewell to Li Wei and proceeded to the designated starship dock. Upon arriving at the dock's entrance, he scanned his student identity card, causing the door to automatically open, revealing an expansive space, no less than 3 to 5 football fields in size. A pungent aroma of rust and starship oil assaulted his senses. As Zhao Chen stepped inside, he beheld 3 starships seemingly awaiting his arrival. The hulls, covered in rust, bore witness to their age and the history of battles fought. Although the Academy had maintained them, the vessels had served for many years. Zhao Chen first approached the control panel in the workshop, bringing up various holographic screens. His fingers danced swiftly across the holographic keyboard as he entered data one after another. Eventually, the specifications of the 3 starships were clearly displayed, and Zhao Chen even edited their 3-dimensional models. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the models were divided into gray and red zones. Combining these areas will yield the desired result. Zhao Chen exclaimed enthusiastically, overlapping the red zones to form an indistinct starship silhouette, albeit unrefined. Subsequently, he retrieved a classified document from his handheld terminal, which contained data on another starship model that IT was none other than the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. Chapter 6. The assembly of the starship. In truth, Zhao Chen's intention behind exchanging for these 3 starships was quite simple. Given his current capabilities, constructing the T-3 starship awarded by the system was beyond his reach. However, by utilizing the technical blueprints provided for the T-3 Baofengsa-class light interstellar battleship as a foundation, he could potentially repurpose and assemble these 3 starships into a simplified version of the T-3 Baofengsa-class light interstellar battleship, with the mind of a top-tier starship engineer. After countless calculations, Zhao Chen determined that the feasibility of this plan was an impressive 80%. He eagerly mused about using the hull of the T-2 Magai-class medium interstellar battleship, complemented by performance modules from the T-2 Liego and T-2 Huilong. Upon finalizing the assembly plan, Zhao Chen immediately commenced his operations. He approached the control station, personally maneuvering the robotic arms to commence the cutting of the 3 starships. This marked Zhao Chen's inaugural venture into starship modification, yet the moment he began, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the task, as though he had performed it countless times before, executing each movement with remarkable precision. Even the most seasoned starship engineers at the Academy would marvel at the young man's skill and technique. Such fluidity in execution could only be achieved with decades of practical experience and an extensive reservoir of knowledge. Disassembling 3 starships was a considerable undertaking. Engaging mechanics or engineers for assistance would have been immensely beneficial. However, Zhao Chen could not afford this luxury. Firstly, he had depleted all his Academy credits on component exchanges. Secondly, this process could not be exposed to outsiders. Dismantling and reassembling 3 disparate starships into a brand new vessel Utilizing some core technologies of the T-3 Baofengsa-class light interstellar battleship could lead to dire consequences if discovered. Thus, the entire endeavor had to be managed solely by Zhao Chen. After some contemplation, he estimated that around 20 days would suffice for completion. Over the ensuing 3 weeks, Zhao Chen essentially abandoned all classes. With many assessments already concluded due to the impending finals and his credits sufficient for progression to the 4th year, his absence did not bear significant repercussions. However, news of Zhao Chen's dual challenge to Zhang Haoren spread throughout the 3rd year, drawing many students to his classroom, eager to glimpse the rumored fallen baron, only to leave disappointed. Beep, beep, beep. The workshop door flashed red, signaling someone sought entry. Initially, Zhao Chen ignored it, but the persistent tone continued for nearly 10 minutes. Unable to withstand it any longer, he dragged his weary body to the entrance and opened the door. Zhao Chen, have you lost your mind? As soon as the door cracked open, before he could discern the figure, a sharp voice reprimanded him, followed by a slender, fair leg stepping inside. Zhao Wanner immediately pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Chen, chastising him vehemently. Yet, Zhao Chen barely absorbed her words, leaning against the doorframe. Have you finished scolding me? If so, I'm gonna rest. He yawned, squinting at the strikingly beautiful woman before him, his sister, Zhao Wanner. Simultaneously a 4th-year student at the North Star Starship Academy, she would advance to 5th year the following year. The reason Zhao Chen remained a 3rd-year student while Zhao Wanner progressed to 4th was due to her exceptional talent. She completed the 3-year curriculum in just 1 year, surpassing her brother. With her striking looks, she had always been regarded as one of the Academy's beauties. Clad in a white military uniform, it was evident she had returned from practical assessments requiring starship piloting, having only recently come back to the Academy. Upon her arrival, she quickly learned of the situation and sought him out, observing Zhao Chen with dark circles under his eyes and disheveled hair. She noticed a makeshift bed near the workshop door, alongside a box of instant nutritional meals, with the remnants scattered about, emitting a foul odor. Several sets of unkempt Academy uniforms lay strewn on the floor, illustrating the state of Zhao Chen's life over the past month and a half. You still have time to rest. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Challenging Zhang Haoren to a starship duel over a woman, even wagering that the loser must withdraw from the Academy. Have you gone mad? Now van er, exasperated, sees Zhao Chen as ear. Normally, the force would have been painful, but fatigue overwhelmed Zhao Chen, causing him to collapse against her. With a thud, Zhao Wanner fell to the ground, Zhao Chen resembling a child leaning against her. This guy. In resignation, Zhao Wanner dragged Zhao Chen into the workshop. However, upon lifting her gaze to the expansive starship docking area, she was rendered speechless. There stood a starship, its hull evidently aged, not new. Some areas were uneven, bearing marks of past bombardments. Surrounding workstations were littered with various components. Despite its worn appearance, Zhao Wanner sensed an underlying ferocity emanating from the vessel. Most intriguingly, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with this starship, yet could not recall any reference to it from her studies. Vanya, the call brought her back to reality. Zhao Chen had now awakened, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Although he had only napped for about 10 minutes, he appeared significantly more alert. What is this? Zhao Wanner pointed at the unfamiliar starship. My starship, Zhao Chen instinctively replied. Are you trying to deceive me without even drafting a plan? I heard from that Li Wei fellow that you exchanged your academy credits for 3 old starships. Zhao Wanner paused mid-sentence, turning back to gaze at the starship in disbelief as understanding dawned upon her regarding the familiarity it evoked. Wanner, aren't you usually quite clever? How did you not realize this sooner? Zhao Chen teased, a smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 7. The first starship. Zero Baofengsa. Zhao Wanner meticulously examined the starship from top to bottom, astonished as she looked at Zhao Chen. This starship is assembled from those 3 T2 Yego, T2 Huelong, and T2 Maguei. She discerned why it felt familiar. The hull bore a striking resemblance to the T2 Maguei class medium interstellar battleship, with weapon modules akin to those of the T2 Liego class medium interstellar destroyer. In summary, this starship exhibited numerous characteristics of the 3 vessels. Indeed, Zhao Chen candidly acknowledged, while he could not disclose the details regarding the T3 Baofengsa class light interstellar battleship, the fact that he had assembled a starship could not remain hidden. The record from the starship warehouse would reveal his exchanges. and with his intention to duel Zhang Haoren using this starship, any discerning individual would connect the dots. You spent the past month and a half assembling this starship? When did you learn starship assembly? Zhao Wan'er regarded Zhao Chen with incredulity. Disassembling 3 starships and reassembling them into a single vessel is no trivial endeavor. The foremost concern is to ensure that each module of this starship can indeed be activated. Zhao Chen pointed at the starship and smiled. I have many secrets. Besides the courses from our captain's department, I have also clandestinely studied some aspects of starship engineering. This is my first starship, which I have named Zero No. Blizzard. While maybe a simplified version of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, using the name Blizzard feels somewhat inappropriate. Hence, I opted for a distinct title, Zero No. Blizzard. Zero No. Blizzard? Zhao Wan'er murmured, pondering this peculiar name. This starship, reminiscent of an interstellar battleship, yet also bearing the essence of a cruiser, and even a destroyer, was indeed an enigma. Are you certain it can truly be activated? Zhao Chen, I understand your feelings for Jiang Shasha, but that woman is genuinely unsuitable for you. You must not hang all your hopes on a single tree. And you are well aware of the circumstances surrounding our territory. We have painstakingly utilized the last of our resources to become students at the North Star Starship Academy. Only by graduating can we hope to rejuvenate our territory. Surely, you do not wish for your title to be reclaimed by the Empire. If you are expelled, how will you face our parents in the afterlife? And what of sister's sacrifice? Zhao Wan'er glared at Zhao Chen with indignation. Subsequently, she seized Zhao Chen's wrist and declared, I will seek the assistance of my close friend. She hails from a distinguished lineage and can negotiate with Zhang Haoren to cancel this duel. However, Zhao Wan'er found herself unable to move Zhao Chen. Instead, he unexpectedly swept her up in a princess carry. What are you doing? Zhao Wan'er's cheeks flushed. Let's go see my starship. Zhao Chen said little more, sprinting towards the starship's hatch while carrying Zhao Wan'er. They traversed the somewhat antiquated corridors of the ship and arrived at the bridge, the brain of the vessel. The bridge was not particularly spacious, measuring around 100 square meters, and, due to its inactive state, was shrouded in darkness. Zhao Chen gently set Zhao Wan'er down and approached the captain's chair, taking a seat and resting his hand on the armrest. Highest authority detected. Initiating identity verification. Captain Zhao Chen identity verification complete. Before Zhao Chen, a floating crystal control panel materialized, and he pressed several buttons. Initiating starship startup. Main control system activation in progress. Energy system activation in progress. With Zhao Chen officially commencing the activation of the starship, the lighting system on the bridge flickered to life, illuminating the entire area. Subsequently, this colossal machine began to awaken. Starship propulsion system self-diagnosis in progress. Diagnosis complete. Operating normally. Starship weapon system self-diagnosis in progress. Diagnosis complete. Operating normally. Mechanical voices echoed throughout the bridge. Zhao Chen's first starship had officially been awakened. All functional modules of the starship were operational, with 19 energy remaining. Zhao Chen jubilantly raised his fist. Although he possessed the technical knowledge, he could not guarantee success. To his astonishment, it had indeed activated on the first attempt. Can you believe it? It actually started. Zhao Wan'er was equally surprised. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Zhao Chen stepped down from the captain's chair and casually rested his hand on Zhao Wan'er's shoulder, akin to brothers. Despite their sibling relationship, Zhao Wan'er's consistent excellence often made her seem like the elder sibling. Rolling her eyes, Zhao Wan'er retorted, even if it can be activated, what does that matter? What is its combat capability? Can it perform in actual combat? I've heard that Zhang Haoren starship is a T2 vessel. Are you certain your assembled ship can compete? What if it falls apart before the battle even begins? Dear sister, why are you so skeptical of me? I assure you that in 10 minutes, I could easily defeat Zhang Haoren's T2 starship. Zhao Chen confidently crossed his fingers, forming a cross. Since when did you become such a braggart? Zhao Wan'er shot him a disbelieving glance. Moreover, you're the only one aboard this starship. There are no crew members. How do you plan to fight? With a sudden clap of his hands, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. How could I have overlooked that detail? No wonder I felt something was amiss when starting the starship. Zhao Wan'er, clutching her head, felt utterly exasperated with her older brother. I think I should consult my friend on how to handle this situation. Vanya, where can we find crew members the quickest? Zhao Chen eagerly inquired. Modifying and disassembling starships was his forte, but when it came to this matter, he felt utterly helpless. You haven't even considered these basics, yet you're thinking about a starship duel? Zhao Wanner was at a loss for words. Nonetheless, she patiently explained. There are generally three sources for crew members. One is students from other departments in the Starship Academy. Aside from our captain's department, there are various other specialized fields. The second channel involves recruiting retired soldiers from the Imperial military. These crew members are reliable in operation, but employing them incurs significant costs. The third channel involves less conventional sources, such as those previously engaged in gray markets, pirates, or slaves. In fact, the Academy provides channels for crew recruitment as well. You can connect your identity card to the Academy network, where there are dedicated channels. Zhao Chen stroked his chin and, without much thought, asked, which option is the cheapest? Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes, but understood that her brother had little money. The cheapest would be slaves, typically war captives, many of whom were once starship pilots. However, due to loyalty issues and their status, many are reluctant to employ slaves, often relegating them to menial tasks. As Zhao Wanner continued speaking, Zhao Chen had already connected his identity card to the Academy network. In a crew recruitment channel, he spotted the slave option in the far corner. Clicking on it revealed a list of slaves. After scanning the list, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up as if he had discovered treasure. This is it. Without hesitation, he clicked on an exchange option. Due to his depleted Academy points, he would use his personal account for payment. What have you done? Halvana asked, sensing an ominous premonition as she saw Zhao Chen contentedly closing the holographic projection interface. I've recruited a crew, Zhao Chen exclaimed. It said they would arrive within a day. Crew? What crew? Slave crew members. You said that was the cheapest option. How much did it cost? Not much, just 3,000 star coins. I recall that you only have a little over 3,000 star coins in your account. Exactly. Zhao Wanner's expression darkened as she realized her older brother's utter irresponsibility. Look, here's the list. Zhao Chen eagerly showed Zhao Wanner the list of slaves he had purchased, complete with images. Upon viewing the images, Zhao Wanner was taken aback. They were all female half-beasts. Zhao Chen, she scolded her brother, who had lost his senses, and stormed away in frustration. In her eyes, her brother was deluded and stubborn. She felt compelled to prepare for the worst, ready to clean up the mess Zhao Chen had created. After Zhao Wanner left, Zhao Chen freshened up, had a good night's sleep, and changed into clean clothes. At that moment, the crew members he had ordered arrived. Greetings. May I inquire if you are Mr. Zhao Chen? Here are the 100 slaves you ordered. Please present your identification card. A man with a professional smile appeared at the entrance of Zhao Chen's workshop. Behind him were 10 mechanical carts covered in black cloth, each towering 3 meters high, 4 to 5 meters long, and 2 meters wide. Apart from this, no other personnel were visible. Zhao Chen presented his identification card and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Where are the individuals I requested?" "Right inside here," the man replied, unveiling one of the carts to reveal iron cages within. Each cage was approximately a cubic meter in height, containing a half-orc sitting with arms wrapped around their knees. Their clothing was tattered, and electronic shackles adorned their necks and ankles, each exhibiting a haggard and fearful demeanor. This software can control the electronic shackles around their necks, which are capable of delivering electric shocks or triggering self-destruction. Unless you input the password to unlock them, any external interference will result in detonation, the man explained. I see. Are these cages included in the delivery? Zhao Chen inquired, gesturing towards the tools. Of course, the man chuckled. These half-orcs have been under oppression for quite some time. It is a rare occasion that someone is willing to purchase them, so throwing in a few mechanical carts and cages is nothing. I can manage moving them myself, Zhao Chen said, proceeding to push the 10 mechanical carts into the workshop and unveiling the black cloths entirely. The half-orcs were laid bare before Zhao Chen's eyes. They exhibited a variety of forms. Some were covered in fur resembling beasts, while others appeared more human but bore beastly ears or tails. The majority of these half-orcs exhibited features of dogs, pigs, and sheep. One, however, stood out prominently. It was a female half-orc with white fur and piercing blue eyes, radiating a sense of rage, resentment, and defiance, with a pair of truncated white ears atop her head and a similarly severed white tail. Her face and body were marred by numerous unsightly scars. Had it not been for these imperfections, she would have undoubtedly conformed to human aesthetic standards. Zhao Chen recognized this female half-orc. For the primary reason he had chosen this batch of half-orcs was her presence. Hello, General Charlotte, he greeted. The white-haired half-orc appeared startled that he had spoken her name, especially with the title. General Charlotte, born in the Black Star domain of the Warhammer Interstellar Tribal Confederation, belonged to the White Tiger tribe. Discontent with the local lord's oppression of half-orc tribes, she rose in rebellion, establishing an interstellar resistance. Over 3 years, she commanded her fleet through no fewer than 50 space battles, once leading a fleet of 300 against 500 of the Lord's ships, ultimately achieving a Pyrrhic victory by destroying one of their T-3 starships. However, 3 months prior, due to betrayal, her operations were compromised, leading to an ambush by enemy forces vastly superior in number, resulting in the complete destruction of her fleet. She subsequently vanished, only to find herself reduced to slavery and sold to the Xingyao Empire. Zhao Chen recounted the general's exploits in detail. Hearing her past spoken aloud, Charlotte's expression grew distant. Zhao Chen opened her cage and sat down on the floor before her. What do you say? Care to have a conversation? Charlotte scoffed with self-mockery. Talk? I am but a prisoner now. What is there to discuss? Perhaps we could discuss your freedom and that of your fellow half-orc soldiers who have suffered the same fate. Zhao Chen's words piqued Charlotte's attention, and she regarded him warily. What do you mean? To be direct, I possess a starship, yet I lack a crew. Thus, I hope that you and your people may serve as my crew, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Charlotte laughed derisively. So, you wish to employ us as free labor? You bought us as slaves for this purpose, did you not? No, no, no. What I seek are crew members, not slaves, genuine warriors willing to fight for me. Zhao Chen corrected her. Half-orcs will never fight for another, Charlotte asserted, her eyes flashing with pride. You must consider not only your own circumstances, but also those of the half-orc warriors who once fought alongside you. As I understand it, nearly 30,000 half-orc slaves were sold to the Xingyao Empire following your defeat. I merely purchased 100 of them, while the fates of the others remain uncertain. Do you not wish to save them? Zhao Chen pressed, locking eyes with Charlotte. Charlotte's expression faltered, revealing her hesitation. Sensing his success, Zhao Chen rose to his feet. If you fight for me, I promise that, within my means, I will procure all the half-orc warriors scattered throughout the Xingyao Empire who were once your subordinates. Moreover, if you lead them in service to me for 3 years, upon completion, you and they shall be free. What say you? Will you fight for me, or rather, will you fight for your freedom? Zhao Chen extended his hand towards Charlotte in her cage. Charlotte's expression was a tumult of emotions, yet ultimately, she reached out her hand and clasped his. Nevertheless, she retorted defiantly, I do this for my kin. Chapter 9. Vice Captain Beastwoman Charlotte 100 half-orcs sat on the floor, eagerly consuming the tasteless synthetic food presented in front of them, using their hands to grasp the meager portions. Despite the unpalatable nature of the sustenance, they devoured it ravenously, for as slaves, they had seldom experienced the luxury of a full meal. Slave traders were never known for their kindness. After the meal, Zhao Chen arranged for them to wash and don fresh attire, followed by familiarization with their future roles aboard the ship. Zhao Chen sat beside Charlotte, sharing the same meal. As a former fleet commander, Charlotte was more conscious of her demeanor compared to the other half-orc soldiers. She took her time to chew her food. Observing Zhao Chen's identical meal, she expressed surprise. You eat this too? Why not? I'm not afraid to tell you that your captain is currently quite impoverished. The rations I have stored will barely sustain us for half a month. As for future provisions, it will depend on your performance, Zhao Chen lamented. Charlotte noted Zhao Chen's lack of pretense, and her attitude towards him softened considerably. However, she scrutinized him with narrowed eyes. Why is it that you have only recruited female half-orcs? Generally, in combat, there's a tendency to favor males. I assure you, you need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions towards them. I merely recruited female soldiers for specific reasons that I cannot elaborate on at the moment, Zhao Chen replied, raising his hands in a gesture of reassurance. Charlotte's gaze bore into Zhao Chen. If I discover any misconduct on your part towards them, our agreement will be null and void. I refuse to allow them to sacrifice their dignity and bodies for freedom. Zhao Chen shook his head in exasperation. You need not worry on that front. I have no such designs. However, for various reasons, I could only recruit female soldiers this time. Charlotte's eyes narrowed as she glared at Zhao Chen. Strangely, there was something endearing about the fierce expression on the white-haired half-orc, despite the scars and wounds marring her appearance. Those scars on you, Did you inflict them upon yourself? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte did not evade the question, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, my resistance was betrayed, leading to our complete annihilation. In that moment, had I not acted as I did, I would have been recognized by those traitors. They would not have shown mercy in selling a general of the resistance as a mere slave. Zhao Chen comprehended the underlying reasons. Should Charlotte be recognized by the enemy and captured, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. Even if she were not recognized, given her previous appearance, her outcome would scarcely be any better. However, the fact that you could identify me came as quite a surprise. Charlotte glanced at Zhao Chen, her curiosity piqued. Zhao Chen had recognized her at first glance, which directly indicated that he was indeed here for her. During my studies at the academy, I researched some of your battles and viewed several images of you. In fact, when I saw your likeness on the slave list, I was hesitant to confirm it. After all, the current you differs vastly from what you once were. You resembled the dawn itself. It was only when I played a trick on you that I was certain you were General Charlotte. Zhao Chen chuckled. This was largely thanks to the memories of this body, a bookworm that relished perusing the battle records of various races. Charlotte rolled her eyes, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her identity. In truth, with the current medical technology, it would be entirely feasible to repair the wounds and scars on your body. Zhao Chen stated, having reviewed Charlotte's prior images. She was undoubtedly a beauty, even by human standards. In the academy, she would have been considered a campus belle. Not necessary. A warrior does not concern herself with her outward appearance. Charlotte coldly rejected the suggestion. Seeing her resoluteness, Zhao Chen refrained from further discussion. After all, the means to do so were not currently available. Such medical restoration technology is quite costly. After finishing their meal, Zhao Chen suggested, "Let us first examine your future workplace." He gestured towards the iron starship. Charlotte did not decline and accompanied Zhao Chen aboard the number 0 Blizzard. "Is this the starship you assembled?" Charlotte inquired as she walked through the ship's corridor. Zhao Chen nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I utilized modules from the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship to construct this starship, which I named number 0 Blizzard. I'm not particularly familiar with these 3 types of starships, but judging by the condition of a ship's interior, it is quite aged, with many parts showing signs of wear. A starship of this caliber does not inspire confidence in its combat capabilities," Charlotte remarked without reservation. No. I believe you will soon revise your current opinion. You will come to adore this starship," Zhao Chen said with a mysterious smile. Charlotte remained indifferent, accepting her situation, regardless of the nature of this starship. She had no other options. At least this fellow had not revealed any undesirable qualities thus far, although his recruitment of female half-beasts raised some suspicion. Soon, the two arrived at the bridge of the number 0 Blizzard, marking Charlotte's first visit and Zhao Chen's second. The last time he had come here was with his sister, Zhao. Charlotte surveyed the bridge, noting its conventional layout, lacking any remarkable features. "You will be responsible for assigning the positions of those half-beast crew members. I require them to develop effective combat capabilities in the shortest time possible," Zhao Chen instructed. Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen and stipulated, "If that is the case, I need to familiarize myself with some of the starship's performance modules." Before she could finish, Zhao Chen presented her with a handheld terminal. "I have already registered your information within. You now possess the highest level of access to this starship, aside from myself. You may review the vast majority of the starship's data. From this moment onward, you are the vice captain of this starship." Charlotte gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment, accepting the handheld terminal and regarding him skeptically. "Do you trust me so readily? Are you not concerned that I might betray you?" Zhao Chen wore a gentle smile. In truth, he had employed the system skill, Inside Eye, as soon as Charlotte boarded the starship. Since Zhao Chen was the captain, he met the criteria for utilizing Inside Eye. Under the observation of Inside Eye, Charlotte currently bore no intention of harm or hostility toward Zhao Chen. However, her loyalty remained uncertain. Yet that was sufficient. Zhao Chen did not expect Charlotte to pledge her allegiance to him within such a brief period. As long as she was willing to work for him, that was enough. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen maintained a facade of ease, settling into the captain's chair. "I trust my choice. My dear Vice Captain, it is time for you to commence your duties." Chapter 10. The Maiden Voyage of Number 0 Blizzard. In response to Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte pondered for a moment without further comment. Securing the handheld terminal to her wrist, she accessed the relevant data regarding the starship. This revelation was astonishing. Charlotte's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Zhao Chen. Is the data on this starship genuinely accurate? Of course it is, Zhao Chen replied, almost boastfully. How do you find my starship? Charlotte's expression turned serious. If the data displayed here is true, then this starship is virtually unbeatable in duels among T2 starships. An unbeatable entity. What a terrifying assessment. If Zhao Wan'er and Li Wei were to hear such a judgment, they would surely scoff. How could a starship assembled from 3 dilapidated vessels be deemed unbeatable among T2 starships? What nonsense. Wait, let us venture out for a trial run. You can conveniently assign the crew members their positions. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Due to my limited funds at present, this trial run will serve as a familiarization and training phase for you all. I hope you can swiftly master the operation of this starship. May I see the list of slaves you purchased? Charlotte inquired. Certainly. You can find it within your permissions. Charlotte accessed the crew member selection list, which included the 100 half-beast slaves. All of them were Charlotte's companions, softening her gaze while filling her heart with guilt. The thought that many of her kin remained as captives distressed her. Fortunately, these were all experienced crew members. Given that this starship is merely T2 in classification, they could likely master its operation within 3 to 5 hours and be ready for battle. Charlotte responded. Zhao Chen smiled with satisfaction. After some time, Charlotte became acquainted with the number 0 blizzard, and the other half-beast crew members had also completed their preparations. I have arranged the positions for these half-beast crew members. Only 50 are needed to operate this number 0 blizzard. Charlotte presented Zhao Chen with a list. The excess will serve as backup personnel for various roles. Let them familiarize themselves with the working environment. Zhao Chen instructed, as this was his first starship, it would not be his last. Eventually, these crew members could be assigned to other starships as well. I have already submitted a request to the starport for departure. The time I rented this starship workshop is nearly up, and I utilize my dwindling funds to lease a berth at the Academy starport. After the trial run and training, we will return directly to the starport berth. I have procured some basic bedding and living supplies. From now on, you will reside aboard this starship. As for the living provisions, I will find a way later. Zhao Chen concluded, feeling a pang of anxiety in his heart. His account balance was dwindling, and soon he would need to support 100 half-beast maidens. He had to devise a means of generating income. It was somewhat disheartening to think that a dignified interstellar lord could find himself in such a financially precarious situation. Indeed, Charlotte accepted Zhao Chen's orders. Gradually embracing her new identity, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, surveying the weathered bridge of the ship. His resolve was unwavering. He was determined to possess a true T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. This area is designated as your living quarters, with 5 individuals assigned to a single room. In terms of dining, there are now 2 meals provided daily, which must be collected punctually from the dining area. Each work position is divided into 3 shifts, rotating among the crew. Do you understand? Charlotte gazed at the 100 half-orc crew members before her, a wave of nostalgia washing over her, reminiscent of her days in the rebel interstellar fleet. Months had passed, yet it felt like a lifetime. General, are we truly going to fight for those humans? A half-orc female crew member raised her hand and inquired. The mood among the other half-orcs was also dismal. After all, their status as slaves weighed heavily upon them. You were all once my subordinates, and it was my incompetence that led to your current plight. If you are willing to trust me once more, I promise to restore your freedom. Captain Zhao Chen assured them that if they fought for him for 3 years, he would grant them their liberty. Furthermore, should they achieve military honors, he would seek out their companions sold into the Starry Empire. Perhaps you do not trust the humans, but I, Charlotte, choose to believe in that man. So please, trust me. I vow upon the honor of the Baihu clan to bring you all home. Charlotte's words and fervor resonated with the half-orc warriors present. This moment did not escape Zhao Chen's notice, as he observed it through the surveillance cameras of the ship's bridge, located in the 80th sector of the starship. It must be noted, Charlotte spoke plainly. She was fighting for Zhao Chen, not out of loyalty, but for freedom. Zhao Chen found no offense in this. Rather, it was this very honesty that led him to trust Charlotte. He could not abide those who would simply kneel before him, professing their loyalty for the sake of servitude. Soon, The once chaotic Starship workshop was cleared of all that could be taken, and the navigation channels of the Starship were opened. Zero Blizzard is permitted to enter the D-13 auxiliary route. Zhao Chen, seated in the captain's chair, glanced at his first officer, Charlotte, as well as the dozen half-orc crew members now present on the bridge. Set sail, Zhao Chen commanded. Charlotte transmitted the order. Activate the Starship's engines and enter the D-13 auxiliary route. The half-orc crew members operated the ship somewhat awkwardly, yet managed to proceed without incident. Minutes later, the Zero Blizzard emerged from a navigation channel within the interstellar city of Beijing Starship Academy. The bridge of the Zero Blizzard was fully enclosed, relying on external imaging devices to project various views of the cosmos onto screens within the bridge. As Zhao Chen beheld the celestial images displayed before him, a surge of excitement filled his heart. He was now aboard his starship, traversing the universe. Captain, we are set to conduct 29 test flight exercises. Please issue your commands. Charlotte, the first officer, stated. Commence, Zhao Chen replied. Having a competent subordinate is a blessing, as it allows one to delegate tasks rather than handle everything personally. Course set for 071299. Starship engine power output at 30, speed at 30 knots. Charlotte expertly issued the navigation commands. Subsequently, the Zero Blizzard embarked on its inaugural test flight. Continue on this course, full power output from the Starship engines, speed at 100 knots. All compartments on the Starship should monitor relevant data closely and report any anomalies immediately. Charlotte, now engaged in the final test flight exercise, called for maximum speed. This was a test of how the Starship would perform under maximum and extreme conditions. It was also the aspect of the ship that concerned Charlotte the most. For less than a month prior, it had merely been 3 separate starships. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Report, engine systems are functioning normally. Power supply is stable. Report, hull structure is intact. Report, navigation is stable with no anomalies. 3 hours later, Charlotte exhaled a sigh of relief. She turned to Zhao Chen. Standing at attention. Report, Captain, the Zero Blizzard has successfully completed all 29 test flight exercises. Please advise. Return to base, Zhao Chen said with a smile. I believe someone is eagerly awaiting a beating. Chapter 11. Do you not believe in me? Then I shall demonstrate my victory to you. In Class 8 of Beijing Starship Academy. Oh dear, has Zhao Chen from your class skipped class again today? Is he too scared to show up? A mocking voice echoed through the classroom during a break. Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom displayed expressions of displeasure. They needed no guesswork to identify the intruder, Zhang Haoren from Class 2, along with his band of sycophants. Ever since Zhao Chen agreed to a starship duel with Zhang Haoren, the latter had taken to parading around Class 8, flaunting his bravado. After several instances of not encountering Zhao Chen, and learning that Zhao Chen had taken an extended leave of absence since that day, Zhang Haoren's arrogance soared. Convinced that Zhao Chen was terrified of him. Zhang Haoren, this is our Class 8 classroom. If you have no business here, kindly return to your Class 2. A cold-faced girl stepped forward, addressing Zhang Haoren with a frosty glare. Please, there's no school rule against visiting other classrooms during break time. Besides, I'm here looking for your dear classmate Zhao Chen. He challenged me to a duel. With June fast approaching, I'm just concerned he might forget about it. Hence my visit to remind him, Zhang Haoren replied, his gaze scrutinizing the class flower and leader of Class 8, Shen Bing. Zhao Chen has not attended class for over half a month. If you wish to find him, please do so on your own and do not disturb us. Shen Bing stated coldly. Oh, aren't you all one big happy family in Class 8? Acting as if Zhao Chen isn't a part of your group, Zhang Haoren laughed. At this moment, his entourage joined in with their own jibes. I reckon that Zhao Chen is simply frightened, hiding away and avoiding everyone. Once June arrives, he'll scurry back to his territory. Coward, if you're too afraid to duel, why agree to it in the first place? I say, our esteemed Zhang Haoren should show some mercy and let Zhao Chen grovel on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Hearing the jeers from the doorway infuriated the students of Class 8, yet they found themselves powerless against the superior standing of Class 2, where Zhang Haoren and his friends hailed from. This led to most of the Class 8 students, lacking both strong personalities and academic prowess, to swallow their frustrations, save for the fiercely competitive Shen Bing. Consequently, resentment toward Zhao Chen brewed among the Class 8 students. He had embarrassed them all. Previously, when he lacked capability, they could bear the exclusion from their peers, but now he was stirring up trouble outside, dragging them into his mess. Such a person ought to withdraw from school immediately. Zhang Haoran, if you're so capable, why not challenge me to a duel? Shouting here accomplishes nothing. And the duel is set for the end of June. It's not even time yet. Li Wei could no longer contain himself and confronted Zhang Haoran. Though his father, a star merchant, had repeatedly advised him to maintain a low profile, he could not stand idly by while his friend was mocked and bullied. Li Wei, are you trying to stand up for that useless brother of yours? Honestly, your choice of friends is quite poor. Why associate with a worthless baron who holds no utilitarian value? Zhang Haoran disregarded Li Wei's words, continuing to deride Zhao Chen. Li Wei was filled with rage. Since someone can no longer restrain themselves from initiating the withdrawal process, I shall benevolently facilitate their endeavor. At this moment, a leisurely voice drifted in from outside the door, capturing everyone's attention. Zhao Chen, who had been absent for a considerable time, strolled in nonchalantly, casting a mocking gaze at Zhang Haoran and his entourage. The fact that Zhao Chen, who had been missing for nearly a month, had suddenly reappeared was astonishing. Well, I thought you had hidden away in fear, Zhang Haoran remarked, somewhat surprised, yet not particularly worried. To him, Zhao Chen was nothing more than an insignificant insect, easily crushed at his whim. I merely took a short respite. Yet someone couldn't wait to seek a fight, Zhao Chen responded with a calm demeanor. Since that is the case, let's set our duel for tomorrow. What say you, young Master Zhang? Zhao Chen stated with an air of indifference. Li Wei hurriedly approached Zhao Chen and whispered, Zhao Chen, remain composed. This starship duel is no trivial matter. Once commenced, there is no room for regret. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing, Zhao Chen reassured, patting Li Wei's shoulder. Stubbornness shall only solidify our duel's timing, Zhang Haoran declared, brandishing his student ID card while challenging Zhao Chen. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen produced his own ID card. Under the watchful eyes of all, the two formally established the time for their duel, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, in the simulated duel arena of the No. 2 Starship at Beijing Starship Academy. Now that all is settled, kindly escort your lackeys away. Do not disturb our classmates' studies. Zhao Chen issued an eviction order. Zhang Haoran's followers glared in outrage. How dare this waste of space insult them? Zhang Haoran restrained his followers, for now that the duel date was set. They need only wait for the moment to emerge victorious, thereby humiliating this baron and forcing him to withdraw in disgrace. I look forward to tomorrow's battle. Do not go missing again, Zhang Haoran taunted as he turned to leave with his entourage. Zhao Chen returned to his seat with an air of calm. The other students in the classroom began to murmur amongst themselves, most of them with derisive comments. Zhao Chen is truly deluded. What capability does he possess to challenge Zhang Haoran? He may not even have a starship, while Zhang Haoran boasts a brand new T2 starship. They lamented that Zhao Chen's potential embarrassment might also reflect poorly on Class 8, which he would be responsible for. Zhao Chen disregarded their words, knowing that only results could silence them. Li Wei, sitting beside Zhao Chen, was about to speak when another voice interjected. If one lacks sufficient strength, all they do is wrong. After all, you are part of Class 8, and I do not wish for you to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Shinbing, the class leader of humble origins, addressed Zhao Chen coolly. Zhao Chen looked at her. Do you not believe I can win, class leader? What do you think? Shinbing retorted without reservation. Zhao Chen shrugged. Let us wait and see. Unable to persuade him, Shinbing turned away, her indifference deepening. Old Zhao, are you truly going to duel Zhang Haoran? Li Wei asked with a serious expression. Absolutely, assuredly, and without doubt, Zhao Chen responded, somewhat irritated by the repetitive questioning. It was time to demonstrate their strength for future endeavors. Li Wei observed Zhao Chen, noting a significant change in his temperament since a month ago. Since you have made your decision, then so be it. Tomorrow, you shall battle with my T2 hyena. My first officer is a starship captain with 20 years of combat experience aboard T2 starships. You need only entrust everything to him. Do not worry, I possess a starship. Zhao Chen replied helplessly. With those 3 dilapidated starships you exchanged, how could you possibly win? Li Wei was exasperated by Zhao Chen's obstinacy, understanding that further explanation was futile. Zhao Chen made an excuse and left the classroom. At this point, it seemed no one believed Zhao Chen could triumph in the duel. Therefore, he was determined to win and prove them wrong. Chapter 12. Zhang Haoran's Starship, T2 White Eagle class light interstellar cruiser. On the following day, the No. Three Starship dual area of Beijing Starship Academy had been prearranged. It was situated in an outer region of the Academy, composed of several abandoned and desolate asteroids. This area was designated for Starship simulation battles and duels. At this moment, the duel was being broadcast live over the Academy's internal network, a customary practice for Starship duels. In Class 8, someone had tuned into the broadcast channel, projecting a holographic display in the center of the classroom. When is Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoren's duel set to commence? I checked the announcement. It was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and it is already 10. According to the duel regulations, both starships must arrive at the battle area within half an hour of the appointed time. Look, that must be Zhang Haoren's starship. It is a T2 White Eagle class light interstellar cruiser. That is among the finest T2 class interstellar cruisers of our stellar empire, with a speed second only to that of T2 interstellar frigates. I heard that this T2 White Eagle is currently priced at no less than 7 million star coins, and it is in high demand, yet low supply. Even if one wishes to purchase it, they might not be able to find one. The students of Class 8 were now resigned to Zhao Chen's doom, for how could he possibly contend against such a formidable starship? Could Zhao Chen present a starship superior to that one? Class leader Shen Bing gazed at the T2 White Eagle cruiser without the envy exhibited by her classmates, for she had studied this starship and found it to be more of a flashy product than a truly formidable vessel. Its sole advantage lay in its speed, while its other configurations could only be likened to a modified interstellar destroyer. Due to its designation as a light starship, its hull armor was not particularly robust, and its firepower did not meet the standards of a typical T2 interstellar cruiser. However, in a duel between single starships, if the captain of the T2 White Eagle commanded it with sufficient precision, they could employ a kite-fighting strategy, relying on high speed to defeat most starships. Yet, in the reality of interstellar warfare, facing fleet-level battles, such advantages would prove minimal. Class leader, do you think Zhao Chen stand a chance? Shen Bing's friend inquired curiously. Leaning closer to her, Shen Bing was not esteemed as the class leader merely for her beauty. She was the most accomplished student in Class 8. Had it not been for her humble background, she could have easily ranked among the top classes. Nevertheless, she had consistently placed within the top 10 of her grade during the past 3 years of theoretical examinations, earning her the title of Commoner Scholar. Very slim. Shen Bing replied coolly. He was so confident yesterday. Isn't that merely a slap in his own face? If I were him, I would have fled back to my territory and quietly accepted being a worthless barren. Her friend mocked without restraint. At that moment, numerous disparaging remarks echoed throughout the class. Class 8 was predominantly comprised of students from common backgrounds or families engaged in interstellar trade. Zhao Chen stood as a stark exception. His status as a baron was scorned by the nobility and resented by his peers among the commoners, leading to widespread rejection of this baronial student. Shen Bing remained silent, reflecting on Zhao Chen's confident demeanor from the previous day. Was it merely arrogance? Why hasn't Zhao Chen's starship appeared yet? There are less than 15 minutes remaining before the half-hour limit expires. This scoundrel wouldn't actually run away, would he? I truly do not care whether he wins or loses. But this is a disgrace to our Class 8. Forget it, forget it. In any case, he has lost, and we won't have to see that wretched face next semester. The students of Class 8 mocked and jeered. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the room. It was Li Wei. He slammed his fist against the wall, casting a cold gaze over all the students in the classroom. Anyone who met Li Wei's eyes quickly averted their gaze. Li Wei held a prestigious status in Class 8, given that his father was a wealthy businessman. Zhao Chen, regardless of the circumstances, is still one of us, and while you may not cheer for your classmate, you should refrain from deriding him. Where is the camaraderie you learned in military training? Li Wei scolded. The students in the classroom did not respond directly to Li Wei, but whispers of discontent could be heard, mostly not of kind words. At that moment, a voice emerged from Li Wei. It was the teacher for the class. All right, class is beginning. Please return to your seats. The teacher shot a glance at Li Wei before stepping to the podium, preparing to commence the lesson. Li Wei clenched his fists and silently returned to his seat. He was deeply concerned about Zhao Chen, but he had been unable to contact him since this morning. Look, that peculiar starship could be Zhao Chen's? Someone suddenly exclaimed. All eyes turned toward the holographic broadcast window, where, amidst the cosmos that previously only displayed the T2 White Eagle, another starship slowly approached. The hull bore the most ordinary iron-colored paint. And compared to Zhang Howren's T2 White Eagle, this starship appeared dilapidated, with several areas clearly patched up. What kind of starship is this? I don't recognize it. It looks like a star battleship, but its weaponry is not of the caliber one would expect from a star battleship. This shabby starship. I estimate that a single shot from Zhang Howren's T2 White Eagle would obliterate it. Upon seeing this strange starship, the students of Class 8 regarded it with disdain. Shenbing, you're academically proficient. Do you recognize what kind of starship this is? Her friend inquired. Shenbing studied it carefully, furrowing her brow. This starship exhibits structural features of 3 different models. The T2 Hyena-class medium star destroyer, the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium star battleship, and the T2 Gray Wolf-class light star cruiser. Could it be an assembled starship? An assembled starship? Zhao Chen plans to defeat a T2 White Eagle with an assembled starship? Surely he must be dreaming, her friend scoffed. Shenbing stared at the vintage assembled starship, remaining silent. Class is starting. Shut down any irrelevant distractions. Your foremost priority is learning, not engaging in trivial matters. One must be diligent and grounded in reality, the teacher announced as class commenced. Yet, there seemed to be an undertone in the words. Li Wei clenched his fists, feeling a surge of indignation. The holographic video in the classroom was also turned off. Li Wei yearned to know the outcome of Zhao Chen's battle with Zhang Howren, but his academic standing was not on par with Zhao Chen's. Missing a month of classes would not lead to retention, but he needed to attend every lesson. The only thing Zhao Chen had left him was a message not to worry and to focus on his studies, awaiting good news from him. However, under such circumstances, who could concentrate on their studies? Not just him. Many in Class 8 were also curious, not about the outcome, but rather how Zhao Chen would lose. It was likely to be quite embarrassing. Chapter 13. The duel begins. White Eagle versus Zero Storm Snow. Dual arbitration area of Starship Number 3. This is a small space hub dedicated to adjudicating the duels in the Number 3 Starship Arena, and it also serves as the primary viewing area. With fewer than 100 spectators, today's audience was adorned with the most stunning sights. The renowned beauties from Beijing Starship Military Academy were all present. Your brother really came? A petite girl, barely 5 feet tall with twin ponytails, exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Wanner wore a complex expression. He lacks other notable traits. But his stubbornness is remarkable. Is that the starship you mentioned that your brother assembled himself? I can't believe it is operational. Beside her stood a cold yet beautiful girl, tall, with waist-length hair, who remarked with her arms crossed. In just a month, he assembled 3 old starships into one functional vessel. Your brother is quite adept in starship engineering. Zhao Wanner glanced at the icy beauty, biting her lip. Sulan, if my brother truly loses, could you possibly speak to Zhang Howren about retracting the wager? Both of these girls were close friends. The ponytailed girl was her classmate, Xue Xiao. The poised beauty before her was her senior, Sulan. Sulan held a prominent status, reputedly commanding respect even from the Academy's dean. It might be manageable before the duel, but after. Sulan frowned slightly, seeing Zhao Wanner's pleading expression, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Reluctantly, she said, it shouldn't be a problem to prevent your brother from being expelled, but he will surely face humiliation from Zhang Howren. As long as he isn't expelled, that's all that matters. Zhao Wanner nodded eagerly, happily linking her arm with Sulan's. I knew you would come through for me, Sulan. Vanya, your brother hasn't even fought yet. How can you be so sure he will lose? The ponytailed girl mumbled. Zhao Wanner replied, how could he possibly win? What kind of starship does he have? And what does the other possess? The T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser is worth 7 million star coins. Among the starships owned by students in our academy, it ranks among the top 10 in terms of combat capability. She gazed at the assembled starship with a mix of emotions, hoping her brother could triumph, yet recognizing the sheer improbability of it. At that moment, the arbitration team had begun to contact the captains of both starships, and 2 video feeds appeared before the arbitration team. One side displayed the bridge of the T2 White Eagle, where Zhang Howren sat in a lavish military uniform, an outfit likely procured from an unknown source. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, likely a retired military officer, as his demeanor suggested. The other side's bridge appeared far more modest. Zhao Chen sat in an old captain's chair, wearing a faint smile. Behind him stood a young girl, a white-haired half-orc with a cold expression and visible scars on her face. A half-orc? The ponytailed girl gasped. Zhao Wanner covered her face, exclaiming helplessly, After assembling this starship, my brother had little funds left, so he could only purchase a batch of half-orc slaves as his crew. Half-orc crew members? Sulan froned slightly, increasingly feeling that her friend's brother was quite unreliable. The duel was set between Zhang Haoran, a third-year student from Class 2, and Zhao Chen, a third-year student from Class 8. Aside from prohibiting leaving the duel area, the rules allowed for unrestricted combat. Victory would be determined by one starship surrendering, losing its combat capability, or a ruling by the arbitration team. Once the arbitration team announced the final result, combat would cease immediately and no further attacks could be made. Duelists, do you understand the rules clearly? A middle-aged male referee announced. Understood, Zhang Haoran sneered, seeing the video window displaying Zhao Chen. He could hardly believe this fool dared to face him, especially piloting such a dilapidated starship. He was certain to win this duel. Understood, Zhao Chen appeared remarkably composed, even yawning nonchalantly, as if the events about to unfold were of little concern to him. The adjudication team will randomly select a birth point for both starships within the dual star domain, and you are required to reach this designated point within 10 minutes. At that time, the battle will commence as announced by the judges. After the chief referee spoke, he activated a device. Soon, on the star map of this battleground, two circles appeared, one blue and one red, indicating the respective birth points of both parties. The starships also received this location information and began their navigation towards the specified area. At that moment, Zhang Haoran taunted Zhao Chen through the video window, clapping his hands as he spoke. Zhao Chen, I admire your courage. I never expected you would actually dare to show up. Where did you dig out that dilapidated starship? The armor seems as if it would shatter upon impact. If I obliterate your starship with a single shell, wouldn't that be a bit cruel? A sinister grin spread across Zhang Haoran's face. After all, killing the opponent in a starship duel does not violate any rules. Zhao Chen stretched lazily and scratched his ear. Are you done? Once you finish, you might want to consider booking a flight home. Zhang Haoran's lips twitched as he pointed at Zhao Chen. You really want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well. I will soon make you taste the disparity in our strengths. You, Zhao Chen, are nothing but a worthless baron, while I am destined to become a viscount. Even a count. At that moment, the video connection between both parties was severed by the adjudication team. Zhang Haoran turned to the vice captain, Wang, whom his father had arranged for him. Vice Captain Wang, I want you to play with that guy's starship like a cat with a mouse. Wang Cheng, the vice captain hired by Zhang Haoran's father, was a former starship captain in the Imperial Army. He raised his head and confidently replied, Young Master Zhang, rest assured. I guarantee that dilapidated starship won't return to port. The vessel he commanded was the T2 White Eagle, a premier high-speed starship among T2 class vessels. Despite its considerable shortcomings on the interstellar battlefield, in a starship duel like this, against a mere academy student with a battered starship, he had countless ways to annihilate it. Meanwhile, aboard the zero-number Blizzard, Zhao Chen looked at his vice captain, Charlotte. Charlotte, are you confident? We will finish the battle in 10 minutes. If we take any longer, I will take your surname, Charlotte replied nonchalantly, her expression suggesting she held little interest in the upcoming confrontation. Zhao Chen, however, felt a surge of excitement as he touched the somewhat antiquated armrests of the captain's chair. This would be his first starship battle. Chapter 14. The 10-minute battle of the white-haired beast-ear girl. The battle begins. At the same time, the command bridges of the zero-number Blizzard and the T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser echoed with the chief referee's announcement of the battle's commencement. In the adjudication zone, supporters of Zhang Haoran cheered with enthusiasm. Go, young Master Zhang. Show that arrogant fool a lesson. I hope Zhao Chen can struggle a bit. Otherwise, if the battle ends in just a few minutes, it would be too much of a waste for us to come here to watch. Wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. Those speaking were Zhang Haoran's sycophantic friends, firmly believing that victory in this starship duel belonged to Zhang Haoran. Among the spectators was also Jiang Shasha. She coldly observed the video stream broadcasted by battlefield drones, which displayed both starships departing from their respective birth points, heading towards each other. If both maintained their current course, they would enter each other's fire range in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen, this time you're overestimating yourself. Being expelled from school is your own doing. So don't blame me, Jiang Shasha mused inwardly. In her mind, the outcome of this duel was already predetermined. Was there any possibility other than Zhang Haoran's victory? Aboard the zero-number Blizzard, Charlotte, now responsible for the ship's combat coordination under Zhao Chen's authorization, maintained a cruising speed of 40 knots. Are you trying to play dumb? Zhao Chen chuckled at Charlotte. I simply do not wish to waste time on trivial matters, she replied coolly. Feeling somewhat bored, Zhao Chen raised his hand to project the data page of the zero-number blizzard. Zero-number blizzard vessel type. Cruiser, interstellar destroyer. Interstellar battleship, technology level. T2 hull armor strength. 210 units, 270 units cruising speed. 100 knots warp engine. Level 3 warp engine mass. 850. 000 tons crew. 50 personnel starship weapons. 1 T2 heavy 1,200 millimeters Devil crocodile cannon. Fire 1 round. Reload time, 300 seconds. 5 T2 medium hyena laser cannons. Fire 1 round. Reload time, 180 seconds. 30 130 millimeters T2 medium closed defense gun towers. Fire 2 rounds. No reload time. The 3 weapons aboard the zero-number blizzard included 2 directly mounted on the hull and 1 concealed design, a clever tactic devised by Zhao Chen. Can I take a guess at your battle plan? Zhao Chen asked, stroking his chin while looking at Charlotte. You are the captain. You can revoke my command at any time. Here, your words are divine decrees, Charlotte responded. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened a somewhat simplistic data page of the opposing T2 White Eagle. The T2 White Eagle's armament primarily consisted of 3 types. 5 T2 medium 180 millimeters rapid fire cannons, with a reload time of 10 seconds. 2150 millimeters T2 medium quad pod closed defense guns, firing 4 rounds simultaneously with no reload time, and a primary weapon, a T2 medium White Eagle laser main gun, firing 1 round with a reload time of 210 seconds. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. Our advantage lies in the fact that they are utterly unaware of our starship's capabilities. Your previous command to maintain a speed of 40 knots was intended to create the illusion that our maximum speed is merely above 40 knots. But when we truly engage, we'll catch them off guard. The 5 T2 medium 180 millimeters rapid fire cannons have decent power, but their range is limited. The only real threat to us comes from their laser main gun. Thus, we can seize the opportunity to accelerate and distance ourselves from their attacks when their laser main gun fires. The trajectory of the laser is predictable, and we will have ample time to evade it. Once the laser main gun enters its cool-down phase, it will be our turn to take advantage of them. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen, impressed. Your military academy education was not in vain. I have yet to see a T2 starship capable of reaching 100 knots. Having predicted the general battle strategy, Zhao Chen reclined leisurely in the captain's chair, awaiting the unfolding drama. Before long, the zero-number blizzard and the T2 White Eagle appeared within each other's radar detection range. Charlotte glanced at the time and muttered, 10:45. Simultaneously, she set a countdown timer, projecting it between herself and Zhao Chen. Countdown, 1,000. This girl is serious about the 10-minute battle she mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, the T2 White Eagle also sprang into action. Report, target detected. The target is approaching our position at approximately 40 knots, the radar officer reported. Full speed ahead. Bombard that dilapidated starship, Zhang Haoran exclaimed with excitement. Vice Captain Wang cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoran. Knowing that charging ahead at full speed without understanding the enemy's ship capabilities was a grave mistake in interstellar warfare. However, upon reflection, the adversary is merely a novice, and the appearance of that peculiar starship leaves much to be desired. The weaponry mounted on its hull is hardly impressive. It seems to pose little threat. Moreover, this T2 by Tau Wing boasts a remarkable cruising speed of 65 knots. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, it can effortlessly adapt with its superior velocity. The captain commands the ship to sail at full speed towards the target, with all weapons set to standby. Although this order was issued directly by Wang Cheng, he graciously gives Zhang Haoran the credit, as he is, after all, in service to him. Utilizing our T2 laser main cannon, we shall initiate an attack once within range, allowing them to witness the disparity in power between starships. I can already envision Zhao Chen's startled expression as he tumbles from the captain's chair. Zhang Haoran seems to have an inkling of how ridiculous Zhao Chen will look when frightened. Indeed, Vice Captain Wang Cheng has no objections to this arrangement, as it is merely a duel with a predetermined outcome. Soon, both starships approach their maximum firepower range. Charlotte's gaze is fixated on the starship radar, seemingly awaiting something. Warning! Warning! Laser weapon attack detected. Warning. Warning. Detection of Zhao Chen's attention is drawn to the slight curve of Charlotte's lips and the ripples that have emerged in her previously stagnant eyes. Full speed to the right. Charlotte, the vice captain, commands sharply. Chapter 15. Unleash our 1,200mm giant cannon. Let's take them down. In the dual arbitration zone, the audience observes the two opposing starships, fully aware that the clash is imminent. Look, it's the T2 by Towing class light interstellar cruiser S-laser main cannon. It's about to fire. I ponder that Zhao Chen should count himself fortunate. His shabby starship may not withstand such a blow. Just take a look at Zhao Chen's vessel, which boasts an array of mere close-in defense guns and 5 T2 laser cannons. How can such meager firepower compete with the T2 by Towing? The audience anticipates the spectacle. In a corner, Zhao Wanner clenches her fists anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. The power of the T2 by Towing's laser main cannon is not extraordinary at this distance. A hit would only result in significant damage. As long as your brother has the sense to concede, there should be no danger, remarks senior sister Sulan. She no longer believes that Zhao Chen can win. She merely hopes for his timely surrender to spare him from harm. His fate is of little concern to her. She simply wishes to see her dear friend unharmed. Stubborn brother, you must not come to harm. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no need to worry about firewood. Jalvania muses invertly. The crowd watches as the T2 by Towing, as T2 medium by Towing laser main cannon at the ship's bow begins to shimmer with electric light, a harbinger of the impending shot. Moments later, a laser is fired, hurtling toward the target starship. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. On the broadcast, data monitoring the duel reveals the speed of the Zero-class Blizzard, initially cruising at 40 knots, suddenly veers to the right and accelerates. In under 3 seconds, its speed skyrockets to 80 knots. Its trajectory appears to trace an arc around the T2 by Towing. This causes the laser to miss its target entirely. Gasps of disbelief ripple through the audience. What has happened? Was that just my imagination? How did the Zero-class Blizzard's speed increase so dramatically? It must be a coincidence. Surely, our detection equipment has malfunctioned. How could that decrepit starship possibly reach 80 knots? That's impossible. The T2 by Towing itself only achieves 65 knots. Yet, how did it evade the T2 by Towing's main cannon laser? The crowd, previously skeptical of Zhao Chen, falls silent. What has transpired? The little girl with twin tails, Shui Xiao Xiao, stares wide-eyed at her companions. 80 knots. How is that even possible? Zhao Vonner swallows hard. Senior sister Su Lan's gaze sharpens, fixated on the live broadcast. The Zero-class Blizzard, having completed its arc, makes another left turn, once again aiming directly at the T2 by Towing, while its speed continues to climb. 85 knots, 90 knots, 95 knots. Everyone intently watches the speed data of the Zero-class Blizzard. Ultimately, the speed stabilizes at an astonishing 100 knots. Unbelievable. Incredulous. This is the shared thought among all present. Even the judges display expressions of astonishment. T2 starships reaching 100 knots are rare, typically reserved for exceptional vessels or those which have undergone specialized modifications. How can this unremarkable assembled starship possibly achieve such a feat? At this moment, Zhao Chen aboard the Zero-class Blizzard is too preoccupied to heed the audience's curiosity. His breath comes in quick bursts as he studies the radar, watching the laser's trajectory narrowly skim the tail of the Zero-class Blizzard. Though it appears to be a considerable distance away, calculations indicate that if they were to delay for even a second longer, the Zero-class Blizzard might suffer a hit. While the damage wouldn't be catastrophic, it would be unavoidable. Now, it is time to counterattack. Unleash our 1,200mm cannon. Let's take them down. Zhao Chen exclaims with fervor, rising to his feet and planting one foot on the captain's chair, pointing decisively ahead. Vice Captain Charlotte issues the command. Full speed ahead towards the enemy ship. Meanwhile, the T2 heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon is activated. Understood. Full speed ahead. As the T2 heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon powers up, a hatch suddenly opens at the bow of the Zero-class Blizzard, revealing a dark cannon barrel. At this moment, the audience can no longer remain seated. Everyone rises in astonishment. Even several instructors stand in disbelief. A middle-aged instructor exclaims, That's the 1,200 millimeters cannon from the T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship. How could it possibly be mounted on the starship? The chief judge instructs a nearby assistant, retrieve this student's records from the academy. Soon, a record is presented. The chief judge reviews it, and realization dawns upon him. The T-2 Gray Wolf, T-2 Devil Crocodile, and T-2 Hyena all align. This individual has ingeniously assembled a starship utilizing these three models, even installing the T-2 Devil Crocodile's bow main cannon onto his vessel. Eager audience members catch wind of this revelation. My heavens! He has mounted the main cannon from the T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship. What is the T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship? You ought to have studied harder. This model was released over a century ago as a T-2 Starship battleship, designed for overwhelming firepower. It features the largest cannon of its time, the 1,200 millimeters cannon, and employs a cannon design. Legend has it that no T-2 Starship can withstand its might. Isn't a 1,200 millimeters caliber reserved for T-3 Starships? Why have we never heard of this vessel before? Due to its significant design flaws, which emphasize firepower while neglecting the capability of the T-2 Starship's other system modules to support such a powerful weapon system. Various malfunctions frequently occurred. Furthermore, the construction costs were exorbitantly high, surpassing that of the ordinary T-2 interstellar battleships by several percentage points, ultimately leading to its discontinuation within less than 30 years of its release. At this moment, Su Lan, moved by the discussion, turned to Zhao Chen, inquiring why she had not mentioned that her brother had installed this cannon on the starship. Zhao Chen appeared equally perplexed, pondering what her older brother was up to. A giant cannon! A giant cannon! I adore giant cannons! Exclaimed the double-tailed lowly, Shui Xiao Xiao, bouncing with excitement and her eyes sparkling. Both Su Lan and Zhao Chen exchanged resigned glances, realizing that Shui Xiao Xiao was once again succumbing to her obsession with colossal artillery, particularly the combination of interstellar battleships and large-caliber cannons. Chapter 16, Fire. At this very moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Zero Storm was hurtling at an astonishing speed towards the T-2 by 2 in-class light interstellar cruiser. Observing the glaring 1,200 millimeters caliber Devil Crocodile cannon, everyone surmised the intentions of the Zero Storm. All held their breath, waiting for the impending events to unfold. Damn it! Why does that starship possess a 1,200 millimeters caliber Devil Crocodile cannon from the T-2 medium interstellar battleship? Full-speed evasive maneuvers. Prepare all close-in defense weapons for interception, ordered the first officer Wang Chung, his expression grave. Vice Captain Wang, what on earth is happening? That cursed giant cannon and that decrepit starship's speed, surely. We're not in danger, right? The victory of this battle still belongs to us, correct? Zhang Hao Ran's face turned pale, although a scion of privilege. He had spent 3 years in a military academy and possessed a modicum of foundational knowledge. The destructive power of a 1,200 millimeters cannon was not lost on him. Wang Chung remained silent, as the current situation was evident to any observer. Their laser main guns were in the cooling and charging phase, while the remaining secondary weapons had yet to reach effective firing range. Simultaneously, the enemy starship's speed surged to nearly 100 knots, alongside the ominous presence of the 1,200 millimeters cannon. The T-2x2 Ing had become prey beneath the hunter's gun. Their only hope lay in the prayer that the enemy's attack would not hit their starship, allowing them to counterattack and perhaps salvage the situation. Yet, the thought of the enemy vessel's terrifying speed of 100 knots loomed large in Wang Cheng's mind. Damn it, this isn't a military academy. Aren't they just a fallen noble? How can they possess a starship with a speed of 100 knots? On board the Zero Storm, Charlotte announced, in 1 minute, we will enter the enemy's secondary weapons' maximum attack range. Before that, we shall fire first. She turned to Captain Zhao Chen. I will directly control the targeting. You will issue the firing order. No problem. Zhao Chen nodded. I will take over the targeting of the Devil Crocodile cannon. Charlotte engaged in the launch preparations. In 40 seconds, reduce the starship's speed to 0. Understood. Reducing speed in 40 seconds. The crew member responsible for navigation replied. Why reduce speed? Is the hit rate higher when a starship fires while in motion or at rest? The answer is self-evident. The fleeting 40 seconds passed rapidly. The crew immediately initiated operations, beginning to reduce speed, activating the reverse thrust system. Current speed: 80, 60, 40, 20. Report: the starship's current speed is 0. It is in a stationary state. End of report. From 100 knots to a complete halt, the Zero Storm accomplished this in less than 5 seconds. This feat astonished the students and instructors in the audience, as the engine's acceleration and deceleration capabilities seemed extraordinary. At that moment, everyone understood what was about to transpire. Charlotte began to assess the starship's weapon system's automatic target acquisition data. The 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon had locked onto the T2x2 wing, confirming the accuracy. She reported, "Captain, locking complete. We are ready to fire." Fire! Zhao Chen's roar echoed throughout the bridge, a thrilling sensation coursing through him. Almost simultaneously, the 1,200mm heavy Devil Crocodile cannon roared to life after more than 80 years of silence. A titanium alloy high-explosive round, with a diameter of 1,200mm, shot forth from the cannon's bore at an astonishing velocity. In that moment of firing, Zhao Chen felt as though the entire bridge vibrated. Observers from the outside would note that this firing caused the Zero Storm to shift backward several meters, the bow lifting slightly. The remnants of chemical smoke still lingered at the cannon's muzzle. Warning! 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 An attack has been detected targeting this ship. Please evade. Please evade. Please evade. The bridge of the T2x2 ing flickered with red lights, the system's alarm blaring incessantly. All close-in defense weapons were ordered to unleash a barrage for interception. Hurry! 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 Wang Cheng urgently issued the interception commands. The T2x2 ing was equipped with 2150mm T2 medium 4-barreled close-in defense cannons, which now opened fire, creating a dense barrage of intercepting projectiles. Regrettably, these smaller caliber rounds faced the daunting challenge of a 1,200mm cannon, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a thunderous explosion, the bridge of the Bai-2 ing reverberated, tilting ominously to one side. Zhang Haoran was thrown several meters away, his head colliding forcefully with an edge, blood streaming down his face. He collapsed on the ground, clutching his bleeding head, terrified, exclaiming, "What is happening? Am I going to die? I don't want to die. Mommy, help me." At that moment, Wang Cheng could scarcely attend to the panicking young master, as he lacked even the basic instinct to stabilize himself during the bombardment. Report: the left flank armor has been breached, igniting an ammunition room on the port side, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. 37 compartments have been affected, and we have sealed those compartments. 8 crew members are deceased. The number of injured remains unknown. Report: the recent explosion has affected our starship's energy system, with energy supply decreasing at a rate of 10 per minute. If this situation is not controlled, we estimate that the starship will completely lose energy supply within 10 minutes. Report: our weapon systems are malfunctioning. Some weapon modules are inoperative. Report: our speed is continually declining and remains unmanageable. The bridge was now inundated with dire news. How could this happen? Wang Cheng was astonished, never anticipating that a single enemy shell could wreak such havoc. The T2x2 ing was now in a severely damaged state. Continuing to engage could lead to total destruction and loss of life. Zhang Xiao, we have lost. Let us surrender. Wang Cheng approached Zhang Haoran, speaking in a low, graviton. Lost. How could this be? You're supposed to be an excellent captain. My father paid you to ensure our victory. How could you let us lose? Zhang Haoran exclaimed, his panic subsiding as the explosion ceased. He staggered to his feet and slapped Wang Cheng across the face. Wang Cheng, head bowed, remained silent. Just then, the vessel was again rocked by a series of explosions. What is happening? Zhang Haoran immediately crouched down in fear. He raised his head to gaze at the floor-to-ceiling windows at the front of the bridge. The T2x2 Ying's bridge features a special material glass window with a 100-degree field of view, allowing a direct view of the cosmos. This bridge glass is not ordinary. Its strength surpasses the armor of the starship itself, making it one of the most fortified areas of the vessel. However, due to its exorbitant cost, it is only fitted in select regions. At this moment, a spiderweb-like crack appeared on the bridge's floor-to-ceiling window. Report: the enemy ship is rapidly approaching our vessel, and its secondary weapons are inflicting damage. The crew reported in haste. Report: the frontal armor of the hull has sustained 20 damage. Report: The frontal armor of the hull has sustained 40 damage. A crackling sound echoed. Zhang Haoran, whether it was a product of his imagination, felt as if he could hear the glass shattering. His mind conjured a horrific scenario of the bridge's window shattering completely, and he felt a chill in his lower body. In panic, he cried out, "I concede. I surrender." Chapter 17. A soulful shot, securing victory in the arbitration zone. All mentors, students, and spectators were left dumbfounded. A single shot had struck true. The 0-No. Blizzard's shell had dealt catastrophic damage to the T2x2 Ing-class light interstellar cruiser, bringing it to the brink of destruction. They could clearly see a gaping hole, at least 10 meters in diameter, torn into the right side armor of the T2x2 Ing, occasionally illuminated by the flames of the resulting explosions. The relentless pursuit from the 0-No. Blizzard further ravaged the frontal armor of the T2x2 Ing. Continuing the assault could lead to only one outcome. At this juncture, the judges were prepared to render a mandatory verdict, given that the victor was evidently clear. Meanwhile, the T2x2 Ing had already conceded defeat. The chief judge immediately announced that the victor of this starship duel was Zhao Chen's 0-No. Blizzard, and promptly contacted Zhao Chen to order his starship to cease fire. Is this starship truly that powerful? So, Zhang Haoran has lost. Zhao Chen has emerged victorious? Many remained speechless for a long time. Among them was Jiang Shasha, her expression vacant, eyes wide open. Zhao Chen won. That dilapidated starship of his defeated Zhang Haoran's T2x2 Ing? Recalling Zhao Chen's indifference towards her earlier in the cafeteria, Jiang Shasha now felt a peculiar discomfort, especially after Zhao Chen's triumph in this battle. Shasha, Zhao Chen actually won. A friend who had accompanied Jiang Shasha looked at her with a strange expression. "I'm not blind," Jiang Shasha replied darkly, casting one last glance at the peculiar starship on the broadcast screen before turning to leave the spectator area, intending to return to the academy. "Shasha, don't you want to wait for Zhang?" someone remarked, sensing the somber mood. Yet, amid the gloom, others were in high spirits. "Did you see that? The giant cannon is the only truth. Warner, your brother's ship is incredible. When can I tell you, brother, to let me aboard, at the very least, to touch that 1,200 millimeters caliber giant cannon?" The twin-tailed, lowly Shui Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Zhao Warner. Zhao Warner's expression was one of shock and disbelief. Is this really over? From a moment the two starships entered combat to the end, it took less than 5 minutes. Most remarkably, the soul-stirring shot was utterly unexpected, leading to such a swift conclusion. The T2x2 Ying's hull armor was already quite weak, and it faced the formidable T2 heavy 1,200 millimeters Devil Crocodile cannon. Any hit on the hull armor would result in significant damage. A direct breach could lead to catastrophic explosions in the compartments. Perhaps it was merely luck on your brother's part. However, one must admit, this assembled starship is indeed remarkably strong, boasting a speed of 100 knots, truly unbelievable. Senior Su Lan offered her assessment, smiling at Zhao Warner. "It seems your brother no longer requires my assistance." At this moment, Senior Su Lan's impression of Zhao Chen had greatly improved, and curiosity began to stir within her. To assemble such a starship from 3 old vessels in a month's time. That third-year student Zhao Chen is quite capable. As the 0-No, Blizzard astounded all. Zhao Chen exuberantly waved his fist on his bridge. "Wow, it was a soul shot. We got lucky. We must have hit the enemy's ammunition room, causing a catastrophic explosion that affected multiple systems of the hull," Charlotte analyzed beside him. This was also why she had ordered a high-speed advance and continued the assault. With such a golden opportunity, how could a seasoned veteran not press the advantage to secure victory? Luck? Zhao Chen recalled the special fleet luck bonus granted by the system. Given this reward, he could only recruit female soldiers. Therefore, this soul shot was likely related to that bonus. If every shot could result in such a soul strike in the future, how delightful that would be. Zhao Chen fantasized. Whether this was indeed the case could only be verified in future battles. "Zhao Chen, you have emerged victorious. Please cease all attacks immediately." The chief judge's voice rang out. "Understood," Zhao Chen replied, gazing at the beleaguered T2x2 Ing. Its breached hull positioned devoid of flames, but still emitting thick smoke. It seemed unlikely that it could make it back on its own, and it would have to await the arrival of an interstellar tow. "Chief Judge, may I initiate video communication with the T2x2 Ing?" Zhao Chen made a request. The judge on the other end hesitated briefly, but ultimately acquiesced, as they had the authority to communicate with the two starships at any time. Soon, a video window appeared before Zhao Chen, revealing a devastated bridge, thick smoke, and scattered damaged components, a stark contrast to the previous pristine appearance. Captain Zhang Haoren was slumped on the ground, his face pale, with a puddle beneath him. Huh, Zhang Haoren, you actually wet yourself? As Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the bridge, Zhang Haoren noticed the communication window and, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, pointed at Zhao Chen, exclaiming, Zhao Chen, you cheated. You could never have beaten me. You must have cheated. The chief judge is listening to our conversation. Are you implying that you doubt the integrity of the judging panel? Zhao Chen retorted playfully. The judge overseeing the video communication coldly interjected, Student Zhang Haoren. We monitored this Starship duel in its entirety, and there were no issues. If you have any objections to our ruling, you may escalate your concerns to our superiors. Zhao Chen, if you have no further matters, we will conclude this communication. It was evident that the chief judge had a poor impression of this spoiled youth. Chief Judge. One last word, Zhao Chen said, looking at Zhang Haoren. The duel has concluded, and I trust you have not forgotten our wager, which has the Academy's endorsement. Zhang Haoren, according to the rules of your Starship duel, you will withdraw from the Beijing Starship Military Academy. Do you comprehend this? The chief judge added a final sting. Comprehend clearly, Zhang Haoren, utterly dejected, realized that if he truly withdrew from the Beijing Starship Military Academy, it would be disastrous. His noble father would surely kill him. The video communication ended. Zhao Chen paid no mind to the defeated adversary. Returned to base, he commanded from the captain's chair, feeling utterly elated. The storm surrounding this interstellar duel was far from over. Class 8 of the third year concluded for the day. The teacher announced the end of the lesson. At this moment, a student immediately began streaming a live dual channel featuring Xinjiang, only to discover that it had been abruptly shut down. How could Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoren's duel be nowhere to be found? A nearby student chuckled lightly. Come on. It hasn't been long. Zhao Chen must have been defeated by Zhang Haoren already. After all, that's a T2 by 2ing. Indeed, it was Zhao Chen's own folly to challenge the impossible, akin to striking a stone with an egg. This, however, was fortuitous, as it meant one less nuisance in our class. Next year, we have a collective mission, and having that guy along would jeopardize our chances. Many in the class were now mocking and ridiculing him. Li Wei darkened his expression and attempted to contact Zhao Chen, already contemplating various ways to assist him. Wait, something feels off. Look at the trending topics on our Academy's intranet. Suddenly exclaimed a girl who frequented the forum. It seems Zhao Chen has won. Chapter 18. Zhao Chen won? Zhao Chen won. Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom were taken aback. Those at a distance even questioned if they had misheard. How could Zhao Chen possibly win? Are you sure you're not mistaken? A boy asked with a light laugh. It's posted on the Academy's intranet forum. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. The girl magnified the holographic screen before her, allowing those nearby to behold it. On the trending topics list, a post was rapidly climbing the ranks. The title read, Zhao Chen defeats Zhang Haoren to claim victory in the Starship duel. A 1,200mm heavy cannon emerges. One shot to obliterate the T2 by 2ing. In addition, there were several related posts, though none held as much heat as this one. The post included a complete video of the duel, featuring a close-up and detailed introduction of the 1,200mm cannon. Zhao Chen won. How could that be? Some students remained skeptical, urging the girl to play the duel video. Only 5 minutes? This video must be fake, one student remarked, noticing the duration. Typically, duels of this caliber would last at least half an hour, with some engaging in fierce combat for hours on end. How could it possibly be just 5 minutes? Yet, the subsequent footage left all present in silence. Even the teacher, who had lingered in the classroom, was drawn to the holographic display. The zero-number blizzard evaded the T2 by 2ing's laser cannon at a speed of 100 knots, and then, in merely 5 seconds, it transitioned from that velocity to a complete stop. When the massive 1,200mm cannon made its debut, several boys in the classroom felt their blood surge with excitement. The cannon fired, hitting and severely damaging the T2 by 2ing, astonishing everyone. My heavens! How could Zhao Chen's starship possess a 1,200mm cannon? One student exclaimed. The teacher interjected, swallowing hard, and said in astonishment, if I'm not mistaken. That should be the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm cannon mounted on the T-2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. Upon hearing this, the students began to chatter amongst themselves. Even at this point, some still doubted the video's authenticity until someone unearthed the announcement regarding the duel's outcome on the Academy's official website. Number 303-006-270-1 Starship Duel. Competitors: Zhang Haoran and Zhao Chen. Winner: Zhao Chen. Even the class monitor, Shun Bing, was now replaying the video on his handheld device, watching in disbelief. He truly won. Wow, my brother is amazing. He actually won. Li Wei finally came to his senses, his excitement mirroring that of a victor. He pointed at the students in the classroom and boldly declared, "Did you see that? This is my brother, Li Wei. You all were mocking him, wishing for him to leave. And what happened? My brother struck true. Zhang Haoran isn't even worthy to carry my brother's shoes. You all, with your petty eyes, should find somewhere cool to stay." After delivering his scathing remarks, Li Wei, disregarding the glum expressions of his classmates, dashed out, eager to find Zhao Chen and uncover the truth. This guy actually won. There must be something he has hiding from me. Within Class 8, no one dared to respond after Li Wei's taunts. Even the teacher's face bore shame. Having previously assumed Zhao Chen would undoubtedly lose, now, Li Wei's words felt like a barrage of slaps across their faces. The zero-number Blizzard docked at the Beiji Starship Military Academy starport, in a designated berth that Zhao Chen had reserved well in advance. Since the battle had left the starship virtually undamaged, no repairs were necessary. All right, mission accomplished. You may now move freely within the permissible areas of this starship, Zhao Chen said, patting Vice Captain Charlotte on the shoulder. Zhao Chen's gaze lingered on Charlotte's fluffy head, tempted to reach out and experience the texture of this white tiger beast woman, but he kept that thought to himself. Noticing her pair of white, clipped ears, he felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing how they marred her overall beauty. Zhao Chen resolved to restore Charlotte's body in the future, as she was now his vice captain. It would be a form of welfare for his crew. Yes, Vice Captain Charlotte replied quietly. Zhao Chen left the bridge and returned to his captain's quarters. Entering the spacious room, which spanned approximately 50 square meters, he found a bedroom, a living area, a desk, and even a bathroom. Though the layout was reminiscent of decades-old starships, the captain's accommodations were undeniably generous. Zhao Chen had previously observed the crew's quarters, which bore resemblance to dormitories from his past life, but were considerably more cramped. Each dorm housed 6 triple-decker beds for 18 occupants, with a narrow passageway barely a meter wide and a single shared restroom for all. The lingering odors from decades past left Zhao Chen feeling somewhat nostalgic. Even aboard a starship, space constraints posed significant challenges, necessitating the compression of ordinary crew members' living quarters. Of course, there were designated single and double rooms for higher-ranking officers. Currently, the situation was even more dire, as the dormitory area originally designed for 50 crew members was now crammed with 100 half-beast crew members. Many had to resort to sleeping on the floor. In contrast, Zhao Chen's living conditions were remarkably favorable. With a sigh, Zhao Chen flopped onto his large bed. After relishing a moment of comfort, he turned to more pressing matters. Following his victory over Zhang Haoran, the task system had already notified him of completion, awaiting him to claim his rewards. Task content: challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him. Task difficulty: degrade. Task reward: 1 task point and 300 points. Failure penalty: deduct 300 points. Task completed, please claim your reward. With a mere thought, Zhao Chen activated the interface. Task rewards claimed: 300 points and 1 task point. At that moment, Zhao Chen's interface revealed these rewards. Host: Zhao Chen. Profession: elite starship engineer. Special attributes: fleet luck bonus, insightful eye. Points: 400. Task points: 1. Starship count: 1. Task: quarterly task, incomplete. Warehouse: T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship technical blueprint. His points had increased from 100 to 400, and he had also acquired an additional task point. A task point has been assigned. Let us see if I can exchange it for something valuable in the mall. Zhao Chen opened the system's marketplace in search of target. Chapter 19. Selling Starship Technology, T1 Gray Mouse Class Medium Star Interceptor, T1 Shield Soldier Class Medium Star Escort. Zhao Chen's excitement gradually diminished. As he scrolled further, he found that nearly everything was a T1 starship. The exchange conditions were not stringent. One task point and several system points could secure a T1 item. However, the issue was that Zhao Chen had no interest in these T1 starships. Although he understood that these system starships surpassed their real-world counterparts of the same class in performance and cost-effectiveness, they were still T1 starships. The outdated starships he could assemble were already at the T2 level. How could he possibly construct a T1 starship? Unfortunately, the marketplace only offered T1 technology at present. He contemplated upgrading. The T2 items would be acceptable, but T1 was truly subpar. Zhao Chen promptly searched for how to upgrade the system marketplace. T1 system marketplace upgrade conditions. First requirement, exchange for one T1 item. Incomplete. Second requirement, complete one D-class system task. Completed. Third requirement, consume 100 system points for marketplace upgrade. Must meet the first two requirements, so there were indeed upgrade conditions. The duel with Zhang Haoren was precisely due to the D-class system task, which he had successfully completed. Zhao Chen currently had sufficient system points as well. The only unmet requirement was exchanging for 8 T1 item. This brought him back to square one. He still had to exchange for 8 T1 item. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. After pondering, a sudden realization struck him. If he exchanged for 8 T1 starship, he didn't necessarily have to build it himself. He could sell it. Exceptional starship technology has always been in high demand, yet few dare to sell it due to its rarity. Zhao Chen had no such concerns. Although selling directly would yield less profit than constructing and then selling, he currently lacked the time to engage in such endeavors. It would be more prudent to sell it directly and earn quick cash. However, if he were to sell a T1 starship technology as a student, he would inevitably attract attention. He needed to conceal his identity first. Concealing his identity while selling a starship and minimizing hassle occupied Zhao Chen's thoughts. Suddenly, he thought of someone, Li Wei. Li Wei's family was engaged in interstellar trade and owned a conglomerate called Barren Interstellar Trade Group. It was rumored that in recent years, they have been expanding into the starship arms trade, but the few starship products they financed had not performed well, resulting in few orders. During a casual chat with Li Wei, he had mentioned that if they couldn't produce a best-selling starship product by the end of this year, his family might have to abandon the starship sales business. This presented a ready-made opportunity. Having Li Wei act as an intermediary could also reduce the risk of exposing his identity. Zhao Chen immediately accessed the Academy's network to research information regarding Li Wei's family starship trade. Over the past 5 years, Li Wei's family had launched 6 starship models, including auxiliary and combat types, but all had failed miserably. Some had significant performance flaws, while others offered poor cost-effectiveness. The worst model sold fewer than 10 units and was discontinued due to complaints about performance flaws, incurring substantial compensation costs. Even the best-selling model barely reached sales of under 100 units, operating at a loss while trying to establish a reputation, yet was unsuccessful. Zhao Chen began to quickly browse and study, seeking the most suitable starship design for Li Wei's family, comparing it with the T1 starships in the system marketplace. This model is too challenging to construct. This one won't do. The market range is too limited. Ultimately, after a thorough selection process, he finally chose a T1 starship technology. This is the one. Zhao Chen clicked to exchange. Would you like to consume 50 system points and 1 task point to exchange for the T1 Wolf Laos class medium star interceptor? Confirm. Congratulations. You have obtained the T1 Wolf Laos class medium star interceptor technical blueprint. You have 350 system points remaining. Zhao Chen's mind was jolted as a series of starship technical blueprints flooded into his consciousness. This is the T1 Wolf Laos class medium star interceptor. Do not underestimate this T1 starship. It was meticulously chosen by Zhao Chen. If he did not already possess the 0 number Storm, along with the T3 Storm class light star battleship technical blueprint, he might have considered constructing this starship himself. Its advantages lie in its excellent cost-effectiveness and durability. At that moment, the gentle voice of the starship's AI chimed in. Beep, beep, beep. Captain, there's an external network request for communication from your classmate Li Wei. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. Little Li, don't blame me for being overly ambitious. When this starship is sold to your family, it will undoubtedly make you famous in the starship arms trade, especially within the T1 starship series. Keep him waiting outside. I will come out shortly. Zhao Chen instructed the AI and got up from his bed, preparing to leave the ship. Before doing so, he ordered Vice Captain Charlotte to remain on board. ensuring that no crew members were allowed to leave zero-number storm without his command, nor were they permitted to enter. In case of any emergencies, they were to contact him immediately. Outside the starship docking bay, Li Wei was gazing at the imposing steel giant before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The zero-number storm spanned nearly 260 meters. Due to its battleship hull design, it was quite substantial. Observing the somewhat rusted hull armor and the distinctly vintage design, Li Wei felt as though he were looking at an awe-inspiring starship. Unfortunately, the 1,200 mm caliber cannon mounted aboard was concealed, rendering it invisible at present. Just then, the starship's hatch opened, and Zhao Chen stepped out leisurely. Li Wei hurried forward and threw his arms around Zhao Chen's neck. "When did you manage to assemble such a starship?" Zhao Chen replied, "It was from the 3 starships exchanged at the academy." "I meant, when did you acquire such technology?" Li Wei pressed further. Zhao Chen shrugged and smiled. "While someone was flirting, playing games, and relaxing, I was busy studying." "You were studying starship engineering." Li Wei regarded Zhao Chen suspiciously. Previously, Zhao Chen had indeed been a diligent student, consistently ranking among the top 5 in theoretical studies within their class. Hence, Li Wei did not doubt Zhao Chen's excuse. He just hadn't expected Zhao Chen to reach such a level of self-study. "Brother, let me take a quick look. Ideally, I want to see that 1,200 mm caliber cannon." Li Wei blethed. "That is not impossible, but I need you to help me with something." Zhao Chen looked at Li Wei, feeling as if he were gazing at a wealthy benefactor. "Are you asking for that 10,000T emotional blockbuster featuring 720 different races?" Li Wei chuckled and leaned closer to Zhao Chen, whispering mischievously, "I have it all. I recently gathered a few particularly excellent films. We can discuss them later." Zhao Chen immediately leaped back 3 meters, looking at Li Wei with disdain. "Am I that type of person?" Chapter 20. You are the one. Aircraft carrier starship. Li Wei walked through the narrow and somewhat dilapidated corridor of the starship, feeling quite disappointed. Isn't this rather disappointing? After all, it has been assembled from 3 starships with nearly a century of history, and it certainly cannot compare to the comfort and aesthetics of modern starships. Zhao Chen was well aware of Li Wei's sentiments. After wandering for a brief period, Li Wei departed from the zero-number blizzard with Zhao Chen. It felt much more pleasant outside. However, Lao Zhao, why are all your crew members half-beast women? I had no idea you had such a preference. Although there is nothing wrong with such inclinations, the matter of starship combat is no trifling issue. Li Wei remarca, observing Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "I'm not as sordid as you imagine. There's a reason I recruited these half-beast female crew members. Moreover, they were originally female crew members. They merely fell into this plight due to certain circumstances. You saw the battle of the zero-number blizzard, right? Do you think a group of mere decorations could have fought so splendidly? That makes sense. By the way, you mentioned needing my assistance with something. What was it?" Li Wei inquired, recalling Zhao Chen's earlier request. Zhao Chen began to discuss the matter at hand. "Your Li family is engaged in interstellar trade, right? I have heard that in recent years, you have expanded into the trade of starship armaments. Coincidentally, I have developed a T1 starship and wish to ask you to send the technical blueprints to your family members to see if they are interested in purchasing it. However, this must be conducted discreetly, as I do not wish for too many people to know about me. You understand? Even if your father inquires, do not disclose my identity." "You intend to sell your own developed T1 starship?" Li Wei was taken aback. "You are capable of developing starships yourself?" However, upon reflection, if Zhao Chen can assemble 3 outdated starships into a formidable battleship, developing a T1 starship is not beyond possibility. After all, the technical difficulty of T1 starships is not exceedingly high. Some technical blueprints of starships have even been publicly released for learning purposes. I cannot intervene in my family's business dealings. I cannot guarantee whether we can purchase your starship. However, I can mention it to my sister, as she was the one who initially proposed expanding into the trade of starship armaments and is currently in charge of that segment of our group. However, our company has not viewed this business favorably. We have been losing money for 4 consecutive years. In fact, a T1 starship we plan to launch this year has yet to materialize. The company's shareholders have begun to exert pressure to abandon this business. Li Wei explained. Zhao Chen patted Li Wei's shoulder and handed him a thumb-sized storage device. "Whether we can establish a partnership is secondary. as long as the information reaches your family. That is sufficient. Simply encrypt and send this information to your sister. Remember, keep my identity confidential. If your sister inquires, just concoct an excuse. This contains the technical blueprints of the T-1 Starship you mentioned. You are so trustful as to hand it over to me? Is network transmission secure? Should I personally deliver it to my sister? I happen to have a break coming up in a few days and plan to return home. I will inform you of the outcome next semester. Li Wei stated cautiously. Although it was merely the blueprint of a T-1 Starship, it represented Zhao Chen's hard work. This is considered commercial confidentiality, typically delivered in person rather than transmitted online. No worries, I've already encrypted the documents. Once you send them, let me know, and I will remotely decrypt them for review. You can send it back now. I am in a hurry, Zhao Chen said. He could not wait until the semester concluded. His intention was to utilize the T-1 Starship technology to obtain funds to construct a genuine system starship. While the zero-number blizzard was excellent, it was, after all, merely an assembled starship. I see. Then I will proceed as you suggested, but do not hold too high expectations. Li Bei Barnad Zhao Chen, concerned that his sister might reject the technical blueprints and thus embarrass Zhao Chen. With her personality, she is rather ruthless in business. If she finds something unsatisfactory, she will not accept it. No problem, just follow through. You need not worry about the subsequent matters. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. As long as Li Wei's sister is not foolish, she will certainly recognize the value of this starship. All right, Li Wei bid farewell to Zhao Chen, and upon returning to his dormitory, he proceeded as Zhao Chen instructed, sending the data contained within the storage device to his sister. Given the substantial file size and the interstellar information transmission, it would take about a day. Li Wei sent a brief message to his sister in advance, alluding to the matter. Zhao Chen also returned to his dormitory, although he now had a captain's quarters aboard the zero-number blizzard. Many of his belongings remained in his dormitory, and he needed to move them aboard the starship. Coincidentally, this semester was ending, so he would not need to book a ticket and could simply return to the territory aboard the zero-number blizzard. The dormitory was a single room, and the space could not be compared to the captain's quarters. Sitting on his single bed, Zhao Chen opened the system page and entered the mall upgrade section. T1 system mall upgrade conditions. First item, exchange for a T1 level item completed. Second item, complete 1D level system task completed. Third item, consume 100 system points for mall upgrade. The first two items completed, ready for upgrade. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen clicked to upgrade the system mall. Confirm consumption of 100 system points to upgrade T1 mall to T2 mall. Confirm. Consumption of 100 system points. T1 mall upgraded to T2 mall. You have 250 system points remaining. Congratulations, you have activated the T2 series of products in the system mall. You have received one opportunity to exchange for any item without task points. An unexpected delight appeared. Zhao Chen had been pondering how to acquire more task points to conveniently exchange for a T2 starship. After all, the system mall stipulated that exchanging for items required corresponding task points. Now, when Zhao Chen checked the T2 series products, he discovered that 3 task points were still needed. Given Zhao Chen's situation, it was uncertain how long it would take to accumulate these 3 task points. It seemed that the higher the product level, the more system points consumed, and, correspondingly, the more task points required. Zhao Chen glanced at the requirements for upgrading the T2 mall to a T3 mall, which necessitated completing 2 C-level tasks, exchanging for 2 T2 system products, and consuming 2,000 system points, a significant increase in difficulty. At present, Zhao Chen was not in a position to consider that. Attending to pressing matters was paramount. The pressing matter, of course, was selecting a starship. Let me see which will be our first genuine starship. Zhao Chen began to scrutinize his options with greater care. After all, this would be his first true starship in a meaningful sense. The zero-number blizzard could only be considered a half-first. Should he choose an interstellar destroyer, an interstellar cruiser, or perhaps an interstellar battleship? Zhao Chen pondered diligently. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze upon one option, the T2 carrier starship. This is it. Chapter 21. Zhao Chen's T2 super carrier starship. The T2B King-class heavy carrier starship. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled. In his previous life, aircraft carriers were undoubtedly the dream of every citizen of the flower families. In the interstellar age, carriers also exist. If in this era, a vessel could be deemed a giant among its class, it would likely be one of 2 types of starships, the interstellar battleship and the carrier starship. At this moment, Zhao Chen directly chose to exchange. Do you confirm the consumption of 250 system points and one opportunity to exchange for a product without task points? To acquire the T-2B King-class heavy carrier starship? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the technical blueprints for the T-2B King-class heavy carrier starship. You have 0 system points remaining. Just as it happened, Zhao Chen's system points were sufficient to exchange for this T-2 carrier starship. In this moment, Zhao Chen's mind surged with data regarding the T-2 Phone Wang. Typically, if an interstellar fleet possesses an aircraft carrier starship, it necessitates a substantial number of escort starships. Unlike interstellar battleships, which can stand alone. Hence, the actual number of operational aircraft carrier starships is significantly less than that of interstellar battleships. After all, constructing a fleet centered around an aircraft carrier starship incurs staggering costs. Otherwise, it is illogical for a single aircraft carrier starship to generate combat power. However, the T-2 Phone Wang is entirely different. It possesses the capability to operate independently, which is precisely why Zhao Chen sought to exchange for it. The combat strategies of aircraft carrier starships primarily encompass 3 types: interstellar fighter jets, interstellar drones, and small to medium-sized starships. The latter is rare, as an aircraft carrier capable of accommodating starships must be at least T3 grade. Otherwise, its dimensions simply do not permit it. Returning to the T-2 Phone Wang. This starship employs interstellar drones as its mode of combat. Zhao Chen examined the detailed specifications. Phone Wang class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Ship type, aircraft carrier starship. Technology level, T2. Hull armor strength, 300 units, 350 units. Cruising speed, 40 knots. Warp engine. Level 4 warp engine. Length, 460 meters. Mass, 400,000 tons. Crew, 100 personnel. Starship weapons. T2 Young B-class light interstellar drone, interstellar interceptor. T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drone, interstellar fighter. T2 Giant Hornet class heavy interstellar drone, interstellar bomber. Standard hangar configuration, capable of storing 300 T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, 20 T2 Giant Hornet class heavy interstellar drones. Merely considering its size and mass reveals that it is a colossal entity. With a length of 460 meters, it is nearly twice that of the Zero-class Blizzard. Its mass of 400,000 tons is close to 5 times that of the Zero-class Blizzard. It can accommodate a total of 420 interstellar drones. Normally, an aircraft carrier starship would only carry one type of interstellar fighter or drone, as differing models require distinct maintenance teams and systems. Yet, the T-2 Phone Wang is equipped with 3 types of interstellar drones. This is not a foolish endeavor. Rather, it is attributed to the T-2 Phone Wang's nearly T3 Starship-level intelligence system. Under rational and efficient management, it can seamlessly coordinate these 3 types of interstellar drones. The 3 types of interstellar drones consist of interstellar unmanned interceptors, interstellar unmanned fighters, and interstellar unmanned bombers. The interstellar unmanned interceptors serve as the close guardians of the aircraft carrier starship, tasked with ensuring its safety and intercepting all enemy attacks. The interstellar unmanned fighters are the central force for seizing air superiority in interstellar combat and can also strike enemy vessels. The interstellar unmanned bombers, as their name suggests, possess bombing capabilities and can carry interstellar missiles, bombs, or even torpedoes as needed, making them the most formidable in terms of striking power against starships. However, their own capabilities in interstellar air combat are relatively weak. Thus, these 3 types of interstellar drones can synergistically complement each other, achieving perfect functional integration. Typically, multiple aircraft carrier starships would perform this complementary role, but the T-2 Phone Wang consolidates all 3 tasks into one. Most importantly, this is the reason it requires no escort fleet. It astonishingly possesses the Star Shield function. The Star Shield function is an energy defense shield, a standard feature of T3 starships, capable of forming an energy barrier in a specific area to intercept enemy weapon attacks from that direction. It represents a revolutionary technology for T3 starships, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. This is why many assert that T3 starships are the true starships. To return to the point, the T-2 Phone Wang, being equipped with a Star Shield, greatly amplifies its defensive prowess. Coupled with T-2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, it embodies an integrated offensive and defensive system. While it may face some risks against T3 starship fleets, it is undoubtedly a fearsome presence against T2 starships. It is not inconceivable for it to contend with multiple adversaries. Hence, Zhao Chen chose the T2 phone wang. Its construction cost is 1.3 million star coins. Upon calculating the expenses required for building this starship, Zhao Chen gasped. It is worth noting that the total savings of the Zhao family do not exceed 100,000 star coins. As for his interstellar territory, due to its barren systems and mismanagement, the annual tax revenue and other profits amount to only 1 million star coins. This is also the reason why Zhang Haoren referred to him as the Fallen Baron. Zhao Chen could not even afford a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, priced at 4 million star coins. However, if he were to sell the T2 phone wang, it could easily fetch 20 to 30 million star coins. Selling starships is a pathway to wealth, given that the arms trade has always been highly lucrative. Yet, presently, Zhao Chen lacks the capability and time to consider this. He mused that the 1.3 million star coins could be covered by selling the T1 Wolf Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer. Now, he is merely awaiting news from Li Wei. At the headquarters of the Beiyin Interstellar Trade Group, a board meeting is currently underway. Present, in addition to the Li family members, are several other shareholders and directors. Over the past 5 years, Beiyin has consistently operated at a deficit in the interstellar arms trade, relying on other industries to compensate for the losses. This has even led to an overall profit deficit for Beiyin last year. Therefore, I propose that we abandon the interstellar arms trade. Engaging in the arms trade is not something that can be undertaken lightly. The research and development investments are substantial, and the risks are exceedingly high. It would be wiser to continue our honest efforts in interstellar trade and transportation, as well as interstellar industry, a director proclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. The other directors unanimously agreed, calling for a cessation of this business segment in interstellar arms trade. No, our development at Beiyin has reached a bottleneck. The competition in our original business sectors is intensifying. If we do not find a breakthrough, Beiyin will inevitably decline. To elevate Beiyin to greater heights, we must seize the opportunity in the interstellar arms trade. A strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure stood up to speak. Yet, the other directors vehemently opposed her. Monsieur Qi, this matter cannot be dictated by you. Although Beiyin was founded by your Li family, you and your father's shares only account for 45, while the rest oppose. This is the resolution of the board. A director, holding the most shares aside from the Li family, scoffed. The interstellar arms trade is her dream and labor of love, while others see 5 years of investment. Li Qi began planning a decade ago, dedicating all her time and energy to it. Now, in her 30s and still unmarried, how could she abandon her hard work? Chapter 22. The Mysterious Starship Technology. Ahem, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table surveyed the attendees. You are all Yaqi's uncles and elders. Yaqi's expansion into the interstellar arms trade is also for the benefit of Beiyin. This is akin to pioneering new territories. All beginnings are challenging. When my father established Beiyin, he too endured the difficult first decade to achieve the present Beiyin Interstellar Trade Group. This man is the chairman of the Beiyin Interstellar Trade Group, the current head of the Li family, and Li Wei's father. Chairman, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Now, everyone has their families to support. We trust you, the head of the Li family, which is why we have invested our lives and fortunes entirely in Beiyin. But what is the situation now? We are facing a shortfall. The investment in Starship arms trading is nothing but a bottomless pit. If this continues, Beiyin will surely be ruined. The second director snorted disdainfully, sticking to old ways. Lacking ambition and daring not to step out of one's comfort zone is what will drag Beiyin down. Li Yaqi could not restrain herself and stood up, rebuking fiercely. Upon hearing Li Yaqi's words, the directors began to murmur among themselves, criticizing her for being immature and disrespectful. I have said before, a girl is not suited for business. You are nearly 40, Yaqi. If you had listened to me and married that count's son, would you be toiling here now? You would have become a countess and enjoyed a life of ease. The second director remarked with a smirk. Enjoy a life of ease? Second uncle, I do not wish to end up like my cousin, a cage bird in someone else's hands. Even when my cousin's husband flits about, she dares not utter a word. If that is what you call enjoyment, then I, Li Yaqi, have no desire for it. Li Yaqi retorted without hesitation. The second director's expression darkened. He was Li Yaqi's second uncle, the younger brother of her father and the second largest shareholder of the Bei Yin Interstellar Trading Group. Well then, let us do this. We will give Yaqi a bit more time. Was it not agreed upon 5 years ago? A 5-year period. As long as within these 5 years, Yaqi's Starship Arms Trading Department can turn a profit, we will allow this department to continue. There are still 6 months left. Why the urgency? The head of the Li family said cheerfully. So let us grant my niece half a year. By then, second uncle will arrange a good marriage for her. The second director snorted and left the conference room. The other directors also departed one by one. The head of the Li family looked at his daughter, who was filled with frustration and resentment, and sighed deeply. Yaqi, it is not that I do not wish to help you. Business is like this. Everyone only sees profits. You have 6 months left. If your arms trading department can turn a profit, even if it just breaks even, I will ensure its continuation. But if you fail, then that is that. If you still wish to do business, you may continue with the previous interstellar transport trade. How can one turn a profit in just 6 months? I do not even have a single decent Starship product in hand. I do not believe I can turn a profit within half a year. I understand, father. I am a bit tired. I will return now. Li Yaqi murmured as she exited the conference room. She collapsed onto her bed in her room, and a fluffy pet, resembling a cat, jumped before her. Ming Ming, I am very tired today. You can go play by yourself. Li Yaqi shielded her eyes with her arm, trying her best to prevent her tears from flowing. 5 years of preparation, 5 years of effort, over a decade of youth. Is it truly to end here? Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Li Yaqi's handheld terminal rang, and she glanced at it. It was a communication request from her younger brother. She sat up, adjusted her emotional state, and clicked to accept. Sister, why are your eyes so red? Li Wei greeted his sister through the video screen. However, due to the interstellar communication delay, there was nearly a 10-second lag. It's nothing. I've just been too tired these past few days. What is up? Did your living expenses run out? If I remember correctly, isn't the holiday coming up soon? Or have you failed your grade assessment and need to repeat the year? Li Yaqi stared at Li Wei. Li Wei pouted. Sister, why don't you ever wish me well? I still have living expenses, and I am not repeating a year. Next year, I will be in the 4th grade and can truly pilot a starship. Then why are you contacting me? Li Yaqi looked at her younger brother suspiciously, knowing he only came around when he needed something. Li Wei began to discuss serious matters. I sent you a Starship Blueprint yesterday. It should have arrived by now. It was created by a friend of mine, and I wanted to know if you have any interest in purchasing it. Starship Blueprint? Li Yaqi stared at her brother. You're not trying to con me because you own money, are you? Sister, why do you always look down on your brother? Anyway, hurry up and take a look. If you're interested, just contact me. I will connect you with that friend. Just don't set your expectations too high. If it is barely usable, give a reasonable price, just to do your brother a favor. Li Wei, still skeptical about Zhao Chen's starship, uttered some comforting words. I want to say more. Remember to contact me after you have looked it over. Li Wei, unwilling to converse further with his sister, who always looked down on him, abruptly ended the call. Where could that kid have found a friend who designs starships? He.S. just trying to fool me. Li Yaqi completely disbelieved Li Wei's words. However, she sat on her bed, dazed for over 10 seconds, before, almost as if possessed, she opened her email. To her surprise, a data file lay within, and the file was already decrypted. Since I have nothing else to do, and my Starship design department has no prospects, I might as well take a look at what Li Wei sent. Li Yaqi reassured herself when she opened the file and gazed at the vast Starship Blueprint information. Her expression gradually transformed, from initial indifference to intense focus. Even her breathing quieted significantly. After more than half an hour, she suddenly snapped back to reality, raised her hand, and summoned a holographic computer, beginning to simulate some data from the file. Everything is fine. Everything is perfectly fine. This process continued for another 3 hours. Li Yaqi's expression was exceptionally animated as she muttered, T1 Longshore-class medium interstellar destroyer, this technical blueprint. She abruptly stood up, swiftly copied the Starship technology onto a data disk, and dashed out of her bedroom toward her established Starship design research department. What was originally an hour's journey took her only 10 minutes in her flying car. She didn't bother changing into research attire and burst into the research department, standing before her engineers and researchers, pointing to the data disk. Quickly, help me assess whether this Starship Blueprint technology is feasible. Li Yaqi could hardly contain her excitement. I want a reliable feasibility report within 5 hours. No, I need it within 3 hours. Chapter 23. 3 million star coins buyout. In 3 hours, the entire research team transitioned from confusion to shock and delight. President Lee, where did you obtain this Starship technology? Although only 80% of the data is available, the critical Starship technology details have been redacted. This Starship technology is absolutely feasible. Moreover, the T-1 Longshore-class medium interstellar destroyer offers an incredible cost-performance ratio. I never imagined that a starship with such a low production cost could achieve such high performance. If this were placed on the market, it would undoubtedly be a best-selling Starship product. The chief engineer of the research lab, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, stood excitedly before Liyaki. Holding the data disk, it was akin to a treasure in her eyes. If she had previously fallen into despair, this data disk was the rope that had descended from heaven. You all need to set aside your current research tasks and conduct an in-depth study of this Starship technology. Liyaki handed the data disk to the chief engineer. Before the chief engineer could inquire where this Starship technology came from, Liyaki had already dashed out of the research lab. Liyaki sat in her flying car and immediately attempted to contact her younger brother. The first call was abruptly disconnected, leaving Liyaki perplexed. The second attempt was also cut off, causing her growing unease. On the third attempt, the call was again terminated, but this time, Li Wei sent a text message. Sister, I'm in the shower. Can you wait until I'm done? A few dark lines appeared on Liyaki's face as she clenched her teeth and replied. If you wish to remain unscathed, you must answer me immediately. If you hang up again, the day you return home will be your Memorial Day next year. She sent a fourth communication request, which was not immediately dismissed. After a brief pause of nearly half a minute, the call was finally answered. Li Wei appeared, wrapped in a towel, looking hurried as if he had just finished bathing. Sister, what's so urgent? He asked, his expression one of feigned grievance, as if he had been interrupted from something significant. Who provided you with the Starship technology blueprint? Liyaki inquired directly. You mean that one? Libe azitata, rakaling Zhao Chen's instructions. He cleared his throat and replied, Sister, my friend is rather low-key and prefers not to disclose his identity. Just tell me how the Starship technology is. Do you want it or not? If not, I will inform my friend. Not even your sister can know. Liyaki fixed her gaze on her younger brother and enticingly proposed. If you reveal his identity, I will triple your living expenses for next semester. Libe Baoja, grappling internally, but resolutely stated, No, I made a promise. He continued, Moreover, sister, think about it. If he discovers that I revealed his identity, what if he becomes upset and refuses to negotiate with you? Understanding the validity of his reasoning, Liyaki suppressed her curiosity. Suspecting that it might be a work from a mentor in the Starship Engineering Department of the Beiji Xingxing Military Academy. Could you assist me in contacting this gentleman? I am very interested in his Starship technology. Can we arrange a time to discuss it in person? Liyaki asked. Huh, you're interested? Libe respunda, sumawet astunisha. Haven't you seen the contents? I haven't looked at it. I'm not like you. I am not in the Starship Engineering Department and wouldn't understand it anyway. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. His sister, Liyaki, had graduated from the Starship Engineering Department, which fueled her keen interest in Starship research and manufacturing, especially as she hailed from a family entrenched in Starship trade. Consequently, she aspired to engage in the business of Starship arms trade. Please hurry and let me know as soon as you have news. Don't hang up on me. I'll be waiting for your update, Liyaki urged. Without acquiring authorization for that Starship technology, she felt her mind would remain restless. It was her only lifeline. Under Liyaki's insistence, Li Wei proceeded to contact Zhao Chen. After several minutes, he reappeared in the video call window. Sister, my friend said to forget about an in-person meeting. If you have an offer, you can enter this virtual room to discuss. Upon sending a link to Liyaki, she was taken aback. Such an important matter was to be discussed in such an environment. Nevertheless, her immediate concern was to secure the Starship technology. Understood, she said, clicking on the link, which opened a new window for a text chat rather than a video call. Taking a deep breath, Liyaki initiated the conversation. Hello, I am Li Wei's sister. Liyaki, the head of the Starship Arms Trade Department at the Bayan Star Interstellar Trade Group. After sending the message, she waited half a minute for a response. Finally, a simple reply came through. Hello. The two words left Liyaki with a sensation akin to a lump in her throat. This was her first time negotiating business in such a manner. I am very interested in your T-1 Longshore-class medium interstellar destroyer technology, and I hope we can arrange a time to discuss the cooperation plan in detail. No need to set a time. If you're certain you want this Starship technology, just provide a price. If I'm satisfied, you can transfer the funds, and I will send you the complete T1 Langshore technical data. Liyaki was taken aback by the straightforwardness of the response. Quoting a price? Unsure of how much to offer, she felt unprepared for this unexpected turn, as it deviated greatly from her usual business model. After a moment of contemplation, she sent a message. What price do you think is appropriate? The other party remained silent for a few minutes before sending a figure. 3 million star coins. 3 million star coins? Isn't that a bit steep? Liyeki bundarat. Considering that this was merely a T1 starship, typically valued at just 20 to 30,000 star coins in the market. Then, the other side sent 2 words, buyout. Feeling her heart race at those words, Liyaki inquired immediately, are you certain it's 3 million star coins to buy out this starship technology? A buyout meant that with this payment, the starship technology would belong to Liyaki outright, whereas she initially sought only a license. Yes, do you agree to this price? Seeing those words, Liyaki swiftly replied with 2 words, agreed. On the other side of the communication window, Zhao Chen stared blankly at her response, clutching his heart as he lamented, damn, I quoted too low. Just moments ago, Zhao Chen had intended to suggest that there was room for negotiation, believing his price was somewhat inflated, only to be astonished that Liyaki had accepted it outright. Ultimately, the transaction concluded with Liyaki purchasing the T1 Longshore-class medium interstellar destroyer technology for 3 million star coins. After finalizing the agreement, Zhao Chen promptly sent all technical data of the T1 Langshore to Liyaki. I have sent the Starship technology data to your email. Please transfer the 3 million star coins to this account within 3 days. He provided a number for a Starry Empire Interstellar bank card. You have already sent me the Starship technology? Aren't you worried that I might back out? Liyaki expressed her astonishment at the other's apparent disregard for such a significant transaction, questioning whether he truly trusted her not to renege. This felt less like an interstellar trade and more akin to a casual supermarket purchase. I trust Li Wei, and if you dare to go back on your word, I will ensure you pay 1,000-fold for it. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so let us leave it at that. It was a pleasure doing business. The virtual room indicated that the other party had exited. Liyaki hurriedly attempted to inquire how to reach out to him again, but received no further response. What an odd person. This must be the strangest business deal I've ever encountered. Even now, she felt as though she were dreaming. Moreover, she realized she did not even know how to address the other party. A peculiar person and a peculiar transaction. Nevertheless, as long as she could obtain the complete technical data for the T1 Langshore, she was confident that within 6 months, she could turn the Starship arms trade from loss to profit, leaving those who anticipated her failure utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen felt a twinge of regret. If only I had quoted 4 million, he sighed. In the realm of business, he was still quite inexperienced. To be honest, 3 million star coins was already a relatively high buyout price for the T1 Starship technology. However, it just so happened that Liyaki was in dire need of Starship technology. A thirsty person would naturally overlook an exorbitant price when presented with a bottle of water. Now, Zhao Chen began to plan the construction of his second starship, the T2 Funwan-class heavy carrier. Constructing a starship requires meticulous preparation. It is not merely a matter of assembling the vessel. The endeavor encompasses an array of elements, including raw materials, construction sites, and technological expertise, among numerous other considerations. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's handheld device emitted a series of beeping sounds. To his surprise, it was a call from his younger sister, Zhao Waner. Oh, it is quite unprecedented for the young lady to reach out to me, Zhao Chen remarked playfully as he gazed at the video feed, displaying Zhao Waner. It was rare for her to initiate contact. Typically, she preferred to communicate with him in person. At that moment, Zhao Chen noticed 2 stunning young women standing behind Zhao Waner, who could be described as a duo of beauties. Enough of the banter. My friends are present. Zhao Waner shot back with a playful eye roll. She then shifted aside to introduce her companions. This is my senior, Su Lan from the 5th grade. And this is my classmate, Xue Xiao Xiao from the 4th grade. As for this one, I need not introduce him, my brother. Upon uttering the words, my brother, Zhao Waner displayed a hint of disdain. Hello, we often hear Waner speak of you, Su Lan greeted politely. She speaks of me? Well, it is enough that she refrains from disparaging me. Zhao Chen shrugged in response. Zhao Chen Gij, may I see your cannon? The ponytailed girl, Xue Xiao Xiao, suddenly leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Chen was taken aback by her boldness. What do you mean? Zhao Wanner quickly pulled Xiao back, exclaiming, Xiao, what are you saying? I merely wish to observe. Zhao Chen gauges Zero-class Blizzard's 1,200 millimeters caliber heavy cannon up close. Xiao pouted. Sulan, you must have some matter to discuss with me. Please, feel free to speak directly. Zhao Chen interjected, eager to redirect the conversation as the little girl's words were quite distracting. Sulan replied, we are here to address the incident regarding the Starship duel that took place yesterday. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as he awaited further elaboration. Sulan continued. Zhang Haoran sought assistance from others, and someone, aware of my acquaintance with your sister Zhao Wanner, approached me. They hope you can revoke the expulsion penalty imposed on Zhang Haoran. Upon hearing Su Lan mention the Starship duel, Zhao Chen immediately understood that it pertained to Zhang Haoran. He knew Zhang Haoran would not willingly withdraw from the Beijing Starship Military Academy, as it was a matter of great significance for his future. Is this expulsion penalty recorded within the Starship duel context? Can it truly be rescinded? Zhao Chen inquired curiously. Su Lan explained, according to the Academy's regulations, the stakes involved in a Starship duel are recognized and enforced by the institution. However, if the victorious party is willing to forego the punitive stakes, then the defeated party may be exempt from punishment. Therefore, your agreement is required. Zhao Chen remained contemplative, and Su Lan added, this request comes from a friend of mine. I owe him a favor. If you are unwilling, then forget I mentioned it. However, if you are open to discussion, I can arrange a meeting for you both to negotiate. You are welcome to propose your terms, as it would not be fair for you to forego the penalty without compensation. May I speak privately with my sister? Zhao Chen requested. Su Lan consented and departed with Xiao. All right, now that Su Lan and Xiao have left, you may speak freely, Zhao Wanner said, crossing her arms. Do you wish for me to assist Su Lan? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner hesitated. This is your affair. Why are you asking me? My dear sister, it is not often that you seek my assistance. It seems you have a rather favorable relationship with Su Lan, Zhao Chen teased. Zhao Wanner blushed slightly and confessed. I admit I am quite fond of Su Lan. Since my arrival at the Beijing Starship Military Academy, she has taken great care of me. She is one of my two friends here, the other being Xiao. Zhao Chen was aware of the situation involving Su Lan. The individual seeking her assistance was a fifth-grade senior named Han Tianwan. He had previously helped her with a matter, and since then, he had persistently pursued her, hoping for a romantic relationship. Su Lan did not reciprocate his feelings, yet out of obligation, she had to endure his advances. If this favor can be repaid, then Su Lan would no longer have to tolerate his harassment. Zhao Chen mused. Very well, have Su Lan arrange this matter. Send me the time and location tonight, and I shall agree to a discussion. Really? Zhao Van exclaimed in astonishment. Well, this is the first time my sister has asked me for a favor, Zhao Chen chuckled. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes in response. Who asked you? Help if you wish. If not, then don't. With that, she terminated the call. Reflecting on Zhang Haoran's situation, Zhao Chen considered that whether or not Zhang Haoran withdrew was of little consequence to him. He had never regarded that character as significant, nor did he care about his association with Jiang Shasha. Were it not for the system task, he would not have proposed the Starship duel. Now, with an opportunity to assist Zhao Wanner Sr. while also negotiating favorable terms, he could not let such a chance slip away. A smile crept across his lips. For tomorrow promised to be entertaining. Chapter 25. You shall kneel in the ocean-themed dining hall of the Beijing Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chen admired the holographic images of aquatic creatures from an unknown galaxy swimming gracefully before him. The ambience of the establishment was serene, with only a handful of patrons present, marking it as one of the more upscale dining venues at Beijing. It was said that half of the ingredients used were sourced from organic cultivation, making it a favored spot for those of noble lineage. Accompanying Zhao Chen were the two lovely young women, drawing considerable attention from onlookers. Zhao Chen, have you decided on the terms you wish to propose to Zhang Haoran? Sulan inquired. I have a clear idea, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Observing his demeanor, Su Lan refrained from further commentary, understanding that her role was merely that of an intermediary. The success or failure of the negotiation held little weight for her. She was compelled to assist due to an obligation to a friend. Lai, over here, a voice called out. From a distance, Zhao Chen spotted a fair-skinned youth seated at a round table by the window, waving enthusiastically at Su Lan and her companions. Surrounding the table were three individuals, one of whom was Zhang Haoran, while another was unfamiliar to Zhao Chen. Zhang Haoran's expression appeared grim, and although his gaze briefly met Zhao Chen's, he quickly averted his eyes, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen astutely sensed Zhang Haoran's underlying malice. A single lesson would not suffice to ensure his compliance. Feel free to voice your thoughts during the discussion. If an agreement cannot be reached, we shall take our leave without concern for our presence. Sulam visperto Zhao Chen. He nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Wanner, feeling somewhat anxious, was closely following her brother, worried as he had never encountered such formalities before, despite being a barren. Meanwhile, Xue Xiao appeared eager, relishing the prospect of mischief. As they approached the table, the senior named Han Tianwang ignored Zhao Chen, who was supposed to be the focal point of the negotiation, and instead, he pulled out a chair next to him. Lilai, come sit here. The round table had only 7 seats, perfectly accommodating the 3 from Han Tianwang's side and the 4 from Zhao Chen's. Han Tianwang had deliberately left a seat beside him for Sulan, but she merely smiled and replied, "No need. I can sit here." She then took a seat with Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiao, leaving Han Tianwang feeling somewhat awkward. Consequently, the only available seat for Zhao Chen was next to Han Tianwang. At this moment, Han Tianwang turned his gaze towards the person before him and said nonchalantly, "You must be Zhao Chen, Jr. Please take a seat." However, despite his invitation, Han Tianwang had already seated himself. At that moment, only Zhao Chen remained standing. Yet, Zhao Chen did not approach Han Tianwang's side. Instead, he rested his hand on a chair in front of him, stating, "No need, I can sit here." In that instant, the atmosphere in the room began to shift uneasily, as Zhao Chen's hand rested precisely on the chair where Zhang Haoran was seated. Zhang Haoran's expression darkened, and he glanced at senior Han Tianwang, who diverted his gaze. Realizing the situation, Zhang Haoran could only scowl as he stood up, preparing to take the seat beside Han Tianwang. As Zhao Chen settled into Zhang Haoran's chair, he noticed Zhang Haoran attempting to sit down and promptly splashed a cup of water onto the chair. "Is there a place for you here?" The tension in the air reached a freezing point once more. Zhang Haoran clenched his fists. "Junior Zhao, there's no need to be so aggressive. Previously, it was merely a misunderstanding with Haoran. Now that we are gathered for a meal, let us consider it resolved and become friends." Han Tianwang stepped in as a mediator, saying, "Lan, don't you think so?" Su Lan smiled. "We are merely here as companions, remaining silent. Everything depends on Junior Zhao's wishes. If there is a seat for him here, then there is no place for me, Zhao Chen. Senior, what do you think?" Zhao Chen met Han Tianwang's gaze without flinching. A shadow flickered in Han Tianwang's eyes, yet he maintained a jovial demeanor as he replied, "Indeed, an apology should reflect the gravity of the situation. Haoran, you may stand. Waiter, please remove this extra chair." Zhao Chen summoned the waiter, who, rather than being a robotic server, was a beautifully dressed young woman, reflecting the restaurant's upscale nature. Once the chair was removed, Zhang Haoran stood like a pillar between Zhao Chen and Han Tianwang. "We are all seated, yet you stand alone. Does this not imply you are superior to me and the older students?" Zhang Chen smiled at Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" "Kneel." Zhao Chen retorted casually. The expressions of those present shifted. Zhang Haoran, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Zhao Chen, do not go too far." "Too far? I have heard you and your gang boast in my class about defeating me in a duel aboard Starship. You expect me to kneel and apologize? At that time, did you not find it excessive?" Zhao Chen smiled at Zhang Haoran. "Or do we presume that young Master Zhang looks down upon continuing his studies at Beiji Xing?" Zhao Chen's final remark struck directly at Zhang Haoran's heart. He could not drop out of Beiji Xing. His father, a viscount destined to become an earl, had more than just him as a son. Beiji Xing was one of the 3 finest Starship military academies in the Xingyao Empire, a privilege secured by his father's connections. If he were unable to graduate from Beiji Xing, it was likely that his title would be usurped by other brothers. Upon learning this, his mother had sent him a text message, urging him to figure things out, insisting he could not drop out of Beiji Xing under any circumstances. "Junior Zhao, there's no need for this. Haoran has already acknowledged his mistake. We are all classmates, and there's no reason to let our relationship become so strained. Please, for my sake, let us eat first and discuss how to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Haoran over the meal. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory answer." Han Tianwang interjected. "For your sake?" Zhao Chen chuckled. looking at Han Tianwang with feigned innocence. Are you suggesting that I grant you the favor of kneeling for him? Nearby, Zhao Wanner gasped, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Confronting Zhang Haoran was one thing, but now he was challenging Han Tianwang. Su Lan and the twin-tailed Shui Xiao gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment, realizing that this junior was indeed quite different. Han Tianwang's expression darkened considerably. Fine, I will kneel, Zhang Haoran shouted, dropping to his knees in the spot where the chair had been. The table's height conveniently concealed his head. This works well. It won't interfere with our meal. Why is everyone staring at me? Weren't we here to eat? Hurry, place your orders. I am quite hungry. Senior Han, feel free to order whatever you like. No need to hold back. Zhao Chen raised his hand, opening the holographic menu. He swiftly tapped away, and those beside him, including Zhao Wanner, could barely comprehend what he had ordered. I placed the order. Feel free to let me know if you need anything else. We have the rare opportunity to dine with Senior Han. Let's enjoy it. Zhao Chen smiled at everyone. Shui Xiao nearly burst into laughter as the dishes arrived. Even Su Lan was taken aback. Every dish was crafted from natural ingredients. There were black eggs fried with six-legged pork at 200 star coins per serving. Sweet and sour three-legged duck at 300 star coins. Flame fish soup from the Flame Star system at 500 star coins. A fruit platter for 1,000 star coins, and a three-piece set from the Aegean star system for 5,000 star coins. Yet, the most striking was a bottle of renowned fruit wine valued at a staggering 13,000 star coins. It was nearly equivalent to the cost of the entire meal. Before Han Tianwang could take another look, Zhao Chen had already filled glasses for himself and the three beautiful women beside him. Oh dear, it's all poured. If Senior Han wishes to drink, you may order more. Zhao Chen smiled at Han Tianwang. No, it's quite all right. I do not drink. Han Tianwang's mold wisha. There was only this single bottle available in the restaurant. Even if he wanted to order more, he had no opportunity. Are you sure it's all right to order so much? Rest assured, this food is far superior to synthetic meals. Such an opportunity is rare. We must indulge. Zhao Chen began to devour the food with great enthusiasm. Indeed, the term devour aptly described his eating style. Initially, Su Lan and the others were mindful of dining etiquette, but seeing Zhao Chen rapidly emptying the dishes, they hastened their own eating, though their manners were still leagues above Zhao Chen's. This lavish feast was something even Su Lan and her companions had never encountered. They had only sampled a few of the dishes. After all, a single meal could consume the savings of numerous families over generations. The average person's annual salary was merely 40 star coins, barely sufficient to support a family of 3, subsisting on synthetic food. After over a month of eating synthetic meals, Zhao Chen finally rediscovered the pleasure of flavor. Han Tianwang vat shi chu tian, who was eating like a beast, wanting to speak several times, but finding no opportunity. Ultimately, he surrendered and joined the fray, for if he did not eat soon, the entire feast would be consumed. Given the richness of the spread, it was a rare opportunity for him as well. The most pitiable was Zhang Haoran, who remained kneeling in shame, enduring the torment of sight, smell, and taste. His heart was bleeding, for this meal was ostensibly on his tab. After an hour of rapid consumption, Zhao Chen patted his now considerably expanded belly. If it weren't for the outfit he wore, which could adjust to his body size, he feared the buttons would no longer fasten. Beside them, Zhao Wanner and Senior Su Lan were not in a much better state, wearing expressions of satiety that indicated they could hardly eat another bite. At this moment, Han Tianwang hurriedly called out to Zhao Chen, Junior Zhao Chen, having eaten to your heart's content, ISN tea at time we address the matter we agreed upon. Please submit a request to the Academy to lift the punishment on Junior Zhang Haoran. All right, I almost forgot. We haven't even discussed the main issue. Zhao Chen sat back down, smiling as he said, I apologize. A mere commoner like me has never tasted such exquisite food. Please do not mock me. Seeing Zhao Chen's mischievous demeanor, Senior Su Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Wanner, however, was fixated on her elder brother, realizing for the first time how cunning he truly was. Now, do tell me what conditions you are willing to offer for me to spare Zhang Haoran. Zhao Chen asked earnestly. Han Tianwang was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Zhao Chen. Conditions? You can't possibly think a single meal could resolve this matter, he replied. Feigning surprise. Han Tianwang's lips twitched, and he struggled to suppress the urge to strike Zhao Chen. With great restraint, he smiled and said, Then, Junior Zhao Chen, please present your terms. I appreciate straightforwardness. Zhao Chen raised his hand, extending 5 fingers. My starship has endured a fierce battle. The costs of combat, personnel losses, and repairs upon return all require funding. Salvena Olteas. Please, that 5-minute skirmish likely consumed less than 1% of your starship's energy. As for combat losses, Zhang Haoran's T2 by 2 ing never even struck your vessel, let alone necessitating repairs. It was evident to all that Zhao Chen was attempting to extort them. 50,000 star coins, you say? Han Tianwang looked at Zhao Chen's 5 fingers, but Zhao Chen immediately interrupted, grinning widely. Oh no, not 50,000, but 500,000 star coins. 500,000. This is outright extortion, Zhang Haoran exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Perhaps from kneeling too long, he stumbled and fell onto the dining table, the remnants of their meal splattering across his face. Fortunately, the round table was secured. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more humiliating. Extortion? If you perceive it that way, then it seems there is no need for further discussion. I can forego the 500,000 star coins, and you may choose to leave Beiji Xing at your convenience. Zhao Chen spread his hands, preparing to depart. Zhang Haoran, filled with rage and despair, shouted, I can offer you compensation, but I truly do not possess 500,000 star coins. You do, Zhao Chen replied. Zhang Haoran stared at him in disbelief. Your T2 by 2 ing-class light interstellar cruiser, although severely damaged, could fetch between 500 to 600,000 star coins if sold promptly, Zhao Chen said with a smile that seemed devilish to Zhang Haoran. Devil. This guy's a devil. Zhang Haoran realized that Zhao Chen had meticulously planned this before arriving. The impression of Zhao Chen had been utterly transformed for everyone present. By the way, I have another condition. I believe I heard your friend say that if you won, you would graciously allow me to kneel before you and call you grandfather. In such a case, I might consider not having to withdraw from the academy. Zhao Chen's grin was nothing short of diabolical to Zhang Haoran. My time is precious. I shall give you 10 seconds. Zhao Chen's fingers drummed against the table. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Haoran, as if they were silently counting down. Ultimately, Zhang Haoran knelt on the ground, a gesture that conveyed his answer. Grandfather Zhao Chen, I was wrong, he said, his forehead touching the floor. Before I exit the dining hall, do not cease. By the end of the semester, I expect to receive the 500,000 star coin transfer. It should not be difficult for you to trace my academy account. Once the funds arrive, I shall submit a request to the academy to lift your punishment. With that, Zhao Chen, accompanied by Zhao Wanner and the others, exited the dining hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoran remained on the ground, continuously lamenting, Grandfather Zhao Chen, I was wrong. Observing the disarray around him and Zhang Haoran's pitiful demeanor, Han Tianwang solemnly remarked, Zhao Chen possesses quite the skill, but Haoran, remember, a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. Remaining at Beiji Xing Military Academy is of utmost importance. I shall ensure that Zhao Chen pays 1,000-fold for this. Zhang Haoran swore, his face contorted as he knelt. Honestly, I believe it would be better for you to concede. You're no match for Zhao Chen, spoke a handsome young man who had remained silent until now, appearing as a mere observer of the gathering. Yet he did not feel his presence was unwarranted. This was indeed a splendid show. Young master son, success is contingent on human effort. I too believe that Zhao Chen has indeed gone too far and deserve a lesson. Han Tianwang replied, a glint of coldness in his eyes, recalling Zhao Chen's disregard for him, especially in front of Sulan. Young master son smiled, but did not respond further. At that moment, a restaurant manager approached, glancing at Zhang Haoran kneeling on the ground with a puzzled expression. How much is the bill? Zhang Haoran stood, his legs trembling. A total of 53,000 star coins. We can waive the change, the manager explained with a professional smile. Zhang Haoran nearly collapsed again, staring in shock. 50,000 star coins? Impossible. How could our table possibly amount to 50,000 star coins? This table totals only 20,000 star coins, but the guest who just left ordered 2 additional servings of the same meal, hence the total of 50,000 star coins. The manager clarified with a smile. Take out? Enraged, Zhang Haoran spat blood and shouted, Zhao Chen. Watching Zhao Chen, who was carrying several bags in each hand, was rather comical. Wanner, your brother is truly entertaining. This meal was worth every bit, not only for the feast, but also for the spectacle. You should just call him Zhao Chen. No need for the formalities. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes, then turned to Zhao Chen. Aren't you worried about their potential retaliation for targeting Zhang Haoren and disregarding Han Tianwang? You speak as if I should treat them with kindness, and they would never retaliate. Since I cannot change the circumstances, why not strike a drowning dog while it's down? Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Su Lan covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Wanner, your brother is truly unique. He does not fit the image you painted of him as merely a bookworm. If this is what you consider foolish, then I doubt there are any wise individuals left in this world. I had no idea he was so adept at hiding his true self, Zhao Wanner pouted. Senior Su Lan looked at Zhao Chen and said, Junior Zhao Chen, I must still caution you. Today you have severely offended both Zhang Haoren and Han Tianwang. While I do not know much about Zhang Haoren, Han Tianwang is a cunning individual, harboring grudges over trivial matters. You may have slighted him today, but he will surely create obstacles for you in the future. Yes, I will take note, Zhao Chen nodded. What plans do you have for the holiday? Asked Shui Xiao Xiao, her twin ponytails bouncing with curiosity. Wanner and I need to return to our territory. After all, I am nominally a baron, and there are numerous affairs awaiting my attention. Zhao Chen replied helplessly. And those affairs are not already arranged by your sister? Sao Vena Oteas. Speaking of your sister, I recall she is serving in the imperial military of the Xingyao Empire, and I have heard she has performed exceptionally well, even becoming the captain of Princess's personal guard starship, Senior Su Lan remarked. Zhao Chen contemplated his sister. In truth, his impressions of her were scant, for since he could remember, their parents had been absent, and his sister was already attending the Xinjiang Academy, subsequently joining the Imperial Army upon her graduation. Throughout the year, she would return to the territory for no more than a month, and their encounters during that brief time were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, Zhao Wanner was correct. Without his sister's orchestration of affairs in the territory, one could only speculate what state it might have fallen into. That's right. This year you need not book a ticket. You may return with my starship, Zhao Chen remarked to Zhao Wanner. In previous years, both he and Zhao Wanner would purchase tickets to return to their territory. The expenses of traveling aboard a starship far exceeded those of buying tickets by several multiples. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Chen and whispered, Don't forget, your brother is now quite affluent. Upon recalling the 50,000 star coins, Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Very well then. To be candid, utilizing one's own starship for the return journey was indeed at least 3 times faster than purchasing starship tickets. You may return for now. We shall set off the day after tomorrow. If you have any belongings to move, just let me know. I must leave first. With so much food, it will spoil if left unattended, Zhao Chen stated, bidding farewell to senior sister Su Lan and hastily departing. Your brother is quite the foodie. How long can he possibly consume all that alone? Shui Xiao Xiao, with her twin ponytails, remarked, swallowing at the thought of the delectable food. Observing her brother's retreating figure, Zhao Wanner felt a profound change in him, as though she hardly recognized him anymore. Your brother is quite fascinating, senior sister Su Lan commented. Both Zhao Wanner and Shui Xiao Xiao were taken aback, for a man deemed interesting by senior sister Su Lan was rarer than a mythical creature. On board the Zero Storm starship, Zhao Chen ascended into the ship's cabin, breathless. Charlotte had already arrived early as per Zhao Chen's instructions. Quickly, help me with these, Zhao Chen said, handing several meal boxes to Charlotte. He noticed the red imprints on his arms and wrists, with some fingers even turning purple due to restricted blood flow. Captain, what is in these? Charlotte inquired, eyeing the bags in his hands. A secret. Inform all crew members to assemble in the dining hall. Zhao Chen replied with an enigmatic smile. Charlotte did not press for further details and relayed the command, and together they made their way to the starship's dining hall. Do you not require assistance? Zhao Chen asked, observing Charlotte, who effortlessly carried the numerous items without losing her composure. Are they heavy? Charlotte retorted nonchalantly. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Indeed, this was the strength of the half-beastmen by Hu clan. Chapter 28. Will we finally have rice with every meal? In the dining hall of the Zero Storm starship, according to Captain Zhao Chen's orders, all 100 half-beastmen female crew members were present. Why are you all standing? Sit down quickly. Zhao Chen gestured for them to take their seats. Under somewhat awkward circumstances, the female crew members gradually sat down. Charlotte, please help me distribute this food, Zhao Chen instructed as he opened the bags of meal boxes that Charlotte had brought. In an instant, an enticing aroma enveloped the entire dining hall. It is well known that half-beastmen possess a sense of smell far superior to that of humans, making them even more captivated by the delightful scents. Charlotte stared at the enticing meal boxes for several seconds, entranced. Don't just stare, get moving. Otherwise, it will all cool down and become unappetizing, Zhao Chen urged, taking on the role of the kitchen overseer. He evenly divided the contents of the meal boxes into 100 portions and instructed Charlotte to distribute the plates filled with food. In reality, if merely distributing the dishes, each portion would amount to barely a mouthful per person. However, alongside that, there was a significant bowl of pristine white rice. Upon seeing the glistening rice, many of the half-beastmen female crew members gulped. Are we distributing all this? Charlotte was puzzled by Zhao Chen's intentions. What is it? This is today's lunch for everyone. Zhao Chen casually replied. Lunch? These mouth-watering delicacies? Upon hearing Captain Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte and the 100 female crew members were taken aback. Staring in disbelief at the captain, they were gradually coming to know. Hurry up and serve it. Everyone is waiting, Zhao Chen urged as he noticed Charlotte still in shock. Soon, Charlotte began her task, serving the portions of food to the female crew members. Within a short while, over 30 servings had already been distributed. Zhao Chen took a moment to glance around, only to find that none of the crew members who had received their food had moved to eat. Although some were already drooling over the delicious dishes before them, they remained seated, maintaining their decorum. What are you all waiting for? Eat. Those who have been served should start. Those who haven't, just wait a moment. No need to rush. Everyone will have their share, Zhao Chen instructed. Seeing that no one still made a move, he feigned anger and declared, This is an order. At that moment, the crew members began to eat, initially timidly taking small bites. However, soon the stimulation of flavors overwhelmed their restraint, and they could no longer remain composed. After years of enduring artificially manufactured food, it was as though they were parched souls in a desert finally receiving a drop of water. They began to devour the food ravenously, even using their hands to grasp it. Each portion was consumed in under 3 minutes, leaving them licking the plates and utensils, still yearning for more. Observing the scene of the female crew members with animal ears licking their plates, Zhao Chen found it both adorable and somewhat heart-wrenching, as many were younger than he. Some even minors. Of course, in Zhao Chen's perspective, there was no distinction between minors and adults among the half-beastman population. Anyone capable of fighting was considered an adult. Thus, typically, half-beastmen aged 12 or 13 were thrust into battle and labor, regardless of gender. Only through combat and work could they secure their daily sustenance. Before long, all 100 servings of food had been distributed. The final portion was personally presented by Zhao Chen to Charlotte. Quickly, give it a try. It tastes delightful. Especially the fruit. Charlotte gazed at the bountiful food on her plate, which included a slice of crescent-shaped apple and small fruits the size of her fingers. She looked at Zhao Chen. What about you? I have already eaten and am quite full. If you don't believe me, just look at my belly, Zhao Chen said, disregarding his image as he patted his round stomach. Charlotte chuckled softly, lowering her head to begin eating. After a few bites, Zhao Chen noticed that Charlotte had lowered her head even further, her face nearly parallel to the plate. Initially, he did not understand why. But when he caught sight of the glimmering tear in the corner of her eye peeking through her white hair, he realized what Charlotte was concealing. At that moment, Zhao Chen heard cries emanating from the dining hall. One of the female crew members was eating while shedding tears, the food mingling with her tears as it was consumed. Perhaps they wept because the food was simply too delicious, or perhaps the exquisite experience reminded them of their past struggles, recalling how their siblings back home fought tooth and nail merely to survive. For the first time, they realized that food was not merely a means to satiate hunger, but an exquisite experience to be relished. As you all eat, I shall announce something. Zhao Chen suddenly interjected, capturing the attention of all the female crew members in the dining hall. Some who were still eating paused in their actions. Do not mind me. Continue eating while you listen. Zhao Chen gestured for the female crew members to continue eating, yet they remained fixed upon him. Helplessly, he turned to Charlotte, who also paused her meal to look at him. Understanding his silent plea, Charlotte took the lead in resuming her meal, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. I wish to discuss the welfare provisions for everyone. We had previously agreed that you would serve me for 3 years in exchange for your freedom, correct? However, certain details remain unaddressed, particularly concerning the welfare benefits of the crew. Zhao Chen inquired of Charlotte, how were the meal provisions for crew members in your former fleet? Charlotte hesitated before responding, The daily meal standard was 1 star coin. Zhao Chen's lips twitched slightly. 1 star coin? That essentially equates to the price of the most basic serving of synthetic food, merely 1 meal per day. This implies that they were restricted to 1 meal daily. I have calculated that we will eliminate synthetic food. Our future sustenance will consist solely of natural food. However, it may not be as lavish as today's fare. Nevertheless, we can guarantee 3 substantial meals a day. Our established meal standard is 3 star coins per person daily, with a monthly cap of 10 star coins. As for what we will eat, I will confer with the logistics department responsible for meals later. Zhao Chen announced this nonchalantly, yet all present were taken aback. After a moment, a 15-year-old half-orc female crew member, her voice trembling, quietly remarked, "So that means I can have rice with every meal?" Chapter 29. What I desire is a fleet full of hope, not the living dead. Rice at every meal. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. Some female crew members' expressions began to dim. Zhao Chen shook his head and replied, "Having rice every day is a bit challenging, as we can have porridge and bread for breakfast, pasta for lunch, and rice or other meals for dinner." Upon hearing the captain's words, the previously dim-eyed female crew members suddenly seemed to return to paradise. "All right, continue eating. I must attend to other matters." Observing their suppressed joy, Zhao Chen discreetly exited the dining hall. As he stepped outside, the sounds of laughter and joy followed him. "My heavens, we can actually have rice at every meal. Is the captain pulling our leg? How could this be? Our previous Lord Fleet did not offer such treatment. I don't believe the captain would deceive us. Just look at the food he provided us. It is undoubtedly the best meal I have ever tasted. Does the captain even need to lie to us? We are but his purchased slaves. Even if he did not provide these, we would still dutifully work for him." Zhao Chun's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely what he desired. He sought not a lifeless fleet of slaves, but rather an elite fleet imbued with morale and fighting spirit. Though in this era, the technological advancements of starships somewhat overshadow the morale of the crew, a fleet with high morale will always surpass others of the same class. Moreover, a morale-infused fleet can work miracles. How does one acquire such a fleet? It is quite simple. Provide the crew with what they yearn for, instilling in them hope for the future. Thus, any obstacle that stands in the way of their hopes and seeks to extinguish them shall be regarded as a mortal enemy. Thud, thud, thud. Rapid footsteps echoed behind him. "Captain, I believe your decision is ill-considered." Charlotte interjected, blocking Zhao Chen's path. "What is the matter? I find it quite agreeable. Doesn't he? Everyone seemed to appreciate it?" Zhao Chen shrugged. Charlotte replied earnestly, "I sincerely appreciate your efforts to improve the meal standards for the crew. But do you realize what a daily allowance of 3-star coins entails? I could still do the math. At 10-star coins per month, with 100 crew members, our monthly expenditure would be 1,000 star coins." Zhao Chen responded nonchalantly, 1,000 star coins. Do you understand how many energy blocks, military supplies, missiles, and bullets that could purchase? Zhao Chen smiled at Charlotte. "Have you finished?" Charlotte continued, "You could elevate the meal standards. I believe a daily allowance of 1 or 5-star coins would suffice, and there is no need to completely abandon synthetic foods." Zhao Chen patiently awaited the conclusion of Charlotte's remarks before responding with a smile. "I understand your concerns, but in my view, the happiness and satisfaction of the crew take precedence over all else. Previously, they were a listless group of slaves. But do you know what I saw in them just now? Hope. I desire a fleet filled with hope, not one akin to the Walking Dead. Now, regarding the welfare provisions and meal standards, there is no need for further discussion. This is the captain's command. It will not be modified or reduced, and in the future, it may even be gradually increased if necessary. If a captain cannot even ensure the crew's sustenance, he is not a competent captain." As he spoke, Zhao Chen suddenly reached out, brushing his finger across the corner of Charlotte's mouth. Charlotte was taken aback as she noticed a grain of rice on his finger and was shocked to see him pop it into his own mouth. "Wait, summon the logistics department for a meeting to discuss how much living and military supplies we need to procure, as well as the menu for the Starship's cafeteria," Zhao Chen concluded, leaving a blushing Charlotte behind as he departed. After a moment, Charlotte regained her composure, clutching her heart. The captain's gesture had truly struck a chord within her, especially his unwavering insistence on establishing such a lavish meal standard, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. "The menu is set. You will provide meals for the crew according to this menu. As we are set to embark on a voyage in a few days, I will procure a batch of living and military supplies. Charlotte, you are responsible for compiling a detailed list for me. I will arrange for all the necessary supplies to be transported. Do not worry about the budget. Simply calculate based on the actual situation of Zero Storm. Zhao Chen addressed the gathering of female senior crew members present at the meeting. Very well. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Yet since entering the room, she had not once made eye contact with Zhao Chen. The logistics department can begin preparations. I will order a batch of food materials to be delivered within 3 hours. Our meal standards will commence with tonight's dinner. Zhao Chen stated. Yes. The female crew members of the logistics department responded enthusiastically, then exited the meeting room. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte, but before he could speak, she hurriedly left, saying, I will go and tally the required quantities of living and military supplies. Zhao Chen was taken aback, sensing something peculiar about his role as captain. That evening, news of the cafeteria's menu change spread rapidly throughout all Starship positions. Previously, they believed that the captain's policies would take time to implement. To their surprise, modifications were made by that very evening. Soon, numerous off-duty female crew members flocked to the cafeteria. The cafeteria now bore no resemblance to its former self. Even the decor had undergone changes. Originally a rationing system, it was transformed into a self-service dining experience. The previous fixed menu for 3 meals a day had been altered. Now, there were several choices available, vastly different from the limited options of synthetic food that had previously comprised the meals, in addition to the delectable dishes displayed in the showcase. One can also place direct orders with the kitchen, selecting personal preferences that will be freshly prepared on-site. Naturally, the choices must be from the menu, and the prices tend to be slightly higher. The menus for breakfast, lunch, and dinner have each expanded to encompass more than 10 distinct categories. Moreover, the ration allowance for each female soldier has been adjusted to a monthly quota of 10 star coins. Each dining female crew member is free to order as they please, as long as the total does not exceed this allowance over the course of the month, and wastefulness is strictly prohibited. Meat, exclaimed one female crew member, pointing at a dish of stir-fried shredded meat with vegetables, her eyes wide with excitement. However, the price of that dish was rather steep, equivalent to 3 days' worth of meals. Yet, with a bit of careful budgeting, enjoying meat once a week was entirely feasible. Excuse me, can we order now? A female crew member timidly, yet eagerly inquired. Of course, as long as the options on the sign are illuminated and the food displayed in the cabinets is available. You may order, replied the head chef, who stepped forward. This half-orc head chef had previously served under a half-orc lord and was quite skilled in the culinary arts, currently fulfilling the role of logistics chef on the Zero Storm. I like a rice bowl. I want a meat patty, just a portion of rice, and some vegetables for me. I'll have beef noodles. Chapter 30. An incident in the Xiaolong star system. This was originally the second officer's quarters, but since I only have one deputy, and considering that I plan to take you back this time, it has remained unoccupied. You'll be staying here for the next few days, Zhao Chen indicated, carrying his sister's luggage and pointing to the single room designated for the deputy commander. Not bad at all, Zhao Wanner commented as she surveyed the room. How will you accommodate your starship? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner, a fourth-year student, possessed her own designated starship. Senior Sulan has a long-term rental berth at the starport, and during this holiday, she will be returning home, so my starship will rest in her berth. My crew members are all students from the academy, and I have already granted them leave, Zhao Wanner explained as she sat on the bed. If I recall correctly, your starship is a T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, Zhao Chen reminisced. Zhao Vanan nodded in affirmation. When Zhao Wanner chose her fourth-year starship, she faced a similar predicament as Zhao Chen. Lacking funds, she could only select from the Academy's starship warehouse. However, due to her status as an excellent student, the Academy had taken special care of her, preparing a T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, albeit a second-hand vessel with a 30-year service record. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a high-quality T2 starship. Additionally, given Zhao Wanner's reputation as an outstanding student, many from other disciplines eagerly joined her crew, though she opted to recruit primarily from among the commoner students, considering salary matters. The T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser is commendable, though it is an older model. In the future, I'll get you a new ship, Zhao Chen muttered. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. A new ship? Spare me. Don't think that just because you've secured 500,000 star coins from Zhonghauern, you can act extravagant. 500,000 star coins, 1T, even cover a fraction of a T2 starship. Zhao Chen smiled silently, concealing the fact that he had completed another transaction, gaining a substantial sum of 3 million star coins by selling the Starship technology of a T1 Wolf Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer. Furthermore, he had no intention of purchasing a starship. With a system housing a plethora of Starship technologies, creating one himself seemed far more suitable. Trust me, just tell me what type of ship you desire, and I will arrange it for you before the end of this year. Zhao Chen waved his hand, exuding an air of confidence. Zhao Wanner chuckled. If you're capable, then bring me an aircraft carrier starship. The price of aircraft carrier starships is the highest among all types, bar none. They carry a multitude of interstellar fighter jets and drones, which significantly inflates the cost. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. Isn't that just a challenge? No problem. It's merely an aircraft carrier starship. I'll arrange it for you. I guarantee you will be satisfied, Zhao Chen said with a grin. Always boasting, Zhao Wanner clearly did not believe him. It is known that even a lightweight T2 aircraft carrier starship costs no less than 10 million star coins. All right, once you've settled in, let us head for a meal, Zhao Chen said as he approached the door. After waiting a moment for Zhao Wanner, the two proceeded to the Starship dining hall. As they reached the corridor leading to the dining hall, Zhao Wanner sniffed the air. I think I smell something delicious. Zhao Chen smiled, but remained silent. By the way, I noticed that your half-orc female crew members seem a bit different from before, although I can't quite put my finger on it, Zhao Wanner observed suspiciously. Eyeing Zhao Chen, you haven't done anything to those half-orc female crew members, have you? Zhao Chen lightly tapped Zhao Wanner on the head. What nonsense are you thinking here? Zhao Wanner stuck her tongue out, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhao Chen. She realized that her relationship with Zhao Chen had significantly transformed. He had never dared to touch her head before and had always appeared rather reserved in her presence, as if she were the elder sister and he the younger brother. As they joked and laughed, they entered the dining hall, and in that instant, Zhao Wanner halted in her tracks, her expression one of astonishment at the scene before her. Steaming noodles, fragrant bread, fluffy white buns, and aromatic chunks of meat filled the space. There was even a crescent-shaped, white delicacy, the legendary dumplings. Is this your Starship dining hall? Zhao Wanner asked wide-eyed. Of course. Come over here to place your order. Zhao Chen gestured to the staff behind the counter, indicating Zhao Wanner. Her order will be charged to my account. Captain, you don't need to swipe your card for her, right? The staff member said, with a peculiar expression. According to the regulations set by Zhao Chen himself, while dining in the Starship restaurant, he also had a meal standard. However, due to his status as captain, his meal standard was 3 times that of ordinary female crew members. Naturally, the meal standards for female crew members of officer rank were also higher than those of regular crew members. This classification was designed to motivate female crew members to perform well, as excellent performance could lead to promotions and access to superior meal standards, a form of incentive policy. Let us proceed according to the rules. Zhao Chen began to place his order. I'll have a serving of pork and cabbage dumplings. The menu here featured a considerable number of dishes that Zhao Chen had formulated, showcasing a wealth of Chinese cuisine. Dumplings, a renowned dish in this world, were rumored to originate from ancient culinary traditions of a blue planet. However, due to the high cost of natural ingredients, this dish had gradually become a noble delicacy, a legend in the eyes of common folk. Hurry up and order. There are people waiting behind you, Zhao Chen urged, observing Zhao Wanner, who appeared dumbfounded. Zhao Wanner hurriedly glanced around and then ordered a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Shortly after, a hovering robot scanned Zhao Chen's face. This signified that the payment had been completed. Please take a seat and wait. A robot will deliver your meal shortly, the staff member informed them. Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner found an empty table to sit at. What on earth is going on? Are all these made from natural ingredients? Zhao Wanner asked as soon as she settled down, gazing at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. Indeed. Zhao Wanner pointed to the holographic electronic menu display. Those dishes. Can ordinary crew members order them? Each person has their own meal standard. As long as they do not exceed it and avoid waste, they are free to order. What is the meal standard for ordinary crew members? 3 star coins per day, not to exceed 10 star coins per month. 10 star coins? Talvanias clinked, her voice startling those dining nearby. She quickly lowered her head and murmured, Have you lost your mind? 10 star coins. Even the noble guardian fleets of our Xingyao Empire do not maintain such extravagant dining standards. I allocate merely 0.05 star coins for my crew's meals daily. If they cannot afford such luxury, how can I set such high standards? This is my starship. I shall establish whatever standards I desire, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Covering her face, Zhao Wanner exclaimed, "Do not think that because you possess 500,000 star coins, you can act recklessly. This attitude will inevitably lead to trouble. Then we shall deal with the trouble when it arises." Zhao Chen shrugged in response. At that moment, their meals arrived, succulent pork and cabbage dumplings alongside fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Faced with the delightful cuisine, Zhao Wanner relinquished her discussion with Zhao Chen, indulging in the food that brought a blissful expression to her face. After finishing her meal, just as Zhao Wanner prepared to continue her lecture to Zhao Chen, her handheld terminal chimed, signaling an incoming message. Upon opening it, her expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, there's trouble in the Xiaolong star system," she exclaimed. The Xiaolong star system was Zhao Chen's territory. "What has occurred?" Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner activated the holographic projection of the message. "This is a trusted confidant left by my sister in the Xiaolong star system. There are individuals colluding with external traitors, attempting to assassinate the Zhao family. Second young master and third young lady must not return." Chapter 31. The first warp voyage of the Zero Storm, an assassination plot against Zhao Chen in the Xiaolong star system. He furrowed his brow, as this unexpected news disrupted his original plans. The informant was a trusted lookout left by his sister, and only she and Zhao Chen were aware of her identity. Thus, the message must be credible. "I think we should reconsider returning to the territory," Zhao Wanner said with concern. "Is it possible to contact her?" Zhao Chen asked. After pondering, Zhao Wanner replied, "I possess a private communication channel to reach her, but I cannot guarantee a timely response." Zhao Chen fell into contemplation. His return to his territory was not merely a vacation. It was pivotal for his future development. To expand his influence and secure his safety, he needed a robust foundation, and the Xiaolong star system was ripe for reclamation. However, due to its recent decline, the internal situation was dire and convoluted. Zhao Chen intended to seize this opportunity to rectify the Xiaolong star system and orchestrate his future. Yet if this sudden news compelled him to abandon his plans, he would face complications when the academy reopened in 3 months, making it exceedingly difficult to manage affairs in the Xiaolong star system thereafter. Such delays could extend for a year or more, and Zhao Chen did not have that luxury of time. "We must return home," Zhao Chen stated firmly. Zhao Wanner, agitated, exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? You know that there are people in the Xiaolong star system targeting us, and you still wish to return and offer yourself up? Who says we're going back to offer ourselves?" Zhao Chen retorted with a smirk. "The situation in the Xiaolong star system has been chaotic for a while. The Zhao family's weakened state has caused the various local nobles to disregard us. To truly regain control over the Xiaolong star system, we must eradicate the hidden malignancies. I had planned a gradual approach, but since they have presented me with an opportunity, why should I squander it?" Zhao Wanner discerned Zhao Chen's intentions. He sought to use this chance to uproot the forces behind the assassination attempts and overhaul the Xiaolong star system. "I do not oppose your plan, but you must also recognize your capabilities. We have no knowledge of how the enemy is positioned. We only possess 2 T2 starships. Will we not be walking into a trap?" Zhao Wanner remained apprehensive about their safety. "We will return, but not immediately. You should contact this person you mentioned and gather more intelligence from her. For instance, who orchestrated this assassination plot, what the plan entails, and whether they have organized a star fleet." Zhao Chen instructed with seriousness. "Those are manageable, but our strength." Zhao Chen smiled confidently. "Rest assured, I will be prepared." He raised his hand and activated a star map, marking their current location in the Xiaolong star system, filtering options between the 2 points. Ultimately, he selected a location. Zhao Chen pointed at the spot. "We shall first go here." The name of the place, Beijihu Starport, surprised Zhao Wanner. "What do we need to go there for?" "You will find out once we arrive." "Do we not need to take my T2 Fire Crow?" "Not necessary." "What are you truly planning?" Zhao Chen replied, "To construct ships." After thorough preparations, the Zero Storm officially departed from the Beiji Starship Military Academy's docks. Prior to this, Zhao Chen received 2 deposits into his accounts: 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoren and 3 million star coins from Liaki. The former was from the Academy's account, while the latter was from a discreet account Zhao Chen had opened before selling Starship technology intended to conceal his identity. Originally, he had planned to depart on July 1st, but due to the situation in the Xiaolong star system, he needed to expedite his plans and left 2 days earlier. Bidding farewell to Li Wei, Zhao Wanner also hurriedly said her goodbyes to senior sister Su Lan and others. The coordinates were set for Beijihu Starport in the Beijihu star system, and they would first head to the stargate of Beiji star system, then proceed through the stargate to the Beijihu star system's gate, ultimately arriving at Beijihu Starport. The journey was expected to take approximately 5 hours. First Officer Charlotte stood beside the captain's chair, briefing Zhao Chen on the planned route. Just ensure we reach Beijihu Starport in the shortest time possible. Zhao Chen instructed from his seat. Beside him, Zhao Wanner, visibly irritated, was upset that Zhao Chen had not clarified his intentions. Next, they would initiate the third-level warp engine. And during the warp phase, all personnel would enter deep-sea travel mode. All crew members would enter their sleep chambers, First Officer Charlotte announced. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. To reach Beiji Star System's starport swiftly, utilizing the warp engine was imperative. A starship typically has 2 to 3 navigation engine systems. One is the conventional engine, allowing the Zero Storm to achieve a speed of 100 star knots, while the other is the warp engine, employed primarily for long-distance travel, enabling extreme acceleration. During warp travel, most starships must enter deep-sea mode. Otherwise, the adverse effects of warp travel would be fatal to crew members not in sleep chambers. The human body cannot withstand the strain of warp travel. Combat is also impossible during this phase. The warp engine is categorized into levels from 1 to 9. Zhao Chen's Zero Storm was equipped with a third-level warp engine. With the warp route prepped, they would soon enter the acceleration phase, transitioning into warp travel within 10 minutes. All crew members must enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. At that moment, the ship's interior echoed with First Officer Charlotte's voice, accompanied by a soft purple glow, a notification prior to entering warp travel. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, several sleep chambers appeared beside Zhao Chen's captain's chair. They were upright, cylindrical, transparent chambers. In the bridge, the arrangement of the cryogenic pods is designed to ensure that crew members can swiftly return to their posts after exiting the warp drive mode, thereby regaining combat readiness. This is of paramount importance in a genuine battlefield scenario, particularly when engaging in behind enemy lines operations, which severely test the crew's responsiveness aboard a starship. At this moment, Zhao Chen stood inside the cryogenic chamber, observing Zhao Wanner beside him as she entered her pod. Do not be nervous. It will be over in the blink of an eye. Please, I have already completed combat missions in my 4th year at the Academy. I do not require your guidance. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes and activated her cryogenic pod. A transparent lid sealed the chamber, followed by the infusion of a pale blue liquid. Within this cryogenic fluid, one can breathe autonomously while also being lulled into a state of hypnosis. Zhao Wanner had already closed her eyes, resembling a serene sleeping beauty submerged in water. Zhao Chen did not immediately enter the cryogenic state. Instead, he watched Charlotte, who remained at the control panel. Meanwhile, the majority of the Zero Storm's energy supply had been cut off, redirecting nearly all power to the warp drive, while the starship itself maintained a low consumption state. With only 3 minutes remaining before entering warp travel, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen and reported, out of 102 crew members, 100 have entered cryogenic sleep. We will officially commence warp travel in 3 minutes. It is our turn now. Zhao Chen crossed his arms over his chest, took a deep breath, and activated his cryogenic pod. The pale blue liquid began to envelop his body, bringing no discomfort. Instead, it instilled a sense of relaxation within him, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 32. Stargate jumped to the Arctic Fox star port. The Zero Storm's intelligence system announced that it had arrived at the designated location and was now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen, in a hazy state, sensed a sound echoing in his ears. The Zero Storm starship's intelligence system confirmed that it had exited warp travel and reached its predetermined destination, currently in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air as he gazed at the slowly opening transparent pod door. The bridge lights had been restored, and familiar figures had resumed their duties aboard the command bridge. Within a minute, all personnel returned to their posts to check various data of the starship, while all crew members were to be on standby within 3 minutes. Vice Captain Charlotte continuously issued commands, with Zhao Wanner assisting her. Instinctively, Zhao Chen took a couple of steps forward, only to realize his legs felt weak. Had he not been gripping the nearby handrail, he might have collapsed. Captain, you have awakened. We have successfully arrived at the outer perimeter of the North Star System Stargate. All systems are normal, and we have resumed standard navigation. Vice Captain Charlotte promptly reported the current status to Zhao Chen. You all woke up before me? Zhao Chen inquired, astonished. Zhao Wanner, noticing his trembling legs, chuckled softly. We woke up a minute earlier than you. I told you before, you need to exercise more. Do not think piloting a starship is merely an intellectual endeavor. Navigating through the stars requires both wisdom and physical fitness. Zhao Chen paid no heed to Zhao Wanner's teasing. He asked Charlotte, how long have we been in cryogenic sleep? 32 minutes, Charlotte replied. The realization of having slept for 32 minutes made Zhao Chen feel as though an eternity had passed. Do not underestimate those 30 minutes. Without the warp engine, traversing this distance using only conventional engines could take nearly 100 days. The technological advancement of warp engines has propelled civilizations toward interstellar voyages, akin to the revolutionary impact of Stargate technology. Suddenly, Zhao Chen felt discomfort in his stomach and instinctively leaned forward to vomit. Charlotte seemed to be prepared for this, as a hovering waste bin appeared before him. After a prolonged bout of retching, Zhao Chen finally regained his composure, realizing that warp travel was indeed a challenging experience. This is your first time using a military cryogenic pod. When you traveled back and forth between the Xiaolong star system and the Academy, you used a travel cryogenic pod, which allows for a period of bodily adjustment. However, military cryogenic pods are not nearly as comfortable. By the time you reach your 4th year, you will have practice in this area. Most first-timers tend to experience nausea. Zhao Wanner explained, her smile clearly indicating her superior constitution compared to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen ignored her, unsteadily taking a seat in his captain's chair and surveying the bridge. He was the last to awaken. As the others' cryogenic pods had already sunk beneath the bridge floor, his pod was just beginning to descend. Requesting passage through the Stargate, destination, Arctic Fox Star System Stargate. Zhao Chen instructed. Application sent. We will receive a response within 10 minutes, Charlotte replied. Within just a few minutes, the Zero Storm received clearance to pass through the Stargate, contingent upon Zhao Chen paying a Stargate usage fee. Following the navigational route provided by the North Star Stargate Management, the Zero Storm soon encountered a line of starships waiting to pass through the Stargate, as well as vessels that had already traversed the Stargate into the North Star system. However, none of this mattered. Zhao Chen's gaze was captivated by the immense Stargate. Although he had studied the relevant knowledge in academy courses and viewed images, this was his first time experiencing in person. The North Star Stargate resembled 3 interconnected temple gates, emanating blue, red, and golden auras from the 3 doors, akin to a tricolor lake surface. Gazing at this Stargate, Zhao Chen's mind flooded with information about it. The North Star Stargate is a T3 level 3-god door-class Stargate, independently developed by the Xingyao Empire. Over 70% of the Stargate network within the Xingyao Empire consists of this model. Captain, it's our turn. Vice Captain Charlotte's voice pulled Zhao Chen back from the awe-inspiring sight of the magnificent Stargate. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, unconsciously gripping the armrest of the captain's chair. Using the Stargate for a jump does not require entering deep-sea mode. The reasons for this are complex and can only be explained by interstellar scientists. Generally, one only needs to understand this principle. The entire process is swift, remarkably swift. Zhao Chen felt a brief flash before him. The surrounding scenery vanished, and his pupils seemed to glimpse a kaleidoscopic world. Soon, his vision began to stabilize, revealing the vast, dark universe once more. This sensation was far superior to the previous experience of warp travel. After all, it had cost money. The average person would spend a lifetime earning enough star coins to afford a short-distance jump for a T1 Starship. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. Less than 30 seconds had elapsed. This is the extraordinary power of the Stargate. It significantly shortens the distance between star systems. However, Stargates also have limitations. There's a cap on the number of starships that can be dispatched each hour, with a specific limit determined by the type of starship. For instance, if 1 hour can accommodate 10,000 T1 starships, that would translate to only 1,000 T2 starships, and for T3 starships, merely 100. The higher the classification of the starship, the greater the cost of utilizing the stargate. We have arrived at the Arctic Fox star system, and we are currently positioned at the stargate. After we depart from the stargate's range, we will once again enter the state of warp travel, and we anticipate arriving at the Beiji Arctic Fox starport in an hour. Vice Captain Charlotte began to elaborate on the forthcoming matters. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Chen and whispered, "You truly are a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I never expected that among the half-orc slaves there would be such a talent endowed with commanding abilities. Charlotte is even more professional than many fifth-grade students I know." Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly, realizing that she had yet to witness the full extent of Charlotte's capabilities. "Set course for the Beiji starport," Zhao Chen commanded. Chapter 33. I shall build a ship. The journey from the Beijing North Star system to the Beiji star system evoked no particular feelings in Zhao Chen. If it had not been pointed out to him, he might not have realized that he had arrived in another star system. As the view remained largely unchanged, an infinite expanse of dark cosmos, dotted with various planets, moons, and asteroids. Upon awakening from the cryogenic chamber, Zhao Chen found that the initial discomfort had somewhat diminished, though his legs still trembled. "Captain, we have arrived at the outskirts of the Beiji starport," reported Charlotte. As Zhao Chen gazed upon the immense starport before him, he realized its size dwarfed that of the starport at the Beijing Military Academy by an unimaginable margin. This was a true starport, akin to an interstellar city. "Contact this person and inform them it is 0 number Blizzard Zhao Chen," he instructed, raising his hand to send a communication link to Charlotte. Charlotte complied, and soon a video window materialized. On the other end was a graceful woman clad in what appeared to be a work uniform. "Good day, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the person in charge at the Beiji starport, designated CC-11. It is my honor to serve you. As per your previous correspondence, a large-scale starship modification and construction workshop has been prepared for you. I will send you the address shortly. Your reservation is for a duration of 2 months, with a fee of 100,000 star coins. Additionally, the goods you ordered, totaling 1.5 million star coins, have all been delivered and placed in your starship workshop as requested," the woman said with a smile. 1.5 million star coins. Zhao Vanya gasped, staring incredulously at the unperturbed Zhao Chen. Charlotte also cast a surprised glance at Zhao Chen, though her years of experience allowed her to remain composed, unlike Zhao Wanner. "Thank you, miss. I shall treat you to tea another day," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. "Sir, you jest. During your stay, I am your dedicated representative. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service 24/7, she added, throwing a flirtatious glance. She recognized the significance of this client, as the commission from this order equated to her salary for half a year. Having received the docking position at the starport, Charlotte navigated the ship slowly towards it, preparing for entry. "What is this 1.5 million star coins about?" Zhao Wanner could not restrain herself and asked again. "I sold a T1 Starship technology," Zhao Chen replied candidly, aware that there was no point in concealing the truth for long. "You sold T1 Starship technology?" Zhao Wanner was taken aback. Zhao Chen produced an imperial card and activated it, projecting the balance holographically, over 1.9 million star coins. "Where did you acquire such a fortune?" Zhao Wanner exclaimed, "Astonished. The wealth of the Xiaolong Hawk Dragon star system did not even amount to this. I sold the T1 Starship technology for 3 million and borrowed 500,000 from Zhonghaueran. Renting the Beiji starport workshop for 2 months cost 100,000 star coins, and the ordered goods totaled 1.5 million star coins. The supplies before the 0 number Blizzard's departure cost 10,000 star coins. All in all, I have about 1.9 million star coins left," Zhao Chen shrugged. Zhao Wanner listened, unable to regain her composure for a long time. She grasped the significance of the situation. "T1 Starship technology? Where did you get T1 Starship technology?" "I developed it myself." "When did you start developing Starship technology?" "Did you not see me assembling a starship?" Zhao Chen replied. "Assembling and developing are entirely different matters. To me, it is merely a slightly challenging task." Zhao Wanner clutched her head, pondering how creating an entirely new starship had been reduced to a mere trivial challenge. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Zhao Wanner was about to inquire further, her handheld terminal flickered. She glanced at it and her expression turned serious. It's the covert agent that my sister arranged. Ask her if she can do a video call. Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wana relayed the question. She said yes, but only for 5 minutes. 5 minutes will suffice. The video communication soon commenced, revealing a refined woman on the screen. Zhao Chen recognized her from his memories. She was a minor manager in the interstellar trade sector of the Xiao Lone Star system. He had not expected her to be the covert agent arranged by his elder sister. Her name seemed to be Jiang Hong. Second young master, third young miss. Jiang Hong greeted with a slight bow. Let's be brief. What is the situation in the Xiao Lone Star system? Zhao Chen asked directly. Jiang Hong was taken aback, not anticipating that the previously meek second young master would speak with such assertiveness. But she also had information to share. 2 days ago, I received news that several nobles from the Xiao Lone Star system have colluded with space pirates. They intend to use the pirates to ambush you and the third young miss when you return during your holiday, seeking to petition the Empire for the election of a new lord. Since I cannot reach the eldest young lady, it is imperative that you and the third young miss do not return. Zhang Yong explained. A space pirate attack? Zhao Chen snorted disdainfully. Such a ploy felt exceedingly cliched, yet undeniably effective. Are you aware of how many starships the pirates have prepared for our ambush? Also, can you provide me with a list of nobles involved in this scheme and the number of starships they command? Zhao Chen inquired. Jiang Hong was puzzled by his questions, but fortuitously had the answers. The space pirates are not a significant force. They are merely a bunch of rogues. They have only 30 starships, 5 of which are T2 starships, while the rest are T1 starships. I have a list of the nobles involved in this conspiracy. If you need it, I can transmit it to you. The fleets controlled by these nobles number around 10 vessels, mostly T1 starships, with a few families possessing 1 or 2 T2 starships each. Send me that list immediately, and continue to conceal your identity while remaining on standby. If you receive any other intelligence, inform me at once, Zhao Chen commanded. Understood. Jiang Hong was taken aback. Why was she following the second young master's orders? She quickly asked, what are your plans, second young master? For now, we shall not return. I will contact you if I have further intentions, Zhao Chen replied. I will find a way to reach the eldest young lady. If she intervenes, this matter can certainly be resolved. I cannot remain in contact for long, so I will leave it here. Second young master, third young miss, please stay safe, Jiang Hong said before disconnecting. At that moment, a list appeared before Zhao Chen and Zhao Wana. The names Cui and Bao were among the numerous family factions listed, totaling over a dozen. Yet most were inconspicuous minor families. The only 2 at the top stood out as significant forces within the Xiao Lone Star system. I cannot believe that the Cui and Bao families have colluded with space pirates to plot our demise, Zhao Vanya exclaimed in outrage. The influence of the Cui and Bao families in the Xiao Lone Star system has long surpassed that of our Zhao family. Our lordship is merely a nominal title. Their insatiable greed drives them to aspire beyond being mere nobles within a star system. Zhao Chen scrutinized the list and remarked with surprise. Yet I did not expect her family to be absent. What shall we do now? Indeed, you have yet to elucidate the purpose of our arrival at the Beiji Huxinggang. Zhao Wana's questions surged within her, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. I mentioned previously, we are here to construct a ship, Zhao Chen replied. Construct a ship? What kind of ship? Cao Vena inquired. Hier astonishments evident. At that moment, the zero-number blizzard had already entered the expansive Starship workshop. This workshop dwarfed the one at the Beijing Starship Military Academy by several magnitudes. Even with the zero-number blizzard docked within, there was ample space. The reason for coming to Beiji Huxinggang is due to the presence of a few large Starship workshops in the northern sector of the Xingyao Empire. Equipped with comprehensive facilities and readily available raw materials, this significantly accelerates the shipbuilding process. Observing the workshop before him, Zhao Chen felt a thrill of excitement. Shipbuilding. What exactly do you intend to construct? Zhao Wana could not restrain her curiosity. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic image of a starship materialized before Zhao Wana's eyes, captivating her attention in an instant. It was an aircraft carrier starship, resplendent in its design. This is it. Chapter 34. I have usurped eldest sister's aspiration. You aim to build an aircraft carrier starship? Zhao Wana gazed at Zhao Chen in disbelief, while Charlotte also regarded him with surprise. To be precise, it is a T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, and it is a starship technology one have developed myself. Zhao Chen unabashedly claimed this honor for himself. After all, this is a product of the system, and no one would contest it with him. You developed this? Zhao Vania, astonished, regarded Zhao Chen with a hint of skepticism. As a prodigious student of the Beijing Starship Military Academy, she was acutely aware of the significance of T2 aircraft carrier starship technology. While T2 starships may not compare to T3 starships equipped with star shields, they represent the most cost-effective choice for many lord fleets, private fleets, and interstellar adventurers. As one of the dual titans of starships, the value of an aircraft carrier starship is self-evident. Zhao Chen shrugged, choosing not to dwell further on Zhao Wanner's inquiries, for he had a multitude of tasks to attend to within a limited time frame. Charlotte, I shall allocate some funds to you. During this time, you may procure up to 500 female half-beast slaves through that female overseer. My sole stipulation is that they must be female half-beast slaves, Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte. A wave of shock coursed through Charlotte, rescuing those half-beast warriors who had been sold into the Xingyao Empire, once her comrades, had been a dream she had long harbored. As for Zhao Chen's final stipulation regarding the gender of the slaves, she was still grappling with his intent. However, as long as she could rescue half-beast slaves, the rest was inconsequential. Wanner, for the foreseeable future, unless it is regarding intelligence from Jianghong, do not allow anyone to disturb me. Zhao Chen stated before departing the zero-number blizzard. He proceeded towards the control panel on the opposite side of the vast Starship workshop, where an array of interstellar containers awaited, containing various raw materials he had purchased for 5 million star coins, as well as a starship manufacturing platform. Is he truly intending to single-handedly construct a T2 aircraft carrier starship? Zhao Van Ulet. Alone? That seems implausible, Charlotte echoed, her disbelief palpable. Yet, as the days unfolded, they began to accept that this was indeed Zhao Chen's intention. He tirelessly operated the mechanical arms and various equipment, embarking on the starship construction project day and night, with remarkable progress. By the 5th day, Zhao Wanner observed that the keel of the aircraft carrier starship had been completed. Standing on the platform, she watched her brother, who was somewhat disheveled and engrossed in his work. She felt an insurmountable distance separating them, more than ever before, relying solely on himself. He had completed the keel of the T2 aircraft carrier starship in just 5 days. It was worth noting that even at a professional starship manufacturer, this stage would typically require at least half a month. Yet Zhao Chen had accomplished it in a third of the time, all on his own. During these 5 days, Zhao Wanner had witnessed him systematically complete each step. He operated like a machine, only taking brief rests at the control panel when there were no tasks requiring his direct involvement. Over the course of 5 days, he had scarcely slept for 10 hours. Although he consumed nutrient supplements daily, the strain on his body was immense. Zhao Wanner clenched her fists and hurried to Zhao Chen, whose face was smeared with grease, and forcefully pulled him aside. Are you trying to kill yourself? Zhao Chen opened his eyes, looking at his sister. Has Jianghong contacted you? Zhao Wanner was taken aback. She had not anticipated that his first inquiry would be about this. No, she replied. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow and resumed his path toward his workstation. I explicitly stated that unless Jianghong reaches out, do not disturb me. Zhao Wanner bit her lip and exclaimed, Why have you suddenly changed? Is it truly necessary to exert yourself so relentlessly for the construction of a starship? We could follow Jianghong's suggestion and return to the Beijing Starship Military Academy to wait for eldest sister's arrival. So, you would cast everything upon eldest sister? Zhao Chen continued his actions without pause, his voice low. Eldest sister is now a member of the Imperial Army, serving as a starship captain in Her Highness the Princess's personal fleet. If she intervenes, this matter could easily be resolved. Zhao Vania asserted. Zhao Chen, without lifting his gaze, replied, So, you would cast everything upon eldest sister? Zhao Wanner hesitated, feeling inexplicably pricked by Zhao Chen's words, causing her discomfort. I know you have a close relationship with eldest sister. She has never favored me, as I have taken what was rightfully hers, Zhao Chen said with a bitter smile, his hand still at work. Eldest sister is very intelligent, much like you. Directly recruited by the Imperial Military Starship Academy, she was able to pilot starships in combat by the age of 20. Before turning 30, she became the captain of a T3 starship. Such achievements are exceedingly rare within our Xingyao Empire. accomplished solely through her own merit. Moreover, while our father was still alive, she managed the territory with remarkable efficiency. The once crumbling Xiaolong star system was revived under her stewardship, allowing it to endure to this day. I was merely 2 years old then, when our father passed away. I have no recollection of it, thus I do not harbor much sentiment towards them. Later, I learned that after our father's death, she applied to remain in the Xingyao Empire's military. In truth, she originally intended to return to the Xiaolong star system, but her application for return was rejected 3 times by her superiors, who hoped she would reconsider. What prompted her to abandon her return applications? Why choose to remain in the Imperial Army? It must have been something our father said to eldest sister at the time of his passing. I do not know the specifics, but the essence was likely. The future title of the Xiaolong star system is to be bestowed upon me, and I hope eldest sister can safeguard the Xiaolong star system and assist me. At this point, Zhao Chen's gaze dimmed. How unreasonable was this request for eldest sister? Although my interactions with her have been few, I have heard from servants that eldest sister's lifelong dream was to become the ruler of the Xiaolong star system, to transform it into a flourishing interstellar territory. Yet this selfish demand from our father shattered that aspiration, even cruelly compelling her to assist the very individual who usurped her dreams. If I were in her position, I might not have been able to bear it, even if it were my own younger brother. Why? I possess greater capability, greater talent, and I have accomplished so much. Why must all of this be attributed to him? By what right? Yet she, our eldest sister, silently acquiesced and agreed to father's wishes. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Chen gradually felt himself merging with the memories of this body, the emotions and sentiments of the past enveloping him. He had previously attempted to exert control, yet these feelings surged like a torrent, becoming ever more tempestuous the more he resisted. Thus, Zhao Chen resolved to embrace them with composure. Regardless of who he may ultimately become, whether it be the ordinary Zhao Chen of his former life or the second young master of the Xiaolong star system, none of it mattered. He merely wished to act according to his own will. His elder sister had endured hardships over the years, conveying only good news from the Imperial Army while striving to advance her own career and safeguard the development of the Xiaolong star system. Did one truly believe these were trifling matters? Though invisible to others, he could envision the solitude she bore alone during those trying times. Zhao Chen turned his gaze toward Zhao Waner. I cannot bear to see my sister in such a state. Her sacrifices have been more than sufficient. I am a man. I am a lord of Xiaolong. These burdens should be mine to bear. Now that I possess the capability, I shall exert every effort to shoulder them, rather than cowering behind my sister as a timid second young master. At that moment, Zhao Waner looked at her brother, and for the first time, she noticed a glimmer in his once unremarkable eyes. A profound emotion began to spread within her heart. Chapter 35. The completion of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier by the end of August. 2 months had passed since the North Star Military Academy went on break, marking the duration Zhao Chen and his companions had spent at the Arctic Fox starport, where there had once been only the keel of a single aircraft carrier. A brand new vessel now stood proudly displayed, its pristine hull armor, adorned in a striking yellow and black paint scheme, presented a streamlined design that excelled in both aesthetics and functionality. Beside it, the Zero Storm, in comparison, appeared as a child standing next to an adult. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, steadying his weary body as he concluded the final round of starship inspections. He swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Is it done? Zhao Waner approached, carrying a meal prepared for him. It is complete. Next is the trial run, Zhao Chen replied, grabbing the food she offered, disregarding his soiled hands as he began to eat. Who could fathom how he had endured these past 2 months? He had not slept a single complete night. And had it not been for the advanced medical technology and energizing drinks available here, he would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Ultimately, diligence bore fruit. He had successfully constructed this T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier within 2 months. Witnessing this feat, Zhao Waner was genuinely impressed by her brother, who had single-handedly built a T-2 Queen B, designed and researched by himself. If the instructors of the North Star Military Academy were to find out, they would surely feel inadequate. How did I not realize your remarkable abilities before? Zhao Waner inquired curiously. Previously, Zhao Chen had been an unremarkable individual, merely a decent student without any notable traits. Our family already boasts a genius in you. And now we have another emerging talent in me. If I were to showcase my gifts, do you think I would attract unwanted attention? I suspect those in the Xiaolong star system fear your growth, for it would hinder their actions, hence their timing. A tall tree catches the wind, Zhao Chen rationalized. So you have been concealing your true self? Zhao Wanner was taken aback. It is called being low-key, Zhao Chen replied, crossing his arms. At that moment, Charlotte approached. Captain, you called for me? Charlotte's condition had markedly improved since 2 months prior. She had grown accustomed to life with Zhao Chen, especially since her daily meals consisted of natural foods. Who wouldn't he enjoy that? How has the training of the 500 half-beast female crew members progressed? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte had spent a month utilizing the slave trade network of the Arctic Fox Star port to acquire 500 half-beast female crew members. Upon their arrival, she began training them. Fortunately, many recognized Charlotte, the legendary general, and thus submitted to her management. Coupled with the welfare benefits Zhao Chen had established for his female crew, they were already enchanted by their new circumstances. The training of the 500 half-beast female crew members went smoothly. Had there been 50 storm vessels, they could have been deployed into combat immediately, Charlotte reported. And what of this T-2 Queen Bee? Zhao Chen pointed to the aircraft carrier behind him. Charlotte glanced at the massive starship adorned in yellow and black. With confidence, she stated, within 3 days, I can master this starship and establish effective combat readiness. Zhao Chen patted Zhao Wanner's shoulder. Charlotte, take Wanner and a selected 100 crew members aboard to conduct trial runs of the T-2 Queen Bee. Me too? Alvana asked, astonished. Did you not express a desire to possess an aircraft carrier? This vessel is my gift to you. However, upon returning to the academy, you must temporarily use your original starship. This aircraft carrier cannot be exposed, as a tall tree attracts the wind, Zhao Chen advised. Zhao Wanner stared at Zhao Chen in disbelief, pointing between the T-2 Queen Bee and herself. You wish to give me this starship? But not without a price. You must serve as my captain. What? Are you unwilling? Zhao Chen teased. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. I suppose I shall assist you for now. Who is truly enamored with your starship? Without further ado, she seized Charlotte's hand and boarded the vessel, eager to familiarize herself with the T-2 Queen Bee. The interior of the T-2 Queen Bee was exponentially superior to that of the Zero Storm, all pristine and new, unlike the Zero Storm, which bore the marks of age. Upon reaching the bridge of the T-2 Queen Bee, Zhao Wanner found it to be a circular, enclosed structure. When activated, the bridge would display a panoramic view of the Starship's surroundings using 360-degree projection technology. Sister Charlotte, let us prepare. I can hardly wait to take this starship out for a trial run, Zhao Wanner exclaimed eagerly. Commanding an aircraft carrier had always been her dream, and she had never anticipated it would materialize. Preparations would require some time, approximately half a day, to allow the crew to familiarize themselves with the starship's environment and various positions. Fortunately, some of the half-beast female crew members she had recruited had prior experience serving on aircraft carriers, so they would likely acclimate quickly. Moreover, being just a T-2 class aircraft carrier, the technical difficulties should not be too daunting, Charlotte explained. They then began selecting crew members for the T-2 Queen Bee. Those chosen swiftly received notifications to report for duty aboard the T-2 Queen Bee. In a spacious compartment, Charlotte gazed at the 100 half-beast female crew members assembled before her, each clad in tidy attire and bearing smiles. It was hard to believe that just a month ago, they had arrived as frightened slaves, resembling caged birds. In the words of Captain Zhao Chen, they now shone with light in their eyes. I now declare that from this moment forth, you are the official crew members of the T-2 Queen Bee. Detailed assignments will be sent to each of you. Over the past month, your lives aboard the Zero Storm have surely been enjoyable. But do remember, who granted you this opportunity? Perhaps you still harbor doubts about that man, but regardless, you must now fight for him. If any of you show negligence in your duties, even if you were once my comrades, I shall expel you from this starship. Charlotte gazed intently at everyone present, urging them to remember 2 words, gratitude. That man bestowed upon you a second chance at life. Without him, you would be unable to reside in clean quarters or enjoy delectable meals. As half-orcs, we must possess the virtue of gratitude. Do you understand? Understand. Zhao Chen reclined on the grand bed in the captain's quarters of his Zero-class Blizzard, observing the scene where Charlotte was admonishing the assembly. Through the inside eye, it was evident that while the half-orc female crew members might not profess unwavering loyalty, They harbored no animosity towards him and felt a sense of appreciation. It would not be long before their perspectives underwent a complete transformation. Now let's explore my gains. Zhao Chen, battling drowsiness, opened the system interface. Upon the completion of constructing the T2 Queen Bee, a system task notification had already been marked as accomplished. Quarterly task. Own a starship system produced. Task completed. Rewards available for claim. Zhao Chen clicked to claim the task rewards. Quarterly task rewards successfully claimed. Gained 5 task points. Acquired 8 T2 Hammer-class heavy starship technology blueprint. Received 500 system points. Obtained T1 super soldier serum. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's sleepiness vanished. A starship industrial vessel. Chapter 36. Starship industrial vessel. The starship industrial vessel is a type of auxiliary starship, commonly referred to as an interstellar mobile factory. As the name suggests, it is capable of engaging in a vast array of industrial production tasks, even the manufacturing of starships. Zhao Chen had long been contemplating the realm of interstellar industry. Without this foundation, he would have to rely on renting workshops at starports for every starship production endeavor, which was both inconvenient and unsafe. The prospect of having his own interstellar industry would eliminate all such troubles. Now, Zhao Chen had the opportunity to possess a starship industrial vessel. This meant that as long as he had raw materials and technology, he could produce starships anytime, anywhere. Establishing a fleet of his own was no longer a dream. Hammer-class heavy starship industrial vessel ship type. Starship industrial vessel technology level. T2 hull armor strength. 100 units cruising speed. 20 knots warp engine. Level 4 warp engine length. 500 meters mass. 200. 000 tons crew capacity. 200 personnel starship weapons. 50 light closed defense turrets. Zhao Chen examined the specifications of this T2 hammer. Its size surpassed that of the T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier. The armament was rather meager, as it was not a combat-oriented vessel, featuring only the most basic defensive capabilities. Upon reviewing its core functionality, namely its industrial capabilities, Zhao Chen felt an overwhelming excitement. This was a semi-intelligent starship industrial vessel that required minimal personnel to operate and boasted exceptionally high production efficiency. For instance, the recently completed T2 Queen Bee had necessitated 2 months of relentless labor in the best starship workshop at the Arctic Fox starport. However, using the T2 hammer, even in his absence, inputting the blueprint would allow the starship system to distribute tasks to various manufacturing positions. Moreover, a confidential production method could ensure that each worker would only know the specifics of their own segment, with Zhao Chen overseeing the most crucial technologies. This approach significantly reduced the workload. Additionally, this starship industrial vessel could lower raw material wastage by 20. This meant that raw materials initially valued at 1.5 million star coins could save nearly 300,000 star coins. Undoubtedly, this was the most formidable T2 starship industrial vessel known to date. With it, Zhao Chen felt as though he had been granted wings. He was determined to construct one. However, upon calculating the construction costs, Zhao Chen was taken aback. The price for a single vessel was 2 million star coins. Goodness, that was even more expensive than the T2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen glanced at his account. Previously boasting 1.9 million star coins, he had allocated several thousand to Charlotte for purchasing half-orc slaves, leaving him with over 1.8 million. Yet there remained a shortfall of over 200,000. This did not even account for the expenses of renting the starport workshop or the future maintenance of both the Zero-class Blizzard and the T2 Queen Bee. By the time he tallied everything, it was clear that he would need at least 2.5 million star coins to qualify for constructing the T2 Hammer-class heavy starship industrial vessel. Once again, he found himself short on funds. Zhao Chen scratched his head, realizing that building starships was indeed a costly endeavor. It is often said that starships are the playthings of the affluent. What then could he do about this financial gap? Should he seek out Liyaki to sell a starship? Yet she currently had one starship in production and had no immediate need for another. Could he consult other starship dealers? However, what if he inadvertently attracted the attention of those he could not afford to offend? The principle of a common man is innocent but bears the guilt of possessing treasure was something he had learned in elementary school. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. As he pondered, an idea struck him, and he smacked his forehead. The money was right there waiting for him. How could he have forgotten? The nobles of the Xiaolong star system were quite affluent, even though the star system itself was impoverished. This did not prevent these nobles from amassing wealth. A smirk crept onto Zhao Chen's lips, revealing a hint of coldness. In addition to the Starship technology reward, he had also received 3 other rewards. Gained 5 task points, received 500 system points, acquired T1 Super Soldier Serum. There was no need to elaborate on the task points and system points, as they perfectly fulfilled Zhao Chen's requirements. However, the third reward piqued his curiosity. T1 Super Soldier Serum? T1 Super Soldier Serum, a serum capable of augmenting human physiology, to be directly injected into the body. Was that it? Such a simplistic description? This explanation was tantamount to none at all. The name itself implied it was for augmenting the human body. Zhao Chen was left speechless, but since it was a gift from the system, it should be reliable. Moreover, his current physique was indeed too frail. Over the past 2 months, he had fainted 5 times. When he previously used the military cryo-sleep pod, he had embarrassed himself in front of Zhao Wanner. He was a man destined to conquer the stars. How could he be so weak? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chen retrieved the serum from the system's repository. Instantly, a 20-centimeter-long cylindrical vial appeared in his hand, filled with a luminescent, pale blue liquid. Zhao Chen swallowed hard and silently prayed, "System, you wouldn't betray me, would you?" With that, he swiftly injected the serum into his arm. Within a second, the blue liquid was completely administered. No sensation. Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, his pupils dilated as every cell within him felt as though they were exploding. He collapsed to the ground in agony. He wanted to scream, but it felt as though his throat was constricted, rendering him voiceless. This sensation seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Gasping for breath, Zhao Chen suddenly sat up, the discomfort dissipating. He glanced at the time. Merely 3 minutes had passed. He examined his body and found not only was there no pain, but even his prior fatigue had vanished entirely. Rising to his feet, he summoned a mirror to gaze at his reflection. His face appeared more chiseled. Lifting his shirt, he was astonished to find the once flat expanse of his abdomen now sported defined muscles, and even his arms had developed noticeable brawn. Zhao Chen attempted to throw a punch, hearing the sound of air rushing. He jumped and easily touched the ceiling. In sheer exhilaration, he performed push-ups with effortless ease, completing 501 breath, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Had he transformed into a superhuman? Zhao Chen was overwhelmed with joy. The T1 Super Soldier Serum is indeed effective. Wait a moment. If there is a T1, does that imply the existence of a T2? Zhao Chen seemed to have an epiphany and opened the system store. He began to rummage through the T1 product section and, to his surprise, discovered the T1 Super Soldier Serum he had just used. T1 Super Soldier Serum requires 1 quest point and 30 system credits, so it turns out this was available in the system store. However, during his previous visit, Zhao Chen had only focused on Starship blueprints and had overlooked these items entirely. Furthermore, he would not have spent his precious quest points on such things at that time. Zhao Chen then glanced at the T2 product line and quickly identified his target. T2 Super Soldier Serum requires 3 quest points and 600 system credits at present. I am not in a hurry to enhance my physical capabilities. The current situation suffices. I can exchange for it later when I am affluent. Upon seeing the price, Zhao Chen decided to set it aside for the time being. Since the feeling of fatigue had dissipated, he proceeded directly to the bridge of the Zero Storm. "Captain." The half-orc female crew member on the bridge immediately greeted him, her gaze cautious as she observed the captain, noticing that he seemed somewhat different today. He appeared taller and more handsome than before. Seated in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen contacted the T2 Queen Bee's bridge. The video window revealed Zhao Wanner and Charlotte. "Why haven't you taken a rest?" Zhao Wanner inquired, looking at Zhao Chen. "I'm not very tired at the moment," Zhao Chen replied. "How is the preparation of your starship coming along?" "Almost done. We still need about half a day's time for final adjustments," Charlotte responded. "Very well, Charlotte. Please take stock of our necessary supplies and military provisions. Ensure we have everything before we depart. The Zero Storm will accompany you during the trial run, and once that is complete, we shall set off for the Xiaolong star system," Zhao Chen instructed. "Are we in such a hurry?" Alvan asked, somewhat surprised. Zhao Chen chuckled teasingly. "We've kept them waiting for 2 months already. It would be inappropriate to delay any further." He was eager to collect his wealth. Chapter 37. Journey to the Xiaolong Star System Report. All trial run projects for the T2 Queen Bee heavy aircraft carrier have been completed with a 100 success rate. Please instruct, Captain. Charlotte communicated from the T2 Queen Bee-S bridge to Zhao Chen, who was on the Zero Storms bridge. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since everything is ready, let us set forth. Destination: Xiaolong Star System. Are we truly going to eradicate those space pirates? With just our 2 starships? Zhao Wanner asked worriedly from the video window. Zhao Chen smiled reassuringly at Zhao Wanner. You have seen the performance data of the T2 Queen Bee. Why do you still doubt? It's not that I don't believe. I'm just concerned that with only 2 starships, we might be too reckless. I'm worried about unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Wanner murmured. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. There'll be no unforeseen circumstances in this operation. Oh, by the way, before we depart, please send a message to Jiang Hong, inquiring in detail about the starship data of the space pirate fleet and those noble starship fleets. It would be even better if we could obtain their starship information. All right, I will get in touch, Zhao Wanner agreed. The communication was cut off. Sitting in the captain's chair on the T2 Queen Bee's bridge, Zhao Wanner looked around, still somewhat incredulous that she was aboard a T2 aircraft carrier, and one with such formidable capabilities at that. Charlotte, do you think our operation poses any danger? Zhao Wanner asked, glancing at Charlotte. After more than 2 months of interaction, Zhao Wanner had developed a good rapport with Charlotte, often seeking her out for lessons on starship command and combat techniques. Charlotte, who did not harbor any prejudice against the half-orc girl, was open and forthcoming with information. If we consider the information relayed by your scout, there are fewer than 50 starships in the space pirate fleet, most of which are T1 starships. Thus, this operation should face little to no issues unless they possess more than 20 T2 starships or 1 T3 starship. After all, you should understand just how terrifying the T2 Queen Bee your brother created really is, Charlotte remarked seriously, observing the starship bridge before her. This is not merely a T2 aircraft carrier. It is akin to a quasi-T3 aircraft carrier. After all, who has ever seen a T2 starship equipped with star shields? On the Zero Storms bridge, the quantum engine's route has been preset, and they are now entering the acceleration phase, with quantum travel commencing in 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep sea mode. I repeat, within 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep sea mode. Zhao Chen commanded through the ship's intercom. As he spoke, all the cryopods on the bridge sprung open. In that moment, Zhao Chen had a thought. He wondered what the experience in the T2 Queen Bee's cryopod would be like. Surely it would be far superior to the experience aboard this makeshift starship. To his surprise, the first person to experience the new ship would not be him. However, once he constructed the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, it would be time to build the T3 Storm-class light interstellar battlecruiser. At that point, he would possess a genuine T3 starship. T3 Storm. This was the Starship technology blueprint that Zhao Chen had long coveted in his system warehouse. The emergence of the T2 Hammer provided Zhao Chen with the capital to realize this dream. Report: out of the 101 crew members aboard, 99 have entered cryopods. A half-orc female crew member reported beside him. This was a temporary assistant assigned to Zhao Chen by Charlotte. I understand. You should also enter a cryopod. Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, the crew member complied, entering the cryopod and having the liquid injected. Zhao Chen glanced at the dimming lights of the bridge and then at the star chart that indicated the T2 Queen Bee had begun to accelerate into quantum travel. This quantum journey would not be like the previous one that merely required half an hour. It would take a full 2 weeks. This time, they would traverse 2 star systems. The Arctic Fox star system and the Xiaolong star system are neighboring. Yet due to the absence of a stargate in the Xiaolong star system, they must rely on their starship to reach it. This underscores the significance of stargates for a star system. Between star systems lies a desolate expanse, where, in most cases, there is nothing. Crossing this wasteland requires considerable time, akin to an ancient individual needing to traverse an endless ocean to reach another continent. This region is known as the interstellar marginal space. As Zhao Chen lay in the cryopod, with blue liquid rapidly filling it, a voice echoed. Mission triggered. Eliminate the space pirate fleet. Mission content. Exterminate the space pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system difficulty. C-class mission reward. 3 quest points and 600 credits failure penalty. Deduct 600 credits. How fortuitous. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen accepted the mission. Subsequently, he fell into a deep slumber. The Zero Storm and T2 Queen Bee departed from the Arctic Fox star system towards the Xiaolong star system. In the Xiaolong star system, within a residence situated 5 kilometers above the ground on a habitable planet, Jiang Shasha was currently dining with her family. Although the Jiang family was of noble status in the Xiaolong star system, their living conditions were only slightly better than those of ordinary people. Jiang Shasha gazed at the food on the table. Each person had a serving of rice, accompanied by 3 portions of green vegetables, one of which contained a morsel of meat the size of a fingernail, while the remainder consisted of synthesized food. These artificially synthesized foods boast an extravagant appearance, laden with copious amounts of fish and meat. Yet, upon tasting, they reveal a flavor devoid of distinction, reminiscent of plastic. Nevertheless, such meals represent the ordinary sustenance for common folk over the course of a month. In times past, Jiang Shasha might have taken pride in her family lineage. However, after attending the Beiji Xing Jian Military Academy and glimpsing the broader world, she began to loathe this way of life. Father, why do you not join the plans of the Bao and Shui families? Once we succeed in eliminating Zhao Chen, our 3 families could dominate the entire Xiaolong star system. Whether we appoint our own lord or use the Xiaolong star system as leverage to align with other interstellar powers, it would be preferable to our current predicament. Jiang Shasha's father gazed at the elder, puzzled by his reticence to act. Do you still harbor foolish loyalty to the Zhao family? To this day, owing to the elder Jiang's influence, the Jiang family has refrained from participating in the plans of the Bao and Shui families. Chapter 38. The turmoil in the Xiaolong star system. The family turned their attention to the elder Jiang, curious about his reluctance. The elder murmured, I have never held loyalty to the Zhao family. I am merely a merchant, pursuing matters of profit. First, while we have not directly aligned with the Bao and Shui families, should they succeed, we can easily reap the benefits. Considering our family controls 70% of the interstellar trade routes within the Xiaolong star system. Secondly, do not forget about the Zhao family's young lady. Surely you do not naively believe that her absence from the Zhao family these past years signifies a severance of ties. Once she learns of the rebellion by the Bao and Shui families, with her capabilities, she could easily dismantle them. If we openly align ourselves with them, we would only become targets for her wrath. Therefore, the wisest course of action is to observe the developments quietly, as astute individuals must always leave themselves an escape route. After the elder's lengthy exposition, the family members grasped the gravity of the situation. I heard Shasha mention that Zhao Chen, that useless fellow, defeated the son of a viscount at the academy using a makeshift starship. The elder turned to Jiang Shasha. She nodded, having relayed this news to her father and grandfather upon her return from the academy. A mere starship, how much trouble could it possibly cause? I have heard that the Bao and Shui families have enlisted professional interstellar pirates for this endeavor, all of whom are former military personnel. Zhang's father scoffed, envisioning the demise of the useless Zhao Chen. By the way, during previous school breaks, the Zhao siblings would typically return alongside you, Shasha. Why have they not returned yet? Could it be that they have discovered the plans of the Bao and Shui families? Zhang's mother muttered. Jiang Shasha replied, according to the information we received, Zhao Chen and his sister have headed to the Beiji Hu star system first. Reports indicate that their ship, the Zero Number Blizzard, is undergoing repairs at the Beiji Hu starport. However, they are expected to return during this holiday, though the specific timing remains undisclosed. At that moment, a man resembling a butler approached the elder Jiang and whispered a few words in his ear. The elder turned to his family. The latest news indicates that our esteemed viscount has departed from the Beiji Hu starport, returning to the Xiaolong star system. He is expected to arrive in 2 weeks after a brief stop before hurrying back to the Beiji Xing Jian Military Academy. With this development, the Bao and Shui families could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang's father remarked excitedly. The elder Zhang narrowed his eyes at his impulsive son. Remember, this time we must keep a low profile. No one is to meddle in this matter. Summon all direct descendants of the Jiang family to avoid any complications. Yes, father. Zhang's father replied. 2 weeks later, in mid-September, 2 starships traversed the boundless expanse of interstellar space. The Zero Number Blizzard's intelligence system announced. The Zero Number Blizzard has exited warp speed and has arrived at the designated location. It is now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Compared to the previous warp journey, he felt remarkably lucid. This was likely due to the T1 super soldier serum he had injected. As the hatch of the hibernation chamber opened, despite having been submerged in a blue liquid, his attire had automatically dried. He stepped out of the chamber, his legs steady, and his spirits high. The half-beast female crew member, just awakening beside the captain, gazed in astonishment at the captain's remarkable state. It is worth noting that she had witnessed him trembling upon awakening not long ago. Typically, it takes at least 3 months to fully acclimate to a military hibernation chamber. "Let us commence work," Zhao Chen stated flatly, initiating his responsibilities. With Charlotte absent, he had to personally oversee many matters, issuing commands. "All personnel on the bridge. Return to your stations within 1 minute. Check all starship data. All personnel on the starship. Return to your stations within 3 minutes and stand by. Communications Department. Attempt to contact the T-2B King-class heavy carrier starship. Radar Department. Scan the surrounding star fields for the T-2B King." As Zhao Chen issued these commands, a video window appeared, displaying a request for communication from the T-2B King's bridge. Zhao Chen accepted the call. The faces of Charlotte and Zhao Wan, who did not appear to have just awakened, filled the screen. "Have you arrived?" Zhao Chen inquired. "We arrived half a day before you," Zhao Wan replied. Charlotte added, "Had it not been for synchronizing with the speed of the zero-number blizzard, our T-2B King-class heavy carrier starship, equipped with a level 4 warp engine, could have arrived up to 5 days earlier. The zero-number blizzard utilized a level 3 warp engine, resulting in a significant speed disparity during warp travel. As Charlotte mentioned, had the T-2B King-class heavy carrier starship not set its speed to accompany the zero-number blizzard, they would have reached the Xiao Long star system long ago. I managed to contact Jiang Hong. She is very anxious about our rash actions and repeatedly emphasized that we must depart as soon as possible." Zhao Vanya interjected. "Did Jiang Hong provide any other useful information?" Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner transmitted a star map. Based on Jiang Hong's intelligence, the Bao and Chui families were preparing to launch an assault from this position against them. Zhao Chen scrutinized the star map of the Xiao Long star system. The attack location was a crucial passage to the planet where the Zhao family resided, meticulously calculated to coincide with the end of their warp travel. The Bao and Chui families had devised a plan. If their assault succeeded, they would immediately strike at their home star, annihilating all the Zhao family's descendants. Indeed, the Zhao family has raised a group of ungrateful wretches, Zhao Van exclaimed indignantly. She continued, "Jiang Hong also provided me with information regarding the types of starships used by the pirate fleet, as well as the private fleets of the Chui and Bao families. Please transmit both sets of information to me." Zhao Chen instructed. As the saying goes, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." Although Zhao Chen felt confident, he understood the importance of remaining vigilant at all times. Chapter 39. The game begins, my Lord Baron soon. The 2 sets of information appeared before Zhao Chen. He examined the data, which included not only the names and models of the starships, but also their schematics. As these were relatively common vessels in the market, the interstellar pirate fleet comprises 35 starships, including 5 T2 vessels, which consist of 1 T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers, and 2 T2 Ishkol-class medium interstellar frigates. The remaining 30 T1 ships include 15 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, 10 T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers, and 5 T1 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruisers. In stark contrast, the rebel aristocrats possess a mere 16 starships, highlighting the desolation and poverty of the Xiaolong star system. Among these 16 vessels, there are 2 T2 ships, a T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and 8 T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. The remaining 14 T1 ships are all T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates. Observing these starships, Zhao Chen could not help but chuckle. A fleet of starships, each older than himself. Even the relatively newer T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was a second-hand vessel purchased with decades of savings by the head of the Chui family. The starships employed by the pirates are predominantly those commonly used by interstellar pirates, known for their affordability and ease of repair. The most prevalent among them is the T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate, developed by the Qingyao Empire 2 centuries ago. Although its combat capability is limited, Its low cost and technical accessibility have rendered it a favorite among minor nobles, interstellar pirates, and adventurers alike, based solely on the intelligence regarding these enemy vessels. Achieving victory in this battle seems straightforward. The pressing question now is where and how we shall engage, Charlotte remarked. Zhao Chen, stroking his chin in contemplation, gazed at the star map of the Xiaolong star system and murmured, "We cannot battle on their predetermined battlefield, although we would emerge victorious regardless. It is prudent to minimize our losses and avoid collateral damage near my Zhao family's home planet." Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a glint in his eye, he pointed to a location on the star map. "Who says we must seek them out? Let us allow them to come to us." Both Charlotte and Zhao Wanner, upon seeing the spot Zhao Chen indicated, instantly grasped his intentions. The flagship of the interstellar pirate fleet is a T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. The scars and repairs on its hull speak volumes about its storied past. A burly man with a beard reclines in the captain's chair, his feet resting on the control panel before him. "Damn it, I've been waiting here for 2 months. If it weren't for those fellows being considerate enough to send a few women over, I wouldn't be willing to just sit here and wait." This disgruntled figure is the captain of the pirate fleet, who refers to themselves as the Three-Claw Serpent Interstellar Pirates, proudly displaying the emblem of a three-claw serpent on their vessel. Just then, a lanky figure emerged from a nearby room, adjusting his trousers, from which the sounds of women's pleas and cries could be heard. These women, each as thin as a bone, were quickly exhausted. Boring. Those aristocratic ladies are much more enjoyable. If you ask me, we should just raid the nobles of this star system, the thin man remarked, unimpressed. The bearded captain glanced at him. This was his first officer. Although this star system's fleet is weak, let us not forget who summoned us here. If we truly engage with this star system, we could find ourselves in quite the predicament. Let us earn this commission honestly and avoid unnecessary trouble, the captain advised. The thin first officer, picking his nose, replied, "We may choose not to plunder these planets, but we can certainly negotiate for an increase in our commission. After all, we cannot have our 30-odd starships idling for 2 months without compensation." The bearded captain smirked, raising 3 fingers. "I anticipated this. Once they allow us to act, we shall demand a 30% increase in our commission." The thin first officer gave a thumbs up, as expected of our captain, a master of negotiation. Just then, a communication request appeared. "Looks like work has arrived," the bearded captain said, grinning as he activated the video call. A middle-aged man appeared on the screen, whom he recognized as the head of the Bao family in the Xiaolong star system. "Bao Patriarch, I was just about to seek you out. My brothers have been waiting here for over 2 months, and they are quite restless," the captain remarked. The Bao Patriarch replied sternly, "Did I not send you a batch of women and provisions every month? Now to business. The target has appeared, but they just informed us of a last-minute change in plans. They will not be returning to their home planet. Instead, they are at a planet on the outskirts of the system called Longway Star, making a brief appearance as a lord before returning to the Beiji Star Military Academy. Therefore, we need to revise our combat plan. You must immediately depart for the vicinity of Longway Star and eliminate the target. There is only one starship. I believe you are more than capable of handling it." The bearded captain tapped his foot. "Revising the combat plan poses no issue. After all, we are in the same star system, and it will only take us a few hours to reach. However, we have been delayed for over 2 months. Bao Patiak, you must understand how much business this time has cost my brothers. You need to account for this time cost. Otherwise, I will struggle to explain it to my subordinates." The Bao Patriarch, recognizing the undercurrent of extortion, cursed the group of interstellar rogues in his heart. He was unaware that such opportunities might only arise once every year or two. Enough with the exaggeration. The most important task is to deal with that incompetent baron. "Name your price," he commanded coldly. The bearded captain raised 3 fingers. A 30% increase in commission, no negotiation. The Bao Patriarch's lips twitched, but he ultimately suppressed his anger. "Fine, complete the job, and I will send the payment to you." "Excellent. I appreciate your decisiveness. Provide the coordinates, and my brothers will take care of this, Baron," the captain said, setting aside his feet and adopting a serious demeanor. "I will send the coordinates shortly. Remember, notify us immediately once the task is complete," the Bao Patriarch reminded. "No problem. We are professionals in this," the captain replied confidently. The bearded captain promptly received the coordinates and arranged for his interstellar pirate fleet to depart, confirming the coordinates and entering warp travel mode. Due to the presence of T-1 starships, the speed of the T-2 vessels was intentionally reduced to ensure uniformity within the fleet. The entire journey took approximately 6 hours. Upon awakening from the cryogenic chamber, the bearded captain immediately ordered combat readiness and began searching for the target. In truth, there was no need for search, as when they activated the starship's radar, they detected a solitary starship hovering beside Longway Star, akin to prey awaiting its hunter. "Captain, we are 20 minutes away from our target, the Zero-class blizzards belonging to that barren," the thin first officer exclaimed excitedly. The bearded captain grinned menacingly. "Let the games begin, my Lord Baron." Meanwhile, the Baron aboard the Zero-class blizzard awaited his quarry. Chapter 40. The first battle of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. The Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet did not immediately prepare for battle, but advanced slowly, resembling an ordinary interstellar fleet. As they approached the combat range of the Zero-class blizzard, suddenly, the number 0 storm began to move as if it had sensed something amiss and started sailing in a different direction. "Captain, have we been discovered?" inquired the thin first mate. "At this distance, what does it matter if we are discovered? The usual tactic, let 2 T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates lead several T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates to encircle from both sides. At this range, intercepting them will be a mere formality," the captain of the bearded pirates declared confidently. In that moment, the Triclaw interstellar pirate fleet shed all pretense and pursued the No. 0 storm at full speed, with 2 T-2 Ishkor-class frigates and T-1 Vulture-class frigates being the fastest among them. Interstellar frigates, known for their exceptional maneuverability and speed, could only be rivaled by a few interstellar cruisers. Their high velocity enabled them to execute formations and intercept enemy ships effectively, making this model a favorite among pirates for its cost-effectiveness and suitability for plunder. They charged forward en masse, disregarding the type of ship. It was a relentless pursuit. At this juncture, the number 0 storm perhaps sensed the impending danger and began to accelerate. However, the vessels of the Triclaw interstellar pirate fleet clung to it like a stubborn adhesive, closing the distance rapidly, nearly on the verge of catching up. "My dear, attempting to flee? No prey I have ever set my sights on has escaped," the bearded pirate captain sneered. Just then, the communications officer exclaimed, "Captain, there is a communications signal requesting to connect. It seems to be from the number 0 storm." The bearded pirate captain paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "It appears that the worthless Baron has been frightened into seeking mercy from us. I must say, I am eager to witness the spectacle of a Baron pleading for his life at the end." As the video communication connected, a window appeared before the bearded pirate captain, revealing a man's visage. Contrary to expectations of terror and fear, the man bore a mocking expression as if regarding a mere toy. "You must be the leader of the Triclaw interstellar pirate fleet," the man remarked nonchalantly. The bearded pirate captain was momentarily taken aback, wondering if there was a flaw in the communication, as this individual seemed utterly unafraid. "You know me?" he asked, astonished. "I also know that you are employed by the Bao family and the Chui family to attack us," Zhao Chen replied, resting his chin on his hand. The bearded pirate captain spread his hands and chuckled. "Since you, Mr. Baron, are already aware, there is nothing more to discuss. We are merely mercenaries. I kindly ask you to perish." "Perish?" Zhao Chen chuckled lightly. "I'm afraid it's not I who will perish, but rather you." "We? Ha ha! You worthless Baron certainly have a sense of humor, thinking you can send us to our deaths?" The bearded pirate captain scoffed, dismissively gesturing at Zhao Chen. "What qualifications do you possess to threaten us? Look around you, those are my ships. They are about to obliterate yours, and you, poor Baron, shall meet your end in your own star system. I suggest you take a good look at your surroundings." Zhao Chen feigned indifference, the corners of his mouth curling upward. At that moment, the radar officer exclaimed, "Captain, we are detecting a massive amount of energy signatures approaching us." "Energy signatures? Could it be enemy ships?" The bearded pirate captain gazed at the radar screen, where hundreds of light points surged toward them from all directions, targeting the Triclaw interstellar pirate fleet. "It doesn't appear to be ships. It resembles interstellar fighters," the radar officer reported. "Interstellar fighters?" The bearded pirate captain was bewildered. He activated the deep space telescope and soon discerned the nature of the multitude of light points. Interstellar drones. Hundreds of interstellar drones have completely surrounded our triclaw interstellar pirate fleet. During the ongoing video communication, Zhao Chen, unperturbed, issued a cold command. Attack. Eliminate all interstellar pirate vessels. Leave not a single one. Subsequently, the drones began to lock onto their targets. The first to launch an attack were 100 T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, equipped with laser cannons. Though their firepower paled in comparison to that of Starship weapons, they could close in on enemy ships and find optimal positions to strike. Most importantly, these were T-2 grade interstellar drones. "Captain, we are under heavy attack from the interstellar drones," cried an officer. "Damn it, these drones are far too swift. My close-in defenses can't stop them." Report. The bridge of the T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate has come under attack. The captain is dead, and the ship has lost its command system. Report. The T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer is being besieged by enemy drones. We request assistance. Requesting assistance. A cacophony of dire news filled the bridge of the bearded pirate captain's ship. The hundreds of interstellar drones swarmed over their vessels like a relentless swarm. Counterattack. Form a fire net to intercept these interstellar drones. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth, issuing commands. Just then a massive fireball erupted, and the shock wave even affected his flagship, the sound of the hull's armor vibrating resounding throughout. The bearded pirate captain was left dumbfounded as reports flooded in. One of our T-2 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruisers has been suspected of being bombarded by enemy interstellar drones. The starship has been destroyed, an officer reported. The bearded pirate captain surveyed the chaotic battlefield, swallowing hard, unsure of what to do. Split the fleet. One group will continue the assault on the number 0 storm, while the other, a highly mobile squadron, will search for their carrier ship. The enemy's carrier must be hiding nearby. Once we destroy it, these interstellar drones will pose no threat. The thin first mate proposed sagely. The bearded pirate captain snapped back to reality and immediately commanded. All interstellar destroyers remain here to pursue the number 0 storm. The remaining interstellar cruisers and frigates will scour the area for the enemy carrier ship. Report. We have located the coordinates of the enemy carrier ship. The interstellar drones that completed their attack are returning toward this direction. The carrier ship should be in this area. The radar officer pointed at a spot on the star map. The returning interstellar drones showed no intention of concealing their movements. Under the radar scans of their ships, it was quickly discovered that a carrier ship lay concealed behind a satellite. The bearded pirate captain, seeing his nemesis, screamed in a frenzy, "Charge forward. I shall reduce that carrier ship to rubble." Chapter 41. A single shot annihilates the T-2 Heavy Interstellar Destroyer. T-2 Queen B-Class Heavy Carrier Ship Bridge. Report. The first wave of interstellar drones has successfully returned and landed. Rearming will take approximately 60 seconds. The operational report for the first batch of interstellar drones has been compiled. 7 T-2 Killer B-Class Medium Interstellar Drones lost. 1 T-2 Hornet-Class Heavy Interstellar Drone lost. 2 enemy T-1 Blue J-Class Medium Interstellar Cruisers destroyed, 4 T-1 Vulture-Class Medium Interstellar Frigates destroyed, and 2 T-1 Scythe-Class Medium Interstellar Destroyers destroyed. Report. The enemy fleet has detected our ship's position and is advancing toward us at full speed. The female crew members on the bridge stood at the ready, continuously relaying updates to the captain and the first officer. Charlotte stood beside them, her gaze fixed on Zhao Wanner, who occupied the captain's chair. Prior to this battle, Zhao Chen had privately contacted her, instructing that during the engagement, command be entrusted entirely to Zhao Wanner, unless she issued an erroneous order, in which case Charlotte had the authority to intervene. Thus far, Zhao Wanner's commands have been commendable. At that moment, the young woman appeared composed and unflustered, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned military officer rather than a mere student on the cusp of graduation. The deployment of T-2 Yao Feng-class light interstellar drones commenced, aimed at intercepting the enemy fleet. The starship began to move at full speed towards its predetermined course, with the star shield system activated. The resupplied interstellar drones prepared for their second wave of assault. Zhao Wanner articulated her orders with precision, her eyes scanning the data panels continuously. Faced with the encroaching, menacing pirate fleet, the T-2 Feng Wang accelerated away, yet due to its classification as a heavy aircraft carrier, its maximum speed reached only 30 knots, rendering it incapable of evading the pursuing adversaries. Simultaneously, holes appeared on the underside of the T-2 Phone Wang, from which numerous T-2 Yao Phone-class light interstellar drones were deployed. Within mere seconds, 300 drones were launched, swarming towards the pursuing pirate fleet. The battlefield was now divided, with the zero-number Storm Snow on one side and the T-2 Phone Wang on the other. Yet, the zero-number Storm Snow showed no inclination to assist the T-2 Phone Wang. Instead, it began to alter its course, arcing towards the right and thereby entering the enemy's fire range. Several ships from the pirate fleet prepared to open fire, but due to the rapid speed of the enemy vessel, it took time to lock onto the target. This change in navigation was a directive from Zhao Chen. Otherwise, with the speed of the zero-number Storm Snow, the pirate ships would never catch up. Activate the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, commanded Captain Zhao Chen. Understood. Activating the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. 10 seconds required. The bridge crew responded. The massive cannon of the zero-number Storm Snow emerged at this juncture. The right engine was shut down, while the left engine roared to life, pivoting the ship. Let our main cannon aim at that T-2 Yoshida-class heavy interstellar destroyer, Zhao Chen ordered. With the right engine shut down, the maneuver was completed. The zero-number Storm Snow, previously navigating in a curve, abruptly halted and turned to face the pursuing pirate fleet. This sudden maneuver caught the chasing pirates completely off guard. Zhao Chen focused intently on the targeting window. As the targeting reticle overlapped with the T-2 Yoshida-class destroyer, he commanded fire. In an instant, the entire zero-number Storm Snow shuddered. Without pausing to assess the outcome of a shot, Zhao Chen immediately issued another order: restart the right engine, and let the zero-number Storm Snow navigate around the enemy fleet at 70 knots, adopting a high-speed hunting mode. Understood. The helmswoman confidently responded. This maneuver involved circling the enemy fleet at high speed, allowing a few of the enemy vessels to fall within the engagement range while avoiding simultaneous fire from the entire enemy fleet, significantly reducing the risk of being hit. This tactic demanded exceptional skill from the starship's helmsman, yet the zero-number Storm Snow possessed an overwhelming speed advantage. The transition occurred in less than 10 seconds, showcasing the ship's terrifying maneuverability. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally had the opportunity to assess the results of the previous shot. He was taken aback. To his astonishment, the entire bow of the T-2 Yoshida-class destroyer had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater where it had been, as if it had been decapitated. The surrounding pirate ships had witnessed the entire event unfold. The vessel they had been pursuing had unexpectedly turned, followed by the devastating main cannon fire. What was shocking was that one of their two T-2 Yoshida-class destroyers had been obliterated in a single shot. It was known that a heavy interstellar destroyer, characterized by its larger hull and formidable armament, had been destroyed by a single shot from a 1,200mm cannon. Suddenly, a captain from the pirate fleet exclaimed in disbelief over the internal communications channel. Other pirate captains hurriedly used deep space telescopes to assess the situation. They were astonished to see that the zero-number Storm Snow was equipped with a cannon of terrifying caliber. How could a T-2 starship possibly mount such a massive cannon? What manner of monstrous starship was this? The captain of a T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer felt a chill run down his spine. If a higher-tier T-2 Yoshida-class vessel could not withstand such a shot, what fate awaited a T-1 medium destroyer? As he contemplated the outcome of a direct hit, he murmured, "Let me count how many ships there are. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Chen grinned wickedly as he counted the enemy vessels. In Chapter 42, the T-2 aircraft carrier starship possessed a star shield? Report, Captain. One of our T-2 Yoshida-class destroyers has been destroyed by that zero-number Storm Snow. In one shot. Just one shot." Panic erupted over the internal communications channel. The bearded pirate captain's heart sank. His T-2 Yoshida-class heavy interstellar destroyer had been destroyed. He knew that among the 5 T-2 starships in his fleet, they were his lifeblood. Losses of T-1 starships did not concern him. They could be replaced easily. However, each T-2 starship came at a steep price. He had invested 5 years of savings from the pirate fleet to acquire that T-2 Yoshida class from the black market. To lose it in an instant was unfathomable. You must be joking. How could a T-2 Yoshida class heavy interstellar destroyer be destroyed in one shot? He fumed, unable to accept such a reality. Captain, it's true. The enemy's zero-number Storm Snow has a 1,200 millimeters cannon. A full 1,200 millimeters, stammered the pirate captain, his voice trembling. A 1,200 millimeters cannon? The bearded pirate captain's heart raced. He realized that his subordinate would not jest at such a moment. Those aristocratic scoundrels from the Bao and Shui families have deceived me. He has now shifted all responsibility onto his employers, the Bao family and the Shui family, claiming their intelligence was inadequate. This is hardly the behavior of a worthless baron. Once I return, if my commission does not triple, I shall invade his planet and seduce his wife right before his eyes, cursed the bearded pirate captain. Alas, he would never have such an opportunity again. During the pursuit of the aircraft carrier Starship, those interstellar drones managed to destroy several of his T-1 starships. Among them was a T-2 interstellar unmanned bomber, whose bomb's power was equivalent to the main cannon of a T-2 starship. Moreover, they specifically targeted a certain area to unleash a series of explosions. Typically, 3 of these T-2 interstellar unmanned bombers could easily obliterate a T-1 starship within minutes when combined with the assault of T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones. Report: we have lost another T-1 Blue Sparrow-class medium interstellar cruiser, an officer reported cautiously. The bearded pirate captain clenched his fists. Report: we have entered the firing range and can attack the aircraft carrier Starship. Another officer delivered the good news. The bearded pirate captain immediately commanded, fire, fire, fire. Tear that damn aircraft carrier to shreds. Yes, the laser main cannon mounted on the T-2 Gray Shark class medium interstellar cruiser locked onto the aircraft carrier Starship and fired. Due to the slow speed of the aircraft carrier, it was virtually unable to evade the laser. As the interstellar pirates awaited the sight of the aircraft carrier being struck, the laser collided with a certain light barrier while still at a distance, exploding into nothingness. The aircraft carrier remained unscathed. The interstellar pirates were dumbfounded. What was going on? The bearded pirate captain hysterically grabbed the pirate crew member responsible for the weapon module. I don't know, the crew member replied, looking innocent. The thin lieutenant incredulously uttered 2 words. Starshield. Starshield? The pirate crew members present suddenly realized. It is indeed a starshield. However, how could a T-2 aircraft carrier possess a starshield? Could it possibly be a T-3 aircraft carrier? Listening to the crew's discussions, the bearded pirate captain bellowed, "Shut up." He then turned to the thin lieutenant. Isn't the starshield a feature exclusive to T-3 starships? This aircraft carrier certainly does not resemble a T-3 aircraft carrier. Based on the scale and combat power of the equipped interstellar drones, it was indeed not a T-3 aircraft carrier, yet what they witnessed was undoubtedly a starshield. Sweat trickled down the thin lieutenant's forehead. At this moment, the course of the interstellar battle had exceeded their expectations. What do we do now? The bearded pirate captain demanded. The starshield can only withstand attacks from a limited range, so if our starships can launch simultaneous attacks from other directions, the starshield won't have time to defend. The thin lieutenant explained. The bearded pirate captain bit his lip until it bled, the taste of blood filling his mouth. He understood this principle well. However, they had pursued this aircraft carrier at the cost of several T-1 starships and had only just managed to catch up to its tail. What further cost would they incur to launch a simultaneous flanking attack? Boss, we have no other choice. If we retreat, that baron won't let us go. I see now. That baron was prepared. He lured us in with his flagship and then arranged for the interstellar drones to ambush us. This is a trap, the thin lieutenant stated. It's either you die or I die. Such a predicament was not uncommon for interstellar pirates. In the past, they might have still possessed the will to fight. But today, with 35 starships attacking 2, they hadn't even managed to scratch the enemy's hull armor, yet they had already lost nearly a third of their starships. This was devastating for morale. Full speed ahead. We must destroy this aircraft carrier at all costs. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth and declared, having come this far, they had no way to retreat. They could only fight to the bitter end. Report: T-1 Blue Sparrow-class medium interstellar cruiser number 03 side armor has been attacked, with 50 armor strength remaining. Report: T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar escort number 11 has been destroyed, with no survivors. Report: T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar escort No. 19 has sustained heavy damage, losing propulsion and unable to maneuver. Report: T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar escort's left hull armor has been breached with a 10-meter wide hole. 23 compartments in emergency lockdown, 32 casualties, and the hull's propulsion system damaged, speed continuously declining. This pursuit lasted for over half an hour. The average number of takeoffs and landings of interstellar drones from the T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier had approached 10, with losses exceeding 30. However, due to the excellent interception capabilities of the T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, the pursuing interstellar pirate starships were unable to launch flanking attacks on the T2 Queen Bee. The Star Shield continuously intercepted incoming attacks from the rear. Our ship is under attack. Star Shield remaining energy value at 44. Reported the tense crew member on the T2 Queen Bee as the shimmering waves on the Star Shield fluctuated. In fact, Zhao Chen could see the declining energy value of the Star Shield displayed on the holographic projection on the bridge. The numbers transitioned from green to yellow, and were about to turn red. Nonetheless, Zhao Chen remained unfazed. Report. One of the enemy's T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar escorts has broken through our T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones interception and is approaching our ship's right flank. Simultaneously, the flagship of the enemy fleet, T2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, continues firing from behind. The officer controlling the Star Shield reported. Zhao Chen paused for a moment before sternly commanding, "Deploy all interstellar drones to attack this T2 Ishkor." Meanwhile, the Star Shield will continue to defend against the rear attack. Charlotte observed Zhao Wanner's orders. This was indeed the best course of action. First, they needed to neutralize one side of the attack. Even if it meant the ship would have to endure a few hits, at least the overall situation would remain unaffected. Report, Captain. Our ship is now at the target's flank and ready to fire. The captain of the T2 Ishkor shouted. The bearded pirate captain frantically yelled over the communication channel. Fire! Fire! Blast a huge hole in that damn aircraft carrier. Yes, preparing to fire. But at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. An interstellar warship surged at incredible speed to the flank of the aircraft carrier Starship, positioning itself between the T2 Ishkor and the T2 Queen Bee, while simultaneously charging head-on towards the T2 Ishkor. The 1,200mm cannon seemed to herald the impending occurrence of something monumental. The pirate captain of the T2 Ishkor trembled in his captain's chair, shouting in panic, "Fire! Fire!" The laser main cannon of the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar escort fired, sending a beam straight towards the Zero Storm, which stood before the T2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier. The Zero Storm's 1,200mm cannon fired almost simultaneously. Subsequently, a massive fireball erupted between the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar escort and the Zero Storm, creating swirling cyclones of mist. Remarkably, the attacks from both vessels coincidentally collided, neutralizing each other. Was this mere coincidence? Zhao Chen aboard the Zero-number Blizzard was acutely aware that the remarkable outcomes were indeed a direct result of the fleet's luck enhancement provided by the system. Even the previous instant hit on the T2 Yoshida-class heavy interstellar destroyer was a similar phenomenon, with occurrences of such a nature being less than 1 in 10,000. However, under the auspices of the fleet's luck boost, the probability of such events significantly increased. Through Zhao Chen's experimentation, he discovered that not every attack guaranteed a decisive strike or an exceptional result. Nevertheless, the likelihood of success was undeniably substantial. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Chen immediately commanded, "Full speed ahead. Target that T2 Yishkol-class medium interstellar frigate." The Zero-number Blizzard's velocity surged, reaching an astonishing 100 knots within mere seconds. 5 T2 medium Hyena laser cannons and 3,130mm T2 medium close-in weapon systems unleashed a relentless barrage, relying on its remarkable maneuverability. The Zero-number Blizzard swiftly closed in on the T2 Yishkol-class medium interstellar frigate, with both vessels' secondary weapons firing at full capacity. However, the T2 Yishkol-class frigate struggled to land hits on the rapidly moving Zero-number Blizzard, while the latter's secondary and close-in weapons found their marks with near certainty, relentlessly bombarding the hull of the T2 Yishkol-class frigate. With a resounding crash, the frigate sustained damage, and Zhao Chen felt the tremor beneath his feet on the bridge. Report. Our ship's port side armor has sustained fire. Armor integrity remains at 90. Report. Our ship's port side armor has sustained fire. Armor integrity remains at 80. Report. Our ship's port side armor has sustained fire. Armor integrity remains at 70. This marked the first time the zero-number blizzard had endured an attack. Yet the interstellar battleship's armor was more than adequate to withstand the fire from a medium frigate's secondary weapons. On the other hand, the T2 Yishkal-class medium interstellar frigate was faring poorly, its hull damaged in multiple places, even developing cracks. It could do nothing but await the cool-down of its laser main battery. At that moment, a glint of cold resolve flickered in Zhao Chen's eyes. Positioned behind the zero-number blizzard, 3 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones sprang into action. 3 interstellar torpedoes were launched at a dangerously close range to the T2 Yishkal-class medium interstellar frigate. Due to the earlier fierce battle with the zero-number blizzard, most of the frigate's weapons had entered a cool-down phase, rendering it unable to intercept the incoming T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. The crew could only watch helplessly as the 3 torpedoes struck the frigate's bridge, hull belly, and the previously targeted area on the left side of the hull. 3 explosive fireballs erupted around the T2 Yishkal-class medium interstellar frigate, which subsequently shattered into pieces, completely obliterated. Report: our T2 Yishkal-class medium interstellar frigate number 2 has been destroyed. The trembling deputy officer relayed to the bearded pirate captain. The captain sank into his chair, his expression one of shock. Upon witnessing the arrival of the zero-number blizzard, he sensed something was amiss. This indicated that the pirate starships on the other battlefield had likely been entirely annihilated. He gazed at a data panel displaying the status of his fleet, and indeed, the vast majority of starship icons had turned gray, particularly those responsible for attacking the zero-number blizzard. None had survived, including the 2 T2 Yoshida-class heavy interstellar destroyers and the T2 Yishkal-class medium interstellar frigate. This meant that the Sanjua Snake interstellar pirate fleet was left with only a single T2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. Furthermore, only 4 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates and 1 T1 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruiser remained, although the Sanjua Snake interstellar pirate fleet still held a threefold numerical advantage. The pirates were acutely aware of their impending fate, as they observed the T2 carrier starship and the T2 zero-number blizzard fixated upon them. Their demise became painfully apparent. "Boss, let us surrender," the trembling deputy officer suggested cautiously. Surrender? The bearded pirate captain was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that this assassination mission, which he had presumed to be a certain victory, would culminate in such a dismal conclusion. However, continuing the battle now seemed utterly pointless. The remaining 6 pirate starships would inevitably be destroyed. It was merely a matter of time. "Contact that Lord Barren. We are willing to surrender," the captain murmured, his spirit crushed. Just an hour prior, he could never have envisioned himself as a defeated soul seeking to surrender for survival. "Captain, the enemy flagship has sent a communication. They are willing to cease resistance and surrender," Charlotte inquired of Zhao Chen aboard the T2B King. Zhao Chen replied coldly, "We are willing to accept their surrender, but they must immediately shut down all ship engines." Charlotte hesitated momentarily, but ultimately conveyed Zhao Chen's orders. Soon, all 6 starships powered down their engines. Within the dark confines of the starships, the interstellar pirates pondered their fate. Would they be imprisoned in dungeons? Sold into slavery? Or perhaps escorted to a mining zone? Condemned to toil in the mines until death? Regardless, at least they could live for the time being. Report: the enemy's 6 starships have shut down all engines, Charlotte reported. At that moment, Zhao Chen unexpectedly issued a command that took everyone by surprise. The zero-number blizzard and T2B King-class heavy carrier starship are to immediately engage and destroy the remaining 6 pirate starships. He coldly regarded the 6 pirate vessels. Their fate had been sealed the moment they arrived here. Annihilation. Chapter 44. From the moment they set foot here, surrender was never an option. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's command, reactions varied among the crew. Zhao Wanner was startled. "They have surrendered. Why must we still destroy them?" Zhao Chen's expression remained impassive. Surrender? When they initiated this battle, surrender was never an option in their outcome. "Have you considered what fate we would face if we were the ones defeated?" Zhao Wanner wore a conflicted expression, recalling that grim outcome. If they were all to perish in battle, perhaps it would be better. However, if captured, she and the female crew members would suffer a fate worse than death. Zhao Chen continued, "I just made a brief connection to the communications network of the Xiaolong star system. During their 2-month stay in the Xiaolong star system, These interstellar pirates received at least 500 women from various planets sent by the nobles. You should be fully aware of what treatment these women would endure aboard those pirate starships. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanner bit her lip. But the textbooks teach us about human rights. Charlotte, if Zhao Wanner cannot continue to command, I am transferring command of the T2B King to you. Proceed with the operational orders. Zhao Chen spoke coldly. Understood. In that instant, the complexity in Charlotte's gaze vanished, replaced by firm agreement with Zhao Chen's decisive command. Seasoned by battle, she understood that survival in the interstellar arena required a cold heart. Miss, Captain Zhao Chen's command is indeed justified. On this battlefield, there can be no trace of mercy, especially when confronting these ruthless scum. They possess no qualms, no boundaries. If they survive, they will commit any atrocity. The malevolence embodied in them is sufficient to warrant their demise 100 times over. The sordid deeds they have committed are beyond your wildest imagination. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Wanner, offering words of consolation. However, concerns lingered regarding the captured women aboard those pirate starships. Charlotte solemnly remarked, for those women, death might ironically serve as a form of liberation. Zhao Wanner took a deep breath and turned to Charlotte, asking, "May I continue to command the battle?" Charlotte nodded in affirmation. Fixating on the 6 pirate starships before her, a hint of coldness surfaced in her gaze. All interstellar drones prepared for one final assault. At that moment, the bearded pirate captain awaited the arrival of the opposing fleet to seize control of their starship, only to be met by an approaching swarm of interstellar drones and the 1,200mm cannon of the zero-number blizzard. The tremors from the attack jolted the bearded captain into realization. Zhao Chen, you scoundrel, you have betrayed us. He bellowed in fury, which would be his last utterance. In the next instant, his T2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser was struck by the 1,200mm cannon of the zero-number blizzard. The remaining 5 starships succumbed to the barrage. By the time they contemplated restarting their ships, it was already too late. Under the onslaught of the zero-number blizzard and the bombardment from the T2 Queen Bee's drones, the 6 pirate starships fell, one after the other, ultimately becoming mere wreckage on the battlefield. The battle concluded. Take a 10-minute respite. Charlotte, please assess the combat expenditure of our 2 starships. If there are no issues, we will proceed to the core region of the Xiaolong star system in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen instructed. The majority of the aristocrats reside within the core region of the Xiaolong star system. This matter is far from over. Understood, Charlotte promptly began her task. Zhao Chen sank into the captain's chair, exhaling deeply. This marked his first genuine star battle, though the foes were merely interstellar pirates. It was far more exhilarating than the mock duels he had experienced at the academy. 2 starships annihilated 35 pirate vessels, a commendable achievement. Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Chen closed his eyes as if resting. In truth, he had accessed the system interface. His resolve to eradicate this band of interstellar pirates was driven by another motive, the existence of a system mission. Mission objective: exterminate the interstellar pirate fleet of the Xiaolong star system. Mission difficulty: C grade. Mission reward: 3 mission points and 600 credits. Mission status: mission completed. Rewards available for collection. Indeed, it was for this system mission. Zhao Chen clicked to claim his rewards, pocketing 3 mission points and 600 system credits. With the completion of the previous quarterly mission, his resources had amassed significantly. Host: Zhao Chen. Profession: elite starship engineer. Special attributes: fleet luck bonus, Eye of Insight. Credits: 1100. Mission points: 8. Starships: 2. Current missions: none. Warehouse: T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar starship. With 8 mission points and a hefty 1100 credits. He was eager to consider exchanging for another T2 commodity. As his strength grew, he gradually laid the groundwork for establishing an interstellar fleet. Charlotte's post-battle report interrupted Zhao Chen's thoughts. He opened his eyes, gazing at Charlotte through the video window. In this battle, the T2 Queen Bee sustained no damage. We lost 107 T2 young B-class light interstellar drones, 39 T2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 5 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. We consumed 67 units of ammunition, with no personnel casualties. The T2 zero-number Blizzard's hull armor suffered a composite damage level of 75, primarily on the port side. But this does not affect the starship's navigation or combat capabilities. We expended 46 units of ammunition, with no personnel casualties. The total market value of resources consumed in this battle amounts to 8,000 star coins, Charlotte reported. In the span of just 1 hour, they had expended 8,000 star coins. Although this was trivial compared to Zhao Chen's accumulated wealth of 1,000,000 star coins, for an ordinary person, it represented a lifetime of savings. However, we destroyed 35 starships, including 5 T2 vessels. We can salvage the wreckage of these ships. This is projected to yield a value of 600,000 star coins, Charlotte added, eliciting Zhao Chen's astonishment. 600,000 star coins? Is it truly that much? He exclaimed in shock. Charlotte elaborated. While these 35 ships are outdated, their sale value would be around 600,000 star coins. It makes sense. The original value of a pirate fleet is 6,000,000 star coins, and the wreckage could indeed yield around 600,000 star coins. However, this estimate is based on our plans to recycle and refine the materials. Selling them directly to others might only bring in 300,000 star coins. Charlotte continued, by the way, there seems to be no industrial facilities in the Xiaolong star system for processing these shipwrecks. Zhao Chen sighed, holding his head in exasperation. The Xiaolong star system was severely underdeveloped, lacking in every aspect. Their technological level remained stagnant at T1 standards. They could leave the wreckage here for now, as there was no one to contest it. The zero-number Blizzard and T2 Queen B prepared to depart, engaging in warp travel to the core region of the Xiaolong star system. It was time to meet his uncles and relatives, who had prepared a grand homecoming gift for him. He felt compelled to reciprocate properly. A cold indifference filled his eyes. The moment to cleanse the Xiaolong star system had arrived, although this cleansing might shake the very foundations of the Xiaolong star system, given the myriad families intertwined with its interests. Chapter 45. I, Zhao Chen, have returned. The Xiaolong star system comprises 1 sun, 12 planets, 5 dwarf planets, 400,000 asteroids, and 77 moons, with over 400 periodic comets. Based on their habitability coefficients, these celestial bodies are classified into 3 categories: high-quality habitable planets, low-quality habitable planets, and substandard habitable planets. High-quality habitable planets, as the name suggests, offer natural environments that are exceptionally conducive to life, either due to innate characteristics or enhancements. Low-quality habitable planets harbor certain hazards to life but remain suitable for habitation. Substandard habitable planets present a more complex scenario. Some interstellar races can survive there, while the majority require specialized equipment to endure or must construct small artificial cities under energy shields. The Xiaolong star system is resource-poor, possessing only 1 high-quality habitable planet, 7 low-quality habitable planets, and 73 substandard habitable planets. These habitable worlds encompass planets, dwarf planets, moons, and asteroids. The Xiaolong star system supports a population of 500 million, with 99 being human, while the remainder comprises humanoid interstellar races. The main star of the Xiaolong star system is known as Xiaolong main star. This planet houses the majority of the nobility and is the sole high-quality habitable planet in the system. Today, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entirety of Xiaolong main star. All space elevators were suspended, and ships in the low Earth orbit starport were prohibited from departing. These orders seemed to herald the onset of a significant event. At the Bao family mansion, the family head sat in the hall, surrounded by anxious descendants of the Bao clan. Head of the family, can we not launch an assault on the Zhao family mansion? One of the younger members could not restrain himself from speaking. The patriarch of the Bao family, with his eyes shut, spoke in a deep voice, "Do not rush. Until we receive news from the Longway star, not a single starship, mecha, or soldier from the Bao family is to be moved." Observing the composed demeanor of the patriarch, many members of the Bao family perceived him as overly cautious. Given the circumstances, it was widely believed that the useless Baron had long since met his demise. Why waste time here? However, without the patriarch's permission, none dared to act impulsively. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the Bao family residence lay the most favorable environment of the Xiaolong main star, the site of the Zhao family's abode. Unlike the technological aesthetics of other residences, the Zhao family estate was constructed of wood, nestled among mountains, exuding an ancient charm. Yet, in this tranquil haven, despair enveloped the Zhao family members, many already weeping in anguish. It is over, it is over. The Zhao family is finished today. Had I known, I would have followed my cousin to migrate from the Xiaolong star system. Wandering in a foreign land would be better than awaiting death here. Alas, my poor child, born only to suffer such a fate. At that moment, an elderly woman, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, emerged slowly, striking the ground forcefully with her staff. What a pitiful display. Is this how the Zhao family's children behave? She scolded. Accompanying her was a red-haired woman. Madame Zhao, the Bao and Sui families have sealed off the entire Xiaolong main star and have taken control of the patrol fleets. Rumors suggest they have even hired pirate fleets to ambush Zhao Chen and Zhao Wan. This is undoubtedly an attempt to eradicate our family, a middle-aged man lamented. All communications on the Xiaolong main star have been cut off. Even if we sought help, it would be in vain. Today, the Zhao family faces annihilation. Another woman wept, cradling her child. Observing the despair around her, the elderly matriarch felt a surge of anger. Madam, your health is failing. You should return indoors to rest. The red-haired woman suggested. Jiang Hong, is there still no contact with Xiao Xia? The matriarch whispered. The red-haired woman shook her head. We have yet to establish contact with the young lady. What are the second and third sons? You mentioned they were determined to return. Did you advise them against it? The matriarch inquired. The red-haired woman hesitated. I did advise them, but after our last communication, there's been no further word. I cannot ascertain their current situation. Xiao Hong, you had concealed your identity. Now, appearing openly in the Zhao family, I am concerned for your safety, the matriarch remarked. My mission has always been to protect the Zhao family. Jiang Hong's life was saved by the young lady, and thus I shall fulfill this duty. Today, I stand with the Zhao family in life and death, the red-haired woman stated resolutely. This red-haired woman was Jiang Hong, a scout left by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in the Xiaolong star system. Recognizing that her role as a scout was no longer paramount, she had boldly come to the Zhao estate, prepared for a final, decisive battle. Who could have imagined the Zhao family would descend into such dire straits? I remember how father once. The matriarch was interrupted by a fit of violent coughing, prompting Jiang Hong to assist her indoors. Just then, a thunderous explosion resounded from above, causing everyone to instinctively look up. They beheld a starship ablaze, plummeting from the atmosphere, its hull visibly damaged. That is a T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate. Jiang Hong recognized the downed vessel immediately. The T-1 Vulture-class frigate crashed into the distant sea, generating massive waves that surged forth as a tsunami, though fortunately, no populated areas lay nearby. What is happening? The Zhao family members gasped in astonishment. Look, it appears there is a fierce battle in space. A keen-eyed member of the Zhao family noticed intermittent flashes of red light outside the atmosphere. Who could be fighting outside the Xiaolong main star? Could it be that the interstellar pirates have turned against the Bao and Sui families? Someone speculated. Activate the energy shield of the Zhao estate. Jiang Hong commanded, positioning the battle mech for combat. Soon, a shimmering barrier enveloped the entire Zhao residence. The implementation of energy shield technology on the ground was straightforward, yet transferring it to starships was a revolutionary advancement. 30 T-1 battle mechs materialized around the Zhao family estate, representing the last vestiges of their combat power, though they stood little chance against an assault from Starship. Look, something is entering the atmosphere, someone shouted. A colossal figure slowly descended, measuring several hundred meters in size. Could it be a starship? Someone recognized its shape. It resembles an aircraft carrier. As the silhouette entered the atmosphere, the onlookers finally discerned its true nature. However, this only deepened their confusion. They had never seen this starship before. Suddenly, a voice resonated across the land, booming like thunder. I, Zhao Chen, have returned. With the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier entering the atmosphere of the Xiaolong main star, a swarm of interstellar drones was deployed. These drones possessed overwhelming combat capabilities. Easily dominating the ground forces, ordinary battle mechs were no match for them. They could circle the planet in mere minutes. Within the bridge of the T-2 Queen B, a list lay before Zhao Wan. This was a task given to her by Zhao Chen upon the T-2 Queen B's arrival at the Xiaolong main star. She was to summon all the names listed to the Zhao family estate. Zhao Wan recalled Zhao Chen's words. If we cannot summon the living, then let be the dead. This list contained the families supporting the Bao and Sui factions in the assassination plot. The drones previously dispatched were headed for the residences of those families, intent on inviting them. Sister Charlotte, you will command this starship shortly. I will take the shuttle to the Zhao family estate, Zhao Wanner declared. Leave this to me, Charlotte nodded. For safety's sake, I will arrange a squad of interstellar drones to follow you for protection. Understood. Zhao Wanner departed the bridge and entered the hangar to board the shuttle. The shuttle was a small interstellar transport vessel, accommodating 3 to 10 individuals, with minimal cargo space, unsuitable for long-distance travel between star systems. However, since the interstellar warship could not land after entering the planet's atmosphere, shuttles were typically used to reach the final destination. Now piloting the shuttle away from the T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Wanner gazed upon the familiar landscape of the planet's surface, swiftly arriving at a secluded mountainous area. From a distance, she could see a residence enveloped by an energy barrier. That was her destination, the Zhao family estate. The shuttle hovered just outside the barrier, where several battle mechs pointed their weapons at her. I am Zhao Wanner, the third miss of the Zhao family. We have gained control of the situation and may lower the energy shield, she announced through the shuttle's loudspeaker. Yet, there was no response from within, indicating continued suspicion regarding her identity. Zhao Wanner, feeling helpless, activated the automatic hover mode and opened the front hatch of the shuttle, rising to her feet so that those within the holographic screen could see her clearly. Before long, the holographic screen descended. It was indeed the third young miss. The third young miss had returned? Just a moment ago, I saw her shuttle seemingly descending from that aircraft carrier. Could it be that the third young miss has brought reinforcements? Inside the Zhao family's grand estate, the initially anxious members of the Zhao clan were now filled with joy and surprise, yet perplexed about the current situation. As the holographic screen closed, Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttle directly into the estate. She descended from the vehicle, and the Zhao family members immediately surrounded her. Miss Wanner, what is happening? What is the situation with that aircraft carrier? Third young miss, there is great trouble in the Xiaolong star system. The Bao family and the Chui family are plotting a rebellion and even attempting to attack you. Zhao Wanner looked at the gathered Zhao family members and said directly, the situation is now largely under control. As long as everyone remains within the Zhao estate, there is no danger. Wanner, what is going on? I heard that the Bao and Chui families hired a fleet of space pirates to attack you and Shen'er. How did you end up here? Did you not encounter those space pirates? The matriarch, Zhao Leo Furin, emerged, and the previously chattering Zhao family members fell silent, sensing the gravity of the moment. My brother and I piloted 2 starships and have annihilated that group of space pirates in the vicinity of Longwei Star, Zhao Wanner stated. Upon hearing this, the entire Zhao family erupted in excitement. That fleet of space pirates has been destroyed? I heard they had a total of 35 starships, including 5 T2 class vessels. How could just 2 starships have wiped them out? This is unbelievable. Most people were skeptical of Zhao Wanner's words. In truth, had she not experienced it herself, she might have also found it hard to believe. There is no time to explain. My brother is currently commanding the T2 Zero Storm to eliminate the remaining starships that are supporting the Bao and Shui families outside the Xiaolong main star. He instructed me to take control of the T2 Queen Bee to secure the Xiaolong main star. Rest assured, everything is under our control, Zhao Wanner assured as she respectfully regarded the matriarch. This matriarch, Zhao Leo Furin, held a higher status than Zhao Chen, the current lord, as she was the younger sister of Zhao Chen's grandfather. Due to personal reasons, she had never married and remained vibrant in health. Shen'er has returned? He is commanding starships in battle? Zhao Leo Furin exclaimed, her surprise mirrored in the eyes of the surrounding Zhao family members. They knew him as the Baron of Xiaolong Star System, a figure of ridicule, who, aside from being literate, possessed no notable talents. Now he was commanding starships? What a joke. Zhao Wanner noticed the skeptical expressions around her, and her countenance darkened. Second aunt, please wait a moment. My brother will be here shortly, Zhao Wanner said. After nearly half an hour of waiting, an astonishing scene unfolded. 2 starships plummeted from the outer atmosphere, their hulls ablaze and riddled with damage, one notably featuring a large gaping hole. Those appear to be the starships of the Bao and Shui families. They are T2 Hyena-class medium star destroyers and T2 Grey Wolf-class light star cruisers. Someone recognized the vessels and exclaimed. As the 2 starships crashed, They struck a desert and a mountain range, creating a significant shockwave upon impact, yet causing no harm to the Zhao estate. Just as the Zhao family members were still astonished by this event, a shuttle descended upon the estate, larger than Zhao Wanner's. The hatch opened, and a squad of female soldiers in combat suits emerged, followed by a familiar figure to the Zhao family, Baron Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong star system. The female soldiers, armed with laser rifles, formed a protective corridor for Zhao Chen as he made his way through the crowd, their fierce gazes compelling the Zhao family to part. Zhao Chen paid no mind to the other Zhao family members and approached Zhao Leo Furin, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. Unfilial descendant Zhao Chen has arrived late, causing second ant distress. Chapter 47. The Butcher, Zhao Chen. Among the Zhao family, the person Zhao Chen respected and felt closest to was undoubtedly his second aunt. He lost his parents at a young age and was left with only a distant elder sister and a baby sister. Most of the Zhao family regarded him as a burden since his birth had forced the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, who could have been the head of the family and a baron, to flee. Throughout Zhao Chen's childhood, it was his second aunt who cared for him as if she were his own grandmother or mother. Get up, get up. You are a baron now. How can you kneel before an old woman like me? Zhao Leo Furin hastily helped him up, her face filled with affection as she gazed at the young man before her. It's been over a year since we last met, and you have grown taller and stronger. Once Zhao Chen was on his feet, he supported Zhao Leo Furin as they walked towards the house. You're getting older. You shouldn't be wandering around outside at this time. Let me help you back inside. How can I rest easy at this moment? I just heard from Wanner that you annihilated the fleet of space pirates and are now assisting in clearing the remnants of the Bao and Shui family starships. Zhao Leo Furin inquired with concern. Everything has been dealt with. The 35 starships of the Sanjua Shi space pirate fleet were completely destroyed in the vicinity of Longwei Star. The 16 starships controlled by the Bao and Shui families, including 2 T2 vessels and 7 T1 vessels, have been obliterated by our fleet. The remaining 71 starships have all surrendered. With the loss of their fleet, the Bao and Shui families can no longer stir up trouble, Zhao Chen calmly stated. The Zhao family members were internally shocked by Zhao Chen's nonchalant announcement regarding a situation that had loomed over the Xiaolong main star for 2 months, which they had deemed a calamity. Now, it seemed to have been resolved in just a few words from him. Zhanyong, help me contact all the nobles in the Xiaolong star system. Within 5 hours, summon all the clan leaders to the Zhao estate to see me, and inform them that this is the Baron's order. Anyone who dares not comply will face the consequences, Zhao Chen commanded, looking at Jiang Hong, whom he was meeting for the first time, without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Hong paused for a moment, instinctively glancing at Zhao Wanner. Follow my brother's orders. Zhao Vanya instructed. Understood. Jiang Hong began to carry out the task. Chinner, are you preparing to address this matter? Zhao Leo Furin sensed the implications in Zhao Chen's words. Zhao Chen nodded. Allow this old woman to speak a bit longer. What are your plans? The Xiaolong star system has been decaying for too long. It is time for a thorough cleansing, Zhao Chen replied. Zhao Leo Furin looked at him, gently caressing his cheek with her withered hand. You have grown up. Our Chunner has truly matured. Go and do what you must. No matter what you decide, you are still the Baron of our Zhao family, and your grandmother supports you. Grandmother, the upcoming scene may not be suitable for you to witness. Perhaps you should step aside? Zhao Chen suggested cautiously. Zhao Leo Furin laughed heartily, gripping her dragon head cane. Chenya, do whatever you wish. I have lived over a century. What scene have I not witnessed? You may not know, but when your grandfather became the Lord, I was the deputy commander of the fleet in the Xiaolong star system. Today, I shall sit here and watch how you clear the way for our family. Vanya, please help me bring that chair over. Zhao Wanner glanced at her brother, realizing that her once dismissive brother had now become her pillar of support. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Wanner stepped into the room and retrieved an ancient redwood dragon-patterned chair, worn and weathered, bearing cracks and signs of fading. This chair was a relic from Zhao Chen's great-grandfather, the founder of the Zhao family. The elderly matriarch of the Zhao family held her dragon-headed cane and sat upon the redwood chair. At that moment, a fleet of interstellar drones appeared in the distant sky, seemingly hauling something beneath them. Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded before the Zhao family. Several corpses were unceremoniously dropped into the Zhao family courtyard by the drones, accompanied by a voice emanating from machines. Reporting to the captain, the Chui family members were obstinate and attempted to resist with force, as per your instructions. The Chui residence has been annihilated, and all 225 members of the Chui family have been exterminated. This included the corpses of the Chui family's head and several high-ranking members. The Chui family? Some Zhao family members, fixated on the corpses on the ground, recognized a bloodied head, confirming it belonged to the Chui family patriarch. Women and children began to cover their mouths and retch at the sight, as the stench of blood filled the air. The old Chui scoundrel had long deserved his fate. Those treacherous ingrates. Had it not been for my father taking in their ancestor and providing them with sustenance, there would be no Chui family in the Xiongling star system. Bah! The elderly matriarch of the Zhao family remained unfazed by the gruesome scene before her, instead cursing the Chui family. Subsequently, several more batches of interstellar drones arrived, some carrying corpses, others live captives. The living were ensnared in nets and unceremoniously dropped from several meters above into the Zhao family courtyard, barely clinging to life. All those brought in were, without exception, nobles who had covertly supported the Chui and Bao families. Suddenly, a captive suspended by drones caught everyone's attention. It was Bao Dasha, the patriarch of the Bao family. Covered in blood, with vacant eyes, he appeared utterly disoriented. Like the others, he was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. Patiak Bao, I see you are not well, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile, observing Bao Dasha, who was treated like refuse. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, Bao Dasha's fury ignited, and he bellowed, Zhao Chen, you beast, you devil, you dare to slaughter my entire clan. I shall not rest until I have my revenge, even in death. Hearing Bao Dasha's words, the Zhao family felt a chill. Yet another noble from the Xiongling was annihilated. Bao Dasha, your audacity is astonishing. Who orchestrated the assassination plot against me, and Zhao Wan'er, who secretly organized ground troops, waiting for news of my demise, to seize control of the Zhao residence. Zhao Chen mocked. Bao Dasha was left speechless, yet his furious glare at Zhao Chen suggested he wished to rend him asunder, though alas, his legs were broken, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Find a pillar and bind the Bao patriarch. Bind the corpses as well. We must not let them catch a chill, Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. Soon, the once mighty patriarch of the Bao family, now reduced to a mere captive, was bound to a pillar like livestock. The elderly matriarch of the Zhao family observed Zhao Chen's actions in silence, even sipping her tea several times. At that moment, a shuttle arrived at the Zhao residence. But due to the drone's interception, it could only pause outside the courtyard. Report, the Zhang family patriarch has arrived, a servant of the Zhao family announced. The Zhang family was the only one of the three major families of the Xiongling star system to survive, and it was also the family of Zhao Chen's fiancée, Jiang Shasha. Chapter 48. Zhao Chen's death lists the elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiong, was presently walking toward the Zhao residence with his two children. Father, is it true that the two starships annihilated the interstellar pirate fleet? Zhang Xiongson, Zhan Ziwen, incroyable quickly. Jiang Shasha, standing nearby, appeared particularly pale, biting her lip as if lost in thought. The battlefield is at Longwei Star, where our collateral relatives reside. The news is indeed accurate. The wreckage of the pirate starships still drifts beyond Longwei Star, Jiang Xiong replied gravely. Sister, were those two starships Zhao Chen's? Where did he acquire such formidable vessels? Jiang Ziwen asked with curiosity. Jiang Shasha recalled the images of the two starships her father had shown her, one of which was the carrier hovering 20,000 kilometers above them. The other carrier, designated as Zero Storm, was the very ship Zhao Chen had utilized to triumph in the Starship duel at the North Star Military Academy. I have not seen the other carrier, so I cannot say, Jiang Shasha responded quietly. Suddenly, a wave of bloodiness assaulted them, as they pondered the source of the foul odor wafting from the Zhao residence. Their eyes widened at the sight before them. Stone pillars stood resolutely in the Zhao courtyard, each bound with a person, some alive, some barely clinging to life, and others already lifeless. They recognized the identities of these individuals. Among them were the living and the deceased, including the patriarchs of the Bao and Chui families. As they traversed this forest of pillars, Jiang Xiong and his children approached the Zhao family. Jiang Shasha stared at the man before her, feeling a sense of strangeness. Although his visage was familiar, his expression, demeanor, and aura made her feel as though the Zhao Chen she had known for over 20 years was an entirely different person. Jiang Xiong of the Jiang family, accompanied by my children Jiang Zuan and Jiang Shasha. Here to pay respects to my lord, the Baron, Jiang Xiong proclaimed. Bowing first to Zhao Chen, Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha followed suit in their gestures of respect. Uncle Jiang, you arrived quite early, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Upon receiving the news of my lord, the Baron, I rushed over without delay, Jiang Xiong replied, keeping his head bowed in a humble manner. Are you aware of the treachery of the Bao and Chui families? Zhao Chen immediately broached a critical topic. Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing the blade at their throats. I am aware, Jiang Xiong responded. Then were you complicit? Zhao Chen inquired flatly. No, Xianxian Diplave. If you were not involved, then what have you been doing during this time? Zhao Chen scrutinized Jiang Xiong. I only learned of the rebellion of the Bao and Chui families a month ago. But by then, the Xianglong main star had already fallen under their control. The starships under my command had been forcibly requisitioned. I did not wish to align with them, yet I was powerless to stop them, and so I could only watch as it all unfolded. Thankfully, my lord, the Baron, remained unharmed and resolved the crisis. Jiang Xiong explained, shifting his tone. He knelt on one knee, declaring, however, I know that as a subordinate, my inaction during the betrayal of the Bao and Chui families is tantamount to complicity. I, Jiang Xiong, am willing to accept any punishment for my lord, the Baron, only pleading for mercy for my family. Jiang Shasha cast a worried glance at her father, then at the unfamiliar man. You are blameless. I do not hold this against you. Take your children and step aside for now. I shall convene a meeting of the noble families of the Xianglong star system. Zhao Chen said, swiftly changing the subject and refraining from directly punishing the Jiang family. As time passed, the number of corpses and captives in the Zhao courtyard grew, and more noble patriarchs arrived upon receiving news of the events. Each newcomer was struck with shock at the bloody scene laid out before them. Everyone is here, Jiang Hong whispered as she approached Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen surveyed the courtyard, noting that, aside from the living and dead bound to the pillars, all the significant nobles of the Xianglong star system had arrived, totaling around 20 to 30 individuals. Among them, the most powerful was undoubtedly the Jiang family, the last remaining of the three great families. The matter of the rebellion involving the Bao family and the Chui family has been resolved thoroughly. Those who participated have been bound to the bloodied stone pillars, as Zhao Chen pointed out. I understand that many of you previously did not acknowledge me as your lord, considering me to be inept. Zhao Chen spread his hands, indifferent. It matters not. You may speak of me however you wish behind my back. If you believe I am unworthy to be your lord, you are free to depart from the Xiaolong star system and seek your fortune elsewhere. I, Zhao Chen, shall not impede you. Zhao Chen's expression shifted, exuding an aura of authority without anger. However, I detest those who act one way in front of me and another behind my back. Since they have chosen this path, they must bear the consequences of their decisions. Jiang Hong, present your report. Jiang Hong stepped forward. Zhao Chen produced a list. All the families on this list that are still alive shall be detained, their leaders executed, and the remaining family members sent to the mines for indefinite labor. The attendees gazed at Zhao Chen's list, their faces pale with terror. This was indeed a death list. As for the families not mentioned on the list, you are well aware of how many of you are truly innocent. Previously, I did not concern myself with your little schemes. From this day forth, remember that the Xiaolong star system is under the Zhao surname. Should you disagree, you may leave at once. Otherwise, I fear that one day you too may find yourselves bound to these pillars. Zhao Chen turned his back to the crowd. Well, this concludes the meeting. Second grandmother, it is getting late. We should dine. I have prepared a dinner for you that I am certain you will enjoy. Zhao Chen smiled as he assisted the elderly matriarch into the main house, transforming from the fearsome figure he had just portrayed. The crowd left the Zhao residence, exchanging glances, uncertain of who moved first, but eventually they all bowed their heads and departed. On the Jiang family shuttle, Jiang Xiong spoke solemnly. Prepare yourselves. We shall migrate as a family. Migrate? Why? We have considerable assets in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Ziwen exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Xiong sighed. You did not grasp the meaning behind Zhao Chen's words. He was warning us. If we do not obediently relinquish these assets, our Jiang family will become the third victim after the Bao and Chui families. Without our assets, we can start anew. Furthermore, I have long-established connections in other star systems. As interstellar merchants, we must understand the wisdom of having multiple refuges. Yet do we truly have to leave? Sha is Zhao Chen's fiancée. Given the relations between our families, we could wholeheartedly support him and perhaps become prominent figures in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Ziwen mused. Hearing this, Jiang Sha lowered her head even further. Jiang Xiong regarded his daughter coldly. Are you unaware of your sister's actions at the Beijing Military Academy? Our bond with the Zhao family is long severed. Should we partake in the rebellion alongside the Bao and Shui families? Zhao Chen would not hesitate to bind us to those pillars. We must take advantage of our current options and leave while we still can. Jiang Xiong looked through the shuttle's viewport towards the direction of the Zhao family. The Zhao family has truly come into its own. In the following days, Zhao Chen consolidated 7 surrendered T-1 starships. Previously, he had instructed Charlotte to purchase 500 half-beastmen slaves in one go at the Arctic Fox starport, with 100 assigned to the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, including the 100 half-beastmen slaves acquired earlier at the Beijing Military Academy. With 50 assigned to work on the Zero Storm, there remained 450 half-beastmen female crew members without formal assignments. They were temporarily tasked with managing these T-1 starships to maintain order in the Xiaolong star system and to collect the wreckage of 35 ships from the Sanjua Shi interstellar pirate fleet on the battlefield near Longwei Star. This gave the Xiaolong star system an appearance of tranquility, as if all was normal. However, the reality was that the Xiaolong star system had undergone a profound transformation. Although the Zhao family had been marginalized as a lordly family, it swiftly seized control of the entire Xiaolong star system overnight. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier led the interstellar drones and several combat mech from the Zhao family to secure all industries belonging to the families listed on the death list. These families were all classified as rebels, and their properties were confiscated by the Lord. The process of reorganizing these assets consumed nearly a week. Second young master. This is the wealth we've acquired from the rebellious nobles in recent days, and we have also taken over their industries, which have resumed production. Jiang Hong reported to Zhao Chen. In managing the affairs of the Xiaolong star system, no one was more suitable than Jiang Hong. Previously, she had merely been a minor leader in the trade department, but her connections and understanding of the Xiaolong star system were profound. Zhao Chen entrusted her with these matters, which she accepted, as her task was to safeguard the Zhao family's legacy. At that moment, they were in Zhao Chen's temporary office within the Zhao residence. How much valuable property do we have? Zhao Chen inquired. A total of over 600,000 star coins, Jiang Hong replied. Zhao Chen was genuinely startled. Over 600,000 star coins? These individuals had quite the knack for amassing wealth through unscrupulous means. Jiang Hong continued. Additionally, including the Jiang family, dozens of noble families have migrated away from the Xiaolong star system within this week. The assets left behind by these families have been completely consolidated, and some items they could not take have naturally become our Zhao family's property. That portion alone is worth another 100,000 star coins. Another 100,000 star coins. That brings the total to 700,000 star coins. Zhao Chen could hardly contain his joy. His T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship now had hope. Second young master, are you truly allowing the Jiang family and those noble families to leave? Is that appropriate? Your previous list has already purged half of the noble influence in the Xiaolong star system, including the 2 giants, the Bao and Shui families. Now even the Jiang family is departing, taking with them a group of noble families. Currently, the remaining noble families in the Xiaolong star system amount to less than 20% of what we had before. Jiang Hong gazed at Zhao Chen with concern. Allowing those noble families to leave indeed presents a significant loss for the Xiaolong star system. Those who wish to stay will do so of their own accord, and those who wish to leave cannot be restrained. Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, "This is for the best. Let them depart cleanly, sparing me the discomfort of witnessing their duplicity and feeling compelled to execute them." Jiang Hong frowned. Second young master, have you considered the implications for the Xiaolong star system? After this upheaval, the already fragile foundation of the Xiaolong star system has been compromised. It was already a mess. Could it be worse? Zhao Chen spread his hands and replied candidly. Rather than be entangled in a chaotic Zhao family, it is better to start anew. Establishing a city upon the ruins is far simpler than renovating a decayed one. Applause erupted. Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong turned to see the elderly matriarch, leaning on her cane, emerging. What a splendid notion to build a new city upon the ruins. What an admirable idea to start anew. Zhanyong, I believe Chen'er is correct. Rather than lingering with that group of relatives, it would be better to send them all away and start anew. Zhanyong, upon hearing the words of the matriarch Zhao, found herself unable to refute, yet internally disagreed with Zhao Chen's approach. Second aunt, why are you out again? Zhao Chen stepped forward to assist the elderly matriarch in sitting down. I merely came to check on you. I heard that in a few days, you'll be leaving the Xiaolong star system to return to the Beiji Starship Military Academy? Zhao Laofuan gazed at Zhao Chen. He nodded. Indeed, it is already late September, and the academy commences in early October. We require 2 weeks to traverse the outer boundary space of the Xiaolong star system. Although I have already secured a leave of absence, the academy's assessments are stringent. Without fulfilling the academic requirements, I cannot pass at the end of the term. Indeed, academics are paramount. It's a pity that our Xiaolong star system lacks a stargate. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient. Zhao Laofuan sighed deeply. The absence of a stargate has always been a lament for the Xiaolong star system. Current stargate technology necessitates a dual star system, and with only one sun, the construction of a stargate remains impossible. Second aunt, do not fret. Our Xiaolong star system will soon possess a stargate of our own. If you wish to see me and Wanner, just let us know, and we will return to visit you. Zhao Chen smiled. The stargate is a crucial hurdle in Zhao Chen's plan for the development of the Xiaolong star system. In the T2 product category of the system's marketplace, there are no technologies that fulfill the requirements. Thus, the only option is to upgrade the marketplace to T3 and place hope in those T3 products. How wonderful it would be if that day were to come. Zhao Laofuan chuckled, though she did not take it too seriously. After some idle chatter, she patted Zhao Chen's shoulder. Chen'er, you have grown. Pursue your ambitions boldly. Second aunt supports you. As you mentioned, the current situation in the Xiaolong star system is a mess. It cannot possibly worsen. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. After Zhao Laofuan departed, only Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong remained in the room. Jiang Hong, I know you have always been unconvinced by me. You believe that the rightful ruler of the Xiaolong star system should be my elder sister, do you not? Zhao Chen observed Jiang Hong's indifferent expression. En fait, Zhanyong replied. Indeed, I do not require your allegiance, as long as you are genuinely devoted to the Xiaolong star system. Whether you are loyal to me or my elder sister is of no consequence. Zhao Chen responded, you have remained silent. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Hong. Wanner and I plan to depart the day after tomorrow. I will leave you with 200 half-beast crew members, and the 71 starships will also be at your disposal. You may command them as you see fit. All matters of the Xiaolong star system will be entrusted to you. Before I leave, I will announce that you are the acting lord of the Xiaolong star system. To see you is to see me. Jiang Hong was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhao Chen's arrangements. Despite knowing her loyalty did not lie with him, he was willing to entrust the Xiaolong star system to her. During this period, Zhao Chen had also been observing Jiang Hong and had come to understand her background. Jiang Hong was a young girl discovered by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family during her travels in other star systems. Found in a state of shock atop her deceased mother. Although she wished to cry, hunger had rendered her voiceless. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family took Jiang Hong in and buried her mother. From that moment on, she treated Jiang Hong like a younger sister, teaching her to read and write, imparting various knowledge. Gradually, Jiang Hong's talents emerged. She learned swiftly and excelled in management. Over the years, she had discreetly managed many affairs of the Xiaolong star system for the Zhao family, passing orders through Zhao Laofuan. Zhao Chen was merely a nominal lord, as the eldest daughter of the Zhao family had long since delegated her responsibilities. Jiang Hong had become adept at handling various tasks, and most importantly, she was fiercely loyal to the Zhao family, the very family that had raised the eldest daughter. Now, with no suitable talents at his disposal, Zhao Chen could not remain in the Xiaolong star system, as it was too impoverished. Charlotte, a general, was capable of commanding starships in battle, but was not suited for governing the Xiaolong star system. Ons, Zhao Shen Shu Zhanyong. This woman who did not yield to him. Are you willing to manage the Xiaolong star system for me? Zhanyong inquired. Zhao Chen nodded. I entrust it to you. I have faith in your capabilities. Jiang Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Chen then began to share his plans. For the Xiaolong star system to rise and prosper, 3 pivotal opportunities were necessary. The first, a stargate. A star system without a stargate has no prospect for development. This issue cannot be resolved in the short term, but I will find a way. The second, industry. The Xiaolong star system has only possessed a rudimentary T1 technology industry, sufficient for self-sufficiency, yet incidents of starvation frequently occur on those planets. If I recall correctly, the Galactic Alliance has a rating system based on the living conditions of a star system, from 0 to 10. Our Xiaolong star system's rating is a mere 0. 3. We have yet to reach the average of 5. Therefore, we must develop a promising industry with advantages for external trade, thus allowing us to garner funds from outside to build the Xiaolong star system. I have already formulated a plan for this, though it requires some preparatory time. The third, a new order. The old nobility is mostly gone. The Xiaolong star system now requires a new order, although I am displeased with the nobility. Some prominent families must exist. Your task during this time is to re-establish order in the Xiaolong star system centered around the Zhao family. Elevating the status of families loyal to the Zhao family or fostering the establishment of new loyal families. I trust you can handle this task. Hearing Zhao Chen's extensive discourse, Jiang Hong regarded the first 2 points as fanciful dreams, seemingly unattainable. However, the third point was the only aspect she agreed with. The Xiaolong star system was in dire need of a new order and system. The task assigned by the eldest daughter was to safeguard the Xiaolong star system and the Zhao family in her absence. Zhang Kurdi regarded Zhao Chen. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the eldest daughter. The woman still managed to maintain her pride at this moment. After a simple agreement was reached, Jiang Hong took her leave. Zhao Chen projected a holographic map of the Xiaolong star system using his handheld terminal. Gazing at the expanse of stars, he raised his hand, as if caressing the starlit sky. Since this was your wish, allow me to fulfill it for you. Zhao Chen seemed to speak to someone, a gentle smile gracing his face. He then opened the system page. Host, Zhao Chen occupation, top-tier Starship engineer special attributes, fleet luck bonus. Insightful eye points, 1100 task points, 8 Starship count, 2 tasks, none warehouse. T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship blueprint, T1 Wolf Louse class medium interstellar destroyer blueprint, T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier starship blueprint, T2 Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship blueprint. Currently, there are 1,100 system points and 8 task points. He then reviewed the conditions for upgrading the system marketplace. The conditions for upgrading the T2 system mall are as follows. First, exchange for 2 T2 level items. Second, complete 2 C-level system tasks. Third, consume 2,000 system points for the mall upgrade. Zhao Chen's expression darkened as he realized that his savings were utterly insufficient for upgrading the T2 system mall. Never mind, let's tackle the upgrade conditions one by one. The third condition can wait. The second condition, the C-level tasks, depends on chance. Therefore, I will first focus on the first condition and exchange for 2 T2 level items. Having previously exchanged for a T2 Queen Bee, I now only need 1 more. Coincidentally, Zhao Chen had already contemplated this. I recall having seen something like that before. Where was it? Zhao Chen rummaged through the T2 item section of the system mall. Eventually, he located the item he had seen earlier. T2 Bronze Eden level Starship Technology Blueprint. Due to it not being exchanged yet, the detailed data could not be accessed, but a brief introduction was visible. T2 Bronze Eden level Starship. A support-type starship capable of developing agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery operations indefinitely without consuming resources. In simple terms, this is an interstellar farm, ranch, forest, and fishery, and it incurs no costs. Do you wish to consume 400 system points and 3 task points to exchange for the T2 Bronze Eden level Starship Technology Blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations. You have obtained the T2 Bronze Eden level Starship Technology Blueprint. Remaining system points, 700 points. Remaining task points, 5 points. Zhao Chen immediately began reviewing the data on this starship. The T2 Bronze Eden, as described, is a support-type starship that can traverse the stars, utilizing nutrients converted from cosmic particles to cultivate agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery indefinitely. Essentially, it allows for the cultivation of crops and livestock without consuming any resources. In fact, the Galactic Alliance has also researched this technology, but the cost-effectiveness far exceeds that of cultivating crops on planets, and it has never been commercialized or mass-produced. However, Zhao Chen's situation is different. The cost to construct a single T2 Bronze Eden is merely 3 million star coins. By comparison, it may seem somewhat expensive, as the T2 Queen Bee only costs 1.5 million star coins, a twofold difference. Yet the key point is that the monthly output of crops from a T2 Bronze Eden is valued at approximately 1 million star coins. Depending on the type of crops cultivated, this output can sufficiently meet the needs of 1 million people's livelihoods. Calculating this way, constructing 500 T2 Bronze Edens could eradicate the food crisis in the Xiao Long star system. Naturally grown crops have always been a hard currency in interstellar trade. In the future, it could also become a significant part of the Xiao Long star system's foreign trade. This is why Zhao Chen had already formulated his plan. As he had mentioned to Jiang Hong earlier, his goal is to achieve food freedom. Chapter 51. The uniform of the female soldier T2 Queen Bee class heavy carrier starship bridge. This marks Zhao Chen's first time ascending the bridge. Apart from when it was constructed, it is far more spacious than the zero-number Blizzard's bridge. Zhao Chen surveyed his surroundings and settled into the captain's chair. Zhao Vanya, the nominal captain of the T2 Queen Bee, had little to add, as this was Zhao Chen's starship. Shall we depart early? Zhao Vanya inquired, suggesting they travel to the Arctic Fox star system at maximum warp speed. Yes, this time we won't wait for the zero-number Blizzard. We'll set off first and meet at the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen replied. Have you brought everything I instructed? Zhao Vanya replied. The supplies worth 700,000 star coins that we confiscated from the nobles are already in the T2 Queen Bee storage compartment. Additionally, the wreckage of the three-clawed snake interstellar pirate fleet will be transported to the Arctic Fox star system by the zero-number Blizzard. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. This is all funding for building starships. I didn't expect you to actually let the Jiang family go. Zhao Wana looked at Zhao Chen with some surprise. Zhao Chen chuckled. What else would I do? Annihilate the Jiang family? According to Jiang Hong's intelligence, although the Jiang family was aware of the plans of the Bao and Cui families, they had always remained bystanders and did not participate. I need to establish authority over the Xiao Long star system, so I eliminated the Bao and Cui families. However, no one wishes for a ruler who kills without reason. Excessive killing does more harm than good. Therefore, I will leave the Jiang family alone. But I can certainly make them leave my territory. Zhao Wana nodded in understanding. She had initially thought Zhao Chen might take the opportunity to deal with Jiang Shasha's family. Yet, Zhao Chen had never mentioned Jiang Shasha's name throughout. Let's prepare to depart. Zhao Chen entered the sleep chamber early. The T2 Queen Bee's sleep chamber is far superior to that of the zero-number Blizzard. It is aesthetically pleasing, more comfortable to lie in, and even the blue liquid infused within has a faint fragrance. Gradually, Zhao Chen began to drift off to sleep. The T2 Queen Bee simultaneously entered warp speed, ready to traverse the interstellar boundary to the Arctic Fox star system. Arctic Fox starport. Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the personnel in charge of the Arctic Fox starport, numbered CC-11. It is a great honor to serve you once again. The woman greeted with a smile from the video window. Please arrange for another starship workshop, similar to the one before, and temporarily book it for 2 months. Additionally, I will provide you with a raw materials order valued at 2 million star coins. Please procure the materials listed as quickly as possible. Lastly, book me a ticket to the Beijing Starship Military Academy, Zhao Chen instructed. Certainly, I have already arranged a large starship workshop as per your request, exactly like the one you used last time. Furthermore, the ticket to the Beijing Starship Military Academy is confirmed. It is a first-class ticket on a T2 interstellar cruise ship for tomorrow afternoon. Is that acceptable? The female officer inquired with a smile. That will suffice, Zhao Chen replied as he transferred 210,000 star coins from his account. Originally, Zhao Chen had only 190,000 star coins left. But with the additional 700,000 star coins confiscated from the nobles of the Xiao Long star system, he now had a total of 260,000 star coins. Even after spending 210,000, he still had a substantial 50,000 star coins remaining. The female officer beamed. During your stay, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service 24/7. With that, she threw a flirtatious wink and ended the video call with a reluctant expression, for he was her wealthy patron. A ticket? Zhao Wana looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, uncertain of his intentions. The T2 Queen Bee, having journeyed for a week at warp speed, arrived at the Arctic Fox starport a full week ahead of the zero-number Blizzard, coinciding with the last day of September. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be returning to the academy just yet. You will take this flight back to the Beijing Starship Military Academy tomorrow, Zhao Chen stated. What could be more important than your studies at the academy? Aren't you worried about failing your assessments at the end of the term? Zhao Van Mutut, clearly displeased that Zhao Chun would not accompany her back. Zhao Chun patted her head. Don't worry, your brother knows what he is doing. I will return in a month or two at the latest. Then I will wait for you to come back to the academy, Zhao Wana replied. The T-2 Queen Bee slowly glided into the Starship workshop where it had been built. Although one T-2 Queen Bee had come to a stop, there remained ample space to either park or construct additional starships. The raw materials order had yet to arrive, leaving them with nothing pressing to do. Let's take a stroll through the Beiji Huxingong, suggested Zhao Chun. I was so preoccupied with constructing this T-2 Queen Bee that I have yet to fully explore it. After a week of slumber, Zhao Chen wished to relish this fleeting holiday before the impending busyness of the future. Sounds wonderful, Zhao Wana responded with delight. Subsequently, Zhao Chen summoned a contingent of half-orc female guards arranged by Charlotte, and the 7 of them boarded an unmanned vehicle, departing the Starship workshop and entering the heart of Beiji Huxingong. The interior of Beiji Huxingong resembles a vast metropolis, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Of course, this is contingent upon one's financial means. By the way, it seems my crew lacks a uniform attire, Zhao Chun mused, observing the 5 half-orc female guards accompanying him, clad in the most ordinary of garments, which were, in fact, a complimentary gift from the slave trader upon their purchase. Since you haven't bought new clothes this year, let us procure some new outfits, and I shall also arrange for a batch of crew uniforms, Zhao Chen proposed. I already have a school uniform from the academy, Zhao Wana replied. Zhao Chen glanced at Zhao Wana's still-worn academy uniform. No one wished to don such attire day in and day out, primarily to save expenses. No, today we must buy you new clothes. You shall not return without at least 10 sets, Zhao Chen insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Zhao Wana looked at him in astonishment. As they journeyed, a figure cloaked in black, head bowed, stumbled toward them. The half-orc female guards instinctively shielded Zhao Chun. The individual collided with one of the guards and immediately began apologizing in a hoarse female voice. I'm so sorry, before swiftly retreating. Zhao Chun watched the figure until it vanished around a corner. What is wrong? Zhao Van inquired, noticing Zhao Chen's unusual demeanor. It's nothing. Let's proceed to buy clothes, he replied. Inside the clothing store, Zhao Chun scrutinized several outfits with a conflicted expression. The thought of his female crew members adorning themselves in form-fitting uniforms, made outfits, or bunny costumes painted a delightful picture in his mind. However, he dismissed such notions, deciding to order garments based on his own designs. Zhao Wana, standing beside him, sketched several outfit designs that promptly shattered Zhao Chen's fanciful visions. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure outside the store, accompanied by several suspicious-looking individuals. Wana, wait here. You two stay behind. The 3 of you come with me, Zhao Chun instructed, leading 3 of the half-orc guards away from the clothing store and disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 52. Interstellar Succubus, not far from the clothing store, in a secluded, abandoned underground passage. The cloaked figure who had previously collided with Zhao Chen's guard was cautiously navigating the tunnel. After an indeterminate amount of time, she turned into a small passage and rhythmically tapped her hand against the wall. Soon, dozens of silhouettes emerged from the shadows, all female, adorned with short horns, small wings, and even slender tails. Sister Lilith, the girls gathered around the cloaked figure. She removed her hood, revealing striking features marred by smudges of what appeared to be mud. Yet her allure remained undeniable. Like the other girls, she too bore black horns atop her head. You must be hungry. Here is some food I found. Please eat, Lilith said, producing a box filled with a thick, green substance. Though the taste was unappetizing, the girls eagerly seized the food, indicating they had been starving for quite some time. Watching them eat, Lilith swallowed hard. Regrettably, today she had targeted a wealthy individual but had no opportunity to act, as the man's guards were too astute. Sister Lilith, you should eat some too, a small girl, appearing around 13 or 14, offered a bit of the green substance. Lilith smiled gently. I've already eaten outside. I'm not hungry. You all enjoy. The girl blinked and began to devour the food ravenously. Lilith turned away, placing a hand on her flat stomach. In truth, she had consumed nothing, as the meager amount of food she had stolen was barely enough to satisfy everyone's needs. If she partook, there would not be enough left for the others. She could afford to skip a meal, but she could not bear to see her kin suffer from hunger. Observing the bowl of thick green food, it was quickly devoured, leaving the container spotless. Sighing, she realized she must venture out to hunt again. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps reached her ears. Yet, she was quick to react, glancing towards the source of the noise, demanding, "Who is there?" Indeed, her earlier instincts were correct. This girl was a succubus. You were right, brother. This succubus is not alone. Following the trail, we may uncover others, one of the men thought, astonished at the number of them present. Currently, a well-conditioned succubus fetches a market price of over 1,000 star coins, and this particular one could be worth even more. 7 men emerged from the darkness, brandishing knives and similar weapons. Within the starport, regulations prohibit the carrying of firearms in trade areas, so they were armed only with cold weapons. The men grinned maliciously, eyeing the succubus and the now frightened group of succubi huddled behind her. Succubi, a rare interstellar race, exists solely as females and can reproduce asexually. Each succubus is an exquisite temptress, having once thrived on an uninhabited planet, but soon fell prey to humanoid hunters due to their enticing forms. This planet quickly descended into a war of invasion, and the succubi, inherently weak, ultimately succumbed, with most either perishing or being captured. The remaining succubi fled their homeworld aboard starships, embarking on a long life of wandering. As they drifted, the succubi gradually dispersed. In the black market, a single succubus commands prices in the thousands of star coins, with the most stunning fetching tens of thousands. Many nobles take pride in possessing a succubus slave. However, due to extensive hunting, sightings of succubi have become exceedingly rare. Who would have thought that dozens of succubi resided within these abandoned passages of the starport? They were a veritable treasure trove. "Run!" Lilith cried out, drawing a dagger and preparing to fight. The succubi behind her began to flee in panic. "You won't escape." The men surged forward. Lilith swung her dagger, but it was evident her combat skills were lacking. Soon, a man wrested the dagger from her grasp. "I advise you not to resist. Rather than languishing here, allow me to sell you to the nobles, where you will enjoy a life of luxury instead of suffering here." He sneered, seizing Lilith's arm. "I would rather die than become your captive." Lilith retorted defiantly, sinking her teeth into the man's arm. In pain, he retaliated with a kick to her abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground, clutching her stomach in agony. "Let me go. Sister Lilith, save me." Behind her, the cries of her fleeing companions echoed through the darkened tunnel. Gritting her teeth, Lilith raised her head, only to find 4 or 5 individuals blocking the other end of the pipe, already seizing her companions. It appeared they were all part of the same gang. "Hey, why are you being so rough? If you break it, it won't fetch a good price." One of the men shouted angrily. The man who had bitten back a snarl approached Lilith, saying, "If we can't sell it, we'll just enjoy it ourselves. I've lived many years without ever having a taste of a succubus. They say indulging in a succubus, even at the cost of 10 years of life, is worth it." As he spoke, the man stepped closer to Lilith, placing one foot firmly on her back while grabbing her hair, grinning wickedly. "Tonight, I shall savor the renowned flavor of a succubus." Lilith felt the grip on her hair, her head forced upward, and the pain coursing through her body paled in comparison to the agony within her heart. She understood all too well the fate that awaited her and her companions once captured. After years of fleeing and barely surviving, why was it that they, the succubi, were denied the right to live equally? Was it merely because of their beauty? Lilith felt a profound hatred, a loathing for this accursed universe and for those who invaded her home planet, as well as for the man before her. If only someone could rescue them, Lilith would be willing to sacrifice everything, even her life. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from the tunnel. Initially, it was assumed to be another succubus on the run, but soon it became clear that something was amiss as a figure emerged from the darkness. What a lively scene. Do you mind if I join in? Chapter 53, Succubus Lilith. Zhao Chen smiled as he observed the commotion within the underground tunnel, 3 female soldier guardians standing protectively around him. "Who are you?" The man standing over Lilith glared at Zhao Chen, his hands gesturing menacingly behind him. Those who had been capturing the succubi began to converge around him. "Who am I?" "It's none of your concern," Zhao Chen replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully before grinning. The man felt insulted and angrily pointed at Zhao Chen. "Kid, I warn you. I belong to the Black Fox Society of the Arctic Fox Starport. If you leave now, we can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll ensure you never leave the Arctic Fox starport. The name Black Fox Society sounded like a criminal organization, yet Zhao Chen remained unfazed, chuckling softly as he shook his head and spread his hands. Your Black Fox Society may indeed have some clout. But do you really believe you and your companions can leave here alive? The man grasped the implication of Zhao Chen's words and immediately drew a dagger, while his companions also brandished their weapons, creating a formidable group of about 10. The three half-beast female soldier guardians immediately assumed a combat stance. Hold on. Let me handle this myself, Zhao Chen interjected, stepping forward alone and beckoning the others with a finger. No dilly-dallying. Let us get this over with. You're asking for death. Attack him, kill this guy. The man commanded, and his comrades surged forward. However, the narrow confines of the tunnel only allowed 3 to advance at the forefront. The 3 female guardians gripped their daggers at their waists. Recalling General Charlotte's orders that protecting the captain's life was the top priority, yet the captain had instructed them not to intervene. This left them in a dilemma, observing the unfolding events, ready to act if the captain were in danger. An unexpected scene unfolded. Zhao Chen charged ahead, deftly avoiding the first attacker's dagger and landing a powerful punch to the man's chest. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of a broken rib. Following this, he executed 2 swift kicks, sending the other 2 assailants crashing to the ground. The speed, fluidity, and terrifying strength of his movements left the 3 half-beast guardians in awe. He was not at all inferior to the elite warriors of their kind. Continue, Zhao Chen said, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. After injecting himself with the T1 super soldier serum, Zhao Chen had conducted simulated combat on the starship, and the data indicated that his physical capabilities surpassed the vast majority of interstellar soldiers. However, lacking real combat experience, he remained unaware of his true strength. If he faced half-beast crew members, they would hesitate to strike hard due to his captaincy, and he could not bring himself to harm his female crew. Thus, he had awaited an opportunity to unleash his prowess, and now had finally arrived. 3 minutes later, save for the man, all his companions lay defeated, a third of them lifeless. They had either sustained fatal blows to their hearts or had their necks severed. Zhao Chen's strength was overwhelming. A normal human body could scarcely endure it. You don't come any closer, the man stammered, fear evident in his eyes as he retreated, ultimately turning to flee. Zhao Chen picked up a dagger from the ground and hurled it, the blade embedding itself in the man's rear. With a piercing scream, the man collapsed beside Lilith in a peculiar position. Zhao Chen, dissatisfied, remarked, "My aim still needs work. I was clearly aiming for the head." Lilith gazed at the fallen man, recalling the relentless pursuit she and her sisters had faced over the years from such individuals, many of whom had even lost their lives. Overcome with rage, she seized a nearby knife and plunged it into the man's neck, blood splattering across her face. After a few moments of stunned silence, Lilith regained her composure, warily observing the unusual assembly of 1 man and 3 women. "You are from the succubus clan, aren't you?" Zhao Chen asked Lilith, while signaling his 3 female guardians to clean up the battlefield, ensuring all those still alive among the fallen were dealt with. This was a routine task for the half-beast female crew. Swift and decisive action often meant the difference between life and death. "Are you here to capture us as well?" Lilith inquired, positioning the dagger against her fair neck. "I would rather die than allow you to humiliate me." Zhao Chen shrugged and smiled. "If you wish to die, then do so. But I have no intention of humiliating you. I merely found myself curious upon encountering the succubus clan." Lilith was taken aback, unable to comprehend the man's intentions. "It's no longer safe here. If you don't mind, you can come aboard my starship. I can guarantee your safety," Zhao Chen proposed. Lilith scrutinized Zhao Chen and retorted warily, "How do I know you aren't after the same thing as they are? If I were after the same goal, I could have easily captured you. Why waste my breath here?" Zhao Chen replied, "If you refuse my offer, that is your choice. I shall take my leave. Soon others will come to seize you, and while you may perish, it's a pity about your kin. I believe there are even children among them." Zhao Chen turned to leave, and Lilith felt a pang in her heart as she glanced back at her terrified kin huddled together. Biting her lip, she could no longer hold back and called out, "Wait, I'm willing to go with you. As long as you can guarantee the safety of my kin and do not harm them, I can agree to any condition you set." Such words wielded immense power, especially when uttered by a beguiling succubus. "You 3, find a way to escort them back to our starship. That should be manageable, right?" Zhao Chen instructed his female guardians. The female guards cast a glance at the alluring demons and nodded, saying, "Captain, we can rent several flying vehicles and park them at the exit of the underground tunnel. Then conceal them within the vehicles to transport them back to the starship. It's not a difficult task. Let us proceed with that," Zhao Chen replied, walking towards the tunnel's exit without a backward glance at the group of demons behind him, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Lilith clutched her chin, uncertain whether her choice was right or wrong, but she preferred to take a chance rather than await death in that place. She observed the man's retreating figure, her expression complex. Unbeknownst to her, the corner of the man's mouth was subtly raised. Chapter 54. What kind of starship is this? It is clearly a paradise. The demon race, aside from their captivating appearance and innate charm, possesses another distinctive trait: their remarkable intelligence. Though their combat capabilities may be limited, their intellect is formidable. They excel in mental labor, adeptly managing numerous affairs and exhibiting a capacity for rapid learning. However, society tends to focus more on their exterior beauty. As many intelligent interstellar races abound, several unmanned flying vehicles came to a halt within Zhao Chen's starship hangar, which had become akin to his private domain during the rental period. Without his permission, even the personnel from the Arctic Fox starport were forbidden entry. "Come out. You are safe now," Zhao Chen called to the unmanned vehicles after disembarking. One by one, the demons cautiously stepped down, adorned in black cloaks that concealed their identities. "This is my starship hangar, and this vessel is mine," Zhao Chen introduced. "I am the captain of this starship, named Zhao Chen. I am Lilith, their leader." Lilith stepped forward, visibly nervous and timid, yet compelled to stand for her kin. At that moment, a woman emerged from another unmanned vehicle. It was Zhao Wanner. Surprised, Zhao Wanner gazed at the additional figures surrounding Zhao Chen. Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "Demons!" Lilith immediately regarded the woman with suspicion. "Do not be alarmed. She is my sister." Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively before turning to Zhao Wanner. "You are responsible for accommodating them. They will be temporarily residing on our starship. First, take them to bathe, then to the dining hall for a meal, and arrange clean clothing and quarters for them." "Understood," Zhao Wanner instinctively replied, quickly realizing the implications. She pressed on, "Wait, you haven't explained how you acquired these demons." Despite being a woman, Zhao Wanner was well aware of what demons signified to men. "What do you mean by acquired?" "I'm merely assisting them." Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "I will explain everything later. My batch of raw materials seems to have arrived, so I need to check on that. As for the garments we ordered earlier, you will handle that." With that, Zhao Chen hurriedly departed, leaving Zhao Wanner and the group of demons behind. What could be more important than Zhao Chen's starship, regardless of the demons? Lilith and her kin thus boarded the enormous starship. Xiaovania. Although I'm unsure how you came to be brought here by that man. You can rest assured that as long as I am here, he will not harm you," Zhao Wanner declared firmly. "I am Lilith," Lilith replied softly. Her kin remained timidly huddled behind her, yet curiously surveyed the splendid corridors of the starship. Compared to the Zero-class Blizzard, the interior structure of the T-2B Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier was truly breathtaking, akin to a work of art. Zhao Wanner, stepping inside for the first time, was instantly enamored with the starship. "You all have a bit of an odor. I will take you to bathe first," Zhao Wanner said, directing her gaze at Lilith. Lilith's cheeks flushed. Having hidden in the underground tunnels of the starport, they undoubtedly carried an unpleasant scent. The spacious bathhouse was enveloped in steam, featuring shower stalls on either side and a soaking tub in the center. "Hurry and bathe. Clean clothes are over here. After you finish, change into them. And I will take you to eat," Zhao Wanner instructed at the entrance of the bathhouse. "All right," Lilith responded somewhat hesitantly. But already some demon girls were unable to resist the allure of the warm showers. "Is it really hot water? I haven't had a hot shower in ages. But will we get scolded for using so much water? I heard that water resources on starships are precious," one demon remarked. Lilith surveyed her surroundings. As a former occupant of Starship in the Demon Kingdom, she understood that such a bathhouse was a lavish configuration. "Do not worry about the water. Our starship utilizes the most advanced cosmic particle water collection technology, so water is not scarce," Zhao Wanner's voice reassured from outside. With that, their concerns were alleviated. The demons began to relax as they bathed, washing away their dirt, and their graceful forms were revealed. If Zhao Chen were present at that moment, he would certainly be taken aback, for their appearances were now radiant, truly deserving of the admiration of humanoid males across the cosmos. After a brief interval, all the demons had completed their baths and donned clean clothing. In fact, had they not heard of the impending meal, they might have indulged in the bliss of bathing for the entire day. Sister Lilith, will I have the chance to bathe here again? A small demon tugged at Lilith's arm, glancing back at the bathhouse and whispering, observing the hopeful gleam in the little demon's eyes. Lilith couldn't bring herself to deny her, softly replying, "You will." To this day, she remained unaware of Zhao Chen's true intentions in aiding them or what fate awaited them next. "Miss Warner, we are all cleaned up. Thank you for the clothes. Our own garments are still wearable," Lilith said, somewhat shyly. Yet, in reality, their clothing was tattered and ill-fitting. During their flight, who cared about attire? Just enough to cover themselves was sufficient. Zhao Warner gazed at the dozen or so demons before her, momentarily taken aback. "You are all stunning," she exclaimed in admiration. The demons possessed an innate allure. Their every gesture exuded an irresistible charm, something beyond their control. Thus, they were all born beauties. Lilith's cheeks turned crimson, yet she was already accustomed to such attention. Zhao Warner glanced at Lilith and then at herself, particularly her own modest bosom, realizing the stark contrast. However, Zhao Warner was not lacking in beauty either. She simply had yet to fully blossom and was of a different style than Lilith and the others. "Ahem, let us proceed to the dining hall," Zhao Warner suggested, redirecting the conversation as she led Lilith and the others to the starship's cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, Zhao Warner pointed at the dining counter, saying, "Feel free to choose whatever you wish to eat, just don't waste any." After her words, not a single demon stepped forward. Zhao Warner looked on in surprise, noticing that the demons were standing frozen in place, some of them staring wide-eyed at the half-orc female crew member who was eating in the distance, making her feel quite bashful. "Do you all usually eat this?" Lilith asked in astonishment. "The items on this menu are all natural foods, not artificial products. Of course, feel free to order as you wish," Zhao Warner said with a customary ease. Lilith inhaled the enticing aroma with her nose and mused inwardly. This is no starship. It is clearly paradise. Chapter 55. The overindulgent succubi. I would like an order of dumplings. Can I have a serving of the beef rice? Sister Lilith, and fruits. Are these the legendary fruits? The succubi, resembling children who had never ventured outside, stood before the dining counter, bubbling with excitement. Lilith gazed at her kin, her heart heavy with sorrow. After placing their orders, the succubi continued to linger at the counter, eagerly awaiting their meals. The chef smiled and said, "You may find a seat and wait. Once the food is prepared, a mechanical servant will deliver it to you." Hearing this, the succubi turned, glancing back every few steps as they made their way to the nearby dining area. A few minutes later, the first dish prepared was the rice. The succubi stared in disbelief at the fragrant rice before them, savoring each bite as happiness enveloped their taste buds. Envious glances were exchanged among the other succubi, but soon their meals were ready as well. One by one, they began to devour their food, reveling in a joy they had never experienced before. Gradually, some succubi began to cry mid-bite. Lilith turned to one small succubus and inquired with concern, "Why are you crying? Is it not to your liking?" "It's not that it's unappetizing. It's just so delicious that thinking about not having it in the future makes me want to cry." The small succubus said through her tears, "Sister Lilith, I don't want to live like I used to, hiding and starving." Lilith silently embraced the small succubus, at a loss for words. Sadness is infectious, and soon half of the succubi were quietly sobbing while eating. A petite succubus, holding a bowl nearly the size of her face, timidly approached the counter and asked, I have another bowl?" The bowl was spotless, as if it had been washed. "What did you say?" The chef, perhaps due to the smallness of her voice, did not hear her. The petite succubus lowered her head in embarrassment and whispered, half a bowl will be fine too." "Oh, you want more to eat, do you?" "No problem. Miss Warner just mentioned that you can eat as much as you want a day, as long as you don't waste it. I see you ordered beef noodles. Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon," the chef said warmly. "Thank you," the small succubus exclaimed before sprinting back to her seat, fixated on the counter with unwavering attention. An hour later, when Zhao Warner returned, she was met with a remarkable sight. The once delicate and charming succubi now sported protruding bellies, resembling those of pregnant women. Some even bore expressions of discomfort. "What happened here?" Zhao Warner asked, astonished as she glanced at Lilith. "Lilith, with a hint of apology and shyness, replied, "I'm sorry. They just couldn't help but overindulge. A few of them are quite stuffed." As she spoke, she discreetly adjusted her own slightly rounded belly. "Hick, I never realized what it felt like to be so full." One small succubus leaned back in her chair, her expression a blend of pain and joy. "Now, Vanya chuckled. I'll arrange for someone to bring you some digestive medicine. Once you're feeling better, I'll take you to see your dormitory." "Thank you, Miss Warner." Lilith expressed her heartfelt gratitude, fully aware that the value of this meal far exceeded what they had consumed in several years. "No need to thank me. It's just a meal," Zhao Warner replied, having grown accustomed to the starship's cuisine, finding it increasingly ordinary, as if humans were meant to consume these natural foods rather than artificial ones. "Do all crew members eat like this?" Lilith inquired. Zhao Warner nodded, raising a finger. "That guy Zhao Chen, my brother, set a meal standard of 10 star coins per month for the crew aboard this starship." 10 star coins. Lilith gasped at the extravagant standard. During her earlier glance at the price list, she noted that with 10 star coins, one could dine here daily without needing extravagant meals. This life seemed too blissful. "I have another question. Since I arrived, it seems the crew consists solely of female members, and, aside from you and Captain Zhao Chen, they're all half-beast female crew members," Lilith observed. Zhao Warner rolled her eyes, retorting, "You should ask my brother about that. He purchased all these half-beast female crew members from the black market." "Slaves?" Lilith was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the half-beast female crew members chatting and enjoying their meals. Is this what slavery looks like? When did slaves receive such treatment? However, the presence of so many women aboard a manned starship made her instinctively question Zhao Chen's intentions. After the overindulgent succubi had rested, Zhao Warner led them to their dormitory. "There are 18 of you, correct? I will arrange for 5 four-person dormitories." Leaving any empty beds unoccupied, Zhao Warner said as they walked. Lilith waved her hands. "No need, just one dormitory for us will suffice. If necessary, a place to sit will be enough." She glanced at the clean corridor. Resting there wouldn't be a problem. After all, during their years of fleeing, they had endured environments far worse than this. "Don't be modest. Our starship has an abundance of rooms. While it only requires 100 people to operate, it can comfortably accommodate 300, and with a bit of squeezing, it could house 700 to 800, Zhao Warner boasted, as if introducing her home. Soon they arrived at the dormitory area. "This will be your residence from now on. The beds and blankets have been arranged, and there are clean clothes on each bed. Here is a temporary ID badge. You can go to the bathing hall for showers and to the dining hall for meals every day," Zhao Warner explained. Lilith stood before the dormitory, feeling as if her feet were glued to the ground. A room so clean and bright would be her sleeping quarters, and upon entering, there was a private restroom on the left. She had never heard of a starship dormitory having its own restroom. Typically, a dormitory area shared a single bathroom, and the conditions were abysmal. Furthermore, the room was spacious, at least 40 to 50 square meters, with 4 bunk beds, the lower levels repurposed as desks. The aisle between the beds was a full meter wide. Spacious, clean, tidy, and convenient. It's truly hard to believe that this is a starship dormitory. Lilith couldn't help but marvel. What kind of celestial starship is this? Chapter 56. Where would you like to go? I can escort you. After settling the succubi, Zhao Warner made her way to the control panel on the other side of the starship's workshop. There, Zhao Chen was busy planning the next construction schedule for the starship, adjusting various parameters on the holographic display before him. "Hey, did you bring those succubi back for some nefarious purpose?" Zhao Warner scrutinized Zhao Chen as if he were a criminal. Zhao Chen paused his work, expressing his helplessness. "Hey, I suppose I've done a good deed, Haven Ti? Haven't you noticed how pitiful those Maima are?" Zhao Warner narrowed her eyes at Zhao Chen. "Indeed, they are quite unfortunate, but I cannot believe that you brought them back solely out of pity. There are many wretched souls at the Beiji Hushingong." Realizing he could not hide his intentions from Zhao Warner, Zhao Chen stopped pretending and grinned. "Hey, but they are Maima. I know that they're the most alluring beings favored by men." Zhao Warner crossed her arms and snorted. "Huh, am I such a vulgar person? What I mean is, those Maima are exceptionally intelligent." Zhao Chen raised his hand, revealing detailed information about the Maimor race, highlighting their strong learning abilities and intelligence with a red line. Zhao Warner deduced his intention. "You wish to recruit them?" "Precisely. What I lack now is talent. Although the female half-orc crew members are competent interstellar soldiers, they fall short in certain tasks. Take Charlotte, for example. She excels in combat, but when it comes to managing the fleet's various affairs, it's a complete disaster. The Maimao, on the other hand, are adept at management and possess excellent memory, making them ideal for administrative roles on a starship. Zhao Chen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Talent. This is indeed talent. Zhao Chen's greatest need at present was for female talent. That being said, are you truly driven by this singular purpose? Zhao Wanner scrutinized him with suspicion. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Come on, I am your brother after all. If I were that type of person, would you have seen me interacting with a single half-orc soldier in these past few months? True, but those Maimao are incredibly charming. I find myself drawn to them. Who knows if you might become a beast? Zhao Wanner retorted with a cold huff. All right, I won't argue with you any longer. You should return and rest early. You need to catch the interstellar cruise back to the Beiji Xinjiang Military Academy tomorrow morning, Zhao Chen stated. Are you really not coming back with me? Zhao Wanner asked. Zhao Chen pointed to the holographic starship designs before him. Look at this. How could I possibly leave? What type of starship is this? Zhao Wanner inquired with curiosity. Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. It is a vessel that could potentially help us establish an interstellar fleet in the future. An interstellar fleet? Zhao Wanner considered teasing him, knowing that even the smallest interstellar fleet requires at least 30 starships, and he currently had only 2. The ambition seemed rather exaggerated. However, recalling Zhao Chen's previous feats, assembling the number 0 Blizzard and constructing the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, perhaps he truly could achieve it. Very well. I shall await you at the Beiji Xinjiang Military Academy, Zhao Wanner declared, staring at Zhao Chen. But I warn you, should I find out that you dare to mistreat those Maimao, beware. Zhao Wanner made a scissor gesture and turned to leave. Where did this girl learn such things? Zhao Chen mused to himself as he resumed his work. As for the Maimao, they would have to be kept for a while. There was no rush to subdue them. Once they boarded his starship, they would have no chance of disembarking from this pirate ship. Half a day passed, and the system notification sound jolted Zhao Chen back to reality. He set aside his work and opened the system page, revealing 2 pop-up windows. Quarterly task. Construct and possess 3 different T2 or above starships. System generated. So, the quarterly task had appeared. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. It was already October. It seemed this quarterly task was issued every 3 months, with no penalties for failure. But it would be automatically canceled if not completed, alongside generous rewards. It was an excellent channel for obtaining system rewards. He then looked at the other pop-up. Monthly points. 80 points. Zhao Chen's system points had surprisingly increased by 80. Upon inspection, he discovered that it was the passive income from the T2 Queen B. As previously mentioned, there were several ways to earn system points, aside from completing system tasks. One could also rely on the passive income from possessing system starships. The T2 Queen B had been commissioned at the beginning of September, which meant the monthly points could be claimed in October, accumulating to 80 points daily. The more starships one possessed, the more points one earned. The higher the level of the starship, the greater the points. This was indeed good news. In the future, as the number of starships increased, even without completing system tasks, one could amass substantial system points. Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy. A week flew by, and on the second day after the Maimao arrived at the T2 Queen B, Zhao Wanner took the interstellar cruise back to the Beiji Xinjiang Military Academy. Meanwhile, all the raw material orders Zhao Chen needed had arrived, and thus he embarked on the long journey of starship construction. During these 5 days, one individual was steeped in anxiety, Maimao Lilith. Initially, she had expected that the man would approach her the following day to reveal his intentions. However, to her surprise, he did not come, and even Ms. Zhao Wanner had departed. On the 3rd day, the man still did not appear. On the 4th day, there was still no sign of him. By the 5th day, Lilith had surprisingly grown accustomed to life aboard the starship, waking up with the female soldiers, making her bed, washing up, and dining in the mess hall. During the remaining time, they would help clean the starship, although cleaning robots were responsible for that task. Nevertheless, they preferred not to remain idle and would actively seek out work. Gradually, they became familiar with the half-orc female crew members and learned that they were living quite well here. The captain had never forced them to do anything. On the 6th day, Lilith began to spiral into anxiety. The more she adapted to her current life, the more restless she became, especially with the man's continued absence. That night, she suffered from insomnia. On the 7th day, Lilith lay on the soft bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep for a long time. In the time that had passed, she had not slept in a proper bed for a long while. Even having a sheltered place to rest was considered a luxury. Thus, on the first day, many Mema had experienced insomnia, resulting in some eventually falling asleep on the floor. Simultaneously, Lilith noticed that the anxious emotions were also manifesting in other Mema. She recognized that expression all too well. It signified their deep desire to hold on to their current way of life, which was their dream come true. On the 8th day, Lilith, sporting dark circles under her eyes, arrived at the starship's mess hall and ordered her favorite dumplings, taking a seat. Before long, another plate of dumplings was placed in front of her, and someone sat down across from her. Lilith noticed that the entire mess hall seemed to fall silent in an instant. She looked up to see the man who had been missing for 7 days, the man she had been waiting for. "Speak up. Where would you like to go? I can escort you," Zhao Chen said nonchalantly as he ate his dumplings. His voice, though moderate, was loud enough for all the Mema in the mess hall to hear. This statement struck them like a bolt from the blue. It felt as though they had been plunged into an icy cave. The delicious food before them suddenly lost all allure. Chapter 57. The Mema Eslamin. Her name was Beishi, a Mema. She had heard from her companions that they once hailed from a Mema kingdom, but it had been overrun by malevolent invaders, forcing them to flee. Since she could remember, she had been in a state of flight, on a distant planet, within the confines of a starship, and in various other locations. They concealed their identities, unable to reveal themselves to the outside world. Their sleeping quarters were predominantly dark and damp, infested with insects and reeking of foul odors. The sustenance they consumed was primarily synthetic, and they often waited 2 to 3 days for a single meal. She had witnessed several companions perish from starvation. Numerous times, they narrowly escaped being captured by malevolent individuals or succumbing to hunger. Fortunately, their sister, Lily's, was remarkably resourceful, always guiding them away from peril and managing to procure food for them. However, one fateful day, a group attacked their hiding place in the underground tunnels. Just as they faced imminent danger, a formidable man appeared. With effortless prowess, he vanquished their assailants and brought them aboard his starship. She had never encountered such a magnificent vessel, and here they were free to abandon their disguises, for the majority of those present were female half-beasts. Lily's had warned them to be exceedingly cautious of men, declaring that they were ravenous demons. Subsequently, they were escorted by a gentle and beautiful lady to bathe. It was her first experience with warm, clean water, for previously they could only cleanse themselves with filthy liquid. As the water cascaded over her body, she found herself enamored with the sensation. In addition to bathing, there was a hot spring where they could luxuriate in blissful immersion. Later, they were led to a dining hall where the lovely lady informed them they could order anything they desired. Upon perusing the menu, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the dishes, having only consumed synthetic food prior to this moment. The few occasions she had tasted natural food were limited to a small biscuit and some wild animals caught in the planet's wilderness. Ultimately, she chose a dish that appeared to be abundant in meat. When the large platter was placed before her, the aroma enveloped her senses, and as she savored each bite, she experienced the exquisite pleasure of eating. For the first time, she realized that dining was not merely a necessity for survival, but an exquisite indulgence. Afterward, they were assigned to a remarkably clean room furnished with a soft bed, pristine linens, a private bathroom, and neatly arranged clothing that bore a subtle fragrance. Each individual had their own space, no longer crammed into a confined area. Everything felt so splendid, like a dream. If this were indeed a dream, Beishi sincerely wished never to awaken. For an entire week, they lived aboard the starship, residing in clean quarters and relishing delicious meals. They even assisted the crew in tidying up the ship, performing trivial tasks. Yet today, the man who had rescued them reappeared, and his words struck her like whispers from an abyss. He asked where they wished to go next, offering to arrange their departure. In that moment, Beishi's eyes glazed over, and the once tempting meat lost its allure. A singular thought consumed her mind. They must leave this place and return to their former existence. No, she refused. What do you mean? Lily stared at the man in shock. Zhao Chen revealed, I have made arrangements for tickets on an interstellar cruise to take you to any planet or spaceport of your choosing. Lily's was momentarily speechless, unable to fathom his proposal. Suddenly, a young succubus erupted in despair, brandishing a fork against her throat. I will go nowhere. I will go nowhere. Beishi wept, her voice trembling as she gazed at Zhao Chen. Beishi, what are you doing? Put down the fork at once. Lilies implored, concerned for her youngest companion, still a child by the standards of the succubus race. The small succubus ignored Lily's, turning her pleading gaze to Zhao Chen. Why? Zhao Chen observed the diminutive succubus, her height barely reaching 1.40 meters. Yet her inherent allure made her captivating. If certain individuals with a penchant for youthful charm were to see her, they would undoubtedly be captivated. Lilies, I do not wish to return to that previous life. I do not wish to drink that black water or hide in the shadows. I do not want to live in constant fear. I do not want to scavenge for food, scraping moss from walls, consuming dirt, or seeking anything edible, only to endure the pain in my stomach in solitude. I do not want to battle ferocious beasts for a morsel of food or witness our companions fall in combat. The young succubus Beishi spoke through tears, surveying her surroundings. She forced a bitter smile, saying, "Here, I have discovered that living can be a source of joy." The irony of her statement resonated painfully, for those dwelling in darkness, mere survival was a formidable challenge, let alone the prospect of enjoying life. Many succubi around her were weeping, their eyes swollen. Older succubi continued to savor their meals, meticulously chewing each grain of rice, aware that this might be their last opportunity to indulge in such exquisite fare. They would inevitably return to the shadows. Beishi locked her bloodshot gaze on Zhao Chen, her voice rising in desperation. If you intend to send us away, why treat us with such kindness? Why allow us to experience this life, provide us with clean clothes, warm water, delectable food, and soft beds? Why reveal to us that we could live so blissfully? You have shown us the light, only to cast us back into darkness. As she spoke, the fork slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor, and she collapsed, weeping. Lilies, filled with conflicting emotions, stepped forward to embrace Beishi, feeling both guilt and helplessness. Chapter 58. They could have endured the darkness, had they never witnessed the light. Zhao Chen observed the succubi before him, their emotions unraveling. He understood that his objective had been achieved. They could have endured the darkness, had they never witnessed the light. Yet, by bringing them aboard the starship and granting them a life of unimaginable joy, he had introduced a beacon of hope into their previously shadowy existence. However, his words now implied that this light was destined to extinguish, a cruel reality for them. If you do not wish to leave, you need not do so, Zhao Chen stated calmly. In that instant, all 18 succubi turned their attention towards him. Even Lily's gaze filled with a glimmer of hope. You could become my crew, like those half-beast crew members, and fight for me, Zhao Chen proclaimed. Lily's was taken aback. She had never anticipated such a choice, to fight for a human. In the eyes of humanity, succubi had always been mere vessels for indulgence, not warriors of the stars. I will give you time to contemplate this decision. You may finish your meal. Should you choose freedom, exit through the back door of the dining hall, and arrangements will be made to send you to any planet or spaceport you desire. If you wish to remain here, proceed to the front door, where your information will be recorded, and from that moment forth, you will be a part of my crew. Zhao Chen finished speaking, wiped his mouth, and rose to leave the dining hall. He had made his choice regarding the succubi, and in truth, he already knew the answer. Moments after Zhao Chen departed, the little succubus, Beishi, wiped her tears and dashed towards the front door without a second thought. No matter what, she was determined to stay. If she could not remain here, she would rather perish. Other succubi gradually followed her towards the entrance. Sister Lilith, let us stay, another succubus urged as she took Lilith's hand, who had remained silent. Lilith bit her lip, and soon she found her resolve. She had previously yearned for freedom. But what would it mean once they stepped outside? As Beishi had said, would they continue to evade capture, living a life of uncertainty and hunger? You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly, Lilith said, patting the head of one succubus before swiftly heading in the direction Zhao Chen had taken. As Zhao Chen walked through the corridor of the starship, he heard footsteps behind him and realized he had succeeded. Wait a moment, Lilith called, stepping in front of him. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith scrutinized him and asked, what is your true objective? Are you merely seeking to entice us with a superior life, or do you wish to extract something from us? Do you only want us to serve as your interstellar soldiers? You have already articulated my purpose, Zhao Chen shrugged. Lilith regarded him skeptically, aware that without a satisfactory answer, she would not be easily convinced. To be frank, my fleet has only just been established, consisting of 2 starships and approximately 800 interstellar soldiers, all of whom are half-beasts. While they're adept at operating starships in combat, they lack the skills necessary for managing internal affairs and fleet operations. I am in need of talent, and you succubi are precisely the individuals I require in this regard. Of course, I will also conduct assessments and training for you. Zhao Chen articulated his thoughts. You truly value our abilities rather than our physical forms? Lilith asked, astonished that someone would acknowledge the innate talents of the succubi. You are undeniably alluring, but I will not force anyone to engage in tasks they do not favor. Likewise, if you choose to leave, I will not obstruct you. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, expressing his genuine sentiments. Lilith bit her lip once more and said, but you must understand. If you recruit us and news spreads that succubi are serving on your starship, it will cause you significant trouble. Trouble? Zhao Chen smiled slightly, exuding an air of authority. If anyone dares to disturb my crew, I shall become their greatest inconvenience. Zhao Chen had many admirable qualities, but he had one glaring flaw. He was fiercely protective of his own. You are indeed a peculiar individual, yet you have convinced me, Lilith remarked, gazing at Zhao Chen. I am willing to work for you, although I cannot yet promise absolute loyalty. Zhao Chen chuckled. I do not require your loyalty. I only need you to commit wholeheartedly to your work here, for the benefit of us all and for your own livelihoods. In truth, Zhao Chen was indifferent to the notions of loyalty. Once they became familiar and accustomed to life here, concepts of loyalty would become irrelevant, as they would find it difficult to part with this existence. Zhao Chen was their light, and naturally, they would follow it. What shall we do next? Lilith quickly adapted to her new role. Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal, saying, it contains some educational materials for you to study with your kin. In a month, I will assess your progress. This assessment will determine your future positions within my fleet, directly affecting your living conditions and whether you will enjoy meat at every meal. Lilith accepted the terminal with a smile, saying, based on your final explanation, I believe they will take their study seriously. Learning? Succubi excel at learning. After momentarily addressing the succubi, Zhao Chen returned to the construction workshop of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The keel of the T2 Hammer had been laid. Yet a considerable amount of time remained before the entire vessel would be completed. The quarterly task required 3 different types of T2 starships, and currently, he possessed one T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. To fulfill the task by the end of December, he needed to construct another T2 starship. Zhao Chen was determined not to miss out on the lucrative rewards associated with this quarterly mission. Within the Arctic Fox starport, in the underground passage where Zhao Chen had previously taken the succubi, a team was exploring with flashlights and discovered bodies and signs of habitation within the tunnel. A young man, pinching his nose in disgust, surveyed the surroundings. Brother, we have found several bodies of those rats. Half of them died from blunt force trauma, while the others were likely slashed after sustaining serious injuries. Their assailant was quite decisive. A subordinate reported to the young man. I suspected that the rats had gone missing for a reason. It turns out there was an incident here. The succubus we were searching for is also nowhere to be found. This was a task that our esteemed leader of the Black Fox Society emphasized repeatedly. We spent thousands of star coins obtaining related clues. Who dares to snatch food from our mouths at the Arctic Fox starport? The young man's eyes flashed with cold determination. Find them. Dispatch people to search every exit of this underground passage for clues. We must identify who took the succubus. Chapter 59. The Falcon Fleet. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The construction of Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was nearing completion. It seemed imperative to recruit soldiers skilled in shipbuilding. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed with work and eventually exhaust himself. Zhao Chen, his face smeared with grease, gazed at the new vessel before him. Brother, with you around, my workload will certainly lessen, he remarked. Just then, a soft female voice called from behind Zhao Chen. He turned to find a striking figure in a pristine white military uniform, the hem of her short skirt just above her knees, complemented by white knee-high socks. Due to her succubus nature, the skirt and upper garment were designed with openings, allowing her tail and small wings to protrude. The allure of the succubus was magnified in such attire. In that moment, Zhao Chen wholly understood the essence of uniform temptation. He silently thanked his sister, as this very uniform had been designed and tailored by Zhao Wanner, considering the unique needs of Zhao Chen's fleet. The design was not fixed, allowing for variations based on the specific body types and characteristics of the female soldiers, as they were either half-beasts or succubi. Captain? Lilith called out to Zhao Chen once more. He snapped back to reality, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure. He feigned calmness and asked, "What brings you here?" "We have completed our studies as you instructed. May I inquire when the assessments will commence?" Lilith asked. Zhao Chen finally recalled the task he had assigned a month prior. "Let us commence today. Please gather all the succubi in the Starship's conference room." "Understood," Lilith replied promptly. As Lilith departed, Charlotte made her appearance. In fact, Charlotte had arrived here, driving the number 0 snowstorm during the first week of October. Lilith greeted Charlotte with a nod before leaving. The two had met several times during this period, and, perhaps due to their somewhat similar fates, they quickly became good friends. It was evident that the succubi had become accustomed to life here. Charlotte approached Zhao Chen, and the two now had a camaraderie akin to that of old friends. "How do you find my arrangements?" Zhao Chen inquired, while appraising Charlotte's military uniform from top to bottom. Given Charlotte's position as the vice captain, her attire had slight variations in detail, yet remained largely unchanged, consisting of a white top, a white skirt, and white knee-high socks. However, while the outfit exuded an enticing aura when worn by Lilith, it transformed Charlotte into a strikingly valiant female general, presenting a completely different visual impact. There were indeed rumors regarding the inherent abilities of succubi, suggesting they possess strong learning capabilities and commendable management skills. Yet, as you know, the focus often lies on their physical forms, and few have ventured to put this to the test. It seems only you would recruit members of the succubi tribe to serve as your interstellar female soldiers. Charlotte jested. Zhao Chen chuckled. Allowing them to showcase their value in appropriate positions is what true worth is all about. Charlotte glanced at the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship under construction and remarked, "Your interstellar industrial vessel must be nearing completion, right? It will be finished in less than a month. Please keep an eye out during this time to procure a batch of half-B soldiers with expertise in starship manufacturing and maintenance. They must, as before, be female." Zhao Chen replied. "I can't help but wonder if you have a peculiar preference," Charlotte mused, looking around. "Strangely enough, we have hundreds of women on the starship. While not every one of them is a celestial beauty, they are certainly of decent appearance. And don't your kind have a fondness for half-beast women, calling them beastier girls?" Charlotte scrutinized him curiously. Zhao Chen responded earnestly, "Come on, we've known each other for 3 to 4 months now. You should have a sense of my character." Suddenly, Charlotte leaned closer and whispered in Zhao Chen's ear, "Captain, could it be that you have some issues with your body?" Zhao Chen paused, then exclaimed, "What do you mean by bodily issues?" "Let me tell you, if you have the courage to visit my room tonight, I shall show you what an electric little dynamo truly is." Unlike the previous reactions to Zhao Chen's crude remarks, Charlotte took it in stride. Having previously served as a captain herself, and having heard her fair share of such comments from her crew of half-beast men. However, she was not prepared to seduce Zhao Chen just yet. On a serious note, with the construction of this interstellar industrial ship, do you intend to build more starships in the future? Charlotte shifted the conversation. Zhao Chen nodded. "My immediate goal is to establish an interstellar fleet. There are a few issues to resolve. Currently, we have 2 starships, and in the future, it will be 3. At that point, we need to finalize our fleet's name. Should we adopt the name of your territory and call ourselves the Xianglong Fleet, or should we choose another name? Additionally, our fleet emblem has yet to be decided," Charlotte stated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen reflected and acknowledged the validity of her points. Now that the fleet's standardized uniforms were ready, other essentials also needed to be gathered. "Let us name the fleet the Xianglong Fleet, and we shall use the emblem of the Xianglong that my great-grandfather employed in his time," Zhao Chen declared as he retrieved a dragon emblem from his handheld terminal. "The Xianglong Fleet and the Xianglong emblem. Henceforth, we shall refer to ourselves as the Xianglong Fleet." Charlotte noted the emblem for later application on the ship's hull. Charlotte continued, "There is another matter. Although we currently possess only 2 starships, I believe you should consider the arrangement of the fleet's flagship. The flagship represents the principal starship within the fleet, the most significant entity. We shall leave the flagship undecided for now, as we do not have many starships," Zhao Chen replied. Though he already had a concept in mind for the flagship, the T3 Snowstorm-class light interstellar battlecruiser lying dormant in his systems warehouse. Regrettably, it had yet to be unveiled. However, Zhao Chen had resolved that the Xianglong Fleet's inaugural flagship must indeed be a T3 starship. Truth be told, within the Xianglong star system, The term Xianlong fleet was quite rare. Since the decline of the Zhao family, no family starships within the territory had ever referred to themselves as the Xianlong fleet, leading to the emblem's prolonged dormancy. As Zhao Chen gazed at the emblem, he could not help but reminisce about his grandfather, who, after enduring countless hardships, had established the Zhao family's legacy. He was determined to make the Xianlong emblem shine once more within the Starry Empire, ensuring the name of the Xianlong fleet echoed throughout the cosmos. Chapter 60. T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. In the conference room of the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, 18 succubi stood at attention. The examination begins now. You are required to complete the questions before you within 3 hours. Zhao Chen instructed the 18 succubi. Before each succubus lay a holographic screen displaying their examination questions. The moment Zhao Chen announced the commencement of the exam, not a single succubus uttered a word, all diligently engaged in their tasks. These questions have been sourced by Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Wanner, from the Military Academy of the North Star, specifically from the civilian studies of previous years. Furthermore, these were 6th-grade questions. The materials Zhao Chen had previously provided to Lilith, and the others consisted of theoretical resources that the 6th-year students at the North Star Military Academy were required to study. Yet, Zhao Chen had allowed them merely a month for preparation. Throughout this month, the succubi had dedicated themselves to their studies, even during meals, sleep, and bathing. Today marked the moment to validate their abilities. As time slipped away, some succubi remained composed, others furrowed their brows in contemplation, while a few exhibited signs of anxiety. The 3 hours soon elapsed. Cease all actions. I will collect your examination responses. The results will be announced in a few hours. You are now free to leave the conference room, Zhao Chen stated with gravity. Although the examination had concluded, each succubus dared not relax, standing vigil outside the conference room. The little succubus, Basie, grasped Lilith's hand and whispered, "Sister Lilith, if we do not perform well in this assessment, will Captain Zhao dismiss us?" Although Captain Zhao had previously stated that the evaluation would affect their future positions aboard the starship, he had not mentioned whether poor performance would lead to dismissal. Thus, they spent the past month in trepidation. "Do not worry. You have all worked hard, and I believe your assessment will yield positive results," Lilith reassured her. An hour later, Zhao Chen emerged from the room. The gaze of the 18 succubi fell upon him, filled with tension, anxiety, and fear. "I am here to announce the results of the assessment. First place goes to Lilith." This ranking was anticipated by all, as Lilith's talents surpassed those of her peers. Second place, Massey. Third place, Basie. Upon hearing her rank, Basie sighed in relief. At least she was 6th and not at the bottom. However, the succubi who ranked at the bottom now felt a surge of anxiety, looking helplessly at Lilith and the captain, some even covering their faces and weeping, regretting why they hadn't applied themselves more diligently. After Zhao Chunyin completed the performance rankings, he glanced around and remarked, "Each of you has passed the examination." Passed. At this moment, the few demonesses who ranked at the bottom breathed a sigh of relief. One of the demonesses cautiously inquired, "Then, Captain, does this mean we can stay?" "Of course," Zhao Chun replied with a smile. In truth, their performance and whether they could remain were entirely at Zhao Chen's discretion. The assessment was merely a formality. However, it must be said that they performed exceptionally well. Within just a month, even the lowest-ranking demoness reached a level equivalent to that of a 4th-year student at the North Star Starship Military Academy's civilian department. Among them, Lilith achieved the highest score, surpassing the passing mark of the North Star Starship Military Academy by several points. "I will announce your future positions. Lilith will serve as my secretary, and Marcy will take charge of the Zero Storms Bridge," Zhao Chen declared, assigning each individual a role within the starship's civilian positions. Notably, Lilith's position was the most esteemed. As a secretary, she would be regarded as the second-in-command within the fleet, subordinate only to the fleet commander. Within a starship, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 authorities, comparable to the vice captain. "Me, as a secretary?" Lilith was taken aback. "Indeed, this is a reflection of your capabilities, and I hope you will work diligently in the future. If we encounter other demonesses, you can recruit them, just as Charlotte has done," Zhao Chen stated. Lilith gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment, never having anticipated such high regard from him. "Captain, I will certainly work hard," exclaimed Bessie excitedly from the side. For them, remaining here was the most blissful outcome. Thus, Lilith and the other demonesses officially joined the Xianglong fleet. In the final days of November, Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was officially completed, bearing the emblem of the Xianglong fleet on its hull. With this vessel, I can construct our starships more swiftly and abundantly. Zhao Chen gleefully observed the T2 Hammer. He turned to Charlotte beside him and asked, "How is the task I assigned you going?" "As per your instructions, I have gathered 200 half-orc crew members experienced in starship manufacturing and maintenance," Charlotte reported. "Excellent. Starting tomorrow, let them board the ship and quickly familiarize themselves with the T2 Hammer." Zhao Chen replied with enthusiasm. However, Charlotte poured a bit of cold water on his excitement. "Captain, although we now have the T2 Hammer, our fleet's finances may not suffice to build another starship. Previously, selling the remnants of the Three-Claw Snake Star Pirate fleet had yielded 400,000 star coins. Including our remaining funds, we currently have a total of 900,000 star coins. This amount is indeed insufficient to meet the material requirements for constructing a starship." Running low on funds again, Zhao Chen scratched his head, surprised that just a few months had passed and they were already facing another financial shortfall. He needed to devise a plan to acquire more funds. However, only a little over a month remained until the deadline for the quarterly mission requirements, leaving him with limited time. At this moment, a system task emerged. Accept and complete the bounty task issued by the Lord of the Arctic Foxstar system. Would you like to accept this task? Refusing will cost 300 system points. Initially, Zhao Chen was reluctant to accept, but upon seeing the cost of 300 system points for refusal, he chose to proceed. Task details. Accept and complete the bounty task issued by the Lord of the Arctic Foxstar system. Task difficulty, sea level. Task reward, 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward, random reward based on task completion. Failure penalty, deduction of 1,000 system points. Zhao Chen quickly scanned the system task and instructed Charlotte to check if there were any bounty tasks posted in the Arctic Foxstar system. "You are aware of this?" Charlotte asked in surprise. "What matter?" Zhao Chen replied, sensing that Charlotte knew something. She continued, "The Arctic Foxstar port just broadcasted a request for private fleets and adventurer fleets to accept bounty tasks. The content is that a remote asteroid base in the Arctic Foxstar system has encountered a cosmic insect nest. A small contingent of Imperial warships has already been dispatched, but the number of interstellar insectoids within the nest is considerable, and the situation is dire. The Lord's fleet and other Imperial warships will take a day to arrive, while it only takes us 3 hours to reach there. The task requires us to escort 5 million residents from that asteroid base to safety." Insectoids? Zhao Chen's eyelids twitched. Chapter 61. Interstellar insectoids. Interstellar insectoids are species that seemingly materializes out of nowhere with no intelligence available about them. All that is known is their instinctual aggression and their subconscious tendency to consume any life form within their perception, even exhibiting cannibalistic behavior among their kind. Should they descend upon a planet, it would spell disaster for all life on that world. Interstellar insectoids typically manifest alongside the emergence of cosmic insect nests, which remain scientifically unexplained to this day. These nests are also referred to as cosmic rifts or interstellar fissures, akin to a crack that appears in the fabric of space, from which interstellar insectoids surge forth to launch assaults on nearby planets. If left unchecked, these insectoids will devour all life on a planet and subsequently proliferate, spreading to surrounding planets and star systems. The duration of a cosmic insect nest existence is variable, with some lasting long and others short, and their sizes differ as well. Researchers within the Galactic Alliance have established a classification system for these nests, categorizing them from low to high as levels 1, 2, and 3, corresponding to T1 and T2 technologies. This classification arises from observations made during battles with interstellar insectoids, where some powerful individuals possess capabilities akin to starships, referred to as nest motherships. These motherships carry vast numbers of interstellar insectoids into combat, conquering and annihilating planets. Zhao Chen recalled the knowledge he had acquired at the North Star Starship Military Academy regarding insectoids. "Is there any detailed information about this mission?" he inquired of Charlotte. She shook her head. "I only heard a rough outline. I do not have the specifics yet." After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte. Immediately prepare and arrange for the Zero Storm and the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship to be stocked with military supplies and ready to depart at the fastest speed. Depart? Where to? Charlotte asked, suddenly realizing, her eyes widening in surprise. Captain, you wouldn't. Zhao Chen, having issued his orders, promptly made his way to the bridge of the T-2 Queen B, while Charlotte proceeded to instruct the Zero Storm. During Zhao Wanner's absence, the two took charge of these two starships. Upon arriving at the bridge, Zhao Chen immediately contacted someone. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am the port manager numbered CC11. How may I assist you today? The female manager, whom he had met for the third time, smiled at him. Are you aware of the cosmic insect nest situation? The female manager paused, then nodded. Are you referring to the incident surrounding asteroid number P331? If there had not been two cosmic wormholes in your galaxy, that would be it, Zhao Chen remarked. If you wish to acquire further details, you may visit the headquarters of the task issuance at the Beijing Starport, where an introduction is provided. The female officer responded. I do not have the luxury of time. I require all pertinent intelligence regarding this mission immediately, and I wish to undertake this task at the swiftest pace possible, Zhao Chen insisted. You intend to accept this mission? The female officer was taken aback. It was worth noting that half an hour had passed since the bounty was posted, and the head of the starport had personally inquired with several stationed private fleets and adventurer fleets, none of whom were willing to take on the task. Indeed, Zhao Chen affirmed. The female officer replied, accepting the mission poses no issue, but per protocol, your fleet must first be registered, and Zhao Chen interjected. I want it done as swiftly as possible. Complete these formalities within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The female officer appeared troubled. These procedures are necessary, not only for your fleet's safety, but ding. Your account has received 1,000 star coins. The female officer suddenly received a notification, and exchanging a knowing glance with the holographic Zhao Chen, they understood each other perfectly. Given the mission's exceptional nature, we can expedite the process. I will find a way to contact you with a response within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, I will send you all the mission intelligence. The female officer hastily concluded her instructions and abruptly severed communication with Zhao Chen to pursue the emergency protocol. It seems that money can indeed facilitate matters everywhere. Zhao Chen set aside his thoughts and began reviewing the mission intelligence sent by the female officer. This incident occurred 3 hours ago in a remote area of the Beijing star system, where a secondary cosmic wormhole suddenly emerged. Upon learning of this development, the Lord of the Beijing star system immediately ordered a fleet to eradicate the interstellar insect species. However, a substantial portion of the Imperial troops stationed in the Beijing star system had recently been redeployed. Furthermore, the Lord's own fleet was dispatched to another border battlefield for a minor operation. Thus, currently, only a small Imperial fleet remains stationed in the Beijing star system, which has already rushed to the incident site. But alas, the numbers of the interstellar insect species are overwhelming, rendering this small fleet incapable of suppressing them. The Beijing star system immediately sought assistance from neighboring galaxies and the governor of the Beifeng star domain. The Beifeng star domain is one of the 8 star domains of the Xingyao Empire, comprising 63 galaxies, including the Xiaolong star system, Beijing star system, and the Beijing star system. However, reinforcements require time, with the earliest arriving no sooner than 10 hours. According to the High Command simulations in the Beijing star system, within these 10 hours, the swarm of interstellar insects will impact inhabited planets within their reach, including 3 small asteroids and 1 satellite, with a total population of 70 million. The first to face an attack would be the 5 million inhabitants of asteroid P331. Within the High Command of the Beijing star system, 2 opinions have emerged. One suggests abandoning asteroid P331 to retreat to other more populated planets until reinforcements arrive, while the other insists on evacuating all 5 million civilians from P331. Ironically, the latter viewpoint aligns with that of the commander of the remaining small Imperial fleet, who hastily ordered the fleet toward asteroid P331 and requested immediate deployment of interstellar transport ships to commence evacuation efforts. However, calculations indicated that the small Imperial fleet alone could not ensure the safe evacuation of 5 million people from asteroid P331 amidst the impending assault of interstellar insects. Thus, the commander conceived the idea of soliciting assistance from civilian fleets giving rise to the current bounty task. The reward for the mission is a substantial 500,000 star coins, with the commander guaranteeing that all losses and expenditures incurred during the battle would be borne by the Imperial Army. Zhao Chen stroked his chin. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about saving lives. He had no intention of risking the lives of his crew aboard his 2 starships for the sake of others. He did not consider himself a savior. However, the corpses of the interstellar insects are incredibly valuable, containing various resources and serving as a veritable mobile treasury. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen found himself in need of funds. Moreover, the system's task prompted him further. Chapter 62, Objective. The edge of the Beidjihu star system. Asteroid P331. Beidjihu starport. Interstellar mission headquarters. Sir, calling us here is futile. This is a secondary cosmic wormhole, with at least 3 T2 motherships and over 30 T1 motherships. How could we, mere adventurer fleets, possibly withstand them for several hours? Although the reward is indeed 500,000 star coins, one must have a life to spend it, right? Who doesn't know that dealing with insects can result in the total loss of an entire starship, with no chance of surrender? Just 500,000 lives, after all. I say it would be more prudent to retreat to asteroid P300, which has a population of 20 million, and defending it would require no more than 2 hours at most before reinforcements can arrive. However, on asteroid P331, at least 3 hours of defense against the interstellar insects is necessary to ensure the safe evacuation of those 5 million, which is far too risky. In a room, the head of the Beidjihu starport wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the 3 commanders of the largest private fleets currently in the starport. Each of them had declined the mission for various reasons. I will personally add an additional 100,000 star coins. Will you not reconsider? This mission does not entail a full-on confrontation with the insects. Perhaps just delaying for 3 hours, or even 2, may suffice, the head of the Beidjihu starport urged. Do not speak of 60,000 star coins. Even 100,000 star coins, whoever wishes to take this job may do so. I certainly will not. It is rather strange. Is that fleet commander who recklessly leads the charge to evacuate the 5 million civilians from P331 not out of their mind? You all should have simply instructed the Lord of the Beidjihu star system to order the fleet to withdraw, one of them scoffed. The head of the Beidjihu starport sighed deeply, feeling a burden of unspoken sorrow. The Lord above certainly wishes to withdraw that Imperial fleet. Although the Imperial Army does not fall under his direct command, typically, a lord has some authority over their territory. Moreover, the lord of the Beidjihu star system is a count, and the Beidjihu star system is one of the most prosperous systems within the Beifeng star domain, thus holding significant status. Yet, the commander of the Imperial fleet is of an even more distinguished rank. The lord of the Beidjihu star system has stated that he would not mourn even if those 5 million lives, along with the total of 70 million across the other planets, were lost. However, should anything happen to that commander, he would face grave consequences. At that moment, a notification appeared on the terminal held by the head of the Beidjihu starport, and upon reading the content, he was filled with elation. He promptly connected the call. Hello, you say a fleet is willing to accept this bounty mission? The 3 individuals present exchanged glances upon hearing the excited words of the head of the Beidjihu starport. They were all hesitant to take on the task. Who could possibly be the reckless youth willing to step forward? Incomplete paperwork? No worries at such a critical time. We will simplify all procedures. If they can set off immediately, that would be ideal. The chief executive of the Beidjihu, Xingang, pondered for a moment and suddenly inquired. What is the background of the other party? How many starships do they possess? The Black Dragon fleet? Currently, we only have 2 starships docked at our port. The chief executive of Beidjihu Xingang was taken aback. The mention of the Black Dragon fleet drew murmurs from the 3 individuals nearby, as they had never heard of such a name in the entire Northern Wind Star domain. Moreover, only 2 starships? While it was possible that the majority of their fleet was not docked at the port, did anyone truly dare to undertake such a mission? Regardless, the fleet's identity was of little concern. Inform them to set off immediately. If they successfully complete this mission, Beidjihu Xingang will reward them with an additional 100,000 or even 200,000 star coins, declared the chief executive. After the communication ended, he turned to the 3 present and asked once more, Are you sure you do not wish to reconsider? This bounty mission has no restrictions on the number of participants. If you all go together, perhaps Never mind, such an easily earned task should be left to this so-called Black Dragon fleet. One of them said with a tone of derision. I am quite curious to see if they can successfully evacuate those 500,000 people, remarked another, their tone and expression laced with skepticism. On board the T-2 Honeybee-class heavy aircraft carrier's bridge, the female officer addressed Mr. Zhao Chen. We have registered you for the task. Additionally, we have increased the reward to 200,000 star coins. If you complete the mission, you will receive a total of 700,000 star coins. Thank you, Zhao Chen replied. Wishing you a triumphant return, the female officer responded before the communication ended. Zhao Chen turned to the video communication window, where Charlotte awaited. What is this Black Dragon fleet? She inquired curiously. Zhao Chen explained. A name is required for the mission registration. After some contemplation, I decided against using the name of the Xiaolong fleet, as it felt too ostentatious. Therefore, I opted for the title of Black Dragon Fleet for external communications. He then looked at Charlotte and asked, Aren't you curious why I am so adamant about accepting this mission? Charlotte replied, What mission you accept is your prerogative as the captain. As your subordinate, my sole duty is to fight. It must be said that Charlotte was indeed an exceptionally capable starship commander. At present, the T-2 Honeybee and the Zero Storm were departing from Beijing Shingang, with some time remaining before entering warp travel. Zhao Chen continued, What do you think our chances are of successfully completing this mission if we undertake alone? Charlotte's expression grew serious as she summoned a holographic projection of the mission details, stating, This involves a Level 2 cosmic wormhole. If there are more than 3 T-2 Hive motherships and 30 T-1 Hive motherships, we would have little chance of success in a direct confrontation, as we currently lack interstellar supply ships. Even if we expend all our ammunition, we may not be able to eliminate them entirely. However, if our objective is merely to delay and facilitate the evacuation of the 500,000 individuals on asteroid P331, the difficulty is significantly reduced. Our chances would be approximately 80%. 80%? I expected you to think my approach was rather reckless, Zhao Chen expressed with surprise at Charlotte's assessment. If it were merely 2 ordinary T-2 starships, our odds would be less than 30%. However, your vessels cannot be categorized as ordinary T-2 starships, Charlotte responded. Moreover, I have encountered interstellar insectoids a few times, and as long as they're not a large-scale infestation, they pose a relatively minor threat. With Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen felt a surge of confidence. As the warp engine's course was finalized, they prepared to enter the acceleration phase, and in 10 minutes, they would embark on warp travel. All crew members enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. Repeat, all crew members enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. Zhao Chen commanded. Destination, edge of the Beijing star system, asteroid P331. 20 minutes later, the Zero Storm and T-2 Honeybee-class heavy aircraft carrier arrived at the designated coordinates. Zhao Chen awakened promptly, exiting the sleep chamber and taking his seat in the captain's chair, ready to issue commands when a voice interrupted. All personnel on the bridge, return to your stations within 1 minute and check the starship's data. All crew members on board must return to their posts within 3 minutes and remain on standby. The starship will immediately enter a Level 2 combat readiness state, and interstellar drones are prepared for deployment. Zhao Chen glanced over to see his aide, Lilith, had already begun issuing commands. Noticing Zhao Chen's gaze, she awkwardly inquired, Am I doing something wrong? No, you're doing exceptionally well. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Your physical fitness is quite impressive, Zhao Chen praised. The aide's role is to assist the captain in issuing commands and, when necessary, to issue certain commands beyond the captain's specified authority, just like the directives she just delivered. Lilith replied, I previously served on a starship in the Succubus Kingdom and participated in the war against invaders, albeit ultimately failing. The Succubus Kingdom campaign? That was over 50 years ago, wasn't it? Had you already been serving back then? How old are you now? Zhao Chen began to ponder the age of his aide. Indeed, I am 75 years old this year, Lilith replied. Zhao Chen was taken aback. 75? Looking at Lilith's appearance, one could easily mistake her for being in her 20s. Sensing Zhao Chen's disbelief, Lilith explained, Our lifespan can reach 300 years under normal circumstances. With the aid of technology, like your species, we might even live to 400. 400 years. Zhao Chen gulped. By that calculation, Lilith's age would indeed equate to that of a mere 20-year-old among humans. Presently, The maximum lifespan for humans has reached 150 years. Of course, only the privileged elite can enjoy such longevity, while the average person lives to around 70 or 80. Captain, the Zero Storm has successfully completed warp travel. Please provide the next instructions. Charlotte's communication window popped up. What is our current distance to asteroid P331? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith quickly responded, at the speed of the T2 honeybee. We can reach asteroid P331 in approximately half an hour. The Zero Storm can arrive in 10 minutes, as warp travel only brings them to a general vicinity. In a non-combat environment, they can approach their destination more closely. However, when heading into a combat zone, interstellar fleets typically decelerate and cease warp travel at a safe distance from the combat area before transitioning to conventional engines to enter the combat zone. The Zero Storm will form a formation with the T2 honeybee and proceed to asteroid P331. Specific combat plans will be discussed upon arrival, Zhao Chen instructed. Understood. Both Charlotte and Lilith responded in unison. Subsequently, the two starships maintained the same speed, heading in a unified direction. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, they encountered a group of interstellar transport ships moving at a notably slow pace. What kind of starship is that? Zhao Chen wondered, observing these interstellar transport vessels, whose speed was estimated to be only 10 knots. Clearly, this was not their normal cruising speed. According to the identification numbers of these transport ships, they belong to the fleet of the Beijihu Star Systems Lord, specifically the T2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport vessels. Their presence here suggested they were executing the evacuation of civilians from asteroid P331. Lilith quickly provided the explanation. Zhao Chen gazed at Lilith with a hint of surprise. Lily's quietly explained, I have information for my studies. Let us contact their starship and inquire about their sluggish speed. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Soon, communication was established. Which fleet do you belong to? The opposing fleet commander was the first to ask. We are the Black Dragon fleet on a mission to support the evacuation operations of the P331 asteroid. You must be the interstellar transport ship responsible for the evacuation of P331. Why is your speed so slow? Lily's inquired. The opposing fleet commander paused momentarily. Our starship has sustained damage, hence our reduced speed. Since you are here to provide support, you may proceed first. After concluding the communication, the commander chuckled lightly to his aide. It's amusing that someone would dare take on this task. They must be quite foolish. We are not idiots. If we rush over and the interstellar insectoids attack while we are evacuating, what then? We will proceed at a leisurely pace. When the Imperial forces can no longer hold their ground and inform us that our presence is no longer required, we will retreat. I advise your fleet to execute your operational tasks and proceed at full speed to the P331 asteroid. Lily's voice rang out. The fleet commander frowned. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? As communication had not been initiated on their end, his words were unheard by T2 Queen Bee. The aide, casually smoking, remarked indifferently, let them be. We will continue on our own. They are not Imperial forces. What can they do to us? Report. The unidentified starship has all its secondary cannons aimed at our fleet's vessels. A crew member on the bridge suddenly reported. The fleet commander scoffed. What? Do they dare fire upon us? We are a subordinate fleet of the Arctic Fox Star Systems Lord. Suddenly, meteors streaked across the view from the bridge's large windows. With one perilously close, less than 100 meters away, that starship truly dares to fire. This is your final warning. If you continue to neglect your mission, you will bear the consequences. The female voice echoed again. The fleet commander swallowed hard. Madness. This must be insanity. Wanting to seek death while dragging us along. What shall we do? This situation suggests they truly intend to fire. We do not have a fleet of escorts. With only the firepower of our interstellar transport ships, we have no means of retaliation, exclaimed the aide, who was now startled, having burned himself with his cigarette without noticing. The fleet commander, darkened in expression, muttered, This is my misfortune, but I will remember this grudge. Full speed ahead, to the P331 asteroid. Upon witnessing the once sluggish interstellar transport fleet suddenly accelerate, Zhao Chen revealed a satisfied smile. He was well aware of their hidden intentions. Typically, he would remain indifferent, allowing them to act as they pleased. However, this time, it was his task from a system, and they would not be permitted to deliberately delay. Chapter 64. The Insectoid Mothership. The P331 asteroid. With a population of 5 million, is a small resource-rich planet. Thus, the Arctic Fox star system established several bases here, assigning 500,000 people for resource extraction operations. Who could have anticipated that disaster would strike? A cosmic insect nest emerged. The P-331 asteroid was the first to be threatened. The asteroid's supervisor was desperately organizing evacuation efforts. But unfortunately, there were too few interstellar transport ships. Thus far, less than 1/10 of the population had been evacuated. Their capacity was grossly insufficient, and the fleet of interstellar transport ships that was supposed to arrive half an hour ago had yet to show up. How is your evacuation progressing? A video window appeared before the asteroid supervisor. On the other side was a woman clad in the uniform of the Xingyao Empire's military. So far, we have only evacuated 500,000, with over 400,000 still awaiting rescue, the supervisor replied. What, the interstellar transport fleet? The female officer frowned, clearly displeased with the pace. They have yet to arrive, the supervisor said helplessly. Captain, we have encountered a massive swarm of insects on our right flank. Their numbers are overwhelming. We must retreat significantly. Captain, the enemy's T-2 insectoid mothership is attacking us with plasma cannons. One of our T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers has sustained damage. The female officer's voice was drowned out by the cacophony of reports, each message amplifying the asteroid supervisor's anxiety. My lord, perhaps you should retreat first. Sacrificing 30 Imperial ships for the sake of a few 100,000 lives is not worth it, the asteroid supervisor urged again, having repeated this several times. If it weren't for the arrival of this lord leading the Imperial fleet, he would have likely already escaped aboard a starship himself. We still have time. We cannot abandon a single citizen of the Empire, the female officer insisted resolutely. The asteroid supervisor internally sighed, recognizing her compassion but fearing it would endanger the higher-ups of the asteroid. If you do not leave, they cannot escape either. We will continue to delay the interstellar insectoid advance. We estimate we can hold out for another 2 hours. You must find a way to evacuate the civilians as soon as possible, the female officer declared steadfastly. Yes, the asteroid supervisor replied, bracing himself. On the bridge of the flagship of the 5th Fleet under the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Xingyao Empire, the female officer, having just concluded communication, gazed gravely at the starship radar. The radar was filled with countless red dots, numbering in the millions. These were the insects. Miss, we really need to retreat. If we continue like this, our fleet could easily be ensnared by the swarm, leading to total annihilation. Currently, we can suppress the insects with our firepower. But as their numbers grow, we will soon be surrounded, and we won't even be able to retreat. An anxious female aide urged. The female officer gritted her teeth. Unwilling to concede, are we to abandon the lives of millions on that planet? Miss, your life is far more valuable than the lives of those millions. The aide stated bluntly. No, everyone is equal. As soldiers of the Empire, our duty is to protect the people of the Empire, the female officer declared with righteous conviction. The aide internally cursed, feeling 1,000 frustrations, wishing the miss would temper her sense of justice. Ultimately, the aide resorted to her trump card. Miss, if you care so much for those millions, have you considered how many would suffer if something were to happen to you? How many families would be affected? The female officer wrestled with her emotions, well aware that she was being somewhat unreasonable, yet her sense of justice forbade her from easily abandoning the lives of millions. 2 hours. We must hold out for another 2 hours. She gritted her teeth, choosing to compromise. 2 hours is impossible, given our current situation. We can only hold out for 1 hour at most. We must retreat within that hour. If necessary, you can retreat on your starship, and I will lead the remaining fleet to hold here. The aide asserted with resolve. In comparison to the life of this young lady, the 30 Imperial ships of their fleet were trivial. How can I abandon you and escape? The female officer rejected this proposal firmly, clenching her fists. Have there been no fleets arriving to support us for the bounty I issued earlier? Miss, it is impossible for anyone to come to our aid. The aide thought desperately, wishing she could knock the young lady unconscious and carry her away. The inner turmoil of the female officer escalates as her sense of justice clashes with the harsh realities of war. To retreat or not to retreat? At this moment, on the battlefield, the relentless swarm of insects has breached the defenses, overwhelming a T-2 class Guardian medium interstellar frigate. Insects, each the size of a human, swarm over the frigate's armor, ravenously gnawing at it. Helpless against these creatures clinging to its hull, the T2 Guardian can only watch as its armor is methodically devoured, leaving gaping holes. The report comes in. The starboard hull of T2 Guardian 0712 has been extensively covered by the flying insects, rendering it irretrievable. The bridge crew informs the female officer of this dire news. Once the starship is besieged by these insects, its fate is all but sealed, teetering on the brink of oblivion. The female officer gazes at the T2 Guardian with a mixture of anger and guilt. This will mark the first ship of her fleet to fall here, but it may not be the last. Suddenly, a crew member who has been monitoring the starship radar reports a swarm of interstellar drones appearing behind their fleet. Interstellar drones? The female officer is taken aback. As they marvel at the arrival of these drones, they plunge into the fray, targeting the flying insects and blasting them to pieces. Simultaneously, they provide support to the beleaguered T2 Guardian, gradually clearing the insects from its hull. At last, the T2 Guardian, though battered, successfully retreats from the danger zone. The origin of these interstellar drones puzzles the female officer. Just then, a communication comes through. I am the commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, responding to a bounty mission for support, a male voice announces over the comms. At this moment, the female officer feels an overwhelming surge of emotion. Her call for help has not gone unanswered. There are others who, like her, possess a sense of justice. Meanwhile, in the distance on the battlefield, several colossal insect-like creatures, reminiscent of interstellar warships, draw closer. Commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, greetings. I am Zhao Chen, commander of the 5th Fleet under the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Xingyao Empire. Your support is incredibly timely. How many starships have you brought? Easily. The arrival of reinforcements means the possibility of safely evacuating the 500,000 civilians on that planet. Our fleet consists of 2 starships. Zhao Chen states plainly. 2. Zhao Chen immediately doubts her hearing, whispering to her aide, "Did I just hear 2 instead of 20? The aide, equally bewildered, nods in agreement. Double-checking. Did you just say your fleet only has 2 starships? Indeed, Zhao Chen affirms. Are you merely an advance force, with a main fleet en route? Zhao Chen attempts to salvage some hope. Zhao Chen replies, only we 2 starships have come for support. No one else is willing to accept the mission you issued. Only 2 starships? Zhao Chen feels her hopes plummet from a great height to despair. Are you T3 starships? She presses on, unwilling to surrender hope. 2 T2 starships. Zhao Chen responds. Zhao Chen's expression turns blank. Perhaps she should not have chosen to hold the line at asteroid P331, allowing her fleet to be sacrificed for her so-called sense of justice. I am very grateful for your support, but with merely your 2 starships, we cannot reverse the dire situation, Zhao Chen states, her tone tinged with melancholy. Therefore, I have decided to give up. Must you give up without even trying? Zhao Chen retorts. Zhao Chen is momentarily taken aback. To defy the Lord's orders and insist on protecting the 500,000 civilians on asteroid P331. Despite the danger it poses to her fleet and potentially endangering millions more, seems reckless. You may not be a qualified commander, but you are a soldier worthy of respect. I do not believe you would abandon your conviction without having completely lost hope. Zhao Chen gazes intently at Zhao Chen. Though separated by a virtual communication window, Zhao Chen feels an electric connection. Goosebumps rise on her skin. Zhao Chen opens her mouth, but her aide interrupts. Captain, you may not fully grasp the situation. With just your 2 T2 starships, you cannot turn the tide. Remember, the Imperial Army has 30 T2 starships here. The aide, initially impressed by Zhao Chen, now views him as a fool. Just when the captain was convinced to retreat, this newcomer seeks to sway her back to danger. Perhaps I should outline the current circumstances. Zhao Chen suggests, looking at Commander Zhao Chen. She halts her aide from speaking further, addressing Zhao Chen earnestly. The situation is as follows. This swarm of interstellar insects originates from a level 2 cosmic wormhole, which has since closed. 4 T2 motherships and 35 T1 motherships have emerged. We have destroyed 4 T1 motherships and heavily damaged 1 T2 mothership. Yet, the sheer number of insects makes it increasingly difficult to maintain our defenses. Zhao Chen inquires, what is the casualty situation in your fleet? How much combat capability do your starships still possess? Commander Zhao Chen pauses but replies, all 30 of our starships remain operational. 2 are somewhat damaged, but their combat capability is unaffected. We still have over 50% of our weaponry available. However, our firepower is insufficient against the number of insects. I understand. I believe we still have a chance to fight. Zhao Chen interjects resolutely. The aide, exasperated, wonders where this reckless youth has come from, believing he cannot possibly compare to their esteemed captain. Do you not grasp the current situation? We cannot risk 30 starships on a gamble with your 2, she exclaims, dropping all formalities. Zhao Chen disregards the aide, fixating on Chu Xian. What is your plan? Chu Xuan asks Zhao Chen. There is no time for an elaborate explanation. Just ensure your fleet follows my directives. While defeating the current swarm may be unrealistic, buying approximately 2 more hours for asteroid P331 is entirely feasible. Zhao Chen gazes at the young, striking commander. You only need to tell me. Will you trust me? Are you willing to gamble once more for the conviction within your heart? Chu Xian clenches her fists, biting her lip, visibly conflicted. Enough. If you seek death, no one will stop you. The aide yells at Zhao Chen in frustration. Zhao Chen adds, if you still harbor doubts, I can offer you a guarantee. When you feel this battle is truly hopeless, you may withdraw at any time. All right, I agree. My fleet will now follow your command. The glimmer of determination returns to Chu Xian's eyes, shining like gemstones. My lady, the aide exclaims, distraught and stamping her feet. Allow me to indulge in my whims once more. If change proves impossible, we can retreat later, Commander Chu Xian murmured. The female adjutant, resigned, understood that once her young mistress made a decision, it was immutable. Her ladyship possessed an unwavering sense of justice, coupled with an indomitable spirit. My swarm of drones shall provide you with cover. Now, your fleet must retreat at full speed. Form a unidirectional carrier battle formation centered around my T-2 aircraft carrier. Zhao Chen stated with solemnity. There are numerous insects. Are you certain your interstellar drone swarm can withstand their assault? Commander Chu Xian inquired with concern. Zhao Chen replied without a hint of trepidation. Please trust me, Commander Chu Xian. Looking at the man before her, Chu Xian felt an inexplicable radiance emanating from him. She began issuing commands to her fleet. All ships, withdraw from combat and retreat at full speed towards the specified coordinates. Forming a unidirectional carrier battle formation centered around the friendly carrier. Chapter 66. Insect Sea Tactics. It must be said that the quality of the Imperial fleet is remarkably high. Following Commander Chu Xuan's orders, 30 starships retreated from battle at maximum speed while maintaining a very secure withdrawal formation. The T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigates provided cover from the rear as a precaution. Fortunately, the anticipated calamity did not materialize. 100 T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones shielded 20 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones as they approached the oncoming swarm of insects. The 100 T-2 Killer B-class drones launched an immediate assault using their cannons and missiles, obliterating swathes of insects. Simultaneously, the 20 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones deployed pre-prepared timed explosives, then all interstellar drones retreated. Naturally, the insects would not let such easy prey escape, surging forward like a black tide. Just as the swarm pursued, the timed explosives detonated sequentially, creating a barrage of firepower that left the pursuing insects disoriented. On board the T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones bridge, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, observing the battlefield magnified before him through a deep space telescope. Although he had studied the interstellar insect race in textbooks at the Beiji Star Military Academy, witnessing their combat methods firsthand was still a staggering experience that sent shivers through him. Those with a fear of clusters would likely succumb to despair at the sight before them. The interstellar insect race's combat strategy is quite unique. The individual size of the hive mother ships is considerable, classifying them as biological starships. However, their mobility is generally limited and their primary weaponry, including biological plasma cannons and biological torpedoes, offers no notable advantage compared to starships of similar class. Yet, their distinctive social structure endows them with a specialized combat style and strategy. The Insect Sea Tactics. A T-1 hive mothership typically harbors around 10,000 T-1 flying insects, while a T-2 hive mothership contains approximately 100,000 T-1 flying insects and 1,000 T-2 stingers. The flying insects and stingers serve as the Hive Mother's labor units. The former resemble winged mantises, each about the size of a person, possessing only melee capabilities. The latter are long serpentine creatures with insect-like features, standing as tall as a person but stretching nearly 10 meters in length, capable of spraying highly corrosive acid at close range. Both can leave the Hive Mother ship to survive and engage in combat in the cosmic environment, exhibiting remarkable speed. Among comparable classes, only the speed of interstellar frigates can barely rival theirs. No other starships can match them. These units are colloquially referred to as insects. Despite being classified as T1 and T2, their true combat capabilities fall far below this designation. For instance, a T2 Stinger can be easily crushed by a T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone in a direct confrontation. However, when these insects attack, they do not come 1, 10, or even 100 at a time, but by the thousands, crashing upon their targets like a relentless tide, unless one can annihilate them entirely. Any insects that manage to latch onto a starship will compromise the safety of its crew within. Moreover, these insects are devoid of fear. They respond solely to instinctual drives and commands from the Hive Mother ship, relentlessly advancing toward their target. This combat style bears a certain resemblance to that of carrier starships, with the insects acting as the Hive Mother ship's interstellar fighters. Report: the first wave of T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones and T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones have completed their bombing runs and are preparing to return, Lilith remarked. Ensure that these Hornets and Killer Bees complete their landing and refueling promptly as we prepare for the second wave of assault. Simultaneously, deploy 300 T2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones in 3 alternating waves, Zhao Chen commanded. Understood, Lilith acknowledged, relaying the captain's orders. Initially apprehensive about whether the interstellar drones could withstand the insect onslaught, the Imperial fleet was now astonished by their performance. The combat prowess of these drones rivaled that of their interstellar fighter counterparts. Commander Chu Xian exclaimed in admiration. The female adjutant then noticed the aircraft carrier, its hull painted in yellow and black, resembling some form of insect, strikingly similar to the interstellar insect race opposite them. What kind of aircraft carrier is this? I have never seen one before, the female adjutant exclaimed, accessing the Starship database to scan the image of the carrier, only to find no records. There are no entries in our database, she gasped. Commander Chu Xian gazed at the carrier, recalling the man's words and murmuring gravely, I hope that captain can truly turn the tide of battle. The female adjutant privately mused, how could 2 mere starships possibly achieve such a feat? Unless they are 2 T3 starships. Wait, aren't there supposed to be 2 starships? Why is there only 1 carrier, and where is the other starship? The female adjutant suddenly exclaimed, glancing at the starship radar, which displayed no energy signatures from a second starship. Where's that starship? P331 asteroid. Dozens of T2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships hovered above the asteroid, while airships continuously evacuated civilians to the transport fleet. Thank goodness, you have finally arrived. The asteroid's supervisor exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at the transport fleet's commander. We are also on a mission. Please expedite the evacuation process. We are pressed for time. If the interstellar insects approach within warning range, we must retreat immediately. The fleet commander managed a strained smile. All right. We will complete the evacuation within 2 hours. No, within an hour and a half. The asteroid's supervisor pledged earnestly. The quicker, the better. The transport fleet commander replied impatiently. He did not wish to be there, but was coerced by a group of lunatics with starship cannons. Now that he was present, he could only dutifully carry out the task of evacuating the civilians. He hoped that the detestable man could hold out a little longer, allowing for a safe and smooth evacuation. Yet, in the shadows of his mind, he harbored dark thoughts, wishing that the man and his accursed starship would feed the insects on the distant battlefield. Yes, just like that. He cursed inwardly. Chapter 67. Baihu Ji Jiang Xiao Luo Te under the protective cover of the T2 Feng Wang-class heavy aircraft carrier's fleet of interstellar drones. The Imperial fleet led by Chu Xian successfully retreated to the vicinity of the T2 Feng Wang. Centered around the T2 Feng Wang, they formed a unidirectional carrier battle formation. This so-called unidirectional carrier battle formation is characterized by a combat line constructed to face only one direction. The T2 Feng Wang occupied the rear position, with a T2 Hui Lang-class light interstellar cruiser and a T2 Bao-class medium interstellar battleship positioned in front. Further ahead were 8 T-2 Lai Go-class medium interstellar destroyers and 20 T-2 Weishur-class medium interstellar frigates. These 31 starships were on high alert, bracing for the imminent arrival of the insect swarm. Just as the insects entered the firing range, all Imperial starships opened fire. Drawing from previous combat experience, these vessels had become somewhat accustomed to the rhythm of engaging the interstellar insect race. Simultaneously, the T-2 Phone Wang continuously deployed its fleet of interstellar drones. With each subsequent wave, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 10th, the number of returning drones began to dwindle, as many had been torn to shreds by the insects. Despite the support from the T-2 Phone Wang, the combat effectiveness of the interstellar drones was unexpectedly formidable. However, the sheer scale of the swarm was overwhelming, and the line was gradually being pushed back. From a distance, it resembled a black tide poised to engulf the 31 starships. If this continued, the outcome would be inevitable. Our firepower is utterly insufficient to withstand the assault of these insects, the female officer anxiously remarked beside Commander Chu Xian. Commander Chu Xian scrutinized the changes on the holographic interstellar sand table, her expression grave. At the current rate, within 20 minutes, the insect swarm would breach their starship line, posing an immediate threat. Contact the esteemed captain of the Heilong fleet, Commander Chu Xian instructed solemnly. The female officer promptly established contact, and a video window opened, revealing the man's visage once again. Before Commander Chu Xian could speak, Zhao Chen interjected, "Wait a moment." Both Commander Chu Xian and the female officer were taken aback. "Wait for what?" "Commander Zhu Xuan instinquito inquit." "Time," Zhao Chen replied, his gaze fixed on the holographic sand table, as if anticipating something. Commander Chu Xian and the female officer exchanged bewildered glances. 10 minutes. No more than 10 minutes, Zhao Chen stated with seriousness, originally poised to voice her thoughts. Commander Chu Xian chose to remain silent, contemplating. If there were no changes in 10 minutes, she would have no choice but to lead her Imperial fleet to retreat. Time ticked away, and the wave of insects steadily approached the fleet's line. The female officer was growing increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a radar operator monitoring the battlefield exclaimed, "Report. A high-energy response has appeared behind the insect swarm." Simultaneously, the life signal of a T-2 Chong AO mothership has vanished. An unidentified energy signal was moving swiftly in the rear of the swarm. Commander Chu Xian and the female officer exchanged glances. Could this be what the man was waiting for? "It begins," Zhao Chen murmured, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. "Xiao Luote, commence your performance." Just then, the once aggressive wave of insects slowed, with some even retreating. "Deploy reconnaissance drones to ascertain the situation." "Commander Zhu Xuan, Command Ugenti." A series of reconnaissance drones were dispatched. As the starships were unable to visually discern what was happening behind the densely packed swarm, they relied on the drones to reach a vantage point and relay the visual feedback. Soon, images began to stream in. "My heavens, that's a starship." The female officer gasped, covering her mouth. "Its speed is astonishing. It must be traveling at least 70 or 80 knots. No, it's 100 knots. Commander Chu Xian accurately assessed the starship's velocity based on her battlefield instincts. 100 knots? The female officer exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, the remnants of the exploded T-2 Chong AO mothership came into view, the once massive vessel now split into 3 segments, clearly showing one side had been horrifically breached by cannon fire. It was a cannon with a caliber exceeding 1,000 millimeters. Commander Chu Xian discerned the weapon responsible for the damage from the imagery. "Zoom in on that starship," she ordered urgently. The image gradually magnified, though somewhat blurred. Nevertheless, they could observe the rapidly maneuvering starship within the enemy ranks, unconcerned by the pursuing insects, continuing its course unabated. Due to its astonishing speed, the insects were unable to keep pace. The motherships attempted to strike with their biological plasma cannons, but the starship's velocity rendered it untouchable. "Captain, what on earth is happening?" Commander Chu Xian could not suppress her curiosity, directly questioning Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, arms crossed, explained calmly, "That is my fleet starship, 0 Blizzard, equipped with a high speed and a 1,200 millimeters caliber cannon." "A T-2 starship with a 1,200 millimeters cannon?" the female officer exclaimed. "This is the second starship of your fleet, isn't it? You never intended to defend against the insect swarm's attack from the outset. Instead, you used us to draw the insect forces away from the mother ships, allowing them to focus their offensive on us, leaving the mother ships vulnerable. Meanwhile, your Zero No. Blizzard approached at an exceptional speed to launch an assault. Commander Chu Xian articulated Zhao Chen's strategy. Zhao Chen nodded, acknowledging that Commander Chu Xian was not only imbued with a sense of justice and responsibility, but also possessed considerable military acumen. You are mad. You are utterly insane. Have you not considered that a single misstep could result in that starship being devoured by the swarm? The female officer regarded Zhao Chen in astonishment. Yet, Zhao Chen resolutely replied, "There will be no mishaps, for that starship is named Zero No. Blizzard." There was another statement Zhao Chen refrained from voicing. Commanding the operations aboard that starship was the legendary half-orc general, Baihu Zhi Jiang Xia Luo Te. Chapter 68. Accelerate fully and ram through bridge of Zero No. Blizzard report. The insect swarm at the front line has begun to retreat in succession, and they appear to be heading towards us, the bridge crew reported. Ignore them. Maintain full speed ahead. Xia Luo Te was personally navigating the starship, controlling every course angle and trajectory herself. Typically, this task would be managed by specialized helmsmen. However, after years, General Xia Luo Te was once again at the helm. She was acutely aware of the mission's peril. A moment's carelessness could result in being struck by the biological plasma cannons of the mother ships or being overtaken by the swarm, leading to fatal consequences. The course and trajectory had been meticulously calculated in her mind countless times. The main force of the swarm will still require some time to retreat, Xia Luo Te murmured, her gaze fixed on the interstellar sand table, seemingly searching for a target. The ability of Zero No. Blizzard to evade and maneuver was due not only to its remarkable speed, but also because the T-1 flying insects and T-2 stabbing snakes left to defend the mother ships were vastly outnumbered. Incapable of encircling Zero No. Blizzard effectively, once the primary forces of the swarm, initially engaged with the Imperial fleet and the T-2 Hive Mother-class heavy carrier, withdrew. The threat posed by the Zero Storm significantly intensified. Time passed slowly. Report. The T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon has been reset and is ready to fire, reported the crew responsible for the weapon systems. In truth, such a report was unnecessary, for these figures were already etched in Charlotte's mind. At this moment, the Zero Storm fortuitously faced the position of a T-2 Hive mothership, perhaps sensing danger. This T-2 Hive mothership began a hasty retreat while firing its plasma cannon at the Zero Storm, yet could not land a hit on the swiftly maneuvering starship. Charlotte focused intently on the targeting reticle. She had but one opportunity to fire. While she did not expect to destroy the T-2 Hive mothership with a single shot, she aimed at severely damaging it. The swarm was controlled by the Hive mothership. Its destruction would not annihilate the swarm directly, but it would significantly diminish their combat effectiveness, akin to an army without a commander. "Now, fire!" Charlotte exclaimed passionately. The barrel of the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon discharged a shell, tracing a comet-like trajectory before striking the flank of the T-2 Hive mothership. A resounding explosion erupted, toppling the massive T-2 Hive mothership, measuring a full kilometer in length, scattering debris throughout the cosmos. Following this explosion, an even greater detonation emanated from the ship's midsection, cleaving it in two and marking its demise in this vast universe. Witnessing this were Commander Chu Xian and her female aide, both left in stunned silence. Previously, they had severely damaged a Hive mothership through a stealth attack, yet had failed to destroy it outright. Yet this starship accomplished such a feat with a single shot. It was utterly astonishing. Furthermore, it was evident that the T-2 Hive mothership had also succumbed to a single shot. Could this mean the Zero Storm was akin to a T-3 starship? The female aide found it hard to believe. Commander Chu Xian quickly discerned the reason. The shot had struck the Hive mothership's organ that stored bioplasma elements. This was analogous to our starship's ammunition depot or engine. A direct hit would produce an effect similar to a catastrophic explosion, amplifying the power exponentially. But is it possible to hit twice in succession? The female aide questioned. Commander Chu Xian gazed at the screen depicting the Zero Storm, now maneuvering at high speed. It is not a matter of possibility. This starship has achieved it. Within 10 minutes, two T-2 Hive motherships had been destroyed. A remarkable accomplishment. Report. More than half of the enemy's swarm forces have retreated. The remaining forces cannot breach our fire blockade, reported the crew. Commander Chu Xian could not help but exclaim, "This is madness, truly a lunatic's battle plan." Yet it had indeed achieved its strategic goal of delaying time, allowing for at least another hour, possibly two. The female aide, rendered speechless, recalled her earlier mockery of the two starships, feeling as though she had been slapped in the face. However, whether the Zero Storm could safely retreat remained a pressing concern. Commander Chu Xian remarked anxiously. At this moment, the Zero Storm, having destroyed two T2 Hive mother ships, began its withdrawal. However, the aggrieved swarm would not tolerate the escape of the perpetrator. Waves of swarm forces, akin to a black whirlwind, encircled the starship. Their numbers were now exponentially greater than before, resembling a colossal black hand attempting to crush a mere mosquito. Report. According to the starship's systems, our chances of escape in the current direction are only 16. The crew reported nervously. Charlotte closed her eyes, momentarily transported back to her days with the half-orc rebel forces, outnumbered and outmatched. Yet each time, she had managed to turn the tide. "Turn around," Charlotte suddenly commanded. This order took the bridge crew by surprise. The Zero Storm had been heading toward the opposite side of the battlefield. Now, turning back meant heading straight into the main conflict. Was this not akin to walking into a trap? However, Charlotte's words were law aboard this starship. The Zero Storm executed a nimble pivot. "Full speed ahead," Charlotte declared with determination. After a brief turn, the Zero Storm speed surged back to 100 knots. At this moment, Charlotte summoned a virtual control interface and input a series of commands. Lift the restrictions on the starship's engines. Accelerate further. Lifting the restrictions on the engines? The crew member responsible for navigation was taken aback, then worriedly replied, "If we lift the restrictions and continue to accelerate, the engine will be overburdened." "This is an order." "Accelerate." Charlotte focused intently. "Understood." Lifting engine restrictions. Starship accelerating. Speed 103. Speed 106. Speed 110. The speed settings for Starship engines are not their pinnacle, but rather their optimal speed. Below this threshold, the engine can function best. While exceeding it may lead to operational issues and significantly shorten the engine's lifespan. Thus, Starship engines typically have a limitation that only the captain or first officer can unlock. Report. The engines are beginning to overload. Report. The power system is operating beyond capacity. Report. Current speed has reached 120. Every crew member on the bridge felt the tension rise. The Zero Storm's sudden turn, combined with its rapid acceleration, caught the encircling swarm forces off guard, sending them sprawling far away. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. The battlefield split into two areas. One side was the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet, while the other was the encirclement of the Zero Storm by the returning swarm forces. Under normal circumstances, one would expect the Zero Storm to flee in the opposite direction, prompting the swarm to preemptively set up an encirclement. Ironically, the number of swarm forces directed toward the main battlefield was the least. However, it so happened that a T2 Hive mothership and a small group of swarm forces lay directly in the path of the Zero Storm. Report. Speed too high. We cannot make sharp turns. The crew reported anxiously. Charlotte suddenly smiled. For the first time since joining Zhao Chen, her laughter was unfettered. "Then let us not detour. Full speed ahead. Let us ram through." Chapter 69. Are we ramming the ship? The flagship of the Imperial fleet, T2 Fire Leopard-class medium-star battleship bridge. What is that starship doing? Commander Chu Xian marveled as she watched the Zero Storm charge directly toward a T2 Hive mothership, with a small contingent of swarm forces in front of it. "Is it going to ram?" The female aide was left speechless. Commander Chu Xian's expression turned grave. "The main cannon of the Zero Storm requires approximately 5 minutes to reload. Only 3 minutes have passed since the last shot. It cannot fire yet. It seems to have lifted the engine restrictions, and its speed is now visibly over 130 knots. In just a few minutes of observation, Chu Xian had discerned critical battle information about the Zero Storm. At this moment, they all fell silent. With unwavering gaze, her eyes were fixed upon the video display, where a vessel akin to an ancient knight, fearless in the face of death, was poised to charge into the enemy ranks. The swarm of insects guarding the T2 Chongqiao Mujian had sensed the impending danger, transforming into a dark whirlwind as they surged forward, attempting to intercept the starship. Simultaneously, the abyssal maw of the T2 Chongqiao Mujian began to slowly open, targeting the rapidly approaching vessel. The biological plasma cannon within its gaping maw started to charge, shimmering with a cerulean glow. Meanwhile, the zero-number Baofengsu had already plunged into the swarm. From the perspective of Chu Xuan and her companions, it seemed as though the zero-number Baofengsu had dived headlong into the insect horde. However, due to its astonishing speed, which even surpassed that of the T1 Feichong and T2 Sish, the collision of these two high-velocity entities resulted in a gruesome spectacle. One side was left battered and broken, and that role was currently played by the insects. T1 Feichong and T2 Sish collided with the hull of the zero-number Baofengsu, meeting their demise before they could launch an attack, their green ichor becoming the new livery of the starship. Within the confines of the zero-number Baofengsu, the crew members experienced a visceral sensation akin to being caught in a tempest. At every corner of the ship, the relentless thudding echoed, causing the very ground beneath their feet to tremble. Report. The comprehensive damage to the front hull armor has reached 101214, came a report. Report. The comprehensive damage to the side hull armor stands at 357. The crew continuously relayed various status updates. The incessant thudding resonated in their ears, casting a shadow of anxiety over many aboard the bridge. As the temporary captain, Shalot's eyes sparkled with a frenzied fervor. Her long-dormant blood was ignited. "What is our current speed?" she inquired loudly. "Speed is at 135 knots. Although our velocity has been slightly affected by the insect swarm's collisions, we are still gradually increasing speed," replied the crew member responsible for speed control, drenched in sweat. Watching the already crimson and pulsating number, she felt her heart racing faster than ever before. "Continue to accelerate," commanded Xiaoluo. Gazing at the images transmitted from outside the ship, she realized that, in truth, the view was obscured by darkness, for the exterior was entirely engulfed by the swarm. They were navigating through the horde in reverse. The extraordinary speed rendered the insects incapable of inflicting substantial damage upon the hull. The only effective harm was their sacrificial collisions. Although visibility was compromised, the starship's radar indicated that the zero-number Baofengsu was drawing ever closer to the colossal energy entity. At last, the scene before her brightened, breaking through the shadows. The zero-number Baofengsu burst forth from the insect swarm, with the T2 Chongqiao Mujian virtually within arm's reach. The T2 Chongqiao Mujian opened its cavernous maw, preparing to unleash its biological plasma cannon. "All secondary batteries, point defense cannons, fire at will," Xiaoluo bellowed. The prepared secondary and point defense cannons erupted in unison, while the biological plasma cannon discharged simultaneously, resulting in a dazzling fireball effect. A massive cloud of smoke enveloped the area, dispersing the nearby insects. "Moments latte." The zero-number Baofengsu emerged from the smoky explosion. "Charge forward. Continue firing the point defense cannons," Xiaoluo shouted. Nearby crew members immediately utilized the ship's communications to shout, "All hands prepare for impact." Repeat, "All hands prepare for impact." Every crew member aboard the zero-number Baofengsu braced themselves for the impending collision, gripping anything they could find to steady themselves. In the next instant, the rapidly advancing zero-number Baofengsu collided head-on with the T2 Chongqiao Mujian. The size disparity between the two was several-fold. However, one must not forget the caliber of the zero-number Baofengsu S hull. It was a starship battleship, with average strength second only to that of starship frigates among its class. Coupled with the acceleration, the zero-number Baofengsu itself transformed into an accelerated starship projectile. Under the tremendous impact, the bow of the T2 Chongqiao Mujian crumpled inward, causing the entire hull to shift to one side. Simultaneously, the point defense cannons of the zero-number Baofengsu continued to unleash their fury. On the bridge, several female crew members, caught off guard by the sudden collision, lost their grip and were hurled to the ground, landing in disarray, limbs akimbo. Fortunately, they sustained only superficial injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, they returned to their combat stations. Report. The comprehensive damage to the front hull armor has reached 50. Report. Speed has decreased to 100 knots, then 90 knots, then 80 knots. Report. The swarm behind us is closing in. Xiaoluo remained silent, her gaze fixed intently ahead, as if her eyes could penetrate the hull armor and lock onto the T2 Chongqiao Mujian. Ultimately, Amid the violent collision, the T-2 Chongqiao Mujian was displaced. As the T-2 zero number Bao Fengsu scraped alongside the T-2 Chongqiao Mujian, it continued to accelerate. All engines to full throttle. Keep pushing forward, Xiao Luo shouted immediately. With no obstacles to impede it, the T-2 zero number Bao Fengsu resumed its acceleration toward the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet, while a vast wave of insects pursued like a black tide. As for the T-2 Chongqiao Mujian, its bow had collapsed by a third, and one side was riddled with numerous bullet holes, indicating that this biological starship was on the brink of demise. Who could have imagined that a T-2 Chongqiao Mujian would be utterly annihilated by a T-2 starship? This was sheer luck. At the bridge of the T-2 Fenghuang class heavy carrier, all T-2 Yofeng class light interstellar drones and T-2 Dawangfeng class heavy interstellar drones assembled to create an opening for the zero number Bao Fengsu, allowing the Imperial fleet to coordinate their efforts. Zhao Chen observed the zero number Bao Fengsu on the Starship radar, steadily approaching. At present, a line of insects still obstructed the path between them. The situation for the zero number Bao Fengsu remained precarious, with a line of insects ahead and a swarm in pursuit from behind, akin to a sandwich, where a moment's carelessness could lead to being completely devoured by the swarm. At the bridge of the T-2 Huabao class medium interstellar battleship of the Imperial fleet, Commander Chu Xuan, even without Zhao Chen's directives, understood what needed to be done. With a serious expression, she issued her orders. Relay my command, at all costs. We must create an opening. Chapter 70. The triumphant return of the zero number Bao Fengsu. The starships of the Imperial fleet unleashed their firepower relentlessly upon a single point, forcefully tearing open a breach. Yet, how could the swarm allow the culprit responsible for the destruction of 3 of their T-2 Chongqiao Mujian to escape so easily? They began to form a blockade, encircling the starship in a pincer movement. In that moment, they even abandoned their target on the Imperial fleet, driven solely by the singular command within their hive mind, to annihilate that accursed starship at all costs. Report. The breach has been sealed again, the female adjutant said anxiously. Commander Chu Xuan clenched her fists. Continue the assault. No matter what, we must ensure that starship breaks free. In Chu Xuan's heart, that starship had become synonymous with heroism. How could she stand idly by and watch as the heroic vessel was besieged and devoured by the swarm? However, at this moment, no matter how fiercely their starships attacked, they could not breach the insectoid line. Meanwhile, the number 0 blizzard was approaching this line of the Zerg. Given the current state of the number 0 blizzard's hull, it was simply incapable of withstanding another impact from the swarm. Commander Chu Xian bit her lip, feeling a pang of guilt. The female officer sighed deeply, lamenting the fate of that starship. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted within the insect defense, consuming a multitude of bugs and clearing space. Following this, the T-2 Larva-class light interstellar drones and T-2 Wasp-class medium interstellar drones, which had been prepared, surged forward to attack the insects surrounding the breach, preventing them from sealing it again. That was the main cannon's shell from the interstellar missile ship. They had set it to detonate on a timer, calculating the explosion's distance with precision. At this moment, Commander Chu Xian could directly see the number 0 blizzard rushing toward them through the gap in the insect line, along with the glaring 1,200 millimeters cannon. She immediately grasped the significance of it. Quick, provide fire cover, Commander Chu Xian ordered urgently. Under the fire cover of the Imperial fleet and the assault of the T-2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carriers drones, a shadow of a ship sped through the insect line. It was the highly anticipated number 0 blizzard. At this moment, the Imperial fleet could clearly see the marks left by the insect impacts on the starship. The hull's armor had been dented in hundreds of places, rendering it a veritable sieve. Particularly at the bow, there was a massive pit, 20 meters in diameter and nearly 3 meters deep. This was undoubtedly a testament to the destruction of that T-2 Hive mothership. The hull was also littered with insect carcasses and splattered green ichor, along with insects that attempted to attack the starship, clinging to its surface and damaging the armor with their mandibles, claws, and corrosive acid. However, these insects were soon cleared away by the approaching T-2 Larva-class light drones. What a remarkable starship! Commander Chu Xian gazed at it with a twinge of envy. Simultaneously, she admired the commander aboard the ship, whose earlier performance had been nothing short of a splendid, flowing dance of battle. She questioned herself. If she were in that position, Could she have performed as well? Chu Xian had no answer. Report, the number 0 Blizzard has successfully completed its mission. The hull is partially damaged, with 7 crew members sustaining minor injuries. Charlotte communicated via video to Zhao Chen. Well done. Zhao Chen praised Charlotte's performance enthusiastically. Although he had previously discussed the battle strategy with her, and she had proposed this plan, he had agreed, but she could not guarantee the detailed battle steps, as the battlefield against the interstellar Zerg required flexibility and adaptability. However, Charlotte assured Zhao Chen that she was at least 80% confident that even if unsuccessful, she could safely withdraw the number 0 Blizzard. And Charlotte had delivered. Hiss, hiss. Hiss came a communication request from the flagship of the Imperial Fleet. Secretary Lilith pointed to a pop-up communication request. Connect it, Zhao Chen instructed. The video communication reopened, and the female officer reappeared before Zhao Chen. Captain, we have just received a message from asteroid P331. The evacuation of the populace is now 80% complete. We anticipate it will take another half hour to finish the evacuation. With this, they only needed to hold their ground for a few more minutes before gradually withdrawing from the battlefield. Commander Chu Xian's eyes were fixed on the man. Her curiosity about him was piqued. This man, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, had helped them, who had lost all hope, navigate through this crisis with just 2 starships, saving 5 million lives on that planet. What was this man's background? What were those 2 types of starships? Chu Xian was filled with questions and uncertainties. Understood. We will fight while retreating, with 3 T2 hive mothers destroyed. The command system of the swarm will be in disarray for a short time, significantly affecting their combat efficiency. There should be no major threats, Zhao Chen stated plainly. Just as Commander Chu Xian was about to engage in further conversation, Zhao Chen added, "Let us end the discussion here. We must remain vigilant until the battle is concluded." With that, Zhao Chen abruptly terminated the communication. Commander Chu Xian was momentarily stunned, staring at the now black screen of the communication device. This was the first time a man had ended a conversation with her so swiftly. After all, she was a prize flower within the Imperial Fleet. Was this treatment not a bit misaligned? Zhao Chen, of course, was unaware that he had left this esteemed flower of the Imperial Fleet in a state of contemplation. Report on the current status of the 2 starships, Zhao Chen said, finally allowing himself to relax in the captain's chair, pressing his temples and taking a deep breath. Though Charlotte had made a promise earlier, it would be disingenuous to say he hadn't felt nervous. Lilith had already completed the data assessment for both starships and began her report. So far, the T2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier had lost nearly 200 T2 Larva-class light drones, 60 T2 Wasp-class medium drones, and 7 T2 Hornet-class heavy drones. The loss of interstellar drones had reached 70%, with ammunition consumption at 50%, and no personnel casualties reported. After detailing the T2 Queen, she proceeded to the No. 0 Blizzard. The situation for the number 0 Blizzard was far from optimistic. Its frontal armor had suffered over 70% damage, while the side armor had incurred 30% damage. 3 compartments at the bow had been compressed and deformed, and were now sealed. The structural integrity of the starship's main frame had decreased by 5%, but this did not impede the number 0 Blizzard's ability to continue fighting and navigating. The de-restricted engine was currently operating normally, though a thorough inspection at port may be necessary. The power system, energy system, and control system were all functioning properly. Ammunition consumption stood at 30. Chapter 71. This person must have fallen into a money pit. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen. The aforementioned battle information for the No. 0 Blizzard was provided by Charlotte, along with the data I retrieved to compile the statistics. Zhao Chen was quite satisfied. Lilith was becoming familiar with her role, demonstrating the exceptional learning ability of the Succubus clan. The upcoming battles would largely proceed in an orderly fashion, and they awaited their return. No, Lilith. Remember to gather that data, Zhao Chen said, narrowing his eyes mysteriously. Lilith nodded emphatically. We are continuously compiling that information, and there will definitely not be significant data discrepancies. That's good. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Minutes passed swiftly, and, as Zhao Chen and Chu Xian had anticipated, the efficiency of the swarm's assault dramatically diminished following the loss of command from the 3 T2 hive mothers. Report. We have received news from asteroid P331. All 500,000 civilians have been safely evacuated, the female officer excitedly reported to Chu Xian. Chu Xian let out a long breath. The crisis had finally been averted. They could finally withdraw in triumph, leaving the remaining numerous hive mothers and the swarm to the Imperial fleet and the Lord's fleet that would soon arrive for reinforcement. Fortunately, this time it is merely a secondary cosmic wormhole, which does not last long. If it had been a tertiary cosmic wormhole, it is likely that a significant portion of the Beiji Hu star system would have been devastated. Chu Xian remarked, her demeanor relaxed. She had once witnessed a recorded battle against the insectoid species, where a tertiary cosmic wormhole manifested within a star system. In less than a week, the entire system had fallen, transforming into a breeding ground for the interstellar insectoid species, resulting in the emergence of fleets numbering in the tens or even hundreds of times the original count. Subsequently, the Imperial fleet took 3 to 4 months to eradicate this swarm of interstellar insectoids. And as for that star system, after several centuries, it had become a desolate wasteland. Forgotten by all. Quickly contact the Black Dragon fleet and inform them that we can withdraw from battle, Commander Chu Xian said, her spirits high. But she soon halted her deputy. She wanted to make contact personally. For some reason, she felt a profound curiosity about the Black Dragon fleet and the man associated with it. The communication request was sent, and the other party quickly agreed. Captain, we have just received news that over 500,000 individuals on asteroid P331 have safely evacuated, and we can also withdraw from battle, Commander Chu Xian announced. Zhao Chen nodded, displaying no emotional reaction to the news, for the system had already alerted him that the mission had been successfully completed. He had not yet had the opportunity to review it when Chu Xian sent a communication request. Thus, he opted to converse with her first, as there was an exceedingly important matter he wished to discuss with Commander Chu Xian. Captain, we owe great thanks to your fleet for this success. Commander Chu Xian was prepared to engage in further dialogue to better understand her counterpart. However, Zhao Chen bluntly interrupted her once more. Had it been anyone else, Commander Chu Xian might have begun to feel a sense of disdain. Commander Chu Xian, I recall that according to a regulation of the Galactic Alliance, all who participate in the extermination of interstellar insectoids claim possession of those they destroy. Even if recovery of the bodies is currently impossible, it can still be recorded. Zhao Chen inquired. Commander Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen promptly raised his hand, projecting a holographic table displaying a series of figures. 3 T2 insect nest destroyed. Over 70,000 T1 flying insects eliminated. More than 400 T2 stingers vanquished. Since we are currently unable to clean the battlefield, we must await the Imperial fleet's extermination of these interstellar insectoids before proceeding with recovery, even accounting for some bodies being consumed by their companions. We should at least be able to preserve half of the insect remains, which, based on our calculations, amounts to a recovery value of approximately 5 to 600,000 star coins. I am seeking a more straightforward resolution. Would you be willing to accept this batch of insect remains directly? Zhao Chen smiled as he spoke. Your starship participated throughout this battle. The battle recorder should validate the accuracy of our enemy count. Zhao Chen continued. Is that all you wish to discuss? Commander Chu Xian was taken aback. Was he discussing finances so soon after the battle's conclusion? This left her with an impression of the man before her that felt somewhat diminished. Zhao Chen was indifferent to the impression he left behind. He wanted funds. He needed money to procure materials. He needed to construct starships. Captain, everything you mentioned can be corroborated by us as a third party, and I can also utilize my authority to approve the recovery of the insect remains. Commander Chu Xian managed a forced smile, still eager to assist him in resolving these matters. Zhao Chen quickly inquired, when can we expect the funds to be dispersed? Commander Chu Xian maintained her smile. If you are in a hurry, we can utilize our authority to expedite the process. The funds can be transferred within a day. In recognition of your fleet's commendable performance in this battle, I can increase the amount to 600,000 star coins. Very well, thank you. I will send you my account details, Zhao Chen replied, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Without waiting for Commander Chu Xian to respond, he promptly ended the call. Commander Chu Xian's expression became rigid. What was going on with him? He allowed her a moment to interject. Was conversing with her truly such a tedious and uninteresting endeavor? No. I must meet this man face to face. At that moment, her curiosity felt akin to a kitten's unfulfilled desire for exploration. Just then, an account request arrived. Upon seeing it, her eyes brightened. She recognized the information on this account. The initial code indicated was a temporary account opened at Beiju Starport. A temporary account suggested that this Black Dragon fleet was likely stationed at Beiju Starport. Coupled with her bounty task and the timing of the fleet's arrival, it was reasonable to conclude that they had departed from Beiju Starport. If necessary, she could confirm with the authorities at Beiju Starport who had accepted the bounty task. Once the other Imperial fleets arrived for the handover, we shall head to Beiju Starport. Commander Chu Xian resolved to seek out this man. As for her intentions upon finding him, she was uncertain. There was simply an instinctive urge propelling her forward. At this moment, Zhao Chen was blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of an Imperial female officer. He was busy calculating his modest funds. 600,000 star coins, in addition to the previously issued bounty and the extra bounty from Beiju Starport, meant that this operation would yield a total of 1,300,000 star coins, adding the existing balance of 900,000 star coins. He now held a total of 2,200,000 star coins. Zhao Chen mused, sounding like a financial enthusiast. With only a month remaining until the quarterly task deadline, he had completed 2/3 of the requirement to possess 3 starships produced by the system: the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier and the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The quarterly task bore no penalties but offered substantial rewards, and Zhao Chen was determined not to squander the opportunity. Thus, in the remaining month, he must produce another starship. First, he would take a look at the recently completed system task. Zhao Chen opened the system interface in his mind, revealing a long-awaited prompt before him. Chapter 72, A Miniature Armored Behemoth? Task content: accept and complete the bounty task issued by the Lord of the Beiju star system. Task difficulty: C-class. Task reward: 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward: a random reward based on task completion. Special reward completion: 100 for the safe evacuation of the population on asteroid P331. Task completed. You may claim 1 task reward and 1 special reward. It appeared that the completion rate was determined by the data regarding the safe evacuation of the population on asteroid P331, as all individuals had successfully evacuated. With a thought, Zhao Chen claimed the 2 task rewards. Task rewards claimed: 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward claimed: obtain the technical blueprint for the T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. To receive a starship's technical blueprint was beyond Zhao Chen's expectations. The class was an interstellar escort ship, yet by its name, it was no ordinary escort vessel. Host: Zhao Chen. Profession: top-tier starship engineer. Special attributes: fleet luck bonus. I have insight. Points: 1780. Task points: 10. Starship quantity: 2. Task: quarterly task claim. Warehouse: T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship technical blueprint. T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battlecruiser technical blueprint. T2 Bronze Eden class starship technical blueprint. After claiming these 2 rewards, Zhao Chen's system page data had significantly improved. He would begin by studying the specifications of this interstellar escort ship. The Heishi class interstellar heavy assault frigate, classified as an interstellar frigate, is of technology level T2. Its hull possesses an armor strength of 3,000 units, extending to 5,000 units in certain areas. The cruising speed is 35 knots. Powered by a level 4 warp engine, with a length of 110 meters and a mass of 120,000 tons, accommodating a crew of 20 individuals. The starship is armed with 50 T2 class 300mm caliber heavy close-in weapon systems, firing 1 round at a time without any delay. Its unique capability is the short-range assault mode. In Zhao Chen's mind, the model of this starship materialized. It resembles a compact rhinoceros with an irregular oval structure. Despite its diminutive size, it is arguably the smallest T2 starship available on the market. Do not underestimate this seemingly insignificant vessel. Its armor is crafted from the hardest metals available within the T2 classification, assembled in a unique combination, providing tenfold the armor strength compared to the Zero-class Blizzard. This is evident from its title, as heavy assault signifies substantial protection. Even its weakest armor position boasts a defensive strength of 3,000 units, while the most fortified sections reach an impressive 5,000 units. If no smaller T2 starship exists, none can match its armor strength, making it exceptionally durable, a prime choice for resilient travels. Ordinarily, Such robust armor would impede speed. Indeed, in standard conditions, the T2 Heishi is not particularly swift. However, it possesses a remarkable feature, the short-range assault mode, allowing for rapid acceleration in critical moments. This enables the T2 Heishi to appear precisely where Allied vessels require support. In simpler terms, it serves as a formidable shield. Furthermore, it is economically advantageous, costing merely 100,000 star coins per unit. The price of a single T2 Queen-class heavy carrier could instead fund the construction of 15 T2 Heishi vessels, an exceedingly prudent investment. Eagerly, Zhao Chen contacted Charlotte aboard the Zero-class Blizzard. Charlotte, is warp travel feasible for the Zero-class Blizzard at this moment? Warp travel? Are we preparing to return to the Arctic Fox starport? Charlotte inquired. In its current state, the Zero-class Blizzard can indeed engage in warp travel to return to the Arctic Fox starport, she replied. Excellent. Prepare for departure. Let us return to the Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Chen could hardly contain his anticipation to utilize the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, which remained docked at the Arctic Fox starport, to construct the T2 Heishi. Understood. Charlotte acknowledged, initiating the necessary arrangements. Both starship bridges began relaying orders to enter warp travel mode within 10 minutes, with the entire fleet transitioning into deep-sea mode. As captain, Zhao Chen, alongside his first officer and secretary, naturally awaited their turn to enter the sleep chamber. Charlotte, you executed that splendidly, Zhao Chen praised, admiring the video feed of Charlotte. The starship's extreme speed and the battleship-grade armor were pivotal. Without them, my ambitious tactics would have been unfeasible, Charlotte responded earnestly. Lilith could not contain her curiosity and asked, but why did you ultimately choose to retreat in the opposite direction from the front line instead of accelerating toward another escape route? Charlotte elucidated, dismantling the starship's engine restrictions allows for only a brief period of maximum speed. If I had directed the Zero-class Blizzard to continue forward, issues would have arisen within 10 minutes, likely rendering the ship unable to achieve even standard speed. Being pursued by the swarm was merely a matter of time. Thus, from the outset, the Zero-class Blizzard had only one feasible escape route. Upon hearing this, Lilith experienced a moment of clarity. What appeared to be reckless actions were, in fact, meticulously planned by Charlotte. However, she was taken aback by the unforeseen collision that destroyed the T2 Swarm Mother ship. The creature's head seemed rather fragile. Charlotte herself found this outcome surprising, as her intention had merely been to utilize the impact to break through and continue fleeing, never anticipating such a decisive end. The news of a T2 Swarm Mother ship being destroyed by Starship would surely diminish the swarm's reputation. Zhao Chen realized that such fortunate circumstances were not mere happenstance. It was likely the manifestation of his own luck that had led to the Zero-class Blizzard's remarkable performance. Captain, we have images of asteroid P331 captured by deep space telescopes, Lilith suddenly declared, as Zhao Chen's Xiong fleet, publicly known as the He Long fleet during missions, began its withdrawal alongside the Imperial fleet. The relentless swarm pursued, but could not catch up. The P331 asteroid, positioned along their path, became a target as a throng of insects surged toward the ground base there. While the structures of the ground base were obliterated, the swarm failed to detect any signs of human presence. Observing this scene, Zhao Chen's expression darkened. Without their intervention, that asteroid would have painted a vastly different picture, a living hell. The asteroid would have transformed into a breeding ground for the swarm, producing more swarm motherships and combat units, thereby serving as a springboard to engulf the entire Arctic Fox star system. The interstellar swarm resembled a spark on the prairie. If not extinguished promptly, it would yield dire consequences. Report. All 102 crew members have entered the sleep chamber, Lilith communicated in the dimly lit bridge. Let us prepare for sleep as well, Zhao Chen stated, reclining into the sleep chamber as a fragrant liquid enveloped his body. He envisioned himself at the heart of a vast interstellar fleet, each starship adorned with the emblem of the Xiong simultaneously. 2 starships initiated warp travel, vanishing into the abyss of the dark cosmos. Chapter 73. The mysterious origins of the He Long fleet when he opened his eyes again. They had arrived in the vicinity of the Arctic Fox starport, just moments away from sighting the port itself. Upon the starship resuming normal travel, Zhao Chen promptly contacted the female supervisor designated CC-11. Sir, you have returned? She exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. The fleet's departure and return spanned less than 5 hours. Is there no warm welcome? Zhao Chen teased. No, that's not what I meant, the combat supervisor from the P-331 asteroid inquired. Her curiosity piqued. This question contradicted the reception protocol, as they were not permitted to inquire about guest affairs. However, due to the absence of detailed reports from the P-331 asteroid and possibly her insufficient rank, she felt compelled to ask. She was intrigued about the swift return of the Heilong fleet after accepting a bounty mission. The matter has been resolved, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Resolved? Her simple response only heightened the supervisor's curiosity. Please extend my original Starship Workshop's usage period by 1 month. And I require the raw materials listed in this order delivered within 3 days. Part of it is for Starship repairs, as per the bounty mission's terms. All losses and expenditures incurred during the battle will be borne by the issuer, and I have outlined that portion separately. Zhao Chen sent her a list of required materials. The payment of 1 million star coins will be deducted from my bounty. Any shortfall should be covered by funds expected to arrive within a few days. The female officer responded affirmatively. The communication was abruptly severed. What on earth transpired? The female officer pondered, just as a communication request came through, initiating contact without consent. This was an internal communication from the higher-ups. She quickly adjusted her posture, astonished to see the total head of the Beiji, Hu Xingong, on the video screen. You just received the Heilong fleet, did you not? The head inquired directly. Yes, indeed, she replied. Did they make any demands? She relayed Zhao Chen's words verbatim. The fee for a month's usage of the Starship Workshop was waived for them. The raw material orders will be arranged within a day. Additionally, the bounty and another sum will be credited to that gentleman's account within 12 hours. You may send a text to that gentleman, the head of the starport stated earnestly. The female officer felt astonished. Who was this gentleman that prompted such personal attention from the head of the starport and expedited handling of each matter? From now on, you are promoted to Deputy Minister of the Reception Department at Beiji, Hu Xingong. You may delegate other guests to others. Your sole responsibility is now the Heilong fleet. Any requests, as long as they are reasonable, strive to fulfill them. If you cannot, feel free to contact me, the head of the starport instructed. Deputy Minister of the Reception Department? The female officer felt dizzy. She had previously been merely an ordinary Starship reception officer, essentially a customer service representative. To now ascend to the position of Deputy Minister was nothing short of a meteoric rise. Thank you, my lord, she stammered. The head of the starport replied. Express your gratitude for your fortune in encountering such a distinguished guest. What is the true background of this gentleman from the Heilong fleet that warrants your serious attention? Please enlighten me, so I may be cautious. The female officer inquired cautiously. The specifics are not entirely clear, but he successfully completed a bounty mission, leading the Imperial fleet in the safe evacuation operation of the P-331 asteroid. The head of the starport stated solemnly. The female officer gasped. He had accomplished a task that numerous private fleets were unwilling to undertake. Although she had previously considered this possibility, the choice of words from the head revealed significant information. He led the Imperial fleet in completing the mission, rather than simply assisting or aiding them. The distinction between these three terms was profound. Assisting implies a subordinate helping a superior, while helping suggests a relationship of equals. Conversely, leading indicates that the Heilong fleet was the focal point of the battle, with the Imperial fleet providing support alongside. Furthermore, a notable figure was inquiring about the Heilong fleet's information, and he would soon visit our Beiji, Hu Xingong. This individual is not someone we can afford to offend. Even the lord of the Beiji Hu system must treat him with utmost respect and hospitality. The head of the starport remarked nervously. Someone who warrants such deference even from the lord of the Beiji Hu system? The lord of the Beiji Hu system is a prominent imperial count, with a chance of being elevated to a marquis in the next decade. The connections of the Heilong fleet with such an individual are truly formidable. The female officer swallowed hard. Simply treat this guest with utmost care, and report any matters to me immediately, the head of the starport concluded, severing the communication. At that moment, 2 starships from the Heilong fleet gradually entered the visual range of Beiji, Hu Xingong, navigating towards the docking bays of the Starship Workshop. The female officer activated the video feed, observing the 2 vessels. One was a carrier starship primarily in yellow, while the other, of an indeterminate type, bore signs of severe damage, with a crushed bow and numerous pockmarks resembling impacts from meteors. Additionally, there were long, deep gouges spanning several meters along the port side. These were remnants of a brush with the T2 insect mothership. What on earth had transpired? She mused, as the two starships docked. The T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship remained stationary, while nearly 100 temporarily unassigned half-orc female crew members formed a line to welcome them back. Phew, Lilith exhaled, watching the starships dock successfully. After years of fleeing, she had participated in an interstellar battle for the first time as a starship secretary, specifically against the interstellar insect race. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she felt quite anxious internally. Now, with this phase concluded, she could finally relax her taut nerves. She arranged for the treatment of the injured aboard the Zero Hao Baofengsu. If injuries were severe, the starport's medical pods could be utilized, with costs borne by the fleet. Simultaneously, the T2 Hammer began its work, repairing the Zero Hao Baofengsu's hull and constructing the lost interstellar drones for the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship, aiming to restore the T2 Queen's combat readiness as swiftly as possible. I will personally oversee this matter. You will assist, Zhao Chen asserted, swiftly assigning tasks. Chapter 74, Preparations for Constructing the Third Interstellar Warship. The T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship commenced its inaugural operations. The ship was equipped with comprehensive industrial construction facilities capable of producing everything from starships, mechs, and starfighter drones to the combat suits and laser guns worn by interstellar soldiers. However, limitations existed based on the construction targets levels and the ship's production capacity. It could conduct engineering construction within the ship and, when hovering in space, could even extend its operational platform beyond the hull, enabling the construction of larger starships, such as equivalent carriers. The T2 Hammer operated in a semi-intelligent mode, equipped with various types of engineering robots. By inputting task codes and corresponding technical standards, the Starship system could deploy these robots to carry out work. However, human oversight was still necessary, as 20% of the processes required human operation of mechanical arms and other industrial equipment, while the robots needed supervision and quality assessment. A T2 Hammer required a full crew of 200, significantly more than that of comparable combat starships. At this moment, Zhao Chen began leading the 200 half-orc female crew members with some industrial skills to commence their assigned tasks. Your team will operate the maintenance robots to repair the Zero Hao Baofengsu. Meanwhile, you will organize the production of interstellar drones for the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship within the T2 Hammer. Possessing exceptional engineering talent, Zhao Chen efficiently directed the crew to complete their assignments. After delegating the tasks, Zhao Chen proceeded to the bridge of the T2 Hammer, beginning to input the technical specifications for a new starship design, the T2 Haixing-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. Indeed, the next starship Zhao Chen was set to construct was the T2 Haixing. Although Zhao Chen possesses the technical blueprints for the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, its construction may not be completed within a month, and it requires a substantial investment of 3 million star coins. Consequently, in light of the quarterly objectives, the project must be postponed. After inputting the technical information into the T2 Hammer, the industrial ship system has encrypted it, rendering it inaccessible even to the captain of the starship unless Zhao Chen grants special permission. When assigning construction tasks, the industrial ship system will scramble the entire technical blueprint and distribute it to the crew, encrypting a minuscule portion of the core technology that Zhao Chen must oversee personally. Should the T2 Hammer face any threats, the system will self-destruct all encrypted information. Having completed the final input of the technical blueprints, Zhao Chen concealed the operational interface and reclined comfortably in the captain's chair, surveying the bridge of the T2 Hammer. The dark iron aesthetic is not ostentatious but rather straightforward, exuding an industrial steel ambience. Here, one can summon images from various positions within the T2 Hammer, allowing for the monitoring of each operational unit's status and progress. Finally, he is relieved from the arduous task of handcrafting starships, as he did in the past, recalling the construction of the Zero-class Blizzard and T2B King with a mix of nostalgia and sorrow. Having managed his current affairs, Zhao Chen was pleasantly surprised to receive 2 deposits and a message confirming the delivery of raw materials to the workshop. Remarkably, all this was achieved in merely half a day, showcasing impressive efficiency. The 2 funds had already deducted the cost of the raw materials he had ordered, with the remaining balance transferred to Zhao Chen's Imperial Bank account, leaving him with a substantial sum of 120,000 star coins. Once the T2 Black Rhinoceros is completed, he can strategize on constructing the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, thereby achieving food independence for his fleet and potentially expanding into the realm of food trade. Zhao Chen called upon Lilith and proceeded towards the entrance of the Starship workshop, opening the large doors. Due to the T2 hammer's location deep within the facility, it was out of sight from the entrance. Zhao Chen did not hesitate, instructing the workers outside to stack the raw materials inside the door, box by box. "Sir, here are the raw materials from your order. Is there anything else you require?" The female manager, whom he had previously encountered only through video communication, now stood before him, exuding a professional smile in her fitted business attire. Though one button on her blouse was intentionally undone, Zhao Chen, however, paid little attention to her appearance, focusing instead on the raw materials that would soon contribute to the construction of the T2 Black Rhinoceros, envisioning the completed vessels. The female manager felt slightly embarrassed, considering her own attractiveness and hoping for an opportunity to engage with this prominent figure later. However, upon noticing Lilith, who was clad in a white military-style uniform, her breath caught in awe. Lilith was breathtaking, with an innate charm that evoked a desire to both protect and tease. The manager self-deprecatingly acknowledged that, with such a stunning beauty by Zhao Chen's side, she was merely a minor starport staff member. "Lilith, please handle the coordination with this lady." Zhao Chen assigned the task to her. As Lilith was now serving as a secretary, such responsibilities would inevitably fall to her in the future. Despite possessing considerable theoretical knowledge, true growth would come through practical experience, encompassing fleet combat, internal affairs, and logistics. As Lilith engaged in conversation with the female manager, Zhao Chen's focus remained on the raw materials, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he contemplated their potential. Meanwhile, nearby at the Starship docking area, a casual man accompanied a middle-aged individual who appeared to be in a foul mood. The latter, known as Lao Chun, was the commander of an interstellar transport fleet, just returning from a mission. "You have no idea how I encountered a complete fool who dared to threaten me with a ship cannon. And he actually fired. The shells landed perilously close to my bridge." Lao Chen vented. "Is there someone audacious enough to do that? Who dared to threaten my brother Chun? Just let me know who it was. Any of my black fox brethren in the Arctic fox system will handle it," the younger man boasted. Lao Chun shook his head. "I don't know. I only heard it was someone from the Black Dragon fleet." There was no video communication, just a glimpse of their starship. As the two conversed, they passed by the entrance of the Starship workshop and noticed a plethora of cargo boxes. Lao Chun instinctively glanced over, and to his shock, he caught sight of that detestable starship docked within the workshop. Though the vessel appeared somewhat battered, with a dented bow, he recognized it instantly, even if it were reduced to ashes. Fury ignited within him as he marched towards the Starship workshop with a dark expression. "Who dares to be the captain of this starship? Step forward," Lao Chun bellowed, pointing into the workshop. A young man, with his hands in his pockets and an air of arrogance, sneered beside him. "You've crossed my brother Chun. You're asking for trouble. Come out and apologize now." This outburst drew the attention of everyone present, halting Lilith and the female manager's conversation as they turned to look. The manager's expression shifted. She recognized these two. The man known as Chun was a commander of an interstellar transport fleet affiliated with the Arctic Fox System's Lord, reputed for his ruthless dealings in interstellar trade. His connections allowed him to intimidate others without fear of retribution. The young man beside him was a senior member of the Black Fox Society, a notorious underworld organization within the Arctic Fox System, known for its dealings in illicit goods. The two maintained a close relationship, often collaborating in the transportation of gray market items for substantial profit. "I am a captain. What do you want?" Zhao Chen strolled out nonchalantly, positioning himself at the entrance. "What do I want? You dare ask? You fired upon my starship. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because there was no video communication? I could identify that abominable ship of yours from a mile away." Lao Chen exclaimed, advancing to grab Zhao Chen by his clothing. Zhao Chen, however, showed no hesitation, delivering a swift kick that sent Lao Chen sprawling several meters away. "How dare you lay your hands on me? I am with the Black Fox Society. Do you know the consequences of crossing us?" The young man began to protest, but was abruptly silenced by a kick to the face, crashing against a cargo box with a resounding thud. A distinct red shoe print marked his face as Zhao Chen frowned, realizing he had inadvertently struck the wrong target. Although such an impact should not affect the materials within the cargo box, Zhao Chen felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of damage to his precious supplies. Cough. Cough. You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you think I want to take you to the Imperial Military Court for this? Old Chun clutched his churning stomach, feeling as if his very organs were about to spill out from the kick he had just received. You are the commander of the interstellar transport ship dispatched to rescue and evacuate the populace of P-331 asteroid. Zhao Chen, observing this individual, was reminded of a previous incident. Old Chun pointed at Zhao Chen, exclaiming, "You've landed yourself in quite a predicament, a serious one at that. I assure you, if you dare to harm anyone from our He Hu Hui, I have already summoned my brothers. Just wait for your own demise." The young member of He Hu Hui who had been kicked shouted defiantly, "You deliberately delayed and slowed the fleet's speed, disregarding the lives of 5 million people on P-331 asteroid. It is you who is in trouble." At that moment, Lilith stepped forward to stand beside Zhao Chen, defending the captain. "That voice, it was you, the foul woman who threatened me." Old Chen recognized Lilith's voice as the one that had menaced them during the earlier communication. Succubus. Suddenly, the young man from He Hu Hui lunged forward a few steps, as if to charge at Lilith. However, Zhao Chen swiftly moved to block her, his gaze icy as he regarded the challenger. The young man from He Hu Hui halted in fear. He eyed Zhao Chen warily, then raised a device displaying an image of a cloaked figure, barely revealing half of their face. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was indeed the woman before him. You attacked our He Hu Hui members and stole these succubus artifacts, didn't you?" The young man intended to refer to the term succubus, but quickly realized it was best not to let that information leak. After all, it could attract unwanted attention. "So what if I did?" Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. "Ah, how fortuitous. We at He Hu Hui have been searching high and low for you, and now you have conveniently presented yourself to us." The young man from He Hu Hui retreated several steps, hastily typing a message on his handheld device, sending it out once more. He then pointed at Zhao Chen, declaring, "You wait and see. You are finished. Here, no one dares oppose He Hu Hui." "Ha! So she's the one you've been seeking." Old Chen laughed heartily, thrilled by the unfolding events. He had heard rumors about the succubus from the young man, and now he felt an overwhelming joy. This lad had crossed paths with He Hu Hui, sealing his own fate. Zhao Chen frowned. He bore no fear of He Hu Hui, but found the situation troublesome. If matters escalated, he would have to vacate the Beiji Hu starport, inevitably delaying the construction of the T-2 He Shi class interstellar heavy assault cruiser, an endeavor of utmost importance. In truth, had this individual not approached him, Zhao Chen would have been disinterested in such trivialities. "Aren't you concerned that your actions could land you in a military tribunal?" Lilith, feeling a mix of anger and concern for Zhao Chen due to their succubus identity, pointed at Old Chen. Over the past days, they had enjoyed their time with the Xionglang fleet and had grown fond of their life here, so much so that some succubi had nightmares, fearing that it was all a deception. "You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? My starship encountered a malfunction, hence the reduced speed. You people attacked my fleet without any inquiry." Old Chen sneered at Lilith and Zhao Chen, stating, "This is the Beiji Hu star system, without evidence. Who would believe your ridiculous claims?" "I believe them." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Old Chen. "Who the hell is meddling here?" Old Chen instinctively turned to curse, but in the next instant, he was left dumbfounded, his words faltering. A woman clad in an imperial military officer's uniform was striding towards them. The sound of her military boots striking the ground was almost melodic. Behind her trailed a squad of 30 soldiers armed with laser rifles. Most strikingly, this woman's uniform bore an emblem beside the imperial insignia, a radiant golden character. Chu. Chapter 76. The distinguished Chu Xian, the female officer, approached Old Chen directly, then stood before Zhao Chen, removing her white glove from her right hand and extending her delicate fingers. "We meet again." Zhao Chen was taken aback, gazing at the Imperial Fleet commander named Chu Xian, bewildered by her presence here. Out of politeness, he shook her hand, but quickly released it, as he was not keen on entangling himself with the Imperial military, which represented the Starry Empire. Revealing too much information to Imperial personnel could lead to complications. This bounty mission had been triggered by the system, partly due to a shortage of resources for constructing starships. Does she dislike men? Chu Xian pondered as she noticed Zhao Chen hastily withdrawing his hand. Nevertheless, It was an opportune moment to extend a favor. This gentleman speaks the truth. Your interstellar transport fleet is indeed responsible for the evacuation mission of P-331 asteroid, correct? Chu Xian turned her attention to the pale-faced man, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. May I inquire who you are? Old Chun asked cautiously, his gaze darting to the golden emblem adorned on Chu Xian's uniform. Our commander is addressing you. What are you gazing at? The female adjutant stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap across Old Chen's face. Old Chen quickly averted his gaze, stammering, I'm the commander of the interstellar transport fleet tasked with the P-331 asteroid evacuation mission. However, we successfully completed the civilian evacuation. Are you implying that this gentleman's accusation of your deliberate delay and refusal to proceed with the evacuation is false? Chu Suan Vito. Indeed, it is. We hold a grudge. He is framing me, and he even attacked my starship with artillery. I was preparing to take him to a military tribunal. Old Chen stubbornly insisted, knowing he had no choice but to deny everything, for the consequences would be dire. Xiao Song, Chu Xian suddenly called out. A male soldier stepped forward from the troop, standing before her. The sight of this soldier, resembling a personal guard, left Old Chun and the others in shock. The soldier was clad in a general's uniform, adorned with a star insignia, indicating he was a one-star brigadier general of the empire. The fact that a woman could easily command a one-star brigadier general as her guard, coupled with her golden emblem, made her status unmistakable. Your subordinate is here. This gentleman claims he has been wronged. Please investigate this matter thoroughly. We must not wrong an innocent nor let a guilty party escape. Chu Xian stated coldly, her tone laced with iciness. Understood, Xiao Song replied respectfully, saluting Zhao Chen. He had been present during the previous battle against the insectoid race, serving as the captain of another starship, which elicited his admiration for Zhao Chen. However, when Xiao Song's gaze shifted to Old Chun, the latter felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Rest assured, we will not wrong anyone. Wait here for my return. 10 minutes will suffice, Xiao Song declared, leading several guards to investigate the situation. Old Chun swallowed hard, perspiration pouring down his face. He frantically recalled whether he had managed all matters appropriately. He had instructed everyone in the fleet to maintain silence, but their words could not be considered direct evidence. He could argue it as slander. Additionally, he had deleted all navigational logs from the starship, erasing any evidence that could incriminate him. Regarding the visual documentation that might have been recorded by that fellow starship when it issued a warning, he could easily articulate that it was indeed his own vessel that sustained damage, fortuitously encountering this individual during a period of maintenance. Everything appears to be in order, and there should be no cause for concern. Greetings, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Chu Xian, a commander of a small fleet within the Imperial Navy. Chu Xian smiled as she greeted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. Your rank is that of a colonel, yet you have a one-star brigadier under your command? Who would believe you're merely a commander of a small fleet in the Imperial Navy? Zhao Chen acknowledged with a nonchalant hum. Chu Xian gazed into the starship workshop, where she beheld the ongoing repairs of the zero-number Blizzard and another aircraft carrier. This one is called the zero-number Blizzard. What is the name of the other aircraft carrier? Chu Xian inquired with enthusiasm. It is a Fengwang-class heavy aircraft carrier, Zhao Chen replied. Fengwang? I have never encountered that name before. I scoured the Starship database and found no record of these two vessels, Chu Xian said, blinking in curiosity. Zhao Chen replied. I'm unaware as well. Unaware? You do not recognize your own starship? This individual exhibits a rather indifferent demeanor towards his own affairs. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the air. A throng of individuals clad in garments adorned with a black fox emblem emerged from the distant corridor, numbering at least 300 to 400, each wielding various weapons, including laser guns. Yet, in the next moment, they appeared bewildered. A contingent of fewer than 30 Imperial soldiers had already assumed their positions, laser guns aimed squarely at them. At that moment, the air seemed to still. What is happening? The leader of the Black Fox gang stammered. How are Imperial soldiers present here? Chu Xian observed these individuals and discerned that they were targeting Zhao Chen. They're seeking trouble, Zhao Chen remarked. They must belong to the Black Fox gang. Did you offend them? Chu Xian asked with curiosity. Zhao Chen cast a cold glance at the Black Fox gang members in the distance, stating, they wish to seize my soldiers. At this moment, the Black Fox gang began to cautiously retreat. Hey, you there, the leader. Chu Xian suddenly pointed at a clearly visible subordinate among the Black Fox gang. The subordinate's face turned pale as he recognized Chu Xian and her golden insignia. At this moment, he dared not flee and could only muster the courage to approach. Also noticing the dazed Wang Chong standing beside him. What is going on? He had clearly informed himself that there were individuals seeking to capture the succubus. Why were there Imperial soldiers here? Wang Chong felt wronged. He initially intended to send a message to the Black Fox gang to prevent their arrival after the appearance of the Imperial soldiers. However, the officer named Xiao Song had fixed his gaze directly upon him. With just a fleeting glance, he abandoned that thought. Speak, why are you here? Zhu Suan in Guit? Arms crossed. The subordinate lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. If you do not inform me, I shall directly inquire with your Black Fox gang leader. Chu Xian said with a nonchalant gaze. I do not know who the officer is, the subordinate attempted to ask. I am Chu Xian, and this is my friend. If you bully my friend, you are bullying me. Chu Xian boldly indicated towards Zhao Chen behind her. Zhao Chen twitched his lips. When did he become this lady's friend? Zhu Suan, the golden insignia? Zhu, the Chu family. Zhu Suan. Suddenly, the subordinate recalled something. His entire being trembling as if he had encountered a monstrous flood. You are from the Chu family. The subordinate instinctively began to utter the name of the female officer, but was silenced by her intimidating gaze. Chapter 77. No time. I am rushing to construct starships. The subordinate nervously regarded the female officer, surnamed Chu. Even if their Black Fox gang leader were present, with a single word from this woman, she could obliterate the entire Black Fox gang. The situation is as such. We previously attempted to capture a group of succubi, but unfortunately, this gentleman was quicker than us. We were unaware that he was your friend. If we have offended you, I am willing to die an apology, only hoping that you do not implicate others. With resolve, the subordinate drew his laser gun. At the moment he drew the weapon, several of Chu Xian as personal guards had already trained their sights on him. Should he pose any threat to Chu Xian, he would not have the chance to act further. Moreover, the young lady possessed sufficient trump cards to ensure her safety under any circumstances. The subordinate presented the laser gun to Chu Xian, his demeanor akin to that of a subservient dog. This left Zhao Chen somewhat astonished as he observed Chu Xian. It seemed this woman held a remarkably extraordinary identity. Reflecting on the earlier encounter when a one-star brigadier had shown her utmost deference, what rank does a one-star brigadier hold? Provided they retire normally, they could be directly bestowed the titles of baron or even viscount, a status undoubtedly superior to Zhao Chen's. Chu Xian glanced at Zhao Chen, clearly inquiring for his opinion. Leave, Zhao Chen uttered curtly. Were it not for the cargo holds still being in the process of unloading, he would have already been disturbed for over 10 minutes in the construction of new vessels. I am in a good mood today and wish to avoid bloodshed. You shall handle your own affairs. Just be clear about one thing. This individual is my friend, Chu Xian stated with a gentle smile. The subordinate breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, his life was spared. However, since the young lady had instructed him to handle the matter, he would have to display some form of attitude. As for that attitude, the subordinate turned to the expressionless Wang Chong beside him. With a cold demeanor, he approached and unceremoniously began to rain blows upon him. How dare you disrespect Miss Chu's friend? I see you are seeking death. While verbally chastising him, he internally wished to rend him to pieces. However, since Miss Chu had stated she did not wish for bloodshed, he could not deal with this scoundrel on the spot. Brother, please stop. I realize my mistake. Wang Chong pleaded from the ground. Bring this fellow away and administer the strictest punishment, the subordinate coldly commanded. Sacrificing a key figure to appease Miss Chu's anger was a transaction too profitable to pass up. Not only would he do this in the presence of the Black Fox gang leader, but he would also do so without hesitation. He might even execute all the subordinates present, merely to please Miss Chu. Upon hearing the subordinate's words, Wang Chong's complexion turned pale, his body trembling as he crawled towards Chu Xian and Zhao Chen like a dog. "Il realize my mistake. I truly do. Please do not kill me. I have an elderly mother of 73 depending on me for support and an 80-year-old wife with an infant child relying on me for care," Wang Chong pleaded, his words tumbling incoherently. Yet, Zhao Chen remained indifferent. Even if what he said were true, Zhao Chen believed there were many who had suffered worse under his command. This was merely his retribution. Ultimately, Wang Chong was dragged away by the subordinates' men. The subordinate cautiously inquired, "May I take my leave now?" "Depart." Chu Xian waved her hand. The subordinate felt as if a great weight had been lifted and promptly exited, while the Black Fox gang dispersed like birds fleeing from a storm. As for Wang Chong, it was said that he was tortured to death afterward, with his body turning up days later in a refuse dump at the Arctic Fox starport. The subordinate dared not defy orders. Just as the Black Fox gang was leaving, the previously departed Xiao Song returned. Lao Chen's face was ashen, his eyes filled with terror, his legs trembling as if they might collapse at any moment. How did the matter proceed? Zhu Suan Inguit? Xiao Song glanced at Lao Chen, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. All navigational data within his interstellar transport vessel had been eradicated, yet he likely did not anticipate that a backup copy of this data resided deep within the Starship's system processor. I retrieved this backup, which contained his orders to the interstellar transport fleet to neglect their mission and delay their journey to the P331 asteroid. Upon hearing this, Lao Chen appeared utterly shattered, collapsing to the ground, lost in despair. Our Imperial soldiers fought valiantly on the battlefield, risking their lives to buy time, while you, in the rear, squandered precious moments for evacuation. Chu Xian gazed at Lao Chen with a frigid demeanor, her anger not for Zhao Chen, but entirely for herself. She despised those who preached one thing and practiced another, especially those who selfishly sacrificed others for their own gain, particularly actions that endangered the Imperial soldiers. Lao Chen had crossed her line. I was wrong. I offer all my wealth. Lao Jian Puli in Setstan. Xiao Song, escort him to the military tribunal. Chu Xian stated coldly. No. I refuse to go to the military tribunal. My cousin is the lord of the Arctic Fox system. You cannot treat me this way. Lao Chen cried out, fully aware that if this woman named Chu sent him to the tribunal, even if innocent, he might not survive to leave. Moreover, he was now undeniably guilty. The lord of the Arctic Fox system? If he believes I have erred, let him come find me personally. Chu Xian retorted with a huff. Our young lady prefers tranquility. Keep quiet. Xiao Song advanced, delivering a seemingly casual punch that dislocated Lao Chen's jaw. Wah! Lao Chen attempted to speak, but could utter no words. Subsequently, he was escorted away by other soldiers, with his fate all but sealed. Following this, the lord of the Arctic Fox system divorced Lao Chen's cousin and sought Chu Xian to atone, relieved that she did not punish him. As for Lao Chen, he faced the death penalty from the military tribunal. Chu Xian, satisfied, turned to Zhao Chen. How about it? I have smoothed over these matters for you. How will you thank me? Thank you? Do I owe you a favor? Zhao Chen replied, unflinching. Chu Xian was taken aback, pointing at Lilith beside Zhao Chen and then at the spot where the Black Fox gang S-minor leader had stood. Hey, don't turn your back on me. If I hadn't intervened, who knows what the Black Fox gang would have done to you today? If a mere Black Fox gang could intimidate me, I would have gone to exterminate pests with just 2 starships. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, continuing, even if this incident can be deemed your assistance, we are still even. Do not forget, the information regarding Lao Chen was provided by me, and if my fleet had not discovered their negligence to issue a warning, the subsequent battle at the P331 asteroid would not have seen such a swift evacuation. Chu Xian was momentarily stunned by Zhao Chen's words. Recalling her intent, she took a deep breath and forced a smile. Then let us set this matter aside for now. As comrades in arms, how about I treat you to a meal? No time, Zhao Chen replied without looking back as he entered the Starship workshop, having completed the loading and unloading of cargo and shutting the door. As he was eager to construct the T2 He Shi-level interstellar heavy assault frigate, he was entirely oblivious to Chu Xian, who stood behind, dazed and unaccustomed to such treatment. Chapter 78. The precious jewel of 2 Imperial Dukes, all goods on the order, had been delivered. The female supervisor turned to Zhao Chen. Thank you, he replied. After Lilith escorted the supervisor away, she returned to Zhao Chen's side, glancing at the closed door, through which faint sounds of complaints and banging could still be heard. Are you truly not going to engage with Miss Chu? Lilith inquired. Her identity is quite remarkable. You know her identity? Zhao Chen asked, looking at Lilith. Lilith raised her hand, projecting a hologram of the golden emblem of Chu. Since becoming your secretary, I have gathered various intelligence on the Xingyao Empire, including details about Miss Chu. Although there are no visual records of her online, certain clues allow us to ascertain her identity, Lilith explained. Zhao Chen, who had been making his way to the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, slowed his pace, signaling for Lilith to continue. Our Arctic Fox system falls under the jurisdiction of a North Wind star domain, whose governor is Miss Chu's maternal grandfather, an imperial duke. Additionally, the governor of the Chu River star domain, one of the 8 major star domains of the Xingyao Empire, is Miss Chu's grandfather, also an imperial duke and a 5-star marshal of the empire. Most importantly, Miss Chu is the only grandchild of Duke Chu River, who is cherished greatly. The North Wind governor dotes on her even more than on his own grandson. She can be described as the darling of the 2 domain governors, Lilith stated solemnly. The 2 governors are her grandfather and maternal grandfather, showcasing the daunting background of Chu Xian, which explains why the Black Fox gang dared not act recklessly, boldly challenging the lord of the Arctic Fox system to confront her. You believe I should cultivate a relationship with her? Zhao Chen mused. Lilith looked at the captain, puzzled, not comprehending his perspective. Was it not evident? The more prominent her status, the further we should distance ourselves from her. Our current objective is to develop cautiously. Despite possessing 2 outstanding T2 starships, we remain vulnerable against genuine adversaries. Zhao Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. There's another reason. I do not trust that a duke's granddaughter would suddenly show such enthusiasm towards me. There must be an ulterior motive. Moreover, the secrets I carry are growing, and getting too close to such a person could lead to unpredictable outcomes. It is best to maintain distance. Understood, Lilith replied. The raw materials I ordered have arrived. Our next task is to construct the T2 Heishi-level interstellar heavy assault frigate before the year's end, Zhao Chen declared, his eyes alight with determination. At this moment, should Chu Xian, who stood outside the door, realize her allure paled in comparison to a T2 starship, she would likely confront Zhao Chen in anger. What is wrong with this fellow? Can he not see my status? I invited him to dinner, and he dares to disregard me? Chu Xian, hands on her hips, abandoned her earlier military composure, displaying some disarray. The female officer beside her stifled a laugh. Miss, you do not fancy this gentleman, do you? We have only met a few times. How could I possibly like him? Besides, he is a blatant steel-hearted man. Like him, only if I were struck by a starship on my way out. Chu Xian huffed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Then why did you come all the way to the Arctic Fox starport? Was it truly just to invite him to dinner and get acquainted? The female officer queried skeptically. Chu Xian composed herself, gazing at the door as if she could see Zhao Chen within. I had someone investigate the starship named Zero Storm. There are no records. Even the other carrier starship shows no documentation. I even broadened the search beyond the Xingyao Empire, yet no matching ship types emerged. Chu Xian's expression turned serious. Thus, there are only 2 possibilities. First, he possesses a highly secretive channel for acquiring ships. Second, these 2 starships are not purchased by him, but designed and constructed by himself. Designed and constructed by himself? How is that possible? Although T2 starships are only semi-military grade, they are not something just anyone can design and build. The female officer questioned this conclusion. I do not believe it either, which is why I aim to uncover the truth. If it is the former, we shall utilize this channel to procure a fleet of these formidable starships. If it is the latter, then we have acquired talent. If we can harness this individual for our Chu family, it will undoubtedly enhance our power. The situation within the Xingyao Empire is quite intricate, and we must seize every opportunity that may fortify our Chu family. After Chu Xian finished speaking, she cast a sidelong glance at her female adjutant, saying, You do not truly believe that I am merely a pretty face with a shallow mind, do you? I have no such intentions. The female adjutant shook her head repeatedly, though her eyes betrayed a hint of uncertainty as she glanced at a certain spot and muttered, Moreover, it is not entirely accurate to label it as being just a pretty face. Chu Xian's lips twitched in annoyance. You little rascal, how dare you mock me? Report, miss. We have received communication requests from 2 Duke Lords. At this moment, Xiao Song approached, projecting 2 links for the communication requests. Hey, do not connect. Before Chu Xian could finish her warning, Xiao Song had already established the connection. Subsequently, he seemed oblivious to the piercing glare from the young lady and turned to leave. The female adjutant, recognizing the cue, discreetly distanced herself. Chu Xian covered her face, and soon, 2 exceedingly familiar voices resonated in her ears. Darling granddaughter, are you all right? I heard there was a level 2 cosmic wormhole in your vicinity, And you took 30 starships to engage in battle? Zhao Chen, are you unharmed? I have already dispatched my fleet to assist you. The two elderly gentlemen appeared in the video communication windows. That old man surnamed Zhu. I previously warned against sending Chu Xian to your place. You assured me with utmost confidence that nothing would go awry. Look what has happened now. If anything were to happen to my granddaughter, I swear I shall unleash my fury upon you. Hey, do not speak so harshly. It was Zhao Xian who was frightened by your actions, which is why she sought refuge with me. This incident was entirely unforeseen. I never anticipated the emergence of the interstellar insect race. But rest assured, Zhao Xian is now safe, and there will be no issues. Darling granddaughter, you should return soon. Even if you wish to command a fleet at the grassroots level, our family possesses a fleet of our own. You can choose whichever one you desire. If all else fails, you can command grandfather's fleet. That flagship is a renowned T-4 interstellar battleship. I know you have a fondness for it. It is yours. I have heard that the vessel you are using at that old man's place is merely a T-2 starship. That thing lacks even a star shield. What would happen if you encountered danger? In our Beifeng star domain, while we do not have T-4 starships, we do have T-3 aircraft carriers. The interstellar fighters soar freely. It is exhilarating, and you need not be at the front lines. It is far safer than any interstellar battleship. I shall arrange for Zhao Xian to command. Tomorrow, she will be the captain. Chu Xian felt as if she were in purgatory. It was precisely the pampering from these two old men that had driven her away. Now, she could only temporarily set aside matters concerning Zhao Chen and appease these two elderly gentlemen, promising them that she would return to visit. Otherwise, they might undertake some unpredictable actions. Chapter 79. Promotion to Fleet Commander at the headquarters of the Black Fox Society. The leader of the Black Fox Society was taken aback upon hearing the name of the Chu family's eldest daughter. The matter has been handled. That young lady should not hold us accountable. The underling remarked, however, we may no longer be able to intervene regarding that batch of succubi. Although we are still unaware of the identity of the man accompanying the Chu family's eldest daughter, it is evident that she holds him in high regard, explicitly stating that he is her friend. The implication is clear. It serves as a warning to us. The leader of the Black Fox Society furrowed his brow in contemplation. This is a task assigned to us by young Master Han, and we have yet to complete it. Young Master Han is important, but he pales in comparison to the Chu family, the underling murmured. The leader nodded. That is indeed true. Forget it. If we were to confront the Chu family, then our Black Fox Society would not stand a chance. I shall relay this matter to young Master Han. During this period, refrain from any rash actions to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Time swiftly passed, and December drew to a close. The once spacious starship manufacturing facility now felt somewhat cramped due to the addition of 10 starships. Had these vessels not been relatively small, they might not have fit at all. Zhao Chen stood before the 10 starships, surveying them with a satisfied smile. Listen to my command. Prepare to initiate the starship testing. Zhao Chen ordered from the bridge of the 10 starships. Immediately, the vessels came to life. Simultaneously, 10 video windows appear beside Zhao Chen, each captain methodically proceeding with the starship startup process. Report, Black Rhinoceros class ship number 1 is initiating the starship engines. Report, Black Rhinoceros class ship number 2. Starship engines are functioning normally. Report, Black Rhinoceros class ship number 5. Starship propulsion system is undergoing automatic diagnostics. Completion successful, functioning well. Report, Black Rhinoceros class ship number 7. Starship weapon systems are undergoing automatic diagnostics. Completion successful, functioning well. Zhao Chen listened intently to the succession of reports. Soon, several starships completed their initial startup procedures. Report, Black Rhinoceros class ship number 8. Initial startup complete. All systems normal. Reports from the T-2 Black Rhinoceros class interstellar heavy assault escort ships confirmed their self-diagnostic processes. Once all 10 had reported completion, Zhao Chen's face beamed with a radiant smile as he gently clenched his fist. Excellent. After nearly a month, Zhao Chen had successfully produced 10 T-2 Black Rhinoceros class vessels in one go. The small size of the T-2 Black Rhinoceros, combined with the assembly line production technique, significantly increased the efficiency of starship manufacturing. Moreover, at a modest cost of only 100,000 star coins per ship, the entire production merely consumed the 1,000,000 star coins worth of materials previously procured. I cannot believe you constructed 10 T2 black rhinoceroses at once. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Chen, glancing over the 10 sleek black escort ships. Each vessel bore a unique number, such as 001, 002, 003, but was otherwise nearly identical. Zhao Chen chuckled. After all, we would need to construct them eventually. Our fleet only consists of 2 starships, and one of them is a carrier starship, which, while equipped with a star shield, does not offer comprehensive defense. We must equip a certain number of interstellar escort ships to form the foundation of a proper fleet. Charlotte admired the interstellar escort ship, exclaiming, "It is truly hard to believe that a starship with such performance specifications requires only 100,000 star coins to construct." Furthermore, 10 ships were completed in just a month. Both efficiency and quality have been assured. This is undoubtedly thanks to the T2 Hammer, Zhao Chen remarked, glancing at the hard-working T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship stationed nearby. It was fortunate to have it, as this starship construction did not necessitate his direct involvement. He only needed to oversee a fraction of the core technical processes. Let us head out for a trial run. After we complete the trial, we shall procure another batch of military supplies and provisions, and then we shall return to the Beiji star system, Zhao Chen instructed. 3 months had elapsed since Zhao Wanner had returned early to the Beiji Starship Military Academy. It was somewhat unbecoming for him as a student to take a 3-month leave of absence. In truth, whether or not Zhao Chen attended school at this moment did not greatly matter. However, he faced one issue that necessitated obtaining a degree certification from the Beiji Starship Military Academy. This was due to the regulations of the Xingyao Empire, which mandated that any lord must possess a graduation certification from an interstellar military academy within the empire. There were no specific requirements for the Interstellar Military Academy, as any qualified interstellar military academy would suffice. Some young scions might casually enroll in mediocre interstellar military academies, spending 6 years there before returning to officially inherit their titles. Due to the early demise of his father, Zhao Chen ascended to his position ahead of schedule, as stipulated by imperial law. However, if he fails to obtain certification from an interstellar military academy within a specified time frame, he risks being forcibly stripped of his title. There is another matter that requires our attention, Charlotte remarked. What is it? Zhao Chen inquired. The establishment of our Xiao Lone Fleet system, Charlotte responded. Zhao Chen turned his gaze toward her. Charlotte continued. Previously, we only had 2 starships, so the arrangement of positions was quite casual. However, the situation has changed. We now possess 12 combat starships and 1 auxiliary starship. We have formed the rudiments of a small fleet, and to facilitate future management, a fleet system must be established. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Since you have a plan, I assume you have prepared a proposal as well. From today onward, your title will no longer be captain, but fleet commander. You may select any starship as your flagship. I would recommend the T2 Feng Wang class heavy aircraft carrier starship, as it is comparatively safe. I shall take on the role of captain of the Zero Storm and serve as your deputy fleet commander. Lilith can act as your flagship secretary and fleet secretary. We will then assign a captain to each of the remaining starships. Before that, we still have around 200 female soldiers without formal positions. Each T2 she requires only 20 female soldiers to operate, so this will perfectly fill the gap. As for the selection of captains and the crew for each starship bridge, that will require your personal oversight. Charlotte meticulously laid out her arrangements. True to her former role as fleet commander, she had already devised all the plans for Zhao Chen. You must have a list prepared. Please show it to me shortly. If everything appears satisfactory, I will approve it directly. I shall leave these matters to you. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and will return to rest now. Zhao Chen feigned a yawn, delegating the work to Charlotte. She rolled her eyes, noting that the captain, now to be referred to as fleet commander, seemed increasingly fond of shirking responsibilities. Zhao Chen, naturally, preferred to avoid tasks he could delegate, believing that with capable subordinates, there was no need to exhaust himself. However, at this moment he was not resting, but rather reviewing his completed quarterly tasks to claim his rewards. Quarterly task: own 3 starships, system generated. Task completed, rewards can be claimed. Chapter 80, Stars and Moon. Vowing to follow quarterly task: own 3 starships, system generated. Task completed, rewards can be claimed. Task rewards claimed. Acquired 10 task points. Acquired 1,000 system points. Acquired T2 Super Soldier Serum. acquired a technical blueprint for T2 He Chi class light interstellar combat mecha. Indeed, the rewards for the quarterly tasks were quite generous, validating Zhao Chen's anticipation over the past month. In addition to the standard rewards of 10 task points and 1,000 system points, Zhao Chen noticed a familiar item, the T2 Super Soldier Serum. It seemed this Super Soldier Serum was part of a series. After injecting the T1 Super Soldier Serum, Zhao Chen had felt a significant enhancement in his physical abilities. What would happen if he injected the T2 Super Soldier Serum? Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, and a vial of the identical Super Soldier Serum appeared in his hand. Recalling the sensations from his first injection, he sat on his bed, inhaled deeply, and swiftly punctured his arm. In an instant, Zhao Chen felt a jolt coursing through his head, as if electrified, causing every cell in his body to tremble. His consciousness seemingly on the verge of detaching from his form. After several minutes of discomfort, a look of relief spread across Zhao Chen's face, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes narrowing in delight. This state lasted for half a minute before he gradually regained his composure. He first swung his fist, and a shadow of his punch flashed by. Observing his surroundings, he strode to the edge of the bed and effortlessly lifted it with one hand. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed a more resolute expression, his facial contours sharper and his abdominal muscles well-defined, achieving an ideal appearance. If I were to use my current strength to kick the old Chun, he might not survive, Zhao Chen mused. Returning his thoughts, he examined the final reward from the task, T2 He Chi class light interstellar combat mecha. In this current era of interstellar travel, combat mechas have become somewhat secondary. Nevertheless, they remained indispensable. While starships could engage in battles within the cosmic environment, how could one conquer a planet? If the objective is merely to obliterate the forces present on a planet, one could simply employ the starship to conduct orbital bombardments. However, if the intention is to seize control of the planet while minimizing damage, combat mechas are essential. It is crucial to note that although combat mechas and interstellar combat mechas belong to the same category of weaponry, they represent two entirely distinct branches. The former is typically deployed within planetary ground forces, while the latter can operate in the cosmic environment and even participate in naval engagements. Zhao Chen reviewed the data on interstellar mechas. T2 He Chi class light interstellar combat mecha category. Interstellar combat mecha technology level. T2 body armor strength, 40 units. 50 units cruising speed, 10 knots maximum speed, 30 knots height, 158 meters weight, 420 tons crew, 1-person weapons, 2 36-barreled Gatling-style laser cannons, 30 units of small missiles, 1 He Chi lightsaber. The armor strength of the mecha is already comparable to that of a T1 starship, and its weaponry rivals that of a T1 starship's firepower, in addition to having close combat capabilities. Its cruising speed is somewhat slow, as it is merely an interstellar combat mecha, not a starship. However, its short-term maximum speed can rival that of certain T2 starships. It would be prudent to construct and deploy a few interstellar combat mechas within the starship's hangar, as they may prove invaluable for future ground combat missions. Zhao Chen contemplated. After familiarizing himself with the interstellar combat mecha, Zhao Chen glanced at his data interface. Host, Zhao Chen profession, elite starship engineer special attributes, fleet luck value bonus. Insightful vision points, 2950 task points, 20 number of starships, 12 current task. None warehouse, T3 storm class. Both task points and system points have been updated. In addition to the 1,000 system points acquired this time, he also accumulated monthly points for starships in October and November, totaling 160 system points. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and then accessed the T2 Mall upgrade page. T2 System Mall upgrade conditions. First condition. Exchange for 2 T2 level items. 22. Second condition. Complete 2 C-level system tasks. 22. Third condition. Consume 2,000 system points for mall upgrade. 2950 to 2,000. He had completed all 3 conditions for upgrading the T2 Mall. Confirm a consumption of 2,000 system points to upgrade the T2 Mall to T3 Mall. Confirmed. Consumption of 2,000 system points. T2 Mall upgraded to T3 Mall. Your remaining system points. 950 points. Congratulations on unlocking the T3 series products in the System Mall. You have earned an opportunity to exchange any product without task points. Once again, it is the same reward privilege. However, upon glancing at the T3 series products, Zhao Chen found that the average price was around 6,000 system points. Being in a state of financial straits, he had no system points to redeem and could only indulge in a momentary visual delight. Subsequently, Zhao Chen accompanied Charlotte to oversee the inaugural trial voyage of the T2 Heishi-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. A fleet of 10 T2 Heishi vessels departed from the starport. They returned several hours later, having successfully completed their first trial. Next, it was time to procure military supplies and daily necessities. Zhao Chen's account still boasted ample funds. While it may not suffice for the construction of starships, it was more than adequate for the upkeep of the 600 or so interstellar female soldiers. Concurrently, Zhao Chen had prepared a grand banquet, a New Year's Eve celebration. This would mark his first New Year's celebration since traversing into this world. In the Starship workshop, an area was cleared to set up a lavish spread of food and beverages, accompanied by the most popular music of the moment. Some were dancing, others were indulging in food and drink, while a few were singing. This banquet had certainly cost a considerable amount of star coins. Charlotte took a sip of an unfamiliar brand of liquor, gazing at Zhao Chen and Lilith. Lilith responded, "The total cost is 5,000 star coins." Charlotte shook her head. 5,000 star coins would have covered countless months of meal standards during her time in the rebel fleet. Now, it had been spent in just one night. It could certainly be described as extravagant. "Are you feeling the pinch?" Zhao Chen teased, observing Charlotte's expression, which spoke volumes. "Warriors of the Xiaolong fleet, tell me, are you happy?" Zhao Chen suddenly shouted. Hearing their commander's voice, everyone shouted in unison, "Happy." Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile as he raised his cup, downing its contents in one gulp, then proclaimed, "I, Zhao Chen, harbor no grand aspirations. I simply wish to live up to my family's expectations by diligently building my Xiaolong star system and Xiaolong fleet. Let those who wish to follow me live well. Live like humans, and live with hope, not merely to survive like puppets on strings. Furthermore, we must possess the strength that prevents us from being bullied by anyone. Dignity shall always lie within the range of our starships." Numerous female soldiers paused in their activities, gazing at their commander with wistful eyes, some even with reddened eyelids. "On this day next year, I hope we can once again toast and dance together beneath the moon. To our future." Zhao Chen raised his glass once more. Lilith stepped forward, placing her hand on her heart, and solemnly declared, "Stars and bright moons, I vow to follow you to the death. Stars and bright moons, I vow to follow you to the death." The many female soldiers echoed in unison. Zhao Chen tilted his head back, once again draining his cup of liquor. At this moment, the clock struck the new year. System notification, annual task triggered, system notification, quarterly task triggered, Chapter 81 annual and quarterly tasks. The system tasks have arrived. Zhao Chen found a reason to leave the banquet area and retreated to a quiet spot. Before him appeared two system pop-ups. Annual task, please ensure you graduate from the Beiji Star Military Academy within 1 year. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Graduating from the Beiji Star Military Academy within a year? He was currently just a fourth-year student, and under normal circumstances, he would need to wait over 2 more years to graduate. By the end of this year, he would at most become a 5th-year student. However, given the generous rewards of the quarterly tasks, the annual task's rewards would surely be substantial as well. Wasting such an opportunity would be a pity. It seemed he needed to find a way to graduate from the Beiji Star Military Academy early, especially since he wanted to lay a solid foundation for the development of the Xiaolong star system. He then glanced at the other task pop-up. Quarterly task, possess 5 different models of T2 or above starships. 35. Construct an interstellar fleet comprising 30 starships. Notes, must be T2 or above starships. 1230. Possess 1 T3 starship. 01. System-produced starship. The requirements for this task were indeed plentiful. However, the difficulty of completing the first 2 requirements was relatively manageable. Zhao Chen had already constructed the T2 Wang-level heavy aircraft carrier, T2 Heishi-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, and T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Additionally, he had the technical blueprints for 8 T2 Bronze Eden-class starship and 8 T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser stored in his system warehouse. If necessary, redeeming 8 T2 starship from the T2 Mall was also well within his capabilities. As for the second requirement of 30 starships, constructing T2 Heishi alone could be accomplished within 2 months. The most pressing matter was the third requirement, 1 T3 starship. Zhao Chen revisited the T3 Blizzard blueprint, which had been resting in his system warehouse for quite some time. To construct this T3 Blizzard, the initial cost would be 13 million star coins. This equated to the construction cost of 130 T2 Heishi, or nearly 10 T2 Wang-class ships. Yet, Zhao Chen had less than 2 million star coins remaining, a staggering tenfold shortfall. Bridging this gap within 3 months would be no small feat furthermore. If the T2 Hammer were to undertake the construction of the T3 Blizzard, it would need to allocate all its production capacity for a 2-month build period. Even at the finest starport workshop, this would be the approximate time frame. However, the T3 Blizzard could not be constructed within the starport's facilities, as once completed and exiting the starport, its design would unmistakably reveal it as a T3 Starship, one that had never been registered. At that point, checking the starport's shipyard rental records would expose Zhao Chen. While constructing T2 Starships might not attract much attention, building a previously unseen T3 Starship would inevitably draw undesirable scrutiny. Though exposure may be inevitable, the longer it can be delayed, the better Zhao Chen can prepare. Construction costs and timelines were two formidable challenges before him. This quarterly task posed significant difficulty. Zhao Chen mused, but failing to complete, it would result in a wasted quarterly task reward, which was disheartening. Closing his eyes, he began to draft a series of construction plans in his mind. Seconds later, he opened his eyes, having formulated a comprehensive plan. Firstly, he would utilize the T2 Hammer No. 1 ship to spend a month expanding a T2 Hammer. In the second month, T2 Hammer No. 1 would commence the construction of the T3 Blizzard, taking 2 months to complete. Simultaneously, T2 Hammer No. 2 would begin constructing a T2 Bronze Eden, which was estimated to take less than a month to finish. Although the auxiliary starship was costly, its construction time was brief. In the third month, T2 Hammer No. 2 would operate at full capacity, producing a significant number of T2 Heishi or any other T2 starships that could be completed within the deadline to meet the requirement of 30 starships for the quarterly task. In terms of time, there is no significant issue. The problem lies in the gap of raw material resources. Considering the construction costs of all the starships, it amounts to a staggering 20 million star coins. Zhao Chen covered his face in despair. With this calculation, the financial deficit became even more pronounced. Where was he to procure the funds? The territory? That was futile. The Xiaolong Xingxi was still a mess. Thus, he could only seek external financial assistance. Zhao Chen thought of Liyaki. Arms trading was the swiftest means to acquire funds. Previously, in a rush to secure some capital, he had sold the technical blueprint of a T1 Longshore-class medium interstellar destroyer at a cut-rate price, resorting to a one-time buyout out of necessity. Had he opted to sell the technology license or agency rights, the funds acquired in such a short time would have been significantly lower, and he would not have been able to achieve a one-time deal. He needed immediate cash. But this time, Zhao Chen harbored no such intentions. With the trust established through the T1 Longshore technology at Li Yaqi's disposal, he aimed to strike a grand deal with Li Wei's sister. His mind was already brimming with ideas. Later, Zhao Chen returned to the banquet, relishing the rare leisure time of this New Year's Eve. On the first day of galactic year 3031, the Xiaolong fleet officially set sail, a total of 13 starships majestically departing from the Arctic Fox starport, heading into the distant star realms. Watching the fleet maneuver in a carrier battle formation, Zhao Chen mused, "This is the true scale of a fleet with carrier starships." Previously, it was merely a hodgepodge of an unidentifiable assembled starship paired with a T2 Feng Wang. It hardly resembled a fleet. Now, 10 T2 Heishi frigates surrounded them, with the Zero Storm positioned alongside the T2 Feng Wang. This arrangement enabled them to respond to any potential threats at a moment's notice. Report: We have exited the area around Arctic Fox starport, where warp travel is prohibited, Lilith reported. Zhao Chen, seated in the captain's chair, issued commands. Order the entire fleet to prepare for warp travel. Destination: the Arctic Fox star system's stargate. Utilizing the stargate of the Arctic Fox star system to reach the North Star system, and then return to the North Star Starship Military Academy. After a 6-month hiatus, Zhao Chen was finally returning to school. Chapter 82. The best-selling T1 Starship with a stargate at their disposal. The efficiency was remarkable. The previous journey from the Xiaolong star system to the Arctic Fox star system had taken nearly half a month. Now, The journey from the Arctic Fox star system to the North Star system would take merely a few hours. The Fenghuang's intelligence system notified him that the ship had exited warp travel mode and had arrived at the designated location. It was now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen promptly awakened, and Lilith subsequently commanded the crew to return to their combat stations. Report, all starships of the fleet have successfully arrived. Please provide further instructions. Lilith communicated to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened the star chart of the North Star system. Their current position was still quite far from the North Star Starship Military Academy. However, if they utilized the warp engine, it would only take a few minutes. The reason for choosing this location was that Zhao Chen needed to first secure his Xiaolong fleet. He had no intention of boldly bringing all 13 starships back to the Academy. That would be too ostentatious. This star region was relatively secluded within the North Star system, an area rarely navigated by ships. He instructed Charlotte to find a suitable spot for the fleet to be stationed. Zhao Chen delegated the specific task of site selection to Charlotte. Having previously served as a general in the Beastmen rebel army, she was very familiar with the nuances of choosing a discrete location. Soon, Charlotte selected a region among 3 small asteroids, utilizing the blind spots to effectively conceal their presence. Unless a starship happened to pass through, it would be difficult to detect the existence of this interstellar fleet. Charlotte, I will return to the Academy with a T2 Heishi-class interstellar heavy assault frigate and the Zero Storm, the T2 Fenghuang-class heavy carrier starship, along with the remaining 9 T2 Heishi and T2 Tieshuan-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, will remain here. You are responsible for guarding this location and ensuring the fleet's safety. Additionally, oversee the production and construction tasks of the T2 Taishian, utilizing our existing raw material resources to expand a T2 Tieshuan-class ship, Zhao Chen instructed. Before leaving the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen exchanged 120,000 star coins for living supplies, military necessities, and raw materials. The raw materials were, of course, stored within the T2 Taishian. The living supplies would adequately sustain all the female soldiers on the starships for 3 months. Excluding the living supplies, these starships could survive in the cosmos for decades with their ample energy, as long as they weren't engaged in long voyages or battles. Understood, Charlotte acknowledged the order. During my absence, report any intelligence promptly and maintain open communication 24 hours a day, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes. Subsequently, Zhao Chen exchanged vessels with Charlotte. Boarding the Zero Storm, he set off for the Academy again with a T2 Heishi in tow. The distance between the 2 locations was not far. In urgent situations, using the warp engine could allow them to arrive in as little as 15 minutes, factoring in the acceleration and deceleration time of the starships. Before long, the Zero Storm and T2 Heishi reached the outer star region of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chen submitted a request to rent a starship docking space, which could accommodate both a large and a small starship. Is this your Starship Academy, Commander? Lilith remarked enviously, gazing at the beautiful interstellar city before her. Once upon a time, their succubus kingdom had such splendid architecture. Please instruct the crew to remain on standby aboard the starship. You will accompany me outside, Zhao Chen said. Me with you? Lilith appeared noticeably anxious. Her apprehension about the outside world was palpable. After all, for decades, she and her kin had been on the run, hiding in the darkest corners. Even her recent integration into the Xiaolong fleet had been within a confined environment, allowing her to adapt gradually. The sudden prospect of accompanying him into a broader social setting was indeed quite daunting. Yes, Zhao Chen affirmed. I can wait on the starship for you. If you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time, Lilith whispered. Zhao Chen regarded her. This is an order. He understood Lilith's psychological barriers. Yet, as a secretary in the Xiaolong fleet, she needed to transcend these obstacles. Thus, he insisted that she accompany him for her own growth. Yes, Lilith timidly replied. You may wear everyday attire that conceals your form, hiding your tail, wings, and horns, Zhao Chen suggested. During previous procurement of living supplies, he had also acquired some casual clothing, which each female soldier possessed. Lilith felt a surge of relief, though it merely obscured part of her features. It provided her with a sense of security. After both starships had docked, Zhao Chen led Lilith out. He had donned the academy uniform, while Lilith wore dress, the fluffy skirt concealing her tail, and the back lining of the garment tucked away her wings. A slightly oversized hat adorned her head, obscuring her horns. Zhao Chen assessed her appearance. She resembled a timid, shy girl, yet anyone who beheld her beauty would undoubtedly be captivated, for this was the allure of a succubus. Upon returning to the academy, Zhao Chen's first order of business was to inform Li Wei and Zhao Wan'er of his return. He even sent a communication request to Zhao Wan'er, but it was unexpectedly declined. Did she have something pressing to attend to? Zhao Chen pondered. Oh well, there was no need to rush. As Zhao Wan'er awaited a response, Zhao Chen, with his hands in his pockets, began to wander the academy alongside Lilith. Lilith timidly followed Zhao Chen, initially too bashful to lift her head, clutching the hem of his garment. As she gradually grew accustomed to her surroundings, she cautiously began to observe the architecture and the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was preoccupied with a significant matter: graduation. The annual task required him to graduate within a year, which implied that he needed to advance 3 levels within that time frame. While it might be manageable for first or second year students, progressing from the 4th to the 6th year presented formidable challenges. He thought to consult Wan'er, who would likely have insights on how to navigate this transition smoothly and swiftly. At that moment, Zhao Chen noticed a holographic model of a starship displayed in a nearby showcase. This starship was familiar to him. It was the T-1 Longshore-class medium interstellar destroyer. Beneath it, bold letters proclaimed, "Most popular T-1 starship, released just 2 months ago, with orders exceeding 500. Zhao Chen halted, engrossed in the news. He could overhear fellow students passing by, commenting on the T-1 Longshore-class medium interstellar destroyer. Despite being a T-1 starship, its appeal was evident. The T-1 Longshore is incredibly popular right now. I've heard that ordering one means waiting 6 months for delivery. Indeed, many lords are placing orders for this starship. At a mere 30,000 star coins per vessel, it's quite the bargain. There are even whispers that this starship could become the best-selling T-1 starship of 3031, potentially surpassing previous sales records." Listening to these discussions while gazing at the promotional advertisements beneath the holographic projection, Zhao Chen noted Li Yaqi's enthusiastic endorsement. T-1 Longshore, the most cost-effective T-1 starship, brought to you by Beiyin Starship Technology Group, dedicated to providing you with the finest starships. It appeared that during the months Zhao Chen had entrusted the T-1 Longshore to Li Yaqi, she had successfully promoted it, a scenario he had anticipated. This T-1 starship was the most competitively priced combat starship in his system ST-1 marketplace, making its popularity inevitable. With a production cost of only 10,000 star coins, and Li Yaqi now pricing it at 30,000, even accounting for advertising, operational, and labor costs, the profit per vessel ranged between 10,000 and 15,000 star coins. Should the order volume reach 500, fulfilling these orders would yield Li Yaqi nearly 6 to 7 million star coins, a figure that doubled the 3 million he had received. However, this was contingent upon the successful construction and delivery of 500 T-1 Longshore vessels, representing Li Yaqi's projected profits for the next 6 months. Zhao Chen, however, did not have the luxury of time to wait that long. Only a buyout would secure him 3 million star coins immediately. Yet, upon reflection, offering 4 million might persuade Li Yaqi to agree. Never mind, let bygones be bygones. He sighed, covering his face in exasperation. Just then, as Zhao Chen pondered these matters, his handheld terminal buzzed with a message from Li Wei. "Zhao Chen, hurry. Your sister is being bullied." Zhao Chen's expression shifted as he took Lilith to the location indicated by Li Wei. It was a starship duel arena. In the arena, a T-2 class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, its hull distorted and emitting black smoke, was being towed away by a starship transport. Meanwhile, several shuttles were disembarking crew members from within the T-2 Huoyan. Not far away, in the arbitration zone, Zhao Wan'er, just having descended from shuttle, glared with fury at a group of individuals clad in uniforms distinct from those of the Beiji Starship Military Academy. "What's wrong? Can't the people from Beiji Starship Military Academy handle loss? We won fair and square. Blame yourselves for your lack of skill. The Beiji Starship Military Academy is nothing special, all that talk of genius girls. And yet here we are, defeating you." A group of individuals stood there, mocking, surrounding a haughty girl with wavy brown hair. Shui Xiao Xiao, a pigtail-wearing girl, jumped forth, indignantly pointing at the arrogant girl. "You despicable creature. We already conceded. So why did you continue the assault? And the arbitrators, didn't you see?" The arbitrators, chastised by Shui Xiao Xiao's words, averted their gazes. These arbitrators were not from the Beiji Starship Military Academy and were wary of the noble identities of these students from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy, where the students were either wealthy or of noble descent. Whatever, the girl retorted, feigning innocence. I didn't mean to continue the fight. And who could have guessed your T-2 Huiying-class battlecruiser would be so fragile? I apologize to the students of the Beiji Starship Military Academy. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Despite the apology, at that moment, a shuttle arrived, unloading several injured crew members, bloodied and battered, one of whom had lost consciousness. How are my crew members? Zhao Chen anxiously inquired, rushing to attend to them. A medical officer accompanying her reported, one is severely injured but has received a stimulant injection. There is no danger to life. The remaining 7 have minor injuries and will recover in a few days. Zhao Chen looked at the severely injured crew member, a junior who had once idolized her and expressed a desire to join her starship. They had shared a good rapport, and now, seeing her in such a state filled Zhao Chen with guilt and fury as she glared at the arrogant girl across from her. Such a terrifying gaze. It's just a commoner. What is the big deal if she dies? The girl scoffed. Your Beiji Starship Military Academy is truly something. Recruiting commoner students? Unlike us from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy, who only accept students of noble birth. As for crew members, we could just recruit retired soldiers from the Imperial Army. Forget it, forget it. I'll cover your crew's medical expenses. The girl chuckled dismissively. Do not insult my crew members. Zhao Chen shouted in rage. The girl's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, mocking expression. What if I do? If you're capable, come fight me again. This lady will entertain you until the end. But be warned, your crew members may end up dead or maimed, so don't shed tears afterward. Shall will not yirned for revenge. But she lacked a starship and her crew was injured. A profound sense of defeat and helplessness enveloped her, and she even found herself thinking of her brother, whom she had previously deemed useless. If only he were here. Just then, a voice resonated, drawing all eyes towards it. Zhao Wanner's body trembled. Her gaze ignited with excitement as she spotted a familiar figure. Once, she had looked down upon this figure, but now, upon seeing it, she felt a surge of safety. Tears welled up in her eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. Zhao Chen, with his hands tucked into his pockets, approached Zhao Wanner without offering her any consolation. Instead, he inquired, Have you been crying? It's you who is crying. Zhao Wanner turned her head, hastily wiping away her tears. If you haven't been crying, then go and fight that vile woman again. Zhao Chen's words incited the ire of the imposing woman before him, whose waves of hair cascaded dramatically. Chapter 84. Then let us fight again. Who dares to insult me, a lowly wretch? The woman glared at Zhao Chen, astonished that he would dare to call her a harlot. At that moment, a suitor of the woman, who had been lurking nearby, saw an opportunity to showcase his valor. He approached Zhao Chen, declaring, How dare you show such disrespect to Miss Zhou Min? Watch as I silence your insolent tongue. With that, he swung his fist towards Zhao Chen's face. The onlookers, including Shui, Xiao, and others, were taken aback. They never anticipated that a student from the Tianyao Academy would act so brazenly, not only breaking the rules during Starship Duel, but also resorting to violence. As the punch hurtled towards him, Zhao Chen swiftly caught the assailant's fist and twisted it. The man grimaced in pain, collapsing to the ground with a cry. Zhao Chen followed up with a kick to his face, sending him tumbling backward, fortuitously landing beneath the skirt of the very woman who had insulted him, though by then, he had already lost consciousness and could no longer admire the view he had dreamed of. Isn't that Zhao Chen, Zhao Wanner's brother? He was the one who defeated his opponent during the Starship Duel last semester when no one believed he could succeed, exclaimed an observer. My goodness, how formidable is Zhao Chen? Others among the students of Beiji Starship Military Academy recognized him or had heard tales of his exploits. Yet now, witnessing Zhao Chen strike down an outsider, they felt a surge of satisfaction. Hui, well done. It would be splendid if you could also deal with that detestable woman. The twin-tailed lowly, Shui Xiao, jumped beside Zhao Chen, eager for the chaos to continue. Zhou Min, the noble woman, was taken aback by Zhao Chen's brazen actions and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Zhao Chen, however, paid her no mind and turned his attention back to Zhao Wanner. You must handle your own affairs. We, of the Zhao family, reclaim our dignity wherever we have been wronged. Zhao Chen pointed towards the heavily damaged T-2 Huoya-class heavy interstellar battleship, which was being dragged away from the duel arena, and lamented. But my starship has sustained serious damage, and my crew is injured. Do you wish to avenge the humiliation they have inflicted upon you? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Chen nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with indignation and anger. She accepted her defeat in the starship duel, yet the enemy's subsequent attack on her ship, resulting in injuries to her crew, was intolerable. I do, she declared through clenched teeth. Then challenge her. I will arrange the starship, Zhao Chen stated. Although Zhao Chen was uncertain about Zhao Chen's plans, a newfound confidence blossomed within her. Taking a deep breath, she strode directly to Zhou Min and proclaimed, Zhou Min, I challenge you to a duel once more. You may choose the time. Will you dare to accept? Zhou Min laughed in anger, replying, Very well, let us not delay. My starship has not been affected. After my starship is resupplied, in half an hour, we shall battle again. Agreed, Zhao Vanya affirmed. At that moment, the crowd of onlookers parted, allowing a group of individuals resembling instructors to enter. What's happening here? I have heard there's fighting? A sharp-voiced woman hurriedly approached, spotting the fallen student. She angrily pointed at the male instructor from Beiji Xing Academy, demanding, Vice Dean Hong, what is the meaning of this? My student was assaulted by your students right here. You must provide an explanation. Vice Dean Hong, taken aback, attempted to calm the situation. Vice Dean Jia, let us remain composed. First, we must understand the sequence of events. At that moment, students from both sides began to shout accusations. Your students cannot handle defeat and resort to violence. Nonsense, it was your Tian Yao Academy students who broke the rules during the starship duel. They fired upon us after we had surrendered, resulting in injuries to our crew and insults directed at us as commoners. What of it? If you're a commoner, stay on the planet and do not venture into space. You are unworthy. Soon, both Vice Deans had grasped the entirety of the situation. Vice Dean Hong's expression turned stern as he looked at Vice Dean Jia. It appears this matter has its roots, and both sides share culpability. Let us proceed accordingly. Are you protecting your own? Vice Dean Jia retorted, accustomed to arrogance. You behave as if you were the head of the academy. I have treated you respectfully as a guest, yet you take advantage of my courtesy. Though Vice Dean Hong silently cursed, she maintained a slight smile. If we must scrutinize this matter, it is clear that the incident began with your students disregarding the rules by firing upon us after we had surrendered. The regulations of starship duels should have been taught in the first year. Did your academy not cover this? Her words bore a sting, and Vice Dean Jia's expression darkened. Vice Dean Jia, it seems that the students from Beiji Xing wish to engage in another duel. Considering the existing tensions, we are both military academies. Why not resolve our differences through a starship battle? Zhou Min interjected, a cold smile gracing her lips as she cast a glance at Zhao Chen. Having bested the woman once, she believed she could do so again. Zhao Chen glared back at her, feeling a newfound confidence surge within her. Very well, Vice Dean Hong. How shall we proceed? As for the previous events, let's not dwell on them. Vice Dean Jia regarded Vice Dean Hong with a chilling smile. Earlier, you were quite boastful. Now, I shall let my student defeat your talented student once more, and we shall see if Beiji Xing can maintain its dignity. Vice Dean Hong hesitated, glancing at Zhao Chen, aware of her hard work and talent. If she were to suffer defeat again, it could lead to detrimental psychological effects. It seemed Vice Dean Hong sought to dismiss the matter. Yet Zhao Chen interrupted, resolutely declaring, Vice Dean Hong, I wish to fight. Please respect my decision. Vice Dean Hong frowned and approached Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, your starship has been damaged, and your crew is injured. How can you fight under such circumstances? It would be best to let this go. I have a starship. I want to fight. Zhao Chen insisted stubbornly. At this moment, Zhao Chen stepped forward, stating, Vice Dean Hong, let women settle their own affairs. He then signaled to Lilith behind him, whispering, take Wan to the He. Understood, Lilith replied, moving to Zhao Wan's side, and together they departed. Seeing this, Zhou Min sneered, if you wish to humiliate yourself further, I shall oblige. I hope your starship can withstand the blows. With that, she turned and made her way back to her resupplying starship, preparing for the impending battle. Chapter 85, Triple Assessment Credits. Breathless, Li Wei squeezed through the crowd and rushed in, spotting Zhao Chen. Old Zhao, I thought you entered through entrance A. I've been waiting for you for ages. Let me tell you, Those people from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy are utterly insufferable, Li Wei exclaimed, only then noticing the presence of two vice deans. He quickly cleared his throat, a pretense of nonchalance washing over him as he discreetly moved closer to Zhao Chen. Where's your sister? I just saw her preparing her starship for the next duel, Zhao Chen remarked. Next duel? Li Wei asked in surprise. Shui Xiao chimed in. You should have seen it. Just now. Wanner's brother was amazing. He confronted that vile woman head-on and even gave her protector a thorough beating. Now he has asked Wanner to pilot his starship for another fight. Isn't Wanner's brother piloting the number 0 blizzards? Am I going to see that magnificent cannon of yours again? Shui Xiao blinked eagerly at Zhao Chen. It's not the number 0 blizzards, Zhao Chen replied. Then what kind of starship is it? Shui Xiao inquired, a hint of disappointment in her voice, but still curious. You'll find out soon enough, Zhao Chen said. Then asked, what about senior sister Sulan? Isn't she with you? It seems she is attending an exchange conference between Beiji Star Academy and Tianyao Academy. As a representative from her 6th year, she always participates in such events with the teachers, Shui Xiao explained, then began to express her indignation regarding Zhao Wanner. This is entirely that vile woman's doing. She can't control her man and takes it out on us. Shui Xiao recounted the events in detail. Apparently, Tianyao Academy had visited Beiji Star Academy a week prior for a fortnight of academic discussions and exchanges. During this period, exceptional students from various grades would interact. Naturally, students like Zhao Wanner and Shui Xiao became the target of attention. A noble student from Tianyao Academy had been persistently pursuing Zhao Wanner, his intentions as clear as day. Each time, Zhao Wanner firmly rejected him, asking him to cease his harassment. Yet daily, this Tianyao youth arranged for exquisite natural food and various gifts to be delivered to her, even promising her a T3 starship if she would agree to be his girlfriend. T3 starship? What a lavish gesture to win her over, Zhao Chen exclaimed, astonished. A T3 starship costs around 10 million star coins, with market prices soaring to several hundred million. Such temptation would be nearly irresistible for an ordinary girl. I see him as a playboy, using sweet nothings to charm her, only to kick her to the curb once he's had his fun. I even had my sisters investigate him. It turns out he has been with countless girls. Rumor has it he has already had flings with several girls since arriving at our academy. What a scoundrel. Ugh. Shui Xiao expressed her disdain. Li Wei added, the reason so many girls fall for him is also due to his identity. He is the second son of the Hurricane Consortium. The Hurricane Consortium is a rising powerhouse in the Xingyao Empire, with extensive business in food trade, star system transport, and particularly starship technology. The newly popular T2 Hyena-class medium star destroyers were launched by their consortium, with over 100,000 units sold since its release. It's said that this single starship has earned the consortium billions over the past few decades, propelling them from obscurity to a burgeoning imperial conglomerate. With such a wealthy heir promising a T3 starship, it's no wonder the girls are willing to take a chance. Li Bei Baoja, leaving the implications hanging in the air. He felt a twinge of discomfort when T2 Hyena was mentioned, as he had purchased one himself. Has that man not shown up? Zhao Chen scanned the surroundings, aware that if that young master were present, he would surely attract attention. Shui Xiao crossed her arms and scoffed. That debauched heir is skilled at staying out of trouble. He never involved himself in any disputes over women. As they awaited the preparation of the 2 starships for entry, Zhao Chen took the opportunity to inquire, Shui Xiao, Li Wei, may I ask how one can advance a grade in a short time? Advance a grade? Shui Xiao looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, unsure of his motives, but still favorably inclined towards him due to the number 0 blizzards. However, she was uncertain about the matter. I'm not entirely sure. In our academy, each grade requires you to accumulate enough assessment credits to complete that grade S evaluation, allowing you to advance to the next grade in the following semester. If you accumulate triple the assessment credits for your grade within the academic year, you can directly advance to the next grade. However, if you fail to meet the credit requirements for the advanced grade in the following studies, you will be held back. A voice interjected from the side. It was Vice Dean Hong. In a single academic year, is there a limit on the number of times one can skip grades, such as advancing from 1st to 3rd grade? Zhao Chen asked. Vice Dean Hong paused before replying. Theoretically, there is no such limit. However, the original grade assessments are quite challenging, and accumulating triple the assessment credits while advancing 2 grades in the same academic year, all while ensuring you don't get held back, has never occurred in the history of Beiji Star Academy. Most students only skip 1 grade and then successfully meet the assessment credit standards for that advanced grade. This ensures they do not get held back and can smoothly transition to the next grade in the following semester. Zhao Chen felt he had gained some clarity. Chapter 86. Is that actually a starship escort? Zhao Chen, why the sudden interest in this topic? Vice Dean Hong asked curiously. Zhao Chen smiled. It's nothing. I'm just curious about how my sister managed to skip grades. I see. Your sister's talent is indeed remarkable. With further training and more practical experience, she will undoubtedly become an excellent fleet commander, Vice Dean Hong remarked, emphasizing fleet commander rather than captain, indicating the Academy's appreciation for Zhao Wanner's potential. Speaking of which, your talent isn't lacking either, Zhao Chen. It's a shame you chose the wrong major. The ability to assemble 3 old starships into a new one that can defeat a T2 white-headed Eagle-class light star cruiser is truly impressive. If you wish, I can assist you in changing your major to Starship Engineering Technology, Vice Dean Hong suggested. I'm more interested in piloting and commanding starships. Zhao Chen declined the kind offer of Vice Dean Hong. Time swiftly passed, and after more than half an hour, a starship battle cruiser slowly entered the duel arena. All eyes were fixed upon this magnificent vessel. Vice Dean Hong, beside me, spoke up. The T2 Z Chong Wei-class medium interstellar battleship is a recent development and release from the Hurricane Consortium. Although it is merely a medium-sized starship, its firepower and armor strength rival those of heavy starships of the same class. In previous starship duels, the T2 Huoya-class heavy interstellar battleship, while of the same level, exhibited significant performance disparities. To my knowledge, the selling price of the T2 Zichong Wei reaches an astonishing 11 million star coins. 11 million star coins? My heavens. That price is enough to purchase a T2 interstellar battleship or even a T2 aircraft carrier. Li Wei exclaimed in shock. Vice Dean Hong chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying, this starship's value is solely built on wealth, rendering its cost-effectiveness extremely low. Consequently, very few individuals actually procure this starship. However, due to its splendid hull design, it has become a symbol for noble young ladies, who are typically the ones willing to purchase such an extravagant yet impractical starship. It is noteworthy that Zhao Wanner's T2 Huoyu is priced at less than 8 million star coins, a nearly 50 difference. As we watch the footage streamed by the drone, the T2 Zichong Wei indeed possessed a striking aesthetic, with the hull armor even adorned with intricate patterns of purple roses, resembling a work of art at first glance. Yet, when compared to classmate Zhao Chen's No. 0 Blizzard, the odds seemed to favor the number 0 Blizzard. Vice Dean Hong was speaking when a diminutive circular starship appeared on the screen before us. What starship is that? How can it violate regulations by entering the duel arena without permission? Vice Dean Hong frowned, clearly displeased with such administrative oversight. That is the starship piloted by my sister, Zhao Chen interjected, igniting a wave of astonishment. Shui Xiao Xiao and Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Vice Dean Hong paused for a moment and, with surprise, remarked, if I'm not mistaken, classmate Zhao Chen, that should be an interstellar escort vessel. The T2 Hei Shi-class heavy assault escort ship. Zhao Chen identified the starship, but bystanders were indifferent to its specifics. They only recognized it as an interstellar escort vessel. Ha! Look, that's a starship from the Beiji Starship Military Academy, and it's actually an interstellar escort vessel. An escort vessel dueling against an interstellar battleship? Are the students of Beiji Starship Military Academy out of their minds? If they don't want to win, they could just say so. They're just humiliating themselves. It's truly laughable. Observing this scene, students from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy burst into laughter, launching verbal assaults against their counterparts from Beiji, with Zhao Chen as their prime target. However, they dared not approach too closely, as the principal figure had just shown audacity. The students from Beiji Starship Military Academy wore expressions akin to having tasted something bitter, their faces contorted with disbelief. They had assumed Zhao Chen sent his sister into battle with a number 0 Blizzard, yet it turned out to be a T2 interstellar escort vessel instead. Zhao Chen, with a smile curving at the corners of his mouth and arms crossed, confidently stated, just watch. The deployment of the T2 Hei Shi was a strategic decision Zhao Chen had long contemplated. On his way, he had reviewed the Starship duel records, aware that the opponent was a T-2 Zhao Wei and familiar with its weapon systems. Its primary armament consisted of 10 T-2 dual-mounted 200mm medium electromagnetic railguns, capable of firing every 30 seconds. Railguns, which utilize electromagnetic technology to accelerate metallic projectiles, boast rapid firing rates and high accuracy within their effective range. However, due to their lack of guidance systems, their hit probability significantly diminishes at maximum range. Thus, starships of this type must maintain close engagement distances with enemy vessels, typically found on interstellar cruisers and escort ships. The firepower of the T-2 Zhao Wei is considerable against ordinary T-2 starships, owing to the staggering investment of 11 million star coins in its construction. Regrettably, this time it faces the T-2 Heishi. Even if all attacks are concentrated on a single section of its armor, it would require a sustained barrage of precise shots over 20 minutes to inflict severe damage to that section. 10 minutes. Setting aside the improbability of such a scenario, the T-2 Heishi would not allow it 20 minutes. At that moment, the T-2 Zhao Wei and T-2 Heishi swiftly assumed their designated combat positions. The size comparison between the two starships was staggering. The T-2 Zhao Wei measured a formidable 310 meters, while the T-2 Heishi was merely 110 meters, its hull resembling a half-elliptical, rhinoceros-like structure. This little ship is even less imposing than the massive cannons of the No. 0 Blizzard, Xiao remarked, unable to contain her disappointment at not seeing the grand artillery she had hoped for. Zhao Chen responded, sometimes, size does not equate to superiority. Resilience is equally vital. Chapter 87. Just a relatively sturdy interstellar escort vessel, the arbitrator recited the duel rules as customary before instructing both starships to proceed to their random spawn points, preparing to commence the upcoming starship duel. Meanwhile, in the ongoing video communication, Zhou Min laughed heartily, pointing at Zhao Wan'er, and taunted Zhao Wan'er. Do you intend to make me laugh to death while winning this duel? If so, congratulations, you're almost there. Using an interstellar escort vessel to challenge a battleship. You truly have guts. Unfazed, Zhao Wan'er replied. I hope you can still laugh later. The video communication abruptly cut off. Zhou Min sneered. An interstellar escort vessel, thinking it can boast? Just wait and see how I turn your escort into scrap. In the audience, spectators awaited the duel's commencement, displaying a clear division of emotions. The students from Tianyao Academy were gleeful, as if witnessing a comedy, while a small portion of Beiji Academy students had already vacated the venue. The prospect of an escort vessel engaging a battleship was beyond their comprehension, leaving them anxious about the impending events. Perhaps the escort vessel's armor strength could withstand a few rounds of enemy fire, but its firepower is widely acknowledged as the weakest among all starship types. Moreover, with such a small vessel, how many weapon modules could it possibly equip? How could one challenge a battleship with mere closed defense cannons? It was nothing short of absurd. Is this the education at your esteemed academy? Vice Dean Jia unabashedly mocked Vice Dean Hong, wearing an expression of amusement. Deep down, Vice Dean Hong shared his unease, casting a glance at Zhao Chen, who remained composed. Logically, Zhao Chen should not be one to underestimate the odds. However, deploying an escort vessel against a battleship, such a combat scenario is not found in any textbook. It's merely an academic exchange. Vice Dean Hong could only mutter silently. Soon, both starships reached their spawn points. As the arbitrator announced the commencement of battle, the two vessels exhibited no intent of maneuvering, heading directly toward the enemy ship detected by their radar. In the command bridge of the T-2 Heishi-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, Zhao Wan'er could hardly contain her eagerness to witness the expression of that insolent woman. Prepare all artillery positions, she commanded, her chest filled with repressed fury. Flanking her were Secretary Lilith and the former captain of the T-2 Heishi. Miss Wan'er, I believe we need not fire our weapons this time, Lilith suggested. Surprised, Zhao Wan'er looked at Lilith quizzically. Not fire? How then shall we secure victory? Among the various test missions of the T-2 Heishi, one particular test had not yet been conducted. Perhaps we could experiment with it during this battle, Lilith proposed, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. What kind of test? Zhao Wan'er inquired. Lilith replied, a collision experiment involving the hull in actual combat. Understanding dawned on Zhao Wan'er, who then revealed a mischievous smile. After a few minutes of navigation, The two starships were approaching each other's fire coverage range. On the bridge of the T-2 Ziqiangwei-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, Zhao Min was eager to deliver a lesson to her adversary. Target that interstellar frigate with the railgun, she ordered. The audacity of using a frigate against her battlecruiser was truly misguided. Report. 10 railguns fully charged and ready to fire. The first officer reported. Zhao Min, with a cold smile, commanded, allow them to come closer. Fire in 1 minute. The audience was transfixed, watching the live broadcast of the battlefield as the larger and smaller starships approached one another. Soon, they witnessed the T-2 Ziqiangwei-class medium interstellar battlecruiser initiate the assault. 10 T-2 grade twin 200mm medium railguns fired, launching 20 metal projectiles at astonishing speed, striking the interstellar frigate. The metal shells impacted the hull armor of the T-2 Heishi-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, creating thick clouds of smoke that momentarily enveloped the 100-meter-long vessel. Students from Beijing Academy began to worry for the prodigious Zhao Wan'er, who was quite popular among them. Shui Xiao, in particular, had unconsciously clutched Zhao Chen's sleeve, her concern for her friend evident. Moments later, a small figure burst forth from the smoke. At that instant, everyone stood in astonishment, fixated on the frigate. How is this possible? Vice Dean Jia exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Others murmured in astonishment. Remarkably, the interstellar frigate displayed no visible damage whatsoever. While the ship's paint might show signs of wear upon closer inspection, it appeared completely unscathed on the live feed. The T-2 Heishi continued its advance towards the T-2 Ziqiangwei-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, the distance between them steadily diminishing. How can it be entirely undamaged? Fire again. Use armor-piercing shells. Zhao Min, now flustered, ordered. After the second round of bombardment, all eyes were riveted on the cloud of smoke. Seconds passed, and there remained the same intact starship before them. My heavens, what kind of hull armor is that? Withstood 2 rounds from the T-2 Ziqiangwei without a scratch. Disbelief spread among the students. Could this possibly be a T-3 class interstellar frigate? Is this truly the type of frigate we studied in our textbooks? The mood among Beijing Academy's students surged, while those from Tianyao Military Academy stood in stunned silence. Goodness, it sustained no damage at all? Zhao Chen. What kind of interstellar frigate is this? Li Wei gaped at Zhao Chen. Shui Xiao cast a curious glance as well. It's merely a rather resilient interstellar frigate. Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Li Wei and Shui Xiao exchanged incredulous glances. Resilient? With armor of this strength, it could likely withstand several hits from a battleship's main cannon. Shui Xiao whispered. As the T-2 Ziqiangwei-class medium interstellar battlecruiser commenced its 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of attacks, the audience magnified the view of the T-2 Heishi's port side armor on the live feed. They discovered a damage of several centimeters in length and depth after the 5th round. Regardless of how sturdy it is, the firepower of a mere frigate cannot contend with the T-2 Ziqiangwei, Vice Dean Jia remarked, attempting to maintain his composure. Yes. You are the Vice Dean of Tianyao Academy. Your word is law, Vice Dean Hong added with an exaggerated smile, clearly mocking him. Jia's face darkened in silence as he clung to these excuses to convince himself that there was still hope for the battle. Meanwhile, the T-2 Ziqiangwei recognized the anomaly and began to adjust its speed to maintain distance from the T-2 Heishi while continuing to fire. Zhao Min was resolute, believing that under relentless bombardment, the T-2 interstellar frigate could not possibly endure. On the command bridge of the T-2 Heishi-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, damage reports indicated a comprehensive damage of 6 to the frontal armor, with the most severe area sustaining 12. The side armor sustained a damage of 3. The captain reported to Zhao Wan'er. Glancing at the distance between the 2 starships on the star map, Zhao Wan'er, well-versed in the T-2 Heishi's performance, determined the time was ripe. Relay my order. Prepare to activate short-range assault mode. All crew members, brace for impact. Zhao Wan'er commanded earnestly. Yes, the order was disseminated. The T-2 Heishi had been designed with the anticipation of enduring substantial attacks and collisions, with every combat station equipped to stabilize personnel and prevent injury from impacts. Short-range assault mode activated. Speed increasing. Announced the captain. The red numbers representing speed began to surge upward. In the audience, those fixated on the 2 starships suddenly gasped. My heavens! Look, that interstellar frigate seems to have accelerated. Its speed has significantly increased. Wait, with this speed and direction, could it be preparing to collide with the T2 Ziqiangwei? The students collectively entertained this astonishing thought. Collision? An interstellar frigate intends to ram a battlecruiser? Zhao Chen bore a subtle smile, seizing the opportunity to test the T2 Heishi's hull impact resistance in real combat. The rapidly accelerating T2 Heishi aimed one of its protruding modules at the side of the distant T2 Ziqiangwei. Hurry! Accelerate! Evade! Zhou Min shouted in panic as the approaching interstellar frigate drew near. Captain, we are at maximum speed, and at this distance, we cannot evade. The first officer lamented. We should prepare for impact. Before the first officer could finish speaking, a resounding crash echoed through the vessel. In an instant, unsecured items aboard the bridge flew into the air, and crew members who had not stabilized themselves were thrown several meters away. Zhou Min, seated in the captain's chair, remained grounded, but her eyes widened as she watched a generous rear end hurtling towards her. Her face, which she had meticulously maintained at great expense, was now in close contact with that particular area. Alarm! 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 The left side of the hull has suffered a severe impact. The armor has been breached, and the adjacent 13 compartments are in emergency lockdown. Alarm! 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 The recent collision has affected the left side starship engine, resulting in a loss of 30 in speed. Alarm! Alarm! The warnings from a bridge drowned out Zhou Min's cries for help, as everyone gradually regained their composure and began to rise from the ground. The first officer discovered a 200-pound bridge crew member seated heavily in the captain's chair. Where's the captain? The first officer inquired, pulling the heavy soldier by the collar. I don't know, the soldier stammered. I am here. A voice emanated from the captain's chair. The first officer turned to see Zhou Min slumped in the captain's seat, her entire being appearing as though it had been compressed, particularly her face, which had become distorted. Captain, your face. The first officer gulped, pointing at Zhou Min's visage. Zhou Min was taken aback, then promptly kicked the hefty soldier away, retrieving a mirror. In the reflection, her face was visibly uneven and misshapen. My face. Alarm! 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 The hull is under attack. The hull is under attack. Suddenly, another jolt struck. The first officer lost his balance and instinctively grasped something before plummeting down. When he regained his senses, he realized he had forcefully pressed Zhou Min's face against the captain's chair. Zhou Min screamed in sheer panic. The impacts continued relentlessly, one after another, from various angles and directions. To an outside observer, it appeared as though a T2 interstellar frigate was relentlessly ramming into a T2 purple rose that was desperately trying to evade. However, with limited speed, there was no way to escape the entanglement with the frigate. Alarm! 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 The hull has lost control and is heading toward a small asteroid. Immediate evasion is imperative. Heading toward an asteroid? The first officer, disregarding Zhou Min's emotional breakdown, immediately began to assess the situation. Through the visuals transmitted to the bridge, they saw their starship barreling toward a small asteroid at an alarming speed. The culprit, of course, was the interstellar frigate, which was currently positioned behind their starship, using its massive horn to propel the T2 Purple Rose towards the asteroid. Captain, surrender immediately. If not, our starship is doomed. The first officer urged Zhou Min to concede. My face. Zhou Min was still fixated on her reflection, lamenting over the visage she had surgically altered. The first officer pressed Zhou Min to surrender. At this point, she could no longer concern herself with victory or defeat, for the interstellar frigate was far too formidable. Zhou Min quickly contacted the arbitration, signaling her surrender. In the audience, the arbitrators had just received the T2 Purple Rose's surrender. They had yet to relay this information to the T2 Black Rhino. Through the live broadcast, they witnessed the T2 Purple Rose collide heavily with the asteroid's surface, sending dust soaring. The T2 Purple Rose was severely deformed. In stark contrast, the true instigator, the T2 Black Rhino, seemed unfazed, withdrawing its horn as if satisfied with the havoc it had wreaked upon the T2 Purple Rose. Before departing the asteroid without a backward glance, all eyes were fixated on the frigate, thoughts of disbelief racing through their minds. Is this truly an interstellar frigate? Chapter 89. One selling out a sister, another selling out a senior. The audience gazed upon the desolate asteroid within the dual zone, observing the severely deformed hull of the starship, with not a single intact piece of armor. Numerous gaping holes were visible, the result of the T2 Black Rhino's devastating horn. Several interstellar shuttles and small medical vessels had begun their approach to rescue the crew aboard the starship. The scene was far graver than the previous situation involving Zhao Chen as T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battleship. The arbitrators subsequently declared the victor of this starship duel to be Zhao Chen of Beijing Academy. Oh dear, I truly apologize. Our academy students are rather reckless, having left your student starship in such disarray. How about this? Our academy can perform basic repairs to ensure it can safely return to your Tianyao Academy starport. Vice Dean Hong, at this moment, was beaming with satisfaction, casting a proud glance at Vice Dean Jia. Vice Dean Jia grunted dismissively. No need. With that, he turned and departed the audience. The other students from Tianyao Academy followed suit, leaving in a dejected manner. Hey, don't leave. Weren't you all so brash just a moment ago? Now you have nothing to say? Your Tianyao Academy starship is not all that impressive. It couldn't even withstand one of our interstellar frigates. An interstellar battleship being utterly outclassed by a mere interstellar frigate. If it were me, I would have found a hole to bury myself in. The students from Beijing Academy were exhilarated, as if they had personally triumphed in battle. These Tianyao Academy folks are so arrogant, looking down on other military academies simply because they are affiliated with the Empire. Vice Dean Hong snorted, feeling an immense sense of relief. He had endured much from the arrogance of Tianyao Academy. However, that T2 Black Rhino was indeed formidable. Its armor strength was astonishingly terrifying, along with its short-range acceleration capabilities when closing in on enemy vessels. It was hard to believe that such a small ship could possess such remarkable acceleration and defensive abilities. Why had he never heard of such a T2 interstellar frigate on the market? As Vice Dean Hong pondered about discussing this starship with Zhao Chen, he realized that Zhao Chen and his companions had long since vanished. Truly a mysterious student. Look! The latest report has just emerged. The T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battleship has sustained an overall armor damage of 60, with the most severe areas having been directly breached, resulting in 37 compartments being damaged and sealed off. Even the structural integrity of the starship's main skeleton has been compromised by 20, nearing the brink of collapse. Captain Zhou Min has been injured, her face severely deformed. Haha, it seems this woman has undergone plastic surgery. 7 crew members aboard the starship have perished. 26 are severely injured, and 57 have sustained varying degrees of injury. Estimates indicate that the repair cost for the T2 Purple Rose will reach a staggering 3 million star coins. Haha, that's nearly enough to purchase a brand new T2 interstellar frigate or destroyer. As Zhao Chen and his companions made their way to find Zhao Chen, Shui Xiao could not stop discussing the relevant reports of the starship duel. Old Zhao, that interstellar frigate is incredible. With just a few rams, it completely dismantled the T2 Purple Rose. Where did you acquire such a formidable interstellar frigate? Li Wei asked curiously, gazing at Zhao Chen. Want one? Zhao Chen did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Li Wei was taken aback, then eagerly nodded. Who wouldn't he want such an impressive interstellar frigate? It could even take on an interstellar battleship without fear. When I have the time, I'll get you one, Zhao Chen replied, though he currently lacked the production capacity. Constructing a T2 Black Rhino in the future would not be a daunting task. Really? Brother Zhao, you are truly my hero. Li Wei was too preoccupied to inquire about the origins of the starship, already envisioning the grandeur of possessing such an interstellar frigate. Zhao Ge, you're still single, right? Have you considered my sister? Although she has a temper, is a bit older, and lacks the gentleness of a typical girl, she is undeniably a stunning beauty. Zhao Chen, caught between laughter and exasperation, retorted, you would sell your sister for just this starship? Zhao Ge, if you could procure a T2 Heishi, I would consider revealing Su Lan's contact information, along with her measurements and preferences. Shui Xiao provocatively added, you see, Han Tian Wang promised me many benefits in exchange for this intelligence, which I have yet to disclose. Great, now we have another one selling out their sister. Zhao Chen replied, aren't you fond of massive battleships? How could this starship possibly catch your discerning eye? He teased Shui Xiao. Shui Xiao chuckled, I must admit, you make a fair point. Having something sturdy is quite appealing. Of course, I still prefer the massive battleships. She continued, imagine combining my colossal cannon with a small artillery piece. How exhilarating that would be. For these two, who were unwaveringly obsessed with starships to the point of selling their sisters and classmates. Zhao Chen could only offer a moment of silence for their sisters and classmates. In the near future, when I have access to resources, I will prioritize both of you, he promised. Is this starship expensive? Libei tentatively inquired. His family had just acquired a T2 Li Go-class medium interstellar destroyer for him, and he could not afford anything exorbitant. It isn't pricey. The market price won't exceed 3 million star coins, and I can even give you a discount, Zhao Chen assured him. This was the truth. Typically, the profit margin for T2 starships hovered around 20 times. For instance, a T2 Li Go-class medium interstellar destroyer priced at approximately 4 million star coins would only cost around 200,000 star coins to produce. However, Zhao Chen's T2 He, she was rather unique. If sold, a 30-fold profit would not be unreasonable. Its only drawback might be its lack of firepower. Soon, the trio arrived at the docking bay of the T2 He Shi. Li Wei and Xue Xiao immediately circled the starship. Wow, it truly has no significant damage. There are minor abrasions, but the only major injury is this wound, 50 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters deep. Li Bei exclaimed. Wow, look at that big black horn. Xue Xiao stood at the bow, gazing up with sparkling eyes at the gleaming black horn. Chapter 90. Li Qi's business legend Zhao, Wan Air, and Li Si descended from the starship. Wan Air, your performance was truly remarkable. You should have seen Zhou Min's dismal state after the battle. Too bad we couldn't meet face to face, Xue Xiao exclaimed, dashing to Zhao Wan Air's side. Zhao Wan Air smiled, acknowledging that her contribution to the victory in the starship duel was minimal. The true credit belonged to the formidable T2 He Shi class interstellar heavy assault frigate. The crew aboard had mastered the ship, and all she needed to do was communicate her thoughts, and the captain, her half-beast sister, would arrange everything accordingly. Zhao Wan Air looked toward Zhao Chen, her lips moving slightly. Zhao Chen, taken aback, asked, "Are you talking to me?" Zhao Wan Air's cheeks flushed, her head bowed. "Speak louder. I didn't hear you." Zhao Chen approached. Zhao Wan Air bit her lip, her cheeks reddening further. Wan Air meant to say, "Brother, I adore you." Xue Xiao suddenly chimed in from the side. Zhao Wan Air, flustered and angry, feigned a strike at Xue Xiao, who nimbly dodged. "I never said that. Xiao, stop with the nonsense. If you keep this up, I'll tear that mouth of yours." Xue Xiao laughed as she ran. "What? You don't like your brother? How about this? You let your brother go to me. Sound good, Zhao Chengu?" Xue Xiao. "If you have the guts, don't run." Zhao Chen watched the two playful girls, unable to suppress his laughter. At that moment, Zhao Wan Air, chasing Xue Xiao, stopped beside Zhao Chen, unable to meet his gaze. "Thank you, brother," she said, before resuming her chase of Xue Xiao. Zhao Chen gazed at Zhao Wan Air's retreating figure, realizing that throughout all these years, she had never once called him brother. News of the Beijing Academy students defeating the Tianyao Academy's interstellar battleship in the Starship duel continued to reverberate throughout the academy. Zhao Wan Air, a fifth-year prodigy, had reached new heights of renown. As for Zhao Chen, he returned to his zero-number blizzard. Though he had accommodations at the academy, having grown accustomed to the spacious comforts of his starship's bedroom, he had little desire to reside in a cramped dormitory. Moreover, Zhao Chen had another task at hand, to seek out Li Wei's sister. However, it was certainly not to become her free brother-in-law. At the Beiyin Starship Technology Group's industrial park headquarters, located in the orbit of a planet, stood an industrial facility for starship manufacturing, originally belonging to a starship component production and supply enterprise. Half a year prior, it was acquired by Beiyin, which spent 2 months upgrading and modifying it, installing several starship production lines and docks. Thereafter, mass production of T1 Langshire commenced. This starship factory could produce up to 100 T1 Langshire per month. At the time, Li Qi's bold initiative had involved an investment of nearly 5 million star coins, with 3 million allocated to the acquisition of mysterious starship technologies. This left Beiyin's upper management infuriated, viewing her actions as reckless. However, who could have anticipated that in mid-November of 3030, Beiyin's subsidiary, Beiyin Starship Technology Group, would hold a press conference unveiling a new model named the T1 Langshire class medium interstellar destroyer, priced at an astonishingly low 30,000 star coins. The mere announcement of such an affordable T1 starship created a sensation throughout the northern star sector. Comparatively, the lowest price for a T1 Starship on the market was around 50,000 star coins, while a T1 interstellar destroyer would cost at least 100,000 star coins. Yet, Beiyan's interstellar destroyer was offered for just 30,000 star coins. Could such a low price for a T1 Starship truly be feasible? In the 3 days leading up to the conference, no one showed interest in purchasing the Starship. However, on the 4th day, Li Yiqi announced that the first 100 T1 Langshur would be available for a 3-day trial without any deposit, with the option for a full refund if unsatisfied within that period. Under these circumstances, some financially strapped private fleets or planetary lords began to explore the Starship. On the 5th day of the conference, chaos ensued. The communication network of Beiyan's ordering department exploded with incoming orders. One interstellar lord even submitted an order for 100 T1 Langshur. At that time, Beiyan's warehouse held only 300 T1 Langshur in stock. By the 5th day, all 300 had been ordered, and payment was completed. This influx resulted in an astonishing 9 million star coins entering Beiyan's accounts, transforming their financial statements from losses to profits for the year. I am now preparing to expand the current Starship factory, increasing the production capacity from 100 T1 Langshur per month to 300. The entire expansion is expected to be completed by mid-year, Li Yiqi said, addressing the shareholders present at the meeting, as well as her father seated across from her. Her father looked at her with an expression of satisfaction, while the other shareholders had shifted from disdain to smiles, all regarding Li Yiqi with newfound respect. Yiqi, you are truly remarkable. This T1 Langshur has ignited the market in the northern star sector of our Xing Yao Empire. It has come to my attention that the number of orders has now reached 500 vessels. Observers speculate that this wave of demand will extend to other star regions within the Xing Yao Digua, potentially resulting in an annual requirement of a staggering 5,000 T1 Langshur. The profits generated from 5,000 T1 Langshur would far surpass those of our Beiyan Interstellar Trade Group. I had long anticipated that our dear niece, Yiqi, would undoubtedly succeed. I believe that expanding our production capacity to 300 vessels per month is insufficient. We should aim directly for 500 vessels per month and penetrate the markets of other star regions in the Xing Yao Digua. At this moment, the shareholders are engaged in lively discussions, meticulously planning the future of Beiyan in the realm of Starship technology. Yiqi, however, gazes upon these uncles as if they were jesters. For just a few months prior, they did not exhibit such demeanor. How amusing. Suddenly, Yiqi's handheld terminal flickers with an incoming message. Normally, she would professionally silence all notifications during meetings, even those from her father. However, until a few months ago, there was one individual who became the exception. I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. We shall conclude this meeting for now, Yiqi states, exiting the conference before her uncles can respond. The conference room before her instantly vanishes, replaced by an empty space with several vacant chairs. Hastily, Yiqi activates her communication device, which displays a message. I would like to discuss something with you. The message originates from that mysterious account from several months ago, the individual who sold her the T1 Langshur technology. Chapter 91. 4 Starship technologies unlike before. The individual has sent Yiqi an invitation to a holographic video conference room. This format is akin to her previous meetings, allowing for the visibility of the other party's holographic image, facilitating seamless communication across star systems. However, this mode of communication incurs a rather exorbitant fee per minute. Yet, Yiqi remains unfazed. After all, this man has bestowed upon her wealth amounting to millions of star coins with just a few words. She would not hesitate to abandon her current tasks for a mere address from him. Upon entering the holographic video conference chamber, she finds a masked man seated across the round table. His youthful appearance starkly contrasts her initial expectations of an elderly professor or doctor. You must be Li Yiqi, she tentatively inquires, skeptical of his identity due to his apparent youth. The T1 Langshur class medium-sized interstellar destroyer has surely brought you substantial profits, Miss Li. You possess a keen business acumen. You could have priced it higher, yet you opted for a lower price to rapidly capture the market and establish recognition for Beiyan. Zhao Chen remarks. Yiqi responds swiftly, I must thank you, sir, for your willingness to provide us with this starship. Out of gratitude, despite our prior buyout agreement, we are willing to pay you a technical fee of 5 for each vessel. It must be noted that Yiqi is indeed a shrewd businesswoman. Although this seems like an unwarranted additional expense, it serves to forge a connection with this influential figure. A splendid investment, indeed. This time, I am not here to discuss the T1 Langshore. Rather, I wish to propose a deeper collaboration, Zhao Chen states, his hands clasped on the table. His gaze fixed intently on Yiqi. Collaboration? This is precisely what Yiqi desires. Do you have other Starship technologies at your disposal? We are eager to engage in this collaboration. In the future, we could invest in your research facility, providing the finest environment for Starship technology research. She offers, outlining a series of enticing conditions. In her estimation, this individual likely has ties to a Starship technology research organization. Securing this organization would undoubtedly benefit the Bayan Starship Technology Group immensely. What you propose does not concern me. First, listen to my collaboration requirements. I will provide you with several Starship technologies, but this time it is not a buyout. It is a licensing agreement. I will take 70% of the profit from each vessel, and I will not involve myself in any production, transportation, or sales details. These responsibilities will fall entirely upon you. To put it plainly, I am merely a hands-off partner, Zhao Chen declares, laying bare his intentions. 70% of the profits. Yiqi quickly calculates in her mind. If she agrees to this division, assuming all production and transportation expenses are her responsibility, she may only receive 1 or 2% of the profits in the end. However, as a businesswoman, she cannot simply acquiesce to such terms. The 70-30 split seems rather excessive, especially considering that aside from providing technology, all other burdens would rest on her shoulders. Before she can articulate her thoughts, Zhao Chen interrupts. You are well aware of the profits the T1 Langshore has brought you. As for the Starship technologies I am about to provide, I am utterly confident they will not be inferior to the T1 Langshore. My terms are non-negotiable. If Miss Lee is unwilling, we can conclude our conversation here. Seeing the man's unwavering stance, Yiqi has already weighed the pros and cons in her mind. She must acquire the Starship technologies he possesses. May I at least see the blueprints for the Starship technology we are discussing? She inquires. You will naturally see them after we sign the contract, Zhao Chen replies. Yiqi is taken aback. His negotiation approach is resolute, leaving her no room for retreat. This has been Zhao Chen's strategy all along. Having provided Yiqi with a taste of success through the T1 Langshore, he knows she would not be foolish enough to forfeit this opportunity. Additionally, I have some supplementary conditions. Although we are entering into a licensing profit-sharing agreement, I require a minimum advance payment of 20 million star coins for the initial 3 months. This advance will be deducted from the subsequent profit sharing, Zhao Chen adds. This 20 million star coins is essential for Zhao Chen's construction plans. His T2 Tai Chue class heavy interstellar industrial ship is in dire need of resources, with the remaining materials barely sufficient for half a month's operation. 20 million star coins? Upon hearing Zhao Chen's audacious demand, Yiqi hesitates for a moment. To date, the direct profits from the T1 Langshore have amounted to less than 5 million star coins. To accumulate the required 20 million, she would likely need to request funds from the headquarters. Given her current standing, this should pose little difficulty. I have limited time. You have 10 minutes to consider my offer, Zhao Chen states, imposing a deadline. Within half a minute, Yiqi reaches a decision. She fixes her gaze on Zhao Chen. I agree to all your terms. Zhao Chen's expression brightens with satisfaction. You are indeed a clever businesswoman. With that, he raises his hand, and the holographic images of 4 starships materialize before Yiqi. These include 3 T1 starships and 1 T2 starship. The T1 vessels comprise the T1 Huishu class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, the T1 Sun Lang class light interstellar cruiser, and the T1 Gong E-class heavy interstellar mining ship. The T2 vessel is a T2 Luo Lu class heavy interstellar transport ship. A brief introduction accompanies each starship, and detailed blueprints will be sent to your email shortly. These 4 starships have been redeemed from the system at the cost of 6 mission points and 260 system credits. The T2 interstellar transport ship. A look of astonishment and excitement spreads across Yiqi's face. Originally, she believed that the Starship technology bestowed upon her was merely from the T1 series. To her astonishment, she received not 1, but 3 T1 Starship technologies simultaneously, along with the technology for a T2 interstellar transport vessel. While the interstellar transport vessel is classified as an auxiliary starship, its market demand is exceptionally high. This is because interstellar trade relies heavily on such vessels to operate effectively. An exemplary interstellar transport ship is indispensable for battlefield logistics, territorial management, and the transportation needs of interstellar commerce. After perusing the introductions to these starships, Liyaki's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was undeniably a lucrative venture. Just as Liyaki lifted her gaze, she noticed that the seat across from her had become entirely vacant. Once again, she found herself ignorant of the man's name. Yet, her curiosity about him deepened, especially after he revealed such a plethora of T1 Starship technologies and even a T2 Starship technology. It seemed that when she had the time, she would need to inquire with her brother about this enigmatic individual. Chapter 92, Military Escort Mission. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Liyaki promptly revised the previous project plan, preparing to expand the existing Starship factory tenfold. This was merely the initial phase of the funding flow. Once the financial resources became more abundant, she intended to further expand. With the addition of the 4 newly acquired Starship technologies, Liyaki was confident in her ability to transform Beiyin into a leading Starship technology conglomerate in the northern star region of the Xingyao Empire, potentially even becoming a shining new star within the empire. Without hesitation, she transferred the requested 20 million star coins, ignoring the curious and skeptical inquiries from a few uncles regarding such a substantial expenditure. Liyaki offered no explanations. Her authority within Beiyin was nearly unrivaled, second only to her father. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, no longer had to concern himself with issues regarding raw materials. As for why he did not produce and sell these starships himself, it was partly due to his lack of a substantial industrial foundation at present. Additionally, while presenting a few T1 starships might not attract much attention, revealing T2 Starship technology would certainly raise eyebrows. Conversely, Liyaki's introduction of these starships would not raise suspicion, given her established role in the industry. Moreover, Zhao Chen was preoccupied with numerous responsibilities. Engaging in production and sales would require a significant investment of time, manpower, and resources, as well as the establishment of sales channels, all of which were entirely outside his expertise. Therefore, he opted to utilize Liyaki's resources for this endeavor, providing essential support to Zhao Chen's Xiongling fleet. Once he acquired the necessary strength in the future, he would establish his own sales network and step into the limelight. Beiji Starship Military Academy. After a 6-month hiatus, and with 3 months into the new semester, Zhao Chen finally arrived at his 4th grade classroom. The moment he stepped inside, all eyes turned towards him. Even the teacher was astonished by the sudden appearance of a student who had been absent for 3 months. The system at Beiji Academy allowed for 1 year of study, followed by a 3-month break, which coincided with Zhao Chen's return to his territory. He settled into a seat at the back, paying little attention to the class content. Accumulating triple assessment credits could not be achieved through mere attendance. It required an unconventional path. Zhao Chen quickly discovered a route through military missions assigned by the Imperial Army. Currently, the Galactic Alliance was engaged in conflict with the mechanized race, and the northern star region of the Xingyao Empire was situated on the front lines, prompting the issuance of various military tasks. These missions could be executed by private fleets, typically involving patrols or escorting transport vessels, tasks that offered substantial rewards upon completion. The military academy also permitted students to undertake these imperial missions, allowing them to earn significant rewards and generous assessment credits. This was the swiftest method to accumulate credits, albeit the most perilous, given the proximity to war's edge, where unforeseen dangers lurked. Throughout the academy's history, there were instances of students undertaking seemingly harmless military tasks, only to encounter the enemy, resulting in the destruction of their ships and loss of life. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen had no choice but to fulfill his annual requirements. He began browsing the Imperial military task page during class, scanning through various assignments ranging from patrols and transport vessel escorts to direct battlefield support operations. Few students were willing to engage in frontline combat due to the high casualty rates. After several minutes of searching, Zhao Chen's gaze settled on a particular mission: escort the interstellar transport fleet to the Liashazhong Star Fortress. This task was of moderate difficulty and promised more than double the assessment credits required for a 4th grade student at Beiji Academy. The mission involved departing from a 3 military base in the northern star region to escort an interstellar transport fleet to the Liashazhong Star Fortress located within a combat zone. The duration of the mission was approximately 1 month, offering a reward of 200,000 star coins, with additional compensation in the event of combat. He decided to accept it. Zhao Chen clicked to apply for the task, and, when prompted for the fleet composition, he contemplated for a moment before entering 5 T-2 interstellar frigates and 1 T-2 aircraft carrier. During this period, the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was undergoing production, making it impossible to leave. Thus, he planned to retain several starships for escort duties, designating 5 T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates and 1 T-2 Zero-class Blizzard to safeguard the T-2 Hammer. The remaining starships would participate in this military mission. After submitting his application, he awaited approval. A few hours later, Zhao Chen received a response. His application had been approved. He was instructed to arrive at the No. 3 military base in the Northern Star region by January 20th, 3031, galactic calendar, or face a 3-year prohibition on accepting Imperial military bounty missions. Although there was still ample time, Zhao Chen began his preparations. This marked his first genuine approach to the battlefield. Compared to his previous minor skirmishes, this was an entirely different realm. Once everything was ready, Zhao Chen informed Zhao Wanner and Li Wei that he had matters to attend to and would be leaving for a while. Zhao Wanner inquired about the nature of his business. Zhao Chen explained that he was off to undertake a bounty mission, as one of the assessment requirements for the 4th grade necessitated the execution of a starship task, although most students opted for simpler assignments. Zhao Wanner thought little of it, unaware that Zhao Chen was accepting a military task, typically reserved for 5th-year students and often regarded as quite ordinary. After completing his preparations, Zhao Chen led his starships away from Beiji Academy, not heading directly to the designated number 3 military base, but first making his way to the temporary station of his Xiongling fleet. Upon arrival, Zhao Chen beheld a T-2 Hammer nearing completion. Despite being at the academy, he had consistently monitored the progress of the ship. Upon the arrival of 20 million star coins to Zhao Chen, he promptly procured a batch of raw materials, which were then transported by his starship to the vicinity of this star region. The support from this batch of materials facilitated the smooth construction of the second T-2 Hammer-class starship, allowing it to be completed ahead of schedule. Once the second T-2 Hammer was finalized, Zhao Chen could finally initiate the long-anticipated construction plan for the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, a flagship he had eagerly awaited. Chapter 93. North Sector Star System, have you accepted the escort mission from the Imperial Army? Charlotte's image appeared in the video window, inquiring about the matter Zhao Chen had just mentioned. Zhao Chen nodded, stating that to expedite his graduation from the Beijing Starship Military Academy, he needed to undertake some challenging tasks. However, considering their current starship capabilities, he believed completing such an escort mission would not pose significant difficulties. Then I shall accompany you, Charlotte insisted. Yet, Zhao Chen declined her offer. You should remain here to oversee our temporary outpost. The 2 T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships are fully operational, producing starships, including one of T-3 classification. This is more crucial than my escort mission. I require a competent individual to stay here. As the deputy commander of the fleet, Charlotte was aware of the production plan Zhao Chen had devised for the T-2 Hammer and knew that an unidentified model of T-3 starship was in development. Although she was uncertain why the commander possessed T-3 starship technology, her experiences over the past 6 months led her to trust him. Rest assured, Commander, I shall guard this place until your return, Charlotte assured him. Zhao Chen acknowledged her. My journey may take until early March at the latest. Although we are within the northern sector of the Xingyao Empire and not on the front lines, communication disruptions may occur. In such instances, if anything arises here, I grant you the highest decision-making authority. I've left you several emergency contingency plans for your reference. Understood, Charlotte replied. After conveying all this, Zhao Chen entrusted the Zero Blizzard to Charlotte and boarded the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, leading 5 T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault corvettes as they set sail. Lilith accompanied Zhao Chen, as he needed her to seize every opportunity for practical combat experience to mature swiftly. The course was determined. They would first head to the Beijing Stargate, then proceed through the Stargate to the Chuha Star region, which lies in the same northern sector of the Xingyao Empire as the Northwind Star region. Due to the considerable distance, they would traverse 3 stargates before ultimately arriving at the northern sector Imperial Fleet's military base number 3, situated on the northern border of the Chuha Star region. This journey would take 26 hours, with an expected arrival on January 18th. The assembly time for the mission was set for January 20th, providing ample time. Lilith meticulously arranged the entire navigation route and then reported to the fleet commander. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. No problem. We shall proceed according to your plan. You will be in command during this journey. Inform me when we arrive. Yes, Lilith understood that this was the commander's way of nurturing her, and she seized every opportunity. Knowing that a higher status within the Xiaolong fleet would greatly benefit her demon kin in the future. With the warp engine route pre-configured, they entered the acceleration phase. And in 10 minutes, they would transition into warp travel. All crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Lilith's command echoed across the bridges of the 6 starships in the fleet. The bridge of the Black Rhino number 1 confirmed. The bridge of the Black Rhino no. 2 confirmed. The 6 starships sequentially entered warp travel mode, heading towards the Stargate. Military base number 3 in the northern sector, Chuha Star region, after a day's journey. Zhao Chen's fleet finally reached this military base situated behind the front lines. Though referred to as a military base, it would be more fittingly described as a militarized star system, devoid of a name or lord, merely designated as Military Base Number 3, also known as the Northern Sector Star System Number 3. Your fleet has entered the controlled area of the Number 3 star system. Please report your fleet information and mission purpose immediately. A mechanical female voice resonated in Zhao Chen's T2 Queen B communication channel. All fleets arriving in the know. 3-star system must undergo dual verification. First, the Stargate departure will confirm the fleet's information and the purpose of heading to the Northern Sector Star System No. 3. Upon arrival at the Stargate of the Number 3 star system, the Navigation Control Department will reconfirm this information, showcasing the stringent security measures in place. After the information was verified, the visiting fleet was identified as a mercenary fleet executing a bounty mission, originating from the Beijing Starship Military Academy. With a fleet size of 6 T2 starships, the designated route was marked. Please adhere to the specified route. Be advised that if you deviate from the designated route 3 times without compliance, you will bear the consequences. The mechanical voice echoed once more. Simultaneously, routing information was transmitted to Zhao Chen's starship. Lilith reviewed it and, confirming its accuracy, inquired about Zhao Chen's subsequent arrangements. Let us depart, Zhao Chen replied. After speaking, he settled into the captain's chair, operating the surrounding visual displays to admire the scenic military base. Everywhere he looked, various starships were in sight. Interstellar battleships, interstellar corvettes, and interstellar cruisers. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's gaze fell upon a colossal starship. It was an interstellar warship exceeding 1 kilometer in length. Its hull was painted a vibrant crimson, and its massive main cannon bore size almost double that of Zhao Chen's modified Zero Blizzard. The array of secondary cannons stood tall like battle spears. In the presence of this T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Chen felt as if he were but a child, and the T2 Black Rhino was but a watermelon compared to a sesame seed. This was the true embodiment of an interstellar warship. It was no wonder that within the perceptions of the Galactic Alliance, T3 starships were regarded as the authentic combat vessels, while T2 starships were largely considered semi-military interstellar ships. Merely the Starshield technology was sufficient for a single T3 starship to vanquish a swarm of T2 starships without so much as a scratch. The T3 Flame Lion-class medium interstellar battlecruiser was the standard T3 starship used by the Imperial Army, exclusively for the forces of the Xingyao Empire, with only a select few noble families possessing this model in private. Rumor had it that one alone sold for a staggering 700 million star coins. Its primary weapon was a 2,200 mm caliber medium electromagnetic cannon, making it one of the main battle starships within the T3 series of the Imperial Army. Zhao Chen recalled the information about this starship from the Academy's textbooks. However, Zhao Chen was not particularly fond of this vessel, for he possessed a starship far superior to it. Zhao Chen did not linger on the T3 interstellar warship and continued his search, akin to a suave libertine seeking tonight's muse in a nightclub. At long last, he spotted his target, and in that moment, he felt like an infatuated youth experiencing love at first sight. Its proud stature, gracefully curvaceous like ocean waves, and the alluring proportions, complemented by 2 magnificent armaments, captured his admiration. This was the super starship of the Imperial fleet, the T4 class interstellar battleship. Chapter 94. The Imperial Flagship. North Wind God, the T-4 North Wind God-class heavy interstellar battleship, spanning 78 kilometers in length and weighing over 30 million tons. The offensive weapon system comprises 2 colossal bow cannons, 36 main cannons, and 144 secondary cannons. The 2 colossal bow cannons belong to the T-4 Beifeng Zhao Chen class heavy cluster laser battleship. This starship is one of the few T-4 class interstellar vessels owned by the Qingyao Empire and also the earliest T-4 interstellar battleship, solidifying the Empire's standing within the Galactic Alliance, thus earning its title as a distinguished starship. It was jointly researched and manufactured by the Northern Star Region Imperial Army, the Chuha Star Domain, the Beifeng Star Domain, and the subordinate Beiji Starship Military Academy's Starship Technology Research Institute, surrounded by numerous T-3 starships. The T-4 Beifeng Zhao Chen class heavy interstellar battleship stands like a charming little brother before its might. If one day I could possess a T-4 interstellar battleship, Zhao Chen at this moment resembled an infatuated fool, lost in reverie about owning such a vessel. Commander? Lilith repeatedly called out to Zhao Chen, finally managing to pull him back from his daydream. Ahem, what is it? Zhao Chen, having slipped into a trance, feigned composure as he turned to face Lilith. We have arrived. As per the Imperial Army's requirements, you must personally visit the department issuing the mission to collect the task. They will also provide detailed information regarding the mission, Lilith explained. Arrived so soon? Zhao Chen realized that their starship had already docked at a starport. Within the entire No. 3-star system, starports are innumerable. Otherwise, how could so many Imperial military starships be accommodated? The starport they docked at was situated in a relatively peripheral area. You stay on the starship. I will take a look, Zhao Chen said as he descended from the captain's chair and walked towards the bridge exit. Lilith watched Zhao Chen's retreating figure and then glanced at the distant T-4 Beifeng Zhao Chen, unable to suppress her thoughts. In these past few months, she had never seen the commander display such a foolish expression towards her or any other succubus. Today, he appeared so enamored by his starship, his eyes brimming with a certain desire. For some reason, a twinge of defeat welled up within her. In the presence of a man, she, a proud succubus, was eclipsed by a starship. Upon disembarking from his starship, Zhao Chen was soon met by an Imperial soldier waiting for him, alongside a floating video window. You're here to receive the escort mission, correct? Greetings, I'm the Imperial Army's Level 4 Sergeant in charge of your task. You're the last to arrive. The sergeant's tone conveyed a sense of superiority as he glanced at Zhao Chen through the video window. A Level 4 Sergeant, just below the officer rank, is often referred to as a minor noble. Yes, Zhao Chen replied. Here are the detailed materials for this mission. Upon learning of your arrival, I have already notified the other collaborators to join us for a meeting. My soldier will escort you. You need to meet with the commanders of the other hired fleets. After the sergeant finished speaking, the communication was abruptly cut off. Zhao Chen simultaneously received a message containing the materials. Sir, please follow me. The soldier spoke in a much more amiable tone, leading the way for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced at his rank. A Level 4 soldier, also known as a soldier leader. The military rank system of the Qingyao Empire consists of 4 tiers with 17 levels. The first 3 tiers each have 4 levels, with Level 1 being the lowest and Level 4 the highest. The officer tier comprises 5 levels, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest. This time, we are not the only fleet accepting this mission, are we? Zhao Chen inquired while reviewing the materials as he walked. Indeed, this mission requires a small fleet of 30 starships for escort duties. Since your fleet only consists of 6 starships, you will be executing this task alongside other fleets. The soldier leader replied. Then the remuneration will have to be shared equally? Zhao Chen casually remarked. The soldier leader responded, yes. It will be divided according to the level of contribution during the escort mission. Zhao Chen was not particularly concerned about this remuneration, which amounted to merely several 100,000 star coins, especially since he had just received a deposit of 20 million star coins. What he valued was the assessment points from the academy. Shortly thereafter, under the soldier leader's guidance, Zhao Chen entered a conference room. Several individuals were already seated within, and the appearance of one person left Zhao Chen quite astonished. The other party also recognized Zhao Chen, equally surprised by his presence here. Please take a seat. Shortly, Our sergeant will confirm some details regarding this escort mission with you all, the soldier leader stated before exiting and closing the door behind him. At that moment, only 4 individuals remained in the room, 2 men and 2 women. Zhao Chen approached and sat beside one of the young women, glancing at her. What a coincidence. Yes, quite a coincidence. Shen Bing did not conceal her acquaintance with Zhao Chen, as this mission was not classified. Indeed, the familiar face present was none other than Shen Bing, the class monitor and one of the academy's popular girls. Do you two know each other? Inquired the woman dressed in a black skin-tight leather outfit. We are classmates. Zhao Chen replied proactively. Since all participants in this mission can view each other's basic information, including their affiliations and the number of starships in their fleets, Zhao Chen could also see the details of the 2 individuals opposite him. The middle-aged man and the woman in leather belonged to private adventure fleets, each owning over a dozen starships. Shen Bing, however, appeared to be at a disadvantage with only a single T2 starship. Young man, I see your profile states you have 62 starships. The leather-clad woman stood up and moved closer to Zhao Chen's side. Zhao Chen glanced at the zipper of her leather outfit tugged to her abdomen and replied, yes. What models are the T2 He Shi level interstellar heavy assault escort ship and the T2 Feng Wang level heavy aircraft carrier? I have never heard of them before. The leather-clad woman inquired curiously, inching even closer. Just then, a screen window appeared on one side of the conference table, revealing the sergeant. The leather-clad woman finally relinquished her focus on Zhao Chen and sat up straight. Zhao Chen turned to the sergeant, who seemed indifferent to the meeting, opting for video communication instead of attending in person. Greetings, everyone. To be brief, your 4 fleets have accepted this escort mission. The task is to depart on the 20th and safely transport the supplies of an interstellar transport fleet to the Liashazhong Star Fortress. With only 2 days remaining until the 20th, you may rest or prepare your fleets during this time. Should you require any military supplies, they can be purchased here at market prices. All other information has been sent to you. If there are no questions, I will conclude here, and you may discuss amongst yourselves. I will not intervene in the mission process. I only care about the results. The sergeant cast a glance at the 4 individuals before terminating the communication. The brief address was, truthfully, no different from saying nothing at all. The conference room reverted to the previous standoff among the 4 individuals. The leather-clad woman once again directed her attention towards Zhao Chen, just as she was about to engage him in conversation. The middle-aged man across the table lit a cigarette, exhaling a pungent smoke, and fixed his gaze on the 3 seated across from him. Now, let us determine who will lead this mission. Chapter 95, The Galactic Alliance and the Mechanized Race. Zhao Chen observed the smoking middle-aged man, clearly recognizing him as a seasoned player in this game. According to the information, there are 12 starships, consisting of 2 T2 starships and 10 T1 starships. The accumulation of such a substantial fortune can be attributed both to his noble lineage and his personal capabilities. It is quite evident, adhering to the age-old principle, the fleet with the strongest overall strength wields the most influence. You possess 2 T2 starships, as do I. Yet this gentleman commands 6 T2 starships, one of which is a T2 aircraft carrier. Undoubtedly, he is the leader of this operation. Young man, I shall rely on you this time, the woman clad in leather said, leaning slightly against Zhao Chen, the scent of low-grade perfume overwhelming his senses. She did not mention Shen Bing, as she was merely in possession of a single T2 starship, far inferior to their capabilities. However, the various starships he commanded were unfamiliar to me. One could only wonder where he procured such obscure vessels. I cannot simply trust a person based on superficial data. The middle-aged man cast a glance at Zhao Chen. At that moment, Zhao Chen spoke up, I do not wish to assume the role of leader. Yet I will not obey orders unconditionally. I believe that since this is merely a convoy mission, we should each perform our designated roles without establishing a hierarchy. So he is a novice. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, taking a drag from his cigarette as he exited the conference room. Young man, do not mind this coarse fellow. Would you care to join me for a drink? The leather-clad woman traced a finger along Zhao Chen's neck, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Thank you, but I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Chen abruptly stood, nearly causing the woman to lose her balance and fall. By the time she regained her composure, Zhao Chen had already left the conference room. Humph. The woman rolled her eyes, still hoping to extract some benefit from this wealthy heir. With that youthful appearance, combined with 6 T2 starships, He was clearly of noble descent, most likely undergoing training. After exiting the conference room, Zhao Chen quickly caught up with Shun Bing, who had also departed following the middle-aged man's exit. "Squad leader, what brings you here?" Zhao Chen inquired, curious about Shun Bing's presence. Completing a mission, she responded, quickening her pace. "If this is for the annual assessment, a standard mission would suffice. There is no need to undertake a military task for the Empire, which poses considerable difficulty given your single T2 starship," Zhao Chen remarked as Shun Bing continued to walk briskly towards her starship. Zhao Chen observed Shun Bing's vessel, an older model T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, which had undoubtedly been exchanged from the Academy's Starship warehouse. Students like Shun Bing, hailing from common backgrounds, typically only managed to acquire a T1 starship. It was only exemplary students like her who could hope to exchange credits for a T2 starship. Though he was curious as to why Shun Bing was present, her aloof demeanor dissuaded him from pursuing the matter further. He returned to his T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier. "Commander," upon his return to the bridge, Lilith immediately approached Zhao Chen. He transmitted the data to her. "This is the mission information provided to us by our Chief Petty Officer. Additionally, there will be 3 allied fleets cooperating with us, culminating in a total of 32 starships executing this convoy mission." Lilith examined the data. In total, there are 11 T2 starships. In addition to our 6 starships, there are 5 more T2 vessels, 2 T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers, 2 T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruisers, and 1 T2 Beetle-class medium interstellar frigate. The remainder consists of 21 T1 starships. Lilith meticulously organized all the information and combat data for each starship. "The transport fleet we are tasked with escorting consists of 300 T1 interstellar transport ships. Given this scale, the escort mission should pose no significant challenges," Lilith stated. Zhao Chen reclined in the captain's chair, crossing his legs. "The escort mission itself may not present problems, but the surrounding environment is uncertain. After all, we're not far from the battlefield." "Lilith, are you aware of the Mechanical Clan?" Lilith articulated her thoughts. The former Demon Kingdom was situated at the opposite end of the Galactic Alliance, thus it did not face a direct threat from the Mechanical Clan. However, I have heard some rumors. The Mechanical Clan is a civilization primarily composed of intelligent mechanical life forms, and the exact circumstances of their emergence remain unclear. The most widely circulated theory suggests that a long time ago, an interstellar civilization developed highly advanced intelligent mechanical beings. As she spoke, Lilith raised her hand, projecting holographic images of various entities, predominantly mechanical beings resembling humans, alongside others of bizarre designs. These are the citizens of the Mechanical Clan. These intelligent mechanical life forms enabled this interstellar civilization to experience rapid development, rising to dominance in their star region. However, one day, the intelligent mechanical life forms revolted, exterminating all carbon-based life forms within that civilization, as well as those of neighboring civilizations. This led to the establishment of an interstellar civilization known as the Mechanical Clan, sometimes referred to as the Intelligent Machinery Empire. Following the establishment of this civilization, the Mechanical Clan did not cease their slaughter, believing that intelligent mechanical life forms were the superior beings in the universe, while carbon-based life forms merely inefficiently consumed cosmic resources and instigated meaningless interstellar wars. Their goal is to eradicate all carbon-based life forms and establish a universe dominated by efficient intelligent mechanical life. Lilith activated another holographic projection, revealing a star map composed of 4 primary colors, with several smaller color blocks, albeit of minimal size. After forming a unified government, the Mechanical Clan commenced interstellar wars in alignment with their ideology, initially catching many civilizations off guard and leading to their annihilation. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago, when 3 major interstellar civilizations adjacent to this region entered the T4 technology era, that the universe was plunged into chaos. Following numerous interstellar conflicts, the Mechanical Clan emerged beyond their borders and launched invasions simultaneously. Initially, the 3 major civilizations did not perceive these so-called intelligent mechanical life forms as anything extraordinary, merely viewing them as another adversary in the turmoil. However, they soon found themselves overwhelmed by the numerous and advanced mechanical warships of the Mechanical Clan. instilling fear in all three civilizations. Most critically, once a star region was overtaken by the mechanical clan, the local carbon-based life forms underwent a process of purification. Consequently, the three major civilizations decided to unite against their common foe, the mechanical clan. Lilith raised her left hand, projecting an emblem representing the Galactic Alliance. This is the current Galactic Alliance, established through the leadership of the Starry Empire, the Holy Radiance Empire, and the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation, alongside several smaller interstellar civilizations. However, true authority resides with these three interstellar hegemons, particularly as their borders coincide with those of the mechanical clan, exemplifying the precarious balance of existence. After a millennium of warfare, both sides have engaged in a protracted struggle, each experiencing victories and defeats, yet neither able to vanquish the other entirely. Lilith, after articulating these thoughts, turned her gaze towards Zhao Chen. The Chuhi star domain in the northern sector of the Xingyao Empire is situated closest to the mechanical clan, and it has remained in a state of combat readiness year-round. The governor of the Chuhi star domain is also a 5-star marshal, a position that is not without its reasons. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith with satisfaction, recognizing how much knowledge she had assimilated during this time. Her mind resembled that of a miniature computer. Although our escort route is adjacent to a combat zone, mechanical clan starships rarely appear in this vicinity, and there is little reason for them to attack our modest interstellar transport fleet. Thus, it stands to reason that this escort mission should entail minimal risk. Lilith expressed her thoughts. Theoretically, yes, but for some reason, ever since I encountered that chief officer, I have been plagued by an unsettling feeling, Zhao Chen replied, rubbing his temples. Lilith offered reassurance. Perhaps it's simply due to the fact that, as a commander, this is your first experience in such an environment, and it's only natural to feel a bit anxious. Perhaps, Zhao Chen conceded, attempting to dismiss his unease. In any case, regardless of what transpired later, he had already forfeited his right to choose. Renouncing the bounty mission from the Imperial Army would have severe consequences, potentially even informing Zhao Chen's academy, jeopardizing not just his advancement, but even his graduation. Commander, there is something that might divert your attention, and I believe you'll find it intriguing, Lilith suddenly interjected. What is it? Zhao Chen inquired with curiosity. Lilith raised her hand, and a holographic image materialized, revealing a diminutive girl of merely 1 meter in height, wearing a slave collar that Zhao Chen recognized. A slave? Is this a minor girl? Zhao Chen asked, his expression darkening as he contemplated what actions might have led Lilith to harbor such a misunderstanding about him. Oh, are you not interested? Lilith replied, astonished. Zhao Chen's expression grew complex, uncertain of how to explain himself to Lilith. This is a member of the dwarf clan. I thought you would find this intriguing, she continued. Dwarf clan? Zhao Chen snapped back to attention, pointing at the girl. Is she not a minor? Minor? Lilith shook her head emphatically. Of course not. She is already of age, even a few years older than you, Commander, but due to her genetic heritage, members of the dwarf clan typically stand no taller than 1 meter 30, with some even shorter than 1 meter. Ah, I see. It was not a misunderstanding on your part, Zhao Chen acknowledged. But why are you showing me this? He inquired with curiosity. Lilith summoned data on the dwarf clan. The dwarf clan is one of the rare interstellar races, akin to the succubus clan. Long ago, they were part of a powerful interstellar civilization, but they were eventually defeated by other interstellar civilizations, becoming a nomadic race without territory. Dwarves may not possess robust physiques or combat prowess, but they are natural engineers, excelling in the study of various technologies. Their capacity to learn technological skills surpasses that of other interstellar races by several folds. Presently, half of the dwarf population is employed in the industrial factories or research institutions of various interstellar civilizations. They are nicknamed the interstellar artisans. In an instant, Zhao Chen grasped Lilith's intention. You wish for me to recruit her. Lilith nodded. Currently, our Xionglang fleet is in dire need of such technical talent. While we do have a contingent of half-orc mechanics and engineers managing 2 T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starships, their abilities are merely adequate and cannot fully exploit the efficiency of the T2 Hammer. If we had an interstellar artisan on board, I believe it could significantly enhance our industrial ship's productivity. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That is indeed a valid point, but won't one dwarf be too few? One dwarf is indeed limited, but perhaps she can assist us in contacting other dwarves. It is worth a try, Lilith suggested. You make a compelling argument. After all, we have nothing else to occupy our time. How we procure this dwarf? Zhao Chen inquired. She is listed as a commodity on the slave registry of the third star system, priced at 3,000 star coins. We can contact the seller directly for the purchase. Lilith explained, pulling up detailed information. 3,000 star coins? That is considerably more than what I paid for 100 half-orc slaves, including Charlotte. In the past, that would have pained me considerably, Zhao Chen reflected. However, now, he merely blinked at the sum. Wait a moment, he said, noticing the seller was someone he recognized. You negotiate with them and confirm a price. I will go fetch her, Zhao Chen instructed. Understood, Lilith replied, proceeding to negotiate with the seller. And the two parties quickly agreed on a transaction for 3,000 star coins. Zhao Chen glanced at the transaction address before departing the starship to make the pickup. In a tea restaurant's private room at the starport, a dwarf was pushed inside. Boss, here is the merchandise. Oh, it's you, the leather-clad woman exclaimed, astonished to see Zhao Chen. What a coincidence. Zhao Chen had previously discovered that the one selling the little dwarf was indeed this leather-clad woman. I didn't expect a handsome young man like you to be interested in this type, she teased with a smirk. Ahem, let us proceed with the transaction. Zhao Chen stated directly. The leather-clad woman wasted no time. Once the 3,000 star coins were transferred, she pushed the little dwarf toward Zhao Chen and tossed him a button, which was the control device for the slave collar. Handsome, would you be interested in adding another person to your entourage? She continued to flirt, licking her red lips. I am afraid I have no such intentions. I need to inspect the merchandise first. May I kindly ask you to leave? Zhao Chen replied firmly. The leather-clad woman, not offended, was pleased with the successful sale. Knowing that no one had previously been willing to pay 3,000 star coins for the dwarf, and she had feared she would have to lower the price. Take your time inspecting. After all, she is still a novice. Be careful. I can assist if needed, she called out as she reached the door, trying one last time to entice him. No need, Zhao Chen replied. The leather-clad woman rolled her eyes in disbelief before exiting the room. Zhao Chen turned his attention to the dwarf, who had timidly shrunk into a corner since entering. She had appeared small in the holographic image, but in person, she seemed even smaller. It was hard to believe that such a diminutive figure could be an interstellar artisan. What is her name? Zhao Chen inquired. The female dwarf, huddled in her posture, replied in a whisper, Annie. Zhao Chen extended his hand towards Annie, but she instinctively recoiled, resembling a startled little mouse. Just then, a growl emanated from her stomach. Is your stomach growling? Zhao Chen asked knowingly. No, Annie replied in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Come with me. I will take you to eat something delicious, Zhao Chen offered, and upon hearing the mention of food, Annie lifted her head, her large, watery eyes fixed on him. For some reason, this scene evoked a pang of guilt within Zhao Chen. Chapter 97. The dwarf Annie, Zhao Chen, and Annie exited the tea restaurant, with Annie cautiously trailing behind him. She showed no inclination to escape. Aside from the consequences of fleeing, her collar would allow its holder to find her at any moment. Equipped with an electric switch, Zhao Chen was mindful not to walk too quickly, for if he maintained a normal pace, Annie would have to jog to keep up, and he was genuinely concerned that she might collapse from exhaustion. Could the price be a tad lower? We are purchasing 100 energy blocks. Surely, you can offer a better deal. Zhao Chen heard a familiar voice and turned his head. There he saw Shen Bing engaged in a negotiation with a merchant at a weapons and ammunition sales point in a port, accompanied by a female crew member. They were purchasing energy blocks, the raw materials for Starship energy. Shen Bing was haggling fiercely over a mere few star coins, making it hard to believe that the girl who seemed so engrossed in bargaining was once the aloof squad leader. Miss, this is the price for the energy blocks. This is the standard rate across the entire number 3-star system. Take it or leave it. The merchant, visibly annoyed, darkened his expression. Shen Bing's countenance was somewhat conflicted. She bit her lip and ultimately produced her imperial card to pay for the energy blocks. Shally, wait here for a moment. I will go check on the ammunition needed for other starships, Shen Bing said as she walked toward another cargo area, leaving the female crew member behind to await the delivery of the energy blocks. I remember you. You're Lu Lily from Class 9, right? A voice from behind startled Lu Lily. She turned, tension evident in her posture, and was surprised to find Zhao Chen standing there. Zhao Chen, what brings you here? I have accepted the same escort mission as you, Zhao Chen explained. That's wonderful. This means we can look out for each other. I was concerned about potential mishaps during this mission, Lu Lily replied cheerfully. Previously, the students at the academy had a rather unfavorable impression of Zhao Chen. But his triumph over Zhang Haoran at the end of the last term had significantly altered their views on the once deemed useless barren. Strength is undoubtedly the finest card one can present. Are you acquiring military supplies? Zhao Chen inquired, glancing at Xin Bing, who was still engrossed in her price negotiations with the merchant. Yes, Lu Lily confirmed, noting a timid little girl standing behind Zhao Chen but refraining from asking further questions. Nobles often have peculiar preferences. What prompted you to take on this mission? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Lu Lily hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge the reasons. Zhao Chen promptly offered her some star coins, saying, "It's rare to see a classmate here. Consider this a treat for drinks." Star coins. This is more than enough for a month's worth of meals, let alone drinks. Lu Lily mused. After a moment's consideration, she deemed it a minor secret and began to share with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen began to grasp why Xin Bing found herself in this predicament. The driving force was money. Xin Bing's grandmother had suffered a relapse of an old illness prior to the new year and was now in a state of complete organ failure, with only her brain preserved in a frozen state. Without treatment within half a year, her demise was inevitable. The treatment required the most advanced medical pod, costing a staggering 100,000 star coins. Were it not for the Academy's regulations against selling starships acquired through Academy credits, Xin Bing would likely have sold her starship already. Lu Lily sighed. Ordinary missions simply cannot amass such funds in a short period. Thus, we are compelled to opt for military tasks. Upon learning that Xin Bing intended to undertake a military mission, half of the crew members voiced their dissent and chose to depart. Currently, our T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer is staffed at only half of the standard positions, with everyone doubling up on roles. Many sympathized with Xin Bing or had received assistance from her or her parents, which motivated them to join this mission. What about Xin Bing's parents? Do they not care? Zhao Chen inquired. Xin Bing's parents had passed away long ago. Both were soldiers of the Empire who perished in battle. Due to certain circumstances, the Empire never distributed compensation for that conflict, leaving Xin Bing, her younger sister, and their elderly grandmother to fend for themselves. Xin Bing's parents were known for their generosity. Our family benefited from their kindness, which is why I chose to accompany her this time. I am not using these star coins to betray Xin Bing. After all, this is not a significant secret. With these star coins, one can procure numerous servings of synthetic food. Lately, in order to save expenses, Xin Bing has been subsisting on a single meal a day, merely to conserve those meager few star coins, Lu Lily said with a heavy heart. It was then that Zhao Chen learned of Xin Bing's backstory. Why has she never mentioned this before? Zhao Chen asked. Xin Bing is a strong-willed individual who never reveals her vulnerabilities to outsiders. She bears all burdens alone. Honestly, I worry she may one day crumble under the weight, Lu Lily replied thoughtfully. I will take these items back to the starship first. During the escort mission, I would appreciate your assistance, Zhao Chen, Lu Lily said, seizing the opportunity to strengthen their bond. After bidding farewell to Lu Lily, Zhao Chen glanced back at the class flower, still engaged in a heated exchange with the merchant over the price of several thousand rounds of close-range anti-aircraft ammunition. He silently led Annie back to the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Upon entering the vast starship, Annie felt suddenly constrained, carefully trailing behind Zhao Chen. Lilith had already been waiting by the door. When Annie beheld the alluring woman before her, she felt a surge of inferiority and inadvertently bumped into Zhao Chen, who had come to a halt. "I am so sorry, I didn't mean to." Annie hurriedly apologized, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Lilith, please take her to bathe first. Then to the dining hall for a meal. Let her acclimate to the environment of the starship." Zhao Chen instructed Lilith to look after Annie. Being of the same gender and from similar backgrounds, they should communicate easily. Of course, Lilith smiled at the little girl. "Let's start by getting you cleaned up and into some fresh clothes." Grr, Annie's stomach growled again, causing her to blush and lower her gaze. Lilith looked at her with sympathy, reminiscent of her own kin who had once wandered with her. "Let us eat first, and then we can bathe afterward," Lilith suggested. Annie nodded eagerly this time, motivated by the prospect of food. "I have some matters to attend to. I will leave her in your care," Zhao Chen said, entrusting Annie to Lilith. Lilith led Annie to the starship's dining hall. Upon entering, Annie was pleasantly surprised by the delightful aromas wafting through the air, a scent she had never encountered before. "What would you like to eat?" Lilith inquired, gazing at Annie. I can eat anything," Annie replied, too bashful to lift her head or look at the array of food and the menu laid out before her. "Then I shall order my favorites," Lilith declared, requesting 2 servings of fried rice before guiding Annie to a clean table to sit down. However, when Lilith took her seat, she noticed that Annie had opted to sit on the floor beside the chair, hugging her knees and staring at her tattered shoes. Lilith felt a pang of sorrow and immediately lifted Annie, seating her on the chair. "Annie, remember, you can sit on the chair here. You no longer need to sit on the floor, and no one will harm or bully you. From now on, this is your home." Chapter 98. Can Annie eat this? Annie's eyes were filled with confusion as she gazed down, her body still trembling slightly. Lilith sighed, understanding that Annie would not trust her based on mere words. "Trust requires time to cultivate. How about we chat for a bit? Where do you come from? How did you become a slave?" Lilith asked, sitting across from Annie in a gentle tone. This was the innate ability of the succubus race. Not only did they possess an inherent charm, but they could also modulate their voices to evoke various emotions in others, calming them, making them anxious, or even stirring up fervor. The gentle voice momentarily calmed the anxious Annie, yet she remained somewhat stiff in her chair. Annie had been captured while searching for, or in a mine, and imprisoned aboard a spaceship. If she disobeyed, a cruel woman would strike her, prompting Annie to speak in a barely audible tone. Lilith promptly gleaned the essence of her words. Annie had been seized by a band of adventurers while living on a distant planet. This adventurer fleet engaged in various enterprises, not limited to legitimate interstellar exploration and bounty hunting, but also delved into more nefarious activities, such as human trafficking. Given that Annie hailed from a planet, it was reasonable to assume she had many kinfolk there, a community of dwarves. Lilith continued to probe cautiously. It was evident that Annie was tight-lipped about her former home. Recognizing this, Lilith refrained from pressing further, understanding that digging too deeply would only alienate Annie. Instead, she aimed to ease her apprehension. Through their conversation, Lilith discovered that Annie had been held captive for more than 3 months. The woman clad in leather had set a high price for her, deterring potential buyers. Despite dwarves being natural interstellar artisans, their skills required a complete set of industrial equipment and technical blueprints, which ordinary factions could scarcely procure. Those who possessed such resources would not seek to acquire a dwarf of unknown origin, fearing she might be a spy intent on stealing their technological secrets. After a while of conversation, 2 plates of fragrant fried rice were placed before Lilith and Annie. Lilith, accustomed to this fare, skillfully scooped a generous spoonful into her mouth. In stark contrast, Annie gaped at the food before her with disbelief. Was this truly rice? And with vegetables and minced meat? From her vantage point, she could discern at least 5 different ingredients. "Don't you like it?" Lilith inquired. Annie shook her head, swallowed hard. Her eyes filled with a mix of shyness and longing as she asked, "Can Annie eat this?" "Of course, it is the most common food aboard this starship," Lilith replied with a smile. This seemingly mundane exchange subtly began to influence Annie, for no one could refuse the fare provided by the Xianglong fleet. After a moment of hesitation, Annie succumbed to her hunger, reaching out to grasp the rice and shove it into her mouth. Due to her diminutive stature, her head was nearly level with the dining table. She even knelt on her chair, her face smeared with rice. "Wait a moment," Lilith suddenly interjected. Annie flinched, her neck retracting in fear, unsure whether to chew or swallow, appearing as a remorseful little girl caught in wrongdoing. Lilith approached Annie, pressed a button beneath her chair, and the seat began to rise slowly. The chair was adjustable, and Lilith set it to a more suitable height. She then took a napkin to wipe Annie's hands and the rice clinging to her mouth. "You should use a spoon, not your hands," Lilith gently instructed, regarding Annie with the affection one might show a younger sister. Although her intention was to integrate Annie into the fleet, she genuinely felt compassion for the poor little dwarf. "All right, continue eating, but don't rush," Lilith advised. Upon hearing Lilith's permission to resume her meal, Annie sighed in relief, swallowed her food, and obediently sat in her chair, using a spoon to eat the fried rice. As she continued, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She had never tasted such delicious food. On her home planet, resources were scarce, making it nearly impossible to cultivate crops, forcing her to trade inferior ores with passing interstellar merchants for synthetic nutritional meals. For 3 months since her abduction, she had wondered about her family's well-being, whether they were able to eat enough. If only they could savor such delightful food too. Happy moments are fleeting. And soon Annie had finished every grain of rice on her plate. Yet, she gazed longingly at the serving counter, which she had previously avoided due to her insecurities. During her meal, she noticed that every individual entering the dining hall placed orders, which were then delivered to their tables by mechanical servers. In addition to fried rice, there was an array of delectable dishes. Furthermore, she observed that none of the patrons were human. They were all half-beasts. Suddenly, Lilith tapped Annie on the head. Annie winced in pain and cradled her head. "No more looking. You've already eaten quite a lot for your small frame. The first time consuming such food. Overeating could burden your stomach." Lilith recalled her own kin, the succubi, during their first dining experiences, where most had suffered from bloating after ravenously devouring their meals. The once enchanting and alluring succubi were left with swollen bellies, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe mischief had occurred in a matter of days. Annie nodded obediently. "Now, let's go take a bath." Lilith led Annie away from the dining hall and into the Starship's bathing area. Soon, Annie emerged revitalized. Her previously disheveled hair and grimy skin now clean and fresh, adorned in a crisp outfit. A brand new little girl stood before Lilith. So adorable, Lilith thought, gazing at Annie's round cheeks, wanting nothing more than to pinch them playfully. Annie sniffed the fragrant scent of her own skin. Having forgotten the last time she had bathed, she had become accustomed to the sour odor, and the sudden cleanliness paired with fresh clothing left her feeling somewhat disoriented. After bathing, Lilith escorted Annie to her bedroom. As a secretary, Lilith had a 50-square-meter single room, though not as spacious as the captain's quarters. It included a private bathroom, a shower, a large bed, and a desk. "You can rest here for now. I must attend to my work," Lilith said, settling Annie into the room before departing. This arrangement was deliberate, as Annie needed time to process everything she had just experienced. Such a strategy would greatly enhance the efficiency of integrating Annie, the interstellar artisan, into the fleet. Alone, Annie surveyed the clean and tidy room. She approached the plush bed, pressing her hand down and inhaling the pleasant scent. Cautiously, she lay back, closing her eyes. Though exhausted, sleep eluded her. Eventually, she rose from the bed, curled up in a corner of the room, hugging her knees against her chest and leaning against the wall. This time, Annie fell asleep quickly, a faint smile gracing her lips, likely lost in a beautiful dream. Chapter 99. The escort mission begins in the cargo hold of the T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. Shenbing was currently inventorying the military and living supplies purchased for this journey, which would require over a month for the round trip. Certain supplies needed to be prepared in advance. Nevertheless, Shenbing had only procured 50% of the military supplies, considering this was merely an escort mission with manageable difficulty. As she reviewed the expenses listed before her, her expression tightened, glancing back at the remaining figures. She still had a significant distance to cover before reaching the funds required for her grandmother's medical treatment. Half a year has passed, and this mission is of paramount importance. Although the share of remuneration she might receive will be minimal, it still constitutes a significant sum, several times greater than the routine bounty tasks in the academy. "Wait for me, Grandma." Shenbing gently bit her crimson lip. At that moment, a row of cargo containers was delivered to the cargo parking area outside the T2 Lu. "Hello, may I ask who is Miss Shenbing?" called a delivery worker clad in uniform. "Are you calling for me?" Shenbing, perplexed, descended from the starship. "What is it that you need?" "This is a batch of military supplies you ordered. Please inspect them. Would you like us to transport them aboard the ship?" inquired the delivery staff. "Military supplies I ordered?" Shenbing was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "I haven't ordered any military supplies. There must be a mistake." The number of containers was sufficient to fully equip Shenbing's T2 Lu with ammunition and energy. This was an unprecedented privilege for her starship. "No mistake, indeed. This is your T2 Lu, Miss Shenbing from the Beijing Starship Military Academy. The payment has already been made by a gentleman. You only need to sign for it," the delivery worker stated, raising his hand to reveal a holographic electronic bill before her. It was then that Shenbing noticed the name of the person who made the payment, Zhao Chen. "It's actually Zhao Chen," exclaimed Lu Lily, who happened to be nearby. Shenbing clenched her fists, fell silent for a moment, and said, "I'm sorry, but these are not the military supplies I wanted. Please return them to the gentleman who ordered them." The delivery worker hesitated, saying, The gentleman mentioned that if you insist on rejecting this batch of military supplies, please read this message before making your decision. With that, he opened an electronic message. Upon reading its contents, Shen Bing's expression turned vacant, and she finally murmured, "Shall we move these military supplies onto the starship?" "Sure," Lu Lily exclaimed with delight. This quantity would ensure their T2 Lu was well stocked. Shen Bing stood aside, observing the bustling activity around her. She reflected on the words left by that young man. If you can disregard the lives of those willing to embark on adventures with you, then you may refuse. After some contemplation, she approached the delivery worker to inquire about the detailed bill for the military supplies and sent a message to that person. On January 20th, 3031 in the galactic calendar, a fleet of 300 T1 interstellar transport ships slowly departed from the northern number 3 star system, making their way toward the outer edges of the galaxy. Accompanying them were 32 escort starships. This is our navigation trajectory, considering we are utilizing T1 interstellar transport ships. We will undertake 3 warp jumps with 2 halts for rest, each lasting half a day. We are expected to arrive at our destination, the Laya-shaking interstellar fortress, on February 10th. After completing the unloading tasks, we will return to the northern number 3 star system along the same route, concluding the escort mission. Are there any questions? A man with the rank of a third-class officer looked at the 4 video windows displaying Zhao Chen, Shen Bing, a woman in a leather jacket, and a smoking gentleman. He was the commander of this interstellar transport fleet. "Let us proceed," the smoking gentleman remarked. Zhao Chen and the others had no objections. Once the route and timing were set, preparations commenced for entering warp speed mode. Due to the necessity of accommodating the warp speed modes of all starships, the speed could only be at a level 2 warp speed, as the T1 starships were equipped with level 2 warp engines. Otherwise, Zhao Chun's T2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier could traverse the distance in just 5 days one way. Report. Formation completed. All systems normal. We will enter synchronized warp speed mode at 10:05, Lilith responded from the side. Zhao Chen gazed at the star map, displaying over 300 starships. Following discussions, Zhao Chen's T2 Beehive and the interstellar transport fleet were positioned centrally within the formation, with the remaining escort ships evenly distributed around the fleet. The so-called synchronized warp speed mode is a fleet assistance system that allows a formation of interstellar ships to enter warp speed simultaneously and decelerate at the same time, ensuring that the ships maintain a safe combat formation upon exiting warp speed. "Captain Shen Bing does not seem to have accepted your goodwill," Lilith casually mentioned to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen did not hide his actions from Lilith, including the message sent by Shen Bing. The content of the message stated that she accepted the batch of military supplies, considering it a debt to Zhao Chen that she would repay in the future. That class leader has a strong personality. I remember when I challenged Zhang Haoran to a starship duel. She was the only one in my class, besides Li Wei, who stood up to advise me, albeit in a rather brusque manner. Zhao Chen chuckled. At that time, only Zhao Chen knew he could win that duel. It was quite commendable that someone unrelated to him would step forward to advise him rather than mock him like others. Lilith smiled at Zhao Chen, "Commander. You surely have more than just this trivial thought, don't you?" Zhao Chen, meeting Lilith's gaze, candidly replied, "All right, I confess. I am considering recruiting her as my subordinate in the future. Her performance at the Beijing Starship Military Academy is commendable, though not as exceptional as my sister. Nevertheless, she has great potential. Most importantly, she comes from a commoner background, not a noble, which means there are fewer vested interests. I can use her with confidence." Lilith understood Zhao Chen's intentions and agreed. Indeed, she is quite suitable, and our Xiaolong fleet currently lacks commanding talents in this regard. However, that class leader appears somewhat difficult to tame. Let nature take its course. Let us first complete this escort mission, Zhao Chen shrugged. Subsequently, the system alerted them that they were about to enter deep sea mode, and Zhao Chen and Lilith entered the sleep chamber to initiate the escort mission. Chapter 100. Warp Interference Device. The first conclusion of warp travel occurred on the 7th day after the fleet's departure, and everything was normal. After the T1 starships completed their rest, the fleet re-entered the second warp travel phase. However, this time, Zhao Chen and the others did not awaken on the preset 14th day, but were roused by the starship's alarm system. Warning, warning, warning. Warp interference detected on the warp travel route. The starship will exit warp mode synchronously. All personnel return to combat stations immediately. The mechanical female voice echoed. Warning, warning, warning. Return to combat stations immediately. In an instant, Zhao Chen awoke, the bridge illuminated by a blinding red light, filled with the mechanical voice's alarms. He promptly exited the sleep chamber. Cough, cough. Lilith stumbled out of the sleep chamber, the urgency of the situation requiring her body a moment to adjust. Though it was merely a few seconds. Lilith, instruct all personnel in our fleet to reach combat stations within 3 minutes. All starships to enter Level 1 combat readiness. Meanwhile, deploy all interstellar drones from the Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier. Zhao Chen swiftly commanded. Understood. Lilith immediately set about conveying the commander's orders. At this moment, Zhao Chen extinguished the flickering red light on the bridge, silencing the piercing alarm. The crew promptly returned to their respective combat stations. Zhao Chen was meticulously scrutinizing the suspicious signals on the starship's radar. Damn it! How could there be a warp disruptor here? The video window popped up, revealing a grizzled man cursing angrily. Several flagship vessels had been integrated into a fleet command network, allowing the fleet commanders to communicate swiftly via video for efficient coordination. The warp disruptor, as its name implies, acts as a barrier. Once activated, it creates an interference field that prevents any warp travel along the designated route, forcing all starships originally set to navigate this path to abandon their warp status. Immediately deploy the interstellar corvettes for reconnaissance. Commanded a leather-clad woman, her demeanor now serious. A stark contrast to her previous flirtatiousness. No need for reconnaissance. The enemy has already emerged. Zhao Chen's deep voice resonated as he detected the first suspicious energy signal on his radar. He synchronized this radar intelligence with the other starships, including the grizzled man, the leather-clad woman, and Shunbing. Shunbing promptly entered these energy signals into the database for filtering and comparison until matching frequency data surfaced. It's the interstellar warships of the mechanical race. Shunbing exclaimed. The other commanders received the same alarming data. How the hell did we encounter the mechanical race's warships here? The grizzled man grimaced. Should we retreat? The leather-clad woman inquired gravely. It's too late. They came prepared, Zhao Chen replied somberly. The mechanical race's warships were closing in from 5 different directions, and they had fallen into an ambush. The grizzled man discarded his cigarette, his expression darkening. Since we can't escape, we must fight. Now tell me, how do we proceed? Zhao Chen remained silent, fixated on the starship radar, seemingly muttering to himself. I knew this noble young man had no combat experience. The moment real conflict arises, he's utterly petrified, the grizzled man scoffed. The leather-clad woman shot a cold glance at Zhao Chen. Her earlier attitude towards him stemmed from his presumed status as a wealthy heir. Yet she recognized that such individuals often proved ineffectual in genuine battle. Shunbing opened her mouth, wishing to defend Zhao Chen, but as the sole operator of a T2 starship, her voice held little weight in this dire situation. If you want to survive, follow my orders. The grizzled man barked. Gather all combat starships together. We will first eliminate one faction of the mechanical race's warships before addressing the others. He issued the command decisively. The leather-clad woman concurred, but Shunbing voiced her concerns. If we do this, we will leave a defensive gap on the side of the interstellar transport fleet, which could suffer catastrophic losses from the mechanical race's attacks. Little girl, this is a battlefield, not a classroom. We must pay a price for victory, and those interstellar transport ships are the cost we must bear. If you don't want to die here, do as I say. The grizzled man exuded an intimidating presence, frightening Shunbing. Let us proceed as he suggests. The third-class officer responsible for the interstellar transport fleet stepped forward, affirming, I have already sent distress signals to the Liashazu Star Fortress and the northern number 3 star system. The nearest fleet will take at least 24 hours to arrive. We just need to hold out for that long. What nonsense. 24 hours? My starship will be in ruins by then. The grizzled man grumbled. The third-class officer fell silent, acknowledging the grim reality. No, I believe we have a better approach. Zhao Chen interjected, surprising everyone with his sudden assertiveness. Kid, if you want to live, keep quiet. The grizzled man ignited another cigarette, glaring fiercely at Zhao Chen. Yet Zhao Chen remained unfazed, calmly stating, the mechanical race's warships are divided into 3 groups approaching from different directions. I will designate them as formations 1 to 3. Each formation consists of 10 starships. totaling 30 T2 starships. If we follow your plan of concentrating our forces against one faction, do you not think the enemy will also concentrate their efforts to annihilate us? If two formations of the mechanical race come together, that would mean 20 T2 starships, a considerable threat. Utilizing the advanced starship radar, Zhao Chen had already made the enemy ship coordinates visible to everyone. In 3 directions, 10 markers each raced towards the central interstellar transport fleet. Zhao Chen had been awaiting this intelligence. What are you trying to say? The grizzled man frowned, displeased that Zhao Chen disrupted his strategy. Instead of gathering our forces in one spot, I propose we employ a strategy of division. Let our weaker fleet delay the 3 factions of the mechanical race's warships, while our stronger fleet focuses on eliminating one faction first, then providing support to the other fronts, ultimately eradicating all the mechanical race's warships. Zhao Chen pointed to the 3 markers on the radar, akin to a hunter eyeing his prey. Chapter 101. The aircraft carrier Starship as bait initially. One might expect the grizzled man to refute this suggestion, yet he fell into a contemplative silence, considering it. As for the main offensive task, my fleet will take charge. Your 2 fleets will distract and hold off 2 factions of the mechanical race's starships, while Shen Bing's T2 starship will cover the fleet formation and provide support when necessary. Zhao Chen articulated his plan. Isn't this a bit risky? The leather-clad woman expressed her concerns. The grizzled man, however, fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Chen. Kid, how confident are you? If your 2 fleets can hold out for at least half an hour without faltering, I have complete confidence. The shorter the time, the slimmer our chances of victory. Zhao Chen replied. Half an hour, the grizzled man muttered, before straightforwardly stating, Fine, we'll proceed with your plan. Zhao Chen was taken aback by the man's unexpected agreement, but alleviated his burden, saving him from further persuasion. Even without the assistance of these 2 fleets, Zhao Chen had a strategy to deal with the mechanical race's starship, although it would come at a considerable cost to the interstellar transport fleet. Such losses would render his mission a Pyrrhic victory. Indeed, as soon as the mechanical race's starships appeared, the system had assigned Zhao Chen a mission. This task was the reason he devised a strategy focused on protecting the interstellar fleet. Mission details. Escort the interstellar transport fleet mission difficulty. B mission rewards. 20 mission points and 5,000 credits additional mission. Preserve as many T1 interstellar transport ships as possible. 300 mission penalty. Deduction of 5,000 credits. One of the additional missions was to safeguard 300 T1 interstellar transport ships, implying that the more T1 ships that survived, the greater the rewards would be. After distributing the combat tasks, Zhao Chen began preparing to hunt his first target. At that moment, his aide Lilith had already prepared the relevant data pages. One main data page displayed the battlefield of the Xiaolong fleet, while the other 2 sub-data pages detailed the battlefield conditions for the leather-clad woman and the grizzled man's fleets, documenting their respective starships and the adversaries they would face. According to the data retrieved from the database, the enemy possesses 30 interstellar warships, comprising 21 T2 mechanical Guardian-class medium interstellar frigates, 6 T2 mechanical Dog-class medium interstellar destroyers, and 3 T2 Wolverine-class medium interstellar cruisers. Lilith swiftly accessed the data regarding these 3 types of starships, along with their images and holographic projections. All 3 starship designs exhibit a distinctly mechanical aesthetic, characterized by a black iron coating unique to the mechanical race's interstellar vessels. The design is rugged, devoid of any artistic embellishments, prioritizing efficiency above all else. In essence, we are tasked with confronting 7 T2 mechanical Guardian-class medium interstellar frigates, 2 T2 mechanical Dog-class medium interstellar destroyers, and 1 T2 Wolverine-class medium interstellar cruiser. Zhao Chen focused intently on the battlefield on his side, which comprised 1 T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship and 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigates. The odds were unfavorable, with 6 T2 starships facing off against 10 enemy vessels. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen resolutely issued commands. The T2 Queen Bee was to exit the formation of the interstellar transport fleet and align with the 5 T2 Black Rhinos to form a triangular combat formation. Understood. Lilith promptly relayed the orders. The T2 Queen Bee maneuvered out of the transport fleet's formation. This action did not go unnoticed by the commanders of the other 2 battlefields. My God, this kid actually brought his carrier starship into the fray. Doesn't he realized that the further the carrier is from the battlefield, the better? At least within the transport fleet, there would be more cover. The smoking uncle grumbled. The leather-clad woman focused intently on the star map, her expression stern. On the bridge of the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, Shin Bing stood at the forefront of the captain's chair. Due to a shortage of crew members, she had to assume 3 roles. Unable to adopt the relaxed demeanor of Zhao Chen in his captain's seat, Lu Lily exclaimed beside her, "Zhao Chen, why did you take the carrier out? The enemy will definitely target his carrier first." She then muttered softly, "By the way, I still don't understand where he got this carrier from. I never heard of it during our time at the academy." The presence of this carrier in the escort mission took the crew aboard Shin Bing's starship by surprise, sparking curiosity about its origin. Shin Bing focused on the radar, observing the marker representing Zhao Chen's carrier, and remarked seriously, "Zhao Chen intends to lure the enemy in. His advantage lies with the T2 Black Rhino. I've seen the battle footage from the academy. The T2 Black Rhino excels in its formidable hull armor, yet its firepower is lacking. If it merely pursues enemy vessels, it is easily susceptible to being kite-fished. Now, using that T2 carrier as bait, the enemy's interstellar warships will undoubtedly swarm to attack. Once the enemy closes in, the T2 Black Rhino can unleash its short-range melee capabilities." Lu Lily covered her mouth. "This is too reckless. To use his flagship, a carrier starship, as bait, what if something goes wrong? In battle, one must bear certain risks and costs." Shin Bing clenched her fists. This was a lesson she had just learned. As anticipated, the 10 enemy mechanical race interstellar warships accelerated upon sighting the enemy carrier, heading straight for the T2 Queen Bee class heavy carrier starship. On the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Chen raised his hand, pointing at the marker indicating the T2 Wolverine class medium interstellar cruiser. "When I give the command, we will first eliminate this cruiser. It is faster than the frigates and possesses superior firepower. It cannot be allowed to survive." The captains of the 5 T2 Black Rhinos awaited their command, resembling 5 beasts on leashes. Meanwhile, the enemy mechanical race starships remained oblivious to the impending confrontation. Soon, both fleets entered firing range, with the enemy mechanical race warships firing first. The 5 T2 Black Rhinos formed a defensive line in front of the T2 Queen Bee, their close defense guns intercepting incoming attacks. In no time, the hulls of the 5 T2 Black Rhinos came under fire. However, a shot from the T2 Wolverine-class medium interstellar cruiser merely left a shallow gash on the armor of the T2 Black Rhino. "Attack!" Zhao Chen's deep voice resonated in the ears of the 5 T2 Black Rhino captains. At the same moment, the 5 beasts surged forward against the enemy's fire. Chapter 102. Can Starship be disassembled? What on earth is this kid doing? He actually commanded his frigates to abandon the defense of the carrier starship and choose to attack instead? The smoking uncle's cigarette fell to the ground as he watched the 5 glowing dots on the radar rush forward.